All right. Hello, everybody. How are you? Welcome to the Healing Haven Book Club. I just want to say hello to everyone on Happy Sunday. We are continuing to read this book, How to Be an Adult in Relationships. It's the 5 Keys to Mindful Loving. You all probably know what that is at this point. If not, you can definitely look at the other videos that I've done. You probably can go to Boyce and Alicia TV, and then a lot of the videos will be easier to find there. But hey, everybody. I see y'all in the chat. How you doing? Damon and Patricia. I think I can you should quiz me on where you guys live, because I think I'm starting to see some of these names and I remember where you guys are from. But in case I haven't, just type in where you're from. Hey, Eric and Karen and Ari. I see y'all in the chat. How y'all doing? I'm Dr. Alicia. In case y'all don't know, I am Dr. Alicia. I am a full-time, 100% full-time college professor. So full-time, what I do is I teach and train other adults how to become therapists like myself, how to become a social worker. I teach mostly the clinical courses. I teach some of the electives, and I also teach research. Oh my gosh. And I teach the diversity class. I think I teach probably the more difficult classes in the curriculum, because research ain't no joke. Teaching diversity is no joke, but it's fun things to do, and I enjoy that. So I've been doing that for 16 years. For over 20 years, I have been a licensed therapist. So I think this is really kind of cool. I get to take some of the things that I talk about in the classroom, some of these nice books that I've been kind of reading by other social workers like myself, and I can talk to you about positive. Oh my gosh, my children are texting me now. It's distracting. But anyway, I can talk about healthy relationships, because really that's what I'm promoting. I am a second generation healer. In case y'all don't know, my parents had advanced degrees in child behavior. Even my stepmom, like everybody who raised me, had advanced degrees in child behavior and healthy relationships. And so I'm the second generation of people who are educators and healers. So I'm a healer. And so anyway, I do want to talk about healing and us as Black folks. I was talking to Cleo Manago recently, and he was talking to me about some of the issues between Black men and women, between just Black people in general in this country. And part of the issues of us is that we got a lot of healing to do. So anyway, this is part of it today to talk about it. And believe it or not, we are talking about conflict. We are on chapter 5 of How to Be Adult in Relationships. We are on chapter 5, and we've been talking about conflict. Now remember, conflict is a normal stage in relationships. Do y'all hear that? Experiencing conflict is normal, even in healthy relationships. Now, the demarcation between whether that relationship ends well is our ability to deal with conflict, because it's going to happen. It is a phase, a big phase in relationships. So if you haven't learned anything, at least at this point, you've learned that conflict is normal. It is to be expected. So conflict is normal and to be expected. And guess what? Today, we are continuing the conversation on what are the things you need to do so that you can address conflict in a way that's healthy, because it's going to happen. No matter how much you fall in love with somebody, you will experience conflict. So today is the day. In many other weeks in the past, we've been talking about how we can deal with conflict in a way that can not separate you and your partner, but bring you and your partner closer. So where are we from? Okay, Eric says he is from Tallahassee. That's right, Eric. We talked about Tallahassee, how I lived right off Mahan. I lived off Mahan in Buck Lake. That's where I lived in Tallahassee when I was a student there at Florida State University. So I lived in Tallahassee for about gosh, 4 or 5 years. Yeah, 4 or 5 years. It was a really lovely place. I love that place. It was Tallahassee is a good place, y'all. It's a nice metropolitan city. It's a city with 3 people. There's like lawyers because it's the state capital. Then there's university folk because all of the universities around. FAMU is there, Florida State, and a couple of other community colleges. And then you also have like the local people and the rednecks. I love the rednecks. Actually, I got along with them really well. So it's like a really interesting place. Welcome, Eric. Hey, LaShawn. Welcome, LaShawn. And Karen's from Newark, New Jersey. Yeah, so I see y'all. Oh, KJ from Charlotte, North Carolina. How you doing? Vegas, that's what's up. Halo Thompson from Vegas. I've been talking to my sister-in-law about trying to go see Beyonce in Vegas. I don't know how y'all feel, but I like Beyonce, so I don't know. There's some mainstream people that I really like. Beyonce got it going on. And her music, by the way, Beyonce's music, she puts out songs that really make sense when it comes to relationships. So everything, it's like every topic we talk about, there's a Beyonce song that can explain it. So anyway, welcome everybody. Oh, and by the way, let me just let you know, if you want to know when I go live, probably because you know I'm live today. If you want to know when I go live, if you text the word love, LOVE, to 87948, then you'll get a message on when I go live, and then you'll be up on everything. So that is a good website to go to. Follow me on Instagram. Can y'all follow me on Instagram at Coaching with Dr. Alicia? I'm on TikTok too, but I don't know. I don't know. It's strange because I'll post something on TikTok and it'll do really well. And then I'll post it on Instagram and it doesn't do well. And then Instagram, I'll do much better on Instagram on some posts, but not so much on TikTok. I don't know how to get the algorithm, but you're going to get me no matter how you do. You can follow me on TikTok, follow me on Instagram. You're going to get me. So just know that you'll get me. What else I want to tell you? If you want to reach out to me and talk to me and connect with me, individual work and couples work, of course, you can find me at coachingwithdralicia.com. That's what's up. And I'm Dr. Alicia, in case you don't know. We'll leave the website up in case people want to know how to get a hold of me. All right. Okay. So we are continuing our conversation here about conflict. It is the longest, most agonizing phase of a relationship, but it is a necessary phase of a relationship. This is where growth happens. Sometimes this is where you part ways, because as long as you are committed and open to giving and receiving the 5 A's of mindful loving, I think you're good to go. But if you get to the point where you're just not willing to meet your partner part ways, halfway, you're not willing to be open and to explore and talk about issues, then I don't know if you should be in a relationship with anybody. Or I don't know if that person you're with needs to be in a relationship with you. So I really do think that this is a very important, normal part of a relationship. Yes. How to deal with conflict. Okay, so let's see, where did we leave off? Oh, we left off last week about feedback. You got to give your partner feedback on how the relationship is going. You need to give your partner communication. You got to say it. Now, we also talked a little bit about introverts versus extroverted people. So, and I had my husband on here, Dr. Boyce, who is extremely introverted. And sometimes I'm like, what are you thinking? What's going on with you? Come on out and say it. I have to encourage him to talk. And sometimes, I realize that I need to like button it up a little bit because, I'm a therapist. I'm a second generation therapist. So, I believe in talking about feelings, talking about emotions. We all say it as it comes out. So that's the type of environment that I grew up in. And feelings were important. Feelings were heard. Feelings were validated. Feelings were accepted. Thoughts, feelings, all these things were encouraged as I was growing up. And then it wasn't until I left house that I was like, this is not second nature to some people. So Today, we're going to talk a little bit about compromise. What do you do when you have differences in thoughts and differences in how to articulate yourself and how to talk about yourself and what to do in relationships? So when the inevitable conflict happens. So that's what we're going to talk about today, how to deal with conflict. And believe it or not, the next section with just say it is on page 158. I like the paper copy because I'm old school, but y'all can get this on the Kindle. You can get the audiobook. Actually, I do have the Kindle version and I have the audiobook version, but I prefer, personally, I just prefer reading it. I prefer the old-fashioned way. I prefer the old-fashioned way. So we left off last time saying, say it. Whatever it is you need to say, you need to give each other feedback. You need to be open for feedback. And you need to create an atmosphere of definitely of appreciation and gratitude. But you also need to create an atmosphere where your partner feels comfortable opening up to you and saying things to you and listening and validating and all those wonderful things. Those are really important in healthy adult relationships. Don't bottle it up. There's no resentment happening. You got to come on out with it. But you also need to respect that some people take a little longer to process things. Some people don't. They just gut right on out. So you have to be able to calibrate that. And what's interesting is that the next section on page 158 of the paper copy is all about finding a center. Wow. Okay. So how do we find a center? Oh, and get your journals out because there's stuff that we need to talk about. Successful agreements require responsibility. Successful agreements require responsibility. I think responsibility is big when it comes to trust. I got to trust you. You got to take responsibility for something, right? For your behavior and all of that. In a relationship in which one partner is substantially more responsible than the other, it can seem as if one needs to get the other to change. One person needs to get the other person to change because that person is more responsible. You need to be responsible 100%, right? For instance, one partner may always show up exactly on time and do exactly what he plans or promises to do, no matter what the circumstances. The other way, the other partner may be lackadaisical or irresponsible, not following through on commitments and not dependable. I ain't gonna text you back right away, where another partner texts you back immediately. The highly responsible partner may blame or try to fix the other with little success. What's wrong with you? Why can't you be on time for anything? One person errs by excess and the other by defeat. The virtue is in the middle, the mindful center, not on either side of the fault line. Whoa. It's funny how type A personality and type B personality, they'll get together. Who's a type B? Y'all let me know in the chat. How many of you guys are a stickler when it comes to like being on time? Who's our military veterans? I find military veterans, I work with a lot of people in the military and I work with a lot of, and I've actually dated a guy in the military and they're really big. They're really sticklers on time and they're really sticklers on like making up the bed, and they have these idiosyncrasies that I think are really, really kind of funny. But type A personality and type B personality get together. Oh, Eric, you got a military family? Yeah. What have you noticed? They're big on like uniformity and falling in line. It's not, not much flexibility there because really in the military, you need to be precise because lives are dependent on it. So it is a positive quality in the military, but in relationships, it doesn't necessarily happen that way. Type A and type B. And it's so interesting because it says in the book, the virtue is in the middle, the mindful center, not either side of the fault line. So both of you are right. Maybe the type A personality person, the person who wants to be on time, like Lisa's husband. Lisa's saying, yeah, my husband's like that. My husband is type A. Maybe the type A personality, you will end up, it's funny how type A people, they will end up with someone lackadaisical. It just happens that way. And you can, if you have a type A personality, I think sometimes you need to like relax a little bit. You need to kind of calm down. But you're right. It is important to be on time. But you know what? Even the type B personality, even that person is right. Even sometimes you just need to just chill. Sometimes not everything you go to, you need to be on time. Like a birthday party. Do you really need to be on time for a birthday party? It's okay to be fashionably late, right? So I think type A needs to listen to type B and type B needs to listen to type A. So there's compromise there. There's a meeting in the middle, finding the center. Hey, Tara, how you doing? Ann's like, I'm not in the military, but I love to be on time. Then Ann, I know it's got to bother you if you with a type B person. Hey, Dr. Vibe, how you doing? How you doing, Dr. Vibe? Thanks for joining us, Dr. Vibe. Tell us, are you type A or type B? Let everybody know. I want to know. I think I am. I have idiosyncrasies. So there's certain things where I'm real kind of like, I can't be flexible, but then there's some things that I can be. It all depends on what. For me, it all depends on what it is. Certain things I'm like, no, it has to be done this way. It's like crazy. Anyway, so they're saying that it's important if you're in a relationship like this, where there's vast differences in terms of timeliness, in terms of cleanliness, in terms of all of the things that couples tend to fight about. It's important to find the middle, the center. The goal for one partner is less compulsion. For the other, it's more reliability. So everybody's right. Yes, you need to work on showing up on time. And yes, you need to relax a little bit. How about that? Y'all need to listen to each other a little more. If one partner does the work and changes, bravo to that partner, by the way. You want to be flexible in relationships. That one can still accept the other and see her or him with amusement and compassion. No longer the complaint, with complaint. Being in the center makes us feel so good. We feel less of a need to get others to change. Less of a need to get others to change. So consider this chart. And of course, Dr. Risho, he loves a good chart to illustrate what he's talking about. Okay. So the irresponsible extreme, not enough energy, may ask what all the fuss is about. So if you're irresponsible extreme, there's not enough energy and you ask what the fuss is about. A compulsive extreme, on the other end, too much energy, blames the partner and feels disrespected when she fails to live up to his definition of responsibility. And then the mindful center is stillness. Sees all that happens with gentle amusement and sincere compassion. Gentle. I like that he brought up that word gentle because I don't think we're gentle with each other enough. The key to conflict is gentle. And that is a very mindful place to be. And I think in order to be gentle, you really need to get to a place where you can not respond to what bothers you in the moment. Just hold it in a little bit and then later have the conversation, not necessarily bring things up as it happens. Just hold on and bring it up at a time where both you and your partner can have a really nice, mindful conversation. So really bringing the center together. I think when navigating conflict, the mindful center balances energy and intention. So, I mean, what do you say here? The irresponsible extreme. So the irresponsible extreme, the type B personalities, sometimes they can be very dismissive in a way. They don't take responsibility for the fact that they made everybody late. They dismiss people. And you're wondering, like, why is everybody making this a big deal? It's just a birthday party. What's all the fuss? And sometimes they can disengage entirely and really make the other person feel unimportant. Now, on the other hand, you have this compulsive extreme that involves too much energy. You spend so much time blaming other people, getting your feelings hurt and disrespected, and rigidly adhering to your definition of what responsibility means. Whereas what the author's saying is that this mindful center resides in the stillness, coming from a place where you can observe the unfolding conflict, gentle amusement, sincere compassion, and that creates a space for growth and understanding and emotional clarity. That is what the author is trying to say. Hey, Lisa is saying, but not too late. My husband brings things up months later when he's angry. Oh, Lisa, that's too bad. Your husband should bring things up within a couple of days. I say within 48 hours, you should bring things up. And you only know how he really feels when he's angry. No, he should talk about things, not when you're angry. Actually, you should do the opposite. When you're angry, you need to recognize that you're angry and verbally say, I'm feeling angry. That doesn't mean that you act on it. And then later on, when you're not as angry about it, then you talk about it. I don't know. There are people who you never really know how they really feel about things until they're angry. And then you're just like, you've been holding that for all these months and never said anything. Like, I can't read your mind. It's not fair to the other person. So I know that's got to be pretty stressful, Lisa. Yes, and Phelps, emotional intelligence. That's exactly what we're getting at. So finding that center is so important. So how y'all doing with finding the center? Are you and your partner opposites in this regard? And if so, how are you handling all of that? Do you insist that the other person change, or can you see and admit when something is a personal issue? It's an idiosyncrasy. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yes, Lisa. But try to encourage. Here's what you do, Lisa. Try to encourage him to talk about how he feels when he's nice and calm. How do you feel about that? What's going on? What's on your mind? A penny for your thoughts. Tell me about it. Constantly giving feedback when you're in your adult mind. Your wise mind is what we call it. All right. Okay, so we're moving on. We're talking about how to protect your energy. Okay, page 159. How to protect your energy. What do you do to protect your energy? Silently ask yourself the following questions about your life in the moment. Am I in a relationship with someone who presses down on my lively energy? Is it a habit from early life? Am I in a relationship with someone who presses down on my lively energy? Our lively energy is the energy that wants to light us up from within and light the world through us. Why do I allow anyone to limit my energy? Why do I allow someone to limit my energy? Yeah, it doesn't matter who you're with. Nothing should stop your shine. Nothing should stop your light. Am I with someone who delights in my energy or who depletes my energy? And if they deplete your energy, why do you allow them to do that? Why? Here are some suggestions that may help reignite the light of your energy if it has failed. So what this book is saying is that Are you with somebody that dulls your energy? And if you are, what is it about that person that you, or about anybody, that you're allowing that person to dull your light? So we all have a light in us. Don't let nobody stop your light. No one dull your light. You're going to shine forever, right? So here are some things to consider to keep your light shining. Number one, the number one thing you need to do to keep your light shining, let go of control over others. Do you feel like you need to control somebody? If you do, then that is dulling your light. So allowing somebody to dull your light is the same thing as you wanting to control them. And you're unsuccessful doing it because it's unrealistic to even want or even expect to control another person. How about that? Let go of control over others. Let them do and be whatever they're going to do and be. Every unit of energy that we invest in changing others is subtracted doubly from our own lively energy. So you're wasting your time, dulling your light when you try to control another person. Let them be. We may be controlling not so much to prevent bad things from happening as to prevent ourselves from feeling grief, anger, or disappointment. So controlling other people ain't even about that person in the first place. Controlling other people is not necessarily a desire to prevent harm, but it is a deep-seated intention to shield yourself from uncomfortable emotions that you're not willing to deal with: grief, anger, and disappointment. So you want to manage circumstances, tightly manage them. And we construct an illusion of safety. When you feel like you control things, it's an illusion that you're safe. Believing we can sidestep these feelings altogether. But avoidance of these feelings disconnects us from the emotional world. And that's how you achieve self-actualization. A few weeks back, we spoke about self-actualization. And to achieve self-actualization means that you have to be comfortable with your pain. You have to be comfortable with your feelings in order to be comfortable with other people's feelings. This is called growth. So resilience lies in allowing you to feel fully and to sit with it and stop trying to control things so that you can stop the inevitable human process of feeling what you need to feel. So release that control. And when you release control of other people, it doesn't mean chaos is going to ensue. It just means you trust your ability to handle how you feel. That's deep. I like that. How y'all doing? You are tuned in to learning about how to be an adult in relationships. It's the 5 Keys of Mindful Loving by social worker David Rico. And oh my goodness, he's laying it on us. The issue with control. Controlling other people dulls your light because it's wasted time and energy. Isn't that something? Okay, we are moving on. We are on page 159. And so that's the first thing. If you find that you're with somebody and they're dulling your light, release control. All right, first thing to do. Second thing he asked us to do, ask yourself what you want 100% of the time. Say yes to yourself twice as often as you say no, but be willing to compromise. Oh, the word compromise. That's the big C word in relationships. Compromise, compromise, compromise. That is the key to healthy relationships. Talking about how to be an adult in relationships. It is the ability to compromise. I'm going to talk a little bit about that on Fly Nubian Queen this week on Tuesday. Y'all tune in. My day is Tuesday. I think it's at noon or 1, maybe 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, noon, 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock Central Standard Time. I'm in Central Time, so I speak in Central Time. And yeah, I think that is very important to think about, being able to compromise. That's so key. And to be compromised and to be able to compromise, you need to be flexible. You need to have empathy. You need to see another person's perspective. And this week, I'm not certain, but a bunch of us have requested to talk about this whole meaning of what does it mean to submit to your husband? Wives submit to your husband, and husbands submitting to your wives, and all of that. My kids are texting me, and I am like, they are something else. They're asking me questions. Taylor, my daughter, has dance competition. Okay. Anyway, and they just keep reaching out to me. So how y'all doing? It's all about compromise. And I'm not certain that having the submission conversation, I'm not even going to bring it up here, but the submission conversation, hopefully I'll be able to talk about it. Lord, I got to let them know. Doing a video. My kids are something. All right. So being able to compromise is number 2. So number 1 is letting go of control. Number 2 is being able to compromise. Number 3 is choose reconciliation over ongoing feuding. It is a choice. You have a choice. Either you fighting with your partner, you're not listening and you're fighting, or you're looking for reconciliation, whatever that looks like. So that's a choice. So choose reconciliation. Healthy adults do that. Never retaliate or use violence, no matter what the provocation. Correcting others' inappropriate action is best led to instruction and compassion. Compassion, not what's wrong with you? How come you don't know this? How come you don't understand? What's wrong with you? It's not putting other people down. It's not judging other people, but treating them with compassion. Compassion is so needed. Not punishment or retaliation. That's really terrible. People who are very vindictive, I think that's really awful. Okay, so that's the third thing. Number 4, y'all write this down. These are the things you need to work on. Number 4, to protect your energy, you need to confront or turn away from those who bring you down. So you can just either block them out, right? Confront or turn away from those who bring you down, put you down, or try to control, abuse, or scare you, no matter how close they are to you. Just because they're married to you doesn't mean that you're giving them permission to abuse you, disrespect you. Just because they're related to you, just because they are blood related to you, doesn't mean that you are giving them permission to mistreat you. So sometimes you need to confront or turn away from them. You don't get to talk to me like that and continue. You don't get to talk to me like that and be in my space. How about that? I don't care if we're blood related. I don't care if we're married to each other. We don't talk to each other that way. We don't speak to each other that way. This is unacceptable. And unless we can be mutually respectful to each other, this conversation is over. You can set boundaries up. I'm feeling upset. And hopefully you're around somebody who can hear that and entertain that. Okay, if I made you upset, tell me what it is that made you upset. Hopefully you're with somebody who won't become defensive. You're with somebody who's willing to listen and compromise and understand where you're coming from, because adults can do that. How about that? Yeah, I wrote a word down here when I read this earlier. there are some people who can be really negative. And sometimes, I worry about their mental health. And so that's another thing to consider too. It's like you can tell somebody, I worry about your mental health. You seem to see the glass half full instead of half empty. You tend to, I'd like for you to be more positive. I mean, you could say that, you seem sad. Talk to me about it. Anyway, so just depression came up for me because people who are depressed will sometimes try to do things that they're not supposed to do. So sad people do that. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we got 4 things. Let go of control, compromise, say what you want, compromise, reconcile. That's a choice. Number 4 is confront or turn away from them. Say, we don't do this. Okay. And then number 5, express your creativity. Begin a project you have only imagined. Whoa. Express your creativity. So find an outlet. Find an outlet that sparks you. That's tip number 5, to get your light shining. And y'all know what it is. Some of the projects that's on your mind that you've been thinking about that you haven't been able to get to. Work on that. Start working on that. You don't need your partner's permission to do things you want to do, right? I like that. Number 6, be yourself sexually. Responsibly, of course. Yes, consenting adults. As long as there's consenting adults, there's nothing wrong with kink and all that other stuff. I don't know. At the Black Love Weekend, we had our wonderful sex therapist come in and she talked about shame. You shouldn't have shame around something that you want, a desire that you have. These are your consenting adults. As long as it's adults who are consenting, it's okay. Like I've talked about it at the Puff Daddy debacle. And I'm like, okay, who knows what adults want to do when they get together, as long as they're consenting, as long as one person's not abusing another, whatever, right? That's okay. We shouldn't shame people for having alternate desires and fantasies. You should just express yourself sexually in whatever way that you see fit. This may include enacting the fantasy or lifestyle you have kept inside too long. So talk about that, vocalize that with your partner. What are some fantasies? Fantasy is not reality, by the way. So you can have a fantasy. It doesn't mean that you want this in reality. And, actually, I read some articles on that. There were some people who had a sexual fantasy of being dominated, I guess there's a whole group of people who love dominatrix or whatever. They like that part of stuff. And so sometimes people like to be dominated, or they like to be, handled roughly in a sexual way. But if you ask them, 99% of people will be like, oh no, I would never want that to happen in real life. Like, I don't want anybody to attack me in real life. I just want it. It's a fantasy that I have, a sexual fantasy that I have. So research tells us that fantasy is actually different from reality, because when we talk to people who have a sexual fantasy and you ask them of domination or violence or intimidation or whatever, if you ask them, do you want this to happen in real life? They're like, oh no, absolutely not. I would be mortified if somebody tried to attack me in real life. But as a fantasy, that would be a turn on, by the way. So I'm a therapist and I'm here to give you evidence-based information. And so that's what the data says. They ask people, and people who love to dominate others in their real life, they don't get off on that. In their real life, like, they don't want to dominate other people and abuse other people. They just have a fantasy. So anyway, I don't know. I can just tell you what the studies say, that fantasy is different from reality. Okay, let's moving on. So it says, we're at the top of page 160. It says, cultivate a sense of humor. Learning to play and see the humor in daily events in others' behavior and in your reactions. Yes, I love this one. Stop taking each other so seriously. Sometimes you just have to kind of laugh about how things are. I have to incorporate humor in my relationship, because if I didn't, I'd be mad all the time sometimes. So, oh gosh. Anyway, all right, moving on. Be bold in your self-presentation and decisions. Be bold in your self-presentation and decisions. Yeah. So like, don't be ashamed of who and what you are. You want to wear a certain outfit. You want to make your hair a certain way. You want to look a certain way. Feel good about that. Don't feel inhibited to be something different than what you really are. I like that one. The next one here, and this, by the way, let me recap. These are a way to ignite your light and increase your energy, the light of your energy. Okay. So the next one is make friends with nature. Y'all get that? All you got to do, it don't cost you nothing. If you want to ignite your light when you feel like it's been dulled from conflict in a relationship, connect with nature. Make friends with nature, not connect with nature, make friends with nature. Make friends with nature to protect your energy. I like that one. I don't know. I feel like getting out in nature where spring is upon us. I think getting out in nature is a grounding activity. And sometimes I think it's best to put the phone down, to get away from television, to unplug from technology and connect with nature. It could be walking through the forest, sitting by the ocean, observing the sky. We got birds. Birds are coming back now because I live in the Midwest. And so I'm starting to see all the birds outside. My husband and I, we spend a lot, now that the weather is breaking, we'll spend some time outside, and it makes the world of a difference between how we treat each other, how we interact with each other. It's just being able to like embrace nature. Yes, Black Lexicon. I did that tonight at the lake with the moon and the North Star. Oh my God, that feels so good to connect with nature. You know, I think it strengthens resilience, and you have clarity and emotional balance, spending time with nature, and getting off the internet. Don't get off the internet now. Wait till I'm done, then get off the internet. But I think that's a great way to protect and preserve your peace, is to connect with nature. Eric says, I have fox, deer, turkey, rabbits in your yard. Oh my God. Okay. Well, if Armageddon happens, you'll have a meal in your yard. Fox and deer. That's pretty awesome though. Yeah. Tallahassee. I remember in Tallahassee, I had a few run-ins with snakes. Eric, I did not like the snakes. There were a lot of big old snakes. I used to go running in Tallahassee, and I did not like the snakes. But anyway, okay. How we can protect our peace. Dance or write poetry or songs about your feelings and the events in your life. Be creative. Find an alternative when faced with apparently insurmountable problem. You got issues, find an alternative and find an alternative. Lively energy is joy, and joy happens when we find an alternative to the either ors. So finding an alternative is important. Tell the secret you have tell the secret you have complicated your life to keep. Whoa. So to protect your energy is the secret of complicating your life. Wow. So you've kept something to yourself. You've not revealed things about yourself, particularly to your partner. And it's made your life complicated. That's exhausting. That definitely will steal your light. And the thing is that some people believe that if I keep this secret inside, I'm avoiding conflict and I'm maintaining harmony. But what happens is that it suppresses your own truth and your own need. So whatever secret you guys are carrying around, it's a burden you. It's weighing you down. And you can't please everybody at the expense of your own peace. And people go to great lengths to ensure that certain situations, they don't talk about certain situations because they don't want things to escalate. They bite their tongues in moments when they feel like they should speak up. Some people overthink. Some people assume, and they have so much shame. They have so much shame in hiding a secret because they don't want to upset other people. And they're thinking that I'm going to resolve the tension by keeping this secret. But what happens is that you have created a deep inner conflict. So you're complicating your life by prioritizing an illusion of peace and calm for your own honesty. When true harmony comes from not avoiding, not hiding how you really feel, but authentic communication. And that takes courage to be able to address conflict and compassion with openness. That's a tough one. I think that's a tough one. Eric says, confess with your mouth for forgiveness and redemption. Yeah, say what it is that's going on with you. Don't hold things in. Have a conversation with trusted people. That's a good one. Tell the secret you have complicated your life to keep. Tell the secret you've complicated your life to keep. Okay, last but not least, drop every yes but that comes to mind as you read this list. How many of y'all were like, yes, but I can't do it. Yes, but I can't do that. Y'all think y'all can do it? Do you think that you can? Last week, we had a challenge of saying what's on your mind. Wait, what was the challenge last week? Was express resentments and appreciation daily. How y'all doing with that? Expressing appreciation and resentments on a daily basis. Have y'all been able to do that? Let me know. How y'all doing? In case you guys are just joining us, we're reading from this book, How to Be an Adult in Relationships. It's the 5 keys to mindful loving. Black Lexicon said not all. Lord, not all. You haven't said all. But why not, Black Lexicon? You can say it. You should be able to say it. Just come on out with it. No one can read your mind. Express resentments. Yes, Kiara, we talked about that last week. To express resentments, things that have happened between you and your partner that was less than ideal. Don't bottle any of that up. Talk about it. Not when you're mad, though. Don't talk about it. Wait, what's her name? Do not talk about it. Like, I can't remember. There was a lady before. Is it Anne? Oh, Lisa. Don't talk about it like how Lisa talked about her husband. Yeah, Dr. Vibe. How you doing, Dr. Vibe? I see you said you were in Jamaica. Oh, my goodness. You're in Jamaica. So, if you're in Jamaica, you can get connected with nature. But talk about it. Talk about how you feel. That was the challenge. So, yes, Kiara, our challenge from last week was talk about how you feel. And by the way, if you guys want to know, I'm going to go live again next week. I don't know what time, but to find out what time, I know y'all already know this. Text the word love, LOVE, to 87948, and you'll be able to go live when I can talk more about conflict, how to be an adult in relationships. It's the 5 keys of mindful loving by David Rico. And right now we're talking about conflict. I think conflict is the biggest stage of a relationship. Yes, it's a stage of a relationship. It's a stage. Your love is being tested. And so I want you guys to know it's the stage. Falling in love is the stage. Meeting another person, all of that, being ready for a relationship, all of it is a stage. Conflict is a stage. It's a necessary stage in all relationships. And today we are talking about how to deal with it in a way that is healthy and that is mature. And this is how we heal. This is how we break generational curses, is getting this right. Yes. Talk about it. Yeah, it's a real challenge, Ann. I agree with you. Ann said that's a real challenge in my house. Talk about it. Yeah, right. Well, it's courageous sometimes. And you have to ask for permission. Say, I want to talk to you about something that's been on my mind for a while. When is a good time? Get permission. And then remember, be gentle. I feel. Talk about how you feel. I feel. And I would like this to be this way. I would love for this to be this way. I feel sad because sometimes I get the impression that I'm not listened to, and I would love for you to listen to me more. Whatever it is that's going on. If I had to talk, there's a New Testament biblical scripture to keep certain things to yourself, not in healthy relationships. Don't bottle it up. Yeah, you know what? Black Lexicon, I hope you tune in to Fly Nubian Queen. Hopefully we'll talk about it this week, about things that the Bible says. There's different interpretations of the Bible. Remember, there was one interpretation of the Bible that said slavery was okay. Hello. That's one interpretation of that Bible, and it's in the Bible, all through the Bible. So anyway, we are going to move on. We're going to move on to page 160. We're on page 160. Matching what I want with what you can give. How about that? So we need to be realistic. Matching what I want with what you can give. Okay. We may be demanding that our partner meet what we believe are reasonable expectations. I demand you do this. I don't know if that's a good thing to do, demanding that your partner, you can invite your partner to do certain things, but ultimately you can't control another person. You can invite that person to do something. So if I have an issue with my husband, well, just this week I was asking him, hey, I'd like for you to, for instance, hang your coat up when you come in, or put your shoes away because I'm tripping over them. I'm inviting you to do that. And he can either say yes, no, or whatever. I can't control what he does, but I can definitely invite him to do certain things. Again, he can do the same for me. He can invite me, but he can't control me. And if he chooses not to put his shoes away, then there's consequences. I could just take his shoes and throw them down the stairs like I do, when he forgets, so whatever it is, I can't control another person. He can't control me, but he can ask me to do something. And typically I'm looking for compromise, right? If it's something that's not a big deal, I don't mind adjusting. So it all depends. You have to be able to match what you want with what you can give, right? You have to be able to match what I want with what you can give. That's important to do. Okay. So we may be demanding that our partner meet what we believe are reasonable explanations. And I just talked about how demanding is not healthy. For instance, Jennifer rushes in the last minute for an outside engagement rather than being ready early. So Jennifer is late, as Roger always is. So Roger's early. Roger's ready to go, but Jennifer is late. Yet Jennifer has shown over the years that it is not in her character for her to be like Roger in this respect. So we got two different people. They're two different individuals. In fact, her lifelong style is to put things off till the last minute. So she's a type B and Roger's type A. Oh gosh. But Roger is convinced that any partner of his should do things the right way. What? So Roger's like, you either be on time or else, but it's not in her nature to do that. So what do? Indeed, his sense of entitlement requires that others reduce his stress level by changing any style that annoys him. So what do you think? Should she submit to him and say, yes, Roger, I'll change what I am just so that you can be happy as the head of the household? And let me just stop. Let me stop. I'm being petty. Let me stop being petty. Okay. Anyway. Okay. Let's move on. All this leads to upbraiding and criticizing Jennifer. All of this leads to criticizing Jennifer. That's not healthy either. Roger's reaction has become a form of distancing from her. So he distances himself. As is any expectation not based on an agreement. He is peeved, and he might even believe Jennifer is sometimes dauntily, purposely to anger or disrespect him. So not only is he upset with her, but he thinks she's doing it on purpose to upset him. He keeps bringing all this up in more and more heated ways. Jennifer takes this understandably as nagging. Leave me alone. Stop nagging. The healthy alternative might be for Roger to accept the given of Jennifer's unique timing and to join it in an affirmation of intimacy. Hello. The healthy alternative might be for Roger to accept the given of Jennifer's unique timing and join it to an affirmation of intimacy. That's Jennifer, and I love her. That is being flexible, right? We act in favor of closeness rather than against it when we say yes to someone who is. When we reconcile ourselves to what we see as a partner's limitation, we are practicing acceptance. And that is one of the 5 A's to mindful loving. Acceptance. What are the other 5 A's? Y'all know, if I quiz y'all today, women are so blessed today. Back then. Okay, Chris, explain more what you mean. How women are blessed today. I don't know. So the 5 A's to mindful loving, y'all know what they are? I wrote them all down in the margin, so I don't have to try to remember. The 5 A's to mindful loving are acceptance, allowing. Wait, where are they all? I wrote them down in the margin. Do y'all have it? Acceptance. Okay, the 5 A's to mindful loving is acceptance, allowance, appreciation, affection, and attention. Those are the 5 A's. So what he's saying is that matching what I want with what you can give, sometimes you need to demonstrate one of the 5 A's, which is acceptance. Accepting a lower than expected but more realistic dividend reduces the stress all around. Okay, partners work things out best when they align to the familiar 3-fold prayer for serenity: to accept what we can't change, courage to change what we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. We need to know the difference. Can this person really change, or is this person just this way? And that's one thing, that's what you do in any relationship, myself included. Apply those also to people's personalities. There are some traits in ourselves and others that won't change. Most, in fact. There are some that can be changed. It is up to us to know which is which when conflicts arise. So when conflicts arise, we need to try to figure out what is it that we can change and what is it that we can't change. Having that conversation. We will then find serenity because we accept what we can't change. Our dialogue in relationships will only be about what can be changed and We will thereby gain the wisdom to know the difference. This is compromise. Well, I can compromise. So one thing I can do is I can make an effort to be on time, or I can make an effort to be a little more flexible with timeliness. But here's something I can't do. When it comes to me trying to get to work, I like to be on time to work. But if it's a social event, I think I'm more flexible in that way. These are the conversations that adults need to have with each other when there's differences in timeliness, for example. At the same time, the partner whose timing frustrates her partner can also consider making at least some attempt to be more timely. This is an act of love for her partner since it triggers him and his blood pressure. Since early planning and less rush timing matters this much to Roger, I can override my natural style and please him. I think that's beautiful. Jennifer has made a decision for closeness at no great cost to her and as a gift to the one she loves. That is really wonderful. I think that is a great lesson for us. We all need to choose closeness. So when we see that there's a difference, we need to choose closeness. This is a good lesson to learn when handling conflict. Accepting the balance between what you desire and what others are realistically able to provide. It's an art. I think it's an art. Trying to figure out, the 5 A's is, Anne is asking, what is the 5 A's? The 5 A's is attention. These are the 5 A's to mindful loving. This is the key to how you need to treat other people in your relationship. You need to be able to give and receive attention. Doesn't have to be all the time, but you need to make time for attention. When you're not on your phone, you're paying attention to the person who matters to you. Acceptance, you're accepting them. This is applicable to dealing with conflict. There's certain clashes that happen in conflict. When it arises, we need to be realistic. Realistically, we need to think about what the other person can realistically provide. And some of the things that they can't provide, we need to demonstrate acceptance. We need to allow people without judging them, allow them to be who and what they are, encourage them to be who and what they are. You need to have affection, physical touch. It could be words, affectionate words. You need to have affection. And last but not least is appreciation. So not focusing on the negative, but demonstrating being grateful for your partner and appreciating. And those are the 5 A's. If we all treated each other that way and accepted treatment no less than that, then that's how we deal with conflict. That's how we deal with life in general. That's how we break generational curses of trauma. That's how we heal. So, what did I want to say about matching what I want with what you can give? I don't think I have anything else to say. I think it's a growth. We got to find peace and compromise, clarity and acceptance. Sometimes we have to honor the gap between what we expect our partners to be and with the reality of how they are able to fit. So it's that gap that we need to be mindful of and to learn how to accept each other and to approach differences in timeliness or differences in the relationship, approach it with connection. Well, you know what? That's my wife. Sometimes she's late, but I love her anyway. That's my husband. I better try to be on time because I don't want to stress my husband out. I'm going to try to work on this and be on time. That's how you deal with conflict with each other. You try to come up with some compromise, realistically accepting each other. And where you draw the line, it's all the way you manage things. Got it? We gonna get this, y'all. We gonna get this. Oh my God, it's the top of the hour. How y'all doing? We're going to continue our conversation. I think next week, I'll be back next week. My daughter has a dance competition, but I think she'll be done by March 9th. She'll be, daylight saving time, but I'll still be ready. I'll be ready to meet with y'all next week. We're going to finish up conflict. Yikes. I think we'll finish it. Let's see. We just have a couple of pages. Whew. It's a big chapter on conflict, but maybe we'll finish it, but I'm not certain. Thank you guys for joining me. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Lori. Chris Reed. Oh my God. Wait, what did Chris Reed say? I heard back in the pimp days, women will get told what to do by a man. So that's the reason why I said women are so blessed today. Thank you, Chris. We've come a long way. Chris is a sweetheart. I can tell. I can tell you are a sweetheart. And what else did he say? They don't have to worry about a man, Ike turning them or Chris Brown in them. Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Those are some good words. Believe it or not, I know what he means. We've come a long way with women's rights. I was having a conversation. We talk about extremes. I was having a conversation with my husband today, and he was blaming everything on feminism. And I was like, hold on a second. You are a feminist. I had to educate my husband. You are a feminist. I'm like, don't you believe that I deserve the same pay as a man in my same position with the same qualities, with the same attributes? He's like, yeah, I do believe. Then that makes you a feminist. What he was referring to was extremes. And so I'm like, those extremes are toxic. But in reality, there's some part of you that's feminist, right? You are a feminist. So I think we get into these extremes and we need to be able to pull things in a little bit and stop being extreme with stuff. So anyway, I thank you all for joining. Come back next week and we will chop away at conflict, how to handle conflict as an adult and not childish. And we've seen plenty of examples of childish behavior. So if you want to get a hold of me, definitely reach out to me. Where's my website? My website is here, coachingwithdralicia.com. Y'all follow me on Instagram, Coaching with Dr. Alicia. I am so close to 10,000 followers. I'm like super close. So make sure you follow me so I can get 10,000 subscribers and you can get some valuable content on my Instagram page. Again, Coaching with Dr. Alicia. That's how you can contact me if you want to work with me individually as a couple. And y'all, we're going to learn all about compromise, all about how to be gentle, all about connecting with each other in spite of differences. We can do it. We can do it. I know we can. I believe in us. And I'll see y'all next week. Bye-bye.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Laura Lalaki, international real estate agent, and today we're tackling a really serious issue that affects millions of Americans, especially at retirement age. And it seems like it's a distant dream for them now, because so many have to continue to work. 66 years old, a woman shared her story of working hard her entire life, and now in her later years living with roommates because she hasn't been able to save enough to retire. This is the reality for so many people across the country. And today we're talking about the retirement crisis in America, why so many are forced to work until the day they die, the financial struggles that keep people from retiring, and what can be done about it. So let's get into it. Here is my royal panel. We have Joe Corley, licensed therapist, mental wellness coach, and educator. We have Constance Carter, our wealth activist, Dr. Alicia Watkins, couples coach and social work professor, and Dr. Lene, brand your brilliance coach. Hello, my real court. So glad to see you today. This is going to be a really interesting conversation. So let's start this off with a video that we need to see where this lady is talking about her circumstances.
To be retired.
And what are you doing at 66?
I'm working my butt off.
No savings, no 401k, not even enough to cover an emergency. She sold her home and with two other women bought a smaller one, living together to save money.
How has that been?
Well, it's been a matter of life and death.
Roughly half of all Americans ages 55 to 66 have nothing saved for retirement.
That is a lot. And we all know that there is a large portion of Americans who are moving into retirement age. So this question I'm going to pose to everyone, also our viewership. We would love to hear your comments. We don't talk at you, we talk with you. So we would love to have your comments as well. So Constance, I'm going to start with you. Why do you think so many people are not able to retire comfortably?
It's sad. It's really because they're not making investments. They're not diversifying their portfolios. They're not participating in their 401ks. They're not participating in their retirement. And now you have companies that are just not participating. They're not offering these types of retirements. People aren't staying on jobs for a lifetime. You think about this. You work your whole life until you are 65 years old, right? The average age is 77. The average life expectancy is 77. So you got about 12 years. 12 years for retirement. So you got 12 years to live your best life. And you want to live your best life and live it on your own terms. And so when you have Social Security that averages about $1,800 and you have the average rent at about $1,600 to $1,700 for a 1-bedroom apartment, what do you do? And it's really sad. It's disheartening, but we, especially Black people, we definitely have to prepare. You know, when America gets a cold, Black people get the flu. And so you think those stats are for the average American. What do you think it's like for African Americans?
Right. You're so on point with that. Dr. Alicia, I'm posing the same question to you. Why do you think so many people are not able to retire comfortably?
No, I mean, I agree with everything that Constance is saying. Like, some of it is a lack of discipline. I think that's what Constance was talking about. Like, we're spending money on immediate gratificating things now, and we're not thinking about planning for the future. When you start your job, assuming people start their jobs in their early 20s, are you contributing to your 401k? Are you contributing the maximum 15% of your salary to 401k? But at the same time, are we making enough money to even think about that? If I'm worried about how I'm going to eat today and paying the mortgage or the rent, I can't think about 15 years from now, and I may think about retirement. So yeah, some of it is lack of discipline, but also some of it is the fact that people just aren't making enough money because they're living paycheck to paycheck, and they just don't have it in their budget to put large amounts of money aside so that they can think about retirement.
Agree. Even when you're putting away some, maybe you didn't have the good advice for someone and you didn't put away enough. And with the cost of inflation, that money just doesn't go as far as it used to. So Dr. Lene, why do you think so many people are not able to retire comfortably?
Pensions aren't what they use. Pensions, we don't have pensions anymore. I don't think people are really thinking about what it takes to retire. I think the key word is comfortably, right? People are retiring, but I would say people who had jobs that had pension, they're doing fairly okay. But people who did not, they did not prepare. So I'm trying not to call anybody out. I'm looking at people in my life who are at the retirement age, who are struggling. They didn't have jobs that had a high income, kind of like what Dr. Alicia was saying. So they didn't have the ability to save 401k or otherwise. They were sold a hope and a dream of retirement being there, and that was going to be the thing that took care of them, and it's not. They didn't have side businesses or investments or stock or real estate or anything outside of their 9 to 5, kind of like what Constance was talking about. And then also, a lot of people thought that family was going to be there to take care of them. And as people are getting older and aging, they're realizing that there isn't really anybody there to take care of you. You really can't move in with that person like they used to in the old days, is when you age and people would come together. That's not the case. There's a lot of seniors that are living in senior homes and things of that nature, having to survive off of $1,500 a month. So lack of preparation. And I don't even want to say lack of preparation as much as I don't think the concept of retirement and the preparation of retirement was as widely communicated as we talk about it today.
Agree. I agree with everyone's points today. These are just all things that go toward this situation. So the question goes to you now, Joe. Why do you think so many people are not able to retire comfortably?
No, I agree with what all the ladies are saying. I feel like that, right now, today, what it requires you to, what kind of money you need to retire is not what it used to be. You could probably get away with, $500,000 to 1.5 million, like in the early 2000s. And today, like, that's no money. It's way too expensive to live, to be out here on a fixed income. I think about my grandmother and how she worked for the Postal Service her entire life. And then when she retired, her lifestyle drastically changed. I mean, when she was working, her house was nice, or things were nice. We're driving a Cadillac. And then when she retired, all of that went away, like almost overnight. So I just think that the understanding of, realistically what kind of lifestyle you can live in retirement on a fixed income is not going to be the same lifestyle like you're currently living, unless you're doing something drastically different than just like depending on your retirement. You have investments and things like that. And then you don't have the education necessarily for out there. People aren't going to go look for it. From what I'm learning that just being on this show, there's so much more information than even I knew was out there. And I'm not looking for it because I don't know it exists.
Well, everyone hit something so important, and I was going to say some of the things that what I see in real estate. A lot of the times, what you saw, Joe, is like, they worked for the post office, all that worked fine, they did good, and then their lifestyle had to change after retirement. And I know a lot of seniors who did put away and really thought they enough, and now they've had to get little jobs like at Walmart or something that's on the side just to supplement anything that they brought in. And most of the teachers that I know have a good understanding of, and some of them still have pensions during this age. But we are definitely seeing that the cost of living and everything is going up, yet what you're bringing in is just not enough. It's not enough. So we're going to go to commercial and we will be back.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am the proud producer of this show. So I hope that every day when you join us, you leave a little smarter than you came, because that's the point. Otherwise, why are you watching? So if you want to receive notices for when we go live, Fly Nubian Money goes live every single day. That's Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you don't know, now you know. All you have to do is text the word Queens, that's Queens, that's Queens, to 87948. That's 87948. That's Queens to 87948. Yes? If you want.
Yes, so simple. Make sure that you pull out your little assistant here. This thing does everything. This thing absolutely does everything. All you need to do is text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948. And you will get a notification of us going live every day. I get mine every day. I'm on the show, and I know when we're going live. So, you don't want to miss out, because we definitely are talking about good topics, and especially today when we're tackling something that touches everyone. You may not be thinking about it now, but I can guarantee you that it's touching someone in your life today. Now, I want us to look at a couple of slides that we have because I found them very interesting. Cost of retirement. 59% of Americans have less than $1,000 saved for retirement, according to a 2020 survey by Go Banking Rates. 40% of Americans are not confident that they will ever be able to retire, according to a 2022 survey by Employee Benefit Research Institute. The average retirement saving for people aged 65 to 74 is just under $300,000. But studies show that most retirees will at least $1 million to retire. Wow, that's hard to swallow. The cost of retirement. 1 in 4 retirees reports working in retirement because they don't have enough money saved up, according to the Bureau of Statistics. And 47% of workers in the U.S. have no retirement savings, and many rely on Social Security. Only replaces about 40% of pre-retirement income. That is saying quite a bit. This is what we are facing in our world. This is what we are facing in America. So I'm going to pose a question to the panel again, and it's going to be a question across the board, but also for you, viewership. I would actually love to know what you are doing to prepare for retirement. Are you doing anything at all? I'm going to start with you, Joe. Have you started preparing for retirement?
This is a tough question for me. So, obviously, not to rehash, but I had to fight a legal battle. So most of my retirement money went to that, a good chunk of it, So I'm having to start over at 44 years old, basically trying to figure out how to get back what I lost. And I'm looking for the education. I'm trying to learn and understand. But prior to that, yeah, sure, we had, all types of retirement accounts and things of that nature, getting ready, me and my wife preparing for the day we can sit down. But now that looks different for us. So.
And it can change. That's the thing. You may have prepared earlier, and then like you had something come up, and then there you go. You have to start all over again. So it's not that people are being lackadaisical or are not planning. You can't plan for life sometimes. I mean, you just can't. You never know when life is going to come back and smack you upside the head. Constance, what are you doing for retirement? Are you planning?
Yeah, my kids is my retirement. Them Negroes going to take care of they mom. No, I'm just kidding. But looking at those statistics, wow. I didn't get the chance to see because I was doing something else before we got on. But wow, people are just drastically underprepared. And America we're going down the toilet. This was supposed to be the greatest nation on earth. And you have those types of statistics. Anyway, sorry, I was just processing all of this because this is just, it's sad. And think about that. And that wasn't even for Black people, right? That was for everybody. So just to think what those statistics are for Black people. But I have several things. I own real estate. I invest my portfolio. It's, I try to diversify. I have money in different things. I invest in different businesses. I invest in, I have a cannabis dispensary. I have money going into, I took a good chunk of my money out the bank and I have it into a vehicle that generates compound interest because Einstein said compound interest is the 8th wonder of the world. Those who know about it, they earn from it. Those who don't, they pay it, right? So your credit cards, that's compound interest. But if you can put your money in vehicles that generate compounded interest, which accelerates in growth, then you're going to get a greater return on your investment, and it'll help you during your retirement. So, but having a diverse portfolio is extremely important, and that's the reason. That's one of the reasons why the wealth gap is so wide, is because Black people, when we do invest, we're not investing in anything other than our primary homes, which could or could not be an investment, right? We got to start getting in stock and, get on Boyce's stuff and do all the other things to make sure you don't want to have all your eggs in one basket.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. That's a common misconception that people have, that put it all in the stock market, no, but there's so many other ways that you could diversify, even with $5 a day. I mean, we see a lot of B1 in our comment. Understand this concept. So Dr. Lene, what are you doing toward your retirement?
Well, the very, 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 very first thing I did towards my retirement was withdrew my 401k. I took $50,000 and started my business. That was the first thing that I did towards my retirement. And then I lost it all when I started my business. But I have since rebuilt it, right? I'm in the process of reading this book. It's not on my desk, called Profit First. And so recently I just went and did the 5 bank accounts, and I have this whole retirement thing set up. And so I've moved a lot of my retirement money over into there, but also diversifying, like Constance said, stock. I'm getting into real estate. We are doing, my company is getting ready to do a 401k for my team. So I'm actually about to bring that into my actual business. My mom is a financial whiz. And so how she's putting her retirement together with her 401k and all of her stuff, and I'm looking at how she's doing it. And she is going to make about $30,000 less a year in retirement than what she makes working. How she put her stuff together, like how she orchestrated. So she already makes multiple 6 figures. And when she retires, she will make the same in retirement. She'll make $30,000 less a year in retirement than she makes right now working her job. So I'm looking at her model too. Like, what did you do and how did you do it? Because I'm looking to retire in 12 years. In 12 years at 60, I want to be done. I want to be done with this part of my life. At 60, I just want to travel the world and teach. And I was going to say teach and preach, but mostly just teach and do. I want a soft life at 60. So I'm already like, what does that look like? $1 million is not enough. That's what I know.
Yeah. So and that's what they're saying. Like, yeah, they're saying like that's the average. No.
I don't want to sit on my hands. I want money to still be being made. So I'm creating businesses that will operate for themselves when I retire.
Yeah. Yeah. And like, they're just saying 1 million today, but it's going to account for 12 years from now, right? So the things you always constantly have to look at your portfolio to make sure that it's still going to be an overage for when you do retire, something that you're going to be able to live comfortably with. How about you, Dr. Alicia? How are you preparing for retirement?
Let me tell you, I'm very fortunate that I have always lived below my means. And that's a fortunate thing to say. I live well below my means. Even when my whole life, I was given messages that a vehicle is just something that you buy to get you from point A to point B, so it's not like I never felt like I needed to spend a lot of money on material things, and that money, you just spend enough money to take care of your necessary expenses. And then the rest of that you save. So I maxed out my 401k always. And I struggled, especially early on, starting off living in Chicago, working. I really knew, maybe it was just the culture of which I was raised. I don't really know why I was just so big on investing so much money in my retirement. And so that was just something that was instilled in me. I do want to say, Joe and Lene, thank you so much for self-disclosing your struggles, because it is a wonderful illustration about what happens to a lot of us, that, we're one tragedy, one illness, one legal issue away from even doing the right thing, and certain things that can happen to us that can set us back. So I really love the vulnerability of you, Joe, for talking about that. And then also saying, what, it was a tragic thing, an illness or a law issue that set you back, but your positivity and how you discuss it, and even currently, is very inspiring. Also, you, Dr. Lene, you talked about how you lost money starting your business, but you didn't lose the lesson. It sounds like you have learned so much from that, and that although you lost $50,000, you have this lesson, and you're doing some really wonderful things right now in your business. So I think that the two of you sharing was extremely inspiring, especially for people who are listening to this and freaking out mentally and getting stressed out about feeling as if they don't have enough. And then no matter how old you are, it's never too late to start investing. So,
and that is something that I think is admirable, in the fact that if you don't talk to people about your life journey, you can't help someone. And the fact that we do that here on the show is important. I will share the fact that no one talked about this in my house growing up. Retirement, what? My mother worked until she had a heart attack and died. So there was no retirement. It wasn't until much later in my life that I learned that you had to do this thing, like mid-30s, before I got really serious about investing. So a lot of us just weren't taught about it in our homes. And I think that's something that we can say today, that you have the opportunity to change in your households by at least teaching your children what they need to do to take care of their financial households too. Don't be afraid to talk to your kids. Don't be afraid to, don't be the one that says, what goes on in this house financial, stay in this house financial, and then you don't teach them what that means. So we have a lot more conversation to go. I think some more of the stats that we have later are going to it's not, as long as we're talking about them, we can also give solutions. So we'll be right back after this commercial.
You want to grow your money and not blow your money, as Constance says, check us out at flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, programs, videos, resources. In 2024, there's no reason to be broke when there's information all around us. So get your money right. flynubianmoney.com.
FlyNubianMoney.com. What do you think we're talking about right now? This is where you can get the ABCs 1, 2, 3s. All you have to do is go to NubianMoney.com. We have plenty of resources there. If you confused, this topic scares you, but because money scares people, but we are talking about how you can secure and have an easier time of it if you start now. So if you get your understanding now, you can plan better. So make sure that you go to flynubianmoney.com to get your initial set of instructions and start learning what you need to do to protect your financial house. Now, there are many different ways that we can see things changing for retirement. We've got the housing crisis. We have student loan debts. We have all sorts of things that are swirling around, the discussion about getting rid of Social Security. So how do we look at these things to get a solution for our own household? Because when we start depending on others, that's where our first downfall is. So I'm going to start with you, Constance, with this question. What role does the housing crisis play in the inability to retire?
Well, it plays a huge role. You see inflation going up, you see housing prices going up, but you don't see income going up at all. That's a problem. And so people are not living based upon their check. They're living check to check, and they're using their credit cards to survive. So then they get into this insurmountable debt, and then it becomes this snowball effect. And so all of those things are factors. You have the housing crisis. Yeah, you got interest rates. So you got the houses going up and you got the interest rates going up. So the houses aren't even going down. So imagine when the interest rates go down, the housing prices are going to go up even more, because the interest rates didn't even curb the market in a lot of areas. So you got the house prices go up, you got the interest rates going up, you got inflation. I was just talking to my kids this morning, and we were talking about my son's car. And I've either had a hybrid or a electric vehicle, but I put gas in my son's car when I was in California, and it was like $108. I haven't really had to worry about gas in a very, very long time. $108 to put gas in a car, to fill up a tank, is crazy. So it's all of these things that we got to do on a daily basis. When they talk about the cost of eggs, the cost of groceries, I got 3 big head grown ass boys that eat me out of a house and home. I'm going to the grocery store 2 to 3 times a week. I'm not spending no less than $150 to $200 every time I go. And then they come up in there talking about ain't no food up in the house because y'all Negroes eat it up. So it's a lot, and a lot of people are suffering. A lot of people are struggling, and it's unfortunate. But that's where we are in America. I don't know what they're gonna do to help, though. The government, I don't know.
Yeah, because it's all up in the air. And then currently we have people being put into places in the administration, not to get political, but you have to. You've got people who are being put into positions who they don't know anything about. Ben Carson knew jack shit about the housing market, and the person who's going in now knows jack shit about the housing market. So when you have this mentality of let other people help us out, No, baby, they don't even know what they're doing neither. All they're doing is making sure they taken care of in their wallet. But Dr. Lene, there was a comment that said, what's wrong with working into old age? And I want to bring that in. You said your mother is doing very well about her planning, but is working something that she still wants to do in her retirement?
No. So she's going to take a break. She'll be, I think, 66, 67. She's going to take a break. This is her second retirement. So she retired once, and then she wanted to do some different things, some different life stuff happened. So she went back, she went back. She's like, I want another check. So she's in public work. So she went back to work to get another retirement check. So she just had to work for, I think, like 7 years, and then that gave her another check. And so that's how she's been able to go into retirement and almost get paid the same as her working. But she'll be retiring at the end of this year, I believe. And I think she'll be 66, 67, something like that. But there's nothing wrong with working into your old age if you're doing something that you love, right? I look at Dr. George Fraser. That man will hop on a plane and travel to speak, to teach. He loves what he does. If you love what you do, why not do it to the day you die? Cicely Tyson, right? She did it to the day she died. There's work that needs to get done that people love that you can do until the day that you die. It's the labor of work that frustrates people, that people don't want to do, right? You don't want to have to work to pay your bills to the day you die. That's different than finding a profession that you enjoy, setting yourself up financially, and doing a work that you love. The work that I do is not a job. The work that I do is not even work. I enjoy what I do. I show up and I do it every day, and I do it with a smile on my face. It's pleasant. When I say I'm going to retire at 60, I'm going to retire from the hustle of the work that I do. But that is because I have planned to be financially set up. I plan to have X amount of $1 million in retirement. Like, the world and the life that I plan for myself in retirement says I can be done at 60 so that I can go and enjoy different fruits of my labor. I can go and volunteer. I can go and sponsor. I can go and be a philanthropist. I can go and do these other things, but I'm enjoying my life until I die. So I think we don't have to be afraid of working until the day we die. I think it's what type of work we're doing, how we're financially set up, how we've thought about retirement and what that looks like for us. And if you are in your 40s, like I'm 48, you still have time to prepare. You can get a side hustle. You can start a business. You can do real estate. You can invest. There's still ways to retire decently well right now so that you don't have to work until your 80s or 90s or whenever you plan on, going to meet your maker.
I agree. And you hit it right, because you know what? I have aunties that are retired, and baby, they're happy that they're retired, but they also don't want to sit home twiddling their thumbs. So they go out and they do extra things. They have little extra jobs just because they want to be around people. They want to feel like they're active. They still enjoy that. But the difference is they do not have to if they don't want to. And there is a huge difference for that. So we have a couple more slides I do want to discuss, because we're diving in deep. And I think it's really important for us to understand these numbers because they are mind blowing. The median retirement savings for Black families is $23,000 compared to, get ready to hold your seats, $150,000 for white families, according to the Economic Policy Institute. Retirement account access. Only 36% of Black workers have access to employer-sponsored retirement plans, compared to 54% of white workers. And Social Security dependency, this is a hot topic, y'all, and it's already been thrown out back and forth. About 45% of Black retirees rely on Social Security for 90% or more of their income during retirement, compared to 30% of white retirees. That is absolutely staggering. A 2022 survey by TIAA found that 56% of Black Americans feel they lack access to financial literacy resources, which hinders their ability to effectively save for retirement. And Black Americans aged 65 and older are 3 times more likely to live in poverty during retirement compared to their white counterparts. Y'all, these numbers are really staggering. Dr. Alicia, is working until you die a reality for everyone in America?
You know, I want to say something about Social Security because as a social worker, this is so very important to what we are cause. You know, those numbers about Black people and Social Security, you know, and the idea of working till you die is a reality because Social Security, a lot of African Americans disproportionately rely on Social Security for retirement, and we know it's not enough to live off of. So people are going to have to supplement their income until they die, so to speak. So, I mean, the issue with Social Security is that, I don't know if y'all know, there's 3 legs of retirement. There's Social Security, there's employment issued retirements, and then there's your individual portfolios that you can have individual stocks or, you know, mutual funds or whatever that you can pay into. And Social Security is the most reliable leg of retirement. We learned this in graduate school. And the thing with Social Security is that it's a social program, but you get out what you get in. It's a pay in out system. And I don't know if you all remember, but there was this idea of making Social Security a lockbox so that individuals who pay into Social Security can be guaranteed that they can get out of. What we also know for African Americans in particular, we pay more into Social Security than we actually withdraw from Social Security because we don't live as long. Number 2, we talk about migrant workers and all of these issues that we kind of dump on an entire group of people, but people don't know that they pay into Social Security, but they never are able to draw out of it. So there's no reason why we should not have enough money to pay out for Social Security. And I think we need to look at politics of that and start really paying attention to that, because Social Security is what lifted a lot of older adults out of poverty. It's something that we need to really think about as Black people to try to strengthen that with government, whoever is in charge. We need to really work to examine those things really closely.
And that's the point. We need to examine those. We need to stop putting our heads in the sand. A lot of the times, I have to say, when people try to talk about money, people want to put their heads in the sand and they don't want to discuss it. You know, it's one of those, 5 or 6, what they call sin things you don't talk about with other people, you know, money and sex and all this other things they don't want to talk about, want to hear it. You know, they do the 3 monkey thing, you know, they hear, see no evil. So Lawrence Lamar said, I really think America only has 2 more years before everything in the system changes. BlackRock and the robots will take over. Now, I'm going to throw this in a cogwheel because we do see that there is a lot of AI that is coming in. And we also know for a fact that BlackRock is definitely stepping into places like creating communities, complete communities with beautiful homes. Gorgeous homes. They not for sale, baby. You cannot buy them. They're only for rent. So I'm going to ask you, that this is something that we are really facing that's going to be a problem toward our retirements.
You talking to me, Lala?
Yes.
You broke up. What'd you say?
with BlackRock and AI and all these things, the world is changing aspect of money and what we can own and things of that nature. Do you think this is a real the crisis that we are facing with these new tools?
I don't think the crisis changes. No matter, I mean, whatever happens, I mean, we're always on to something new or doing something different. I think the problem is going to be what it's always been, is that people are dependent upon a government that doesn't care about them. And I'm not talking about just Black, I don't think it cares about anybody. And I think, yeah, there's some people involved in government that are hateful and, you know, and racist and whatnot. But I think even more than that, over racism is the probability of keeping your foot on Black people's necks. So understanding that, you know, and then we're talking about a culture, you know, you can judge it. You know, I saw a quote one day, something about judging a culture by how it treats its elderly. We don't take care of our old people, you know. So like, you know, now the AI is coming in, right? Before that, it was something else, you know. You know, it's always going to be something new. The technological advances are always going to occur, but we still have the same age-old problem from the 1600s. You know, we just don't have a government that gives a shit about us. And if we're dependent upon that, going back to some of the stuff Lene was saying, you know, you working a job until you're old, but you're at the mercy of that job. You're always going to be at the mercy of that job. And I'm not criticizing anybody for doing something they love until the day that they die. And like you said earlier, Lala, you're one tragedy away from that being taken away from you at any moment, So are you prepared? Do you know what exactly you want? Because that is going to determine how prepared you are for the future, not any changes in society or changes in government or any technology advances. None of that is going to matter if you have no idea how you want to spend the rest of your life and what it is that you are going to need in order to do that, or how you're going to support yourself for the rest of your life. That's what you need to be focused on, not what's happening outside.
Right. I agree. You do have to pay attention to you. You got to start with yourself. That I often say that on this show. Everything that we do, it starts with yourself. You can't depend on others to do any changes or anything. You have to change yourself. Why do you think many people underestimate how much they need to retire comfortably?
Because you just don't know what's going to happen. I mean, this economy is so dynamic, and it goes up and down and up and down. Who knows? But I'm sitting here listening, and I'm looking at those slides. And if you can run them slides real quick. So the median savings for Black families is $23,000 compared to $150,000 for white families, which still is not enough for either, but $23,000. I mean, that's just less than. And so when I look at that, only 36% of Black workers have access to employee-sponsored retirement plans. And then we still don't participate when we do because we just don't know the importance of it. And about 45% of Black retirees rely on Social Security for 90% or more of their income during retirement. That's huge. So, you know, as I'm sitting here listening to this, I'm staring off into space because this is disheartening. Information is disheartening, especially for Black people, especially for somebody who loves Black people, right? And so then I automatically go into solution mode. Okay, what do we do? And this is the reason why how we have these discussions is so important. You know, it's important that we have people like Dr. Joe and Dr. Alicia because we need therapy. Black folks need therapy. It's important that we have people like you, Lala, in real estate because we need to be investing in real estate. It's important that we have you, Dr. Lene, because we need to learn how to be brilliant and build our brilliant businesses. Like, this is all extremely necessary. Everybody on here is necessary. So my hopes is that you're not just listening to this. We're going to talk about solutions, and hopefully, Black people, you actually take action to change the narrative, because these statistics are very grim, and I don't know if you really understand the gravity of what we're seeing here, and it's only getting worse if we don't take advantage. When you talked about AI, instead of being afraid of AI, we definitely got to take advantage of it and utilize it for our wealth.
That's right. Tap in. There's ways to tap into everything. They can do it. So can we. So you just have to tap in where you know that there is a point, there's a lull that you can fill. Your excellence can fill. Don't be afraid of technology. Learn to embrace it and make it work for you. But we still are continuing this very important conversation, but we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Fly Nubian Money is now on Spotify. Yes. We are on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, you can listen to us. All you have to do is search Fly Nubian Money and we will appear. All of our episodes. Make sure that you leave a 5-star rating and reviews so other people that come along and are looking for a good show to watch, they'll follow us too. If you are interested in being on Fly Nubian Money, sorry, I don't have any spaces. I'm just playing. If you are interested in being a queen or a king on Fly Nubian Money for the day, please reach out to me. I'm at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Also, if you need help with your business, go ahead and send me an email for that too. Okay. I've said enough. Now back to the show.
We got magic. We do magic. We help you up yourself in your financial house, and we also can help you your business. You know, sometimes you spread yourself too thin. You can't do it all. You're working 24/7. Sometimes if you just learn to delegate or you take something off of your plate, it can help you grow when you focus on what's more important for you, the tasks that you need to be doing. So in order to do that, all you have to do is email us at info@realvirtual.net. Let me spell it, info@REELVIRTUAL.net. Let us help you. Let us help you up your game. Now, listen, we have another video that I want us to watch because this conversation is really, really good. So let's watch that video.
Hey guys, so I was hearing, of course, on TikTok, because that's where we get our news from anyway, right? Somebody was saying how they heard that Congress wants to raise retirement up to 75. 75, y'all? Let me tell you, there's no way. They already told us that they're going to cut Social Security. So what are we working for? I will be retiring in 10 years, if not sooner. I will not be working to pay their salary, because that's pretty much what we would be doing if we worked until 75. They need to down the retirement age back to 55. But yeah, they must think that American people are crazy, because what would make them think that we're going to work until we're 75 years old? Yeah, granted, there are people that are doing that now, but we all don't want to do that.
Yeah, we all don't want to do that. So we see that our older generation, and I don't say that lightly, because I'm telling you, the new 50 is you could be 70 and you in the 50s. Like we have changed a lot of things in our lifestyles, but they are facing this. So what do you think is a good retirement age to aim for, Dr. Lene?
I literally just asked that question. I don't know. 75, I think is too old, but 55, I think is too young. So when I heard that, I was like, 55 is too young to retire. 75 is too old. So maybe like 60, 65. I think what they have it at right now is a good age. I feel like 60, 65 is a good retirement age. You still got a nice 20 years to relax, kick back, enjoy your grandkids, travel the world, still be in good health. 55, like, if I'm being honest, just based on how we live, in your 20s, you don't know what the hell you're doing. Your 30s, you're trying to figure it out. Your 40s, you're implementing. Like, you're actually putting in the work in your 40s. You can't turn around and be done at 55. You still need the 40s and the 50s to kind of grind it out. 65, hang up your cleats and be done with it. But that's what I think. What y'all think? Like, I'm interested to see how other people feel about retirement.
I'll be 55 next month. So I think that's a little too early for me. I think a good age for me would be 60, 62. I think that's a personal call. But here's one thing that I do know. When I am on the ships, when I am out on the seas and doing my little thing, singing on the ships, I see people who are elderly and finally enjoying their lives, but they can't because maybe their bodies weren't they used to be, and that they don't even get to enjoy the whole thing. So I don't want to be at a point in my life where my body is breaking down, where I can't enjoy my retirement. So I think that depends on a lot of different things, but I think 62 is a really good age. Dr. Alicia, I noticed you said that it's set in stone.
Yeah, back when I was studying this in school, there's a grid. I don't know if anyone can find this, but the legal age of retirement, we've known this a long time, is always going to increase because quality of life and people live longer. They're projecting that people are living longer and the quality of life is more enhanced. So that's why the legal age of retirement increases. I mean, of course, depending on your financial situation, you can retire whenever you see fit. But in terms of legal age of retirement, where somehow you can draw down retirement benefits without taking a penalty, those things it's a government number that's set. And so I knew a long time ago that the age of retirement was going to shift, because there's a chart out there, somewhere out there. I'm sure someone in internet land can find that. And I do want to say something that some of you guys said earlier about elder abuse. Let me tell you, I found in my practice, elder financial abuse, you'd be so surprised how common this is. It's like, sometimes older adults don't have that contact with individuals like they need to, and they feel somewhat very vulnerable, and so it leaves them vulnerable not only to exploitation, but also financial exploitation. So I've seen this a lot of times in my practice about how adult children can take care of their parents and take advantage of them financially. So I've seen that in a lot of my practice, and just working as a social worker for decades on decades. And it's really terrible, because some of the older adults their cognition, sometimes declines, dementia, Alzheimer's, and that puts them at risk to experience, they have to lean on other people to make financial decisions for them. And sometimes it's not really the best, and they can take from them. So I just wanted to make that point there about
that's a thing, major thing. Yeah. Those numbers are pretty high about elder abuse, and especially those who take advantage of what they have financially. We had some really great answers from our viewers. We had 62, 65, 67. So it seems like it's all falling into the 60s, and not so much where the lady in the video said 55. So Joe, I want to ask you this. We've talked about our older generation, but how can we get ahead on retirement savings?
You blanked out just a second. Every time it's somebody, you said, how do the younger generation get ahead on retirement savings? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
I think it has a lot to do with education. I don't mean like traditional education. I mean like understanding, what money is and what money does. Like I said, I'm 44, and I've learned more about finances and money in the past 2 years than I've learned my entire life. So like this education system that we have right now is not designed for us to take care of ourselves. It's designed for us to take care of this country, and the country in return does not take care of us. So what we need to do is take care of ourselves. You know what I mean? Like we need to encourage the younger generation to understand real, true economics, and not the falsehoods that's been jammed into us over generations and generations about what it looks like. You work a job, and if you work a job until you're 65 and you hang it up, you give you a watch, and if you don't do that, you're lazy or you're not a good person. You know what I mean? So like that, it's just insanity. So we have to do better about getting young people into community programs that teach them about financial literacy. I really think that's a huge step towards getting the next generation not to repeat the same mistakes that we did. Now, it's not about having a fancy car. It's not about having a house you can't afford with a bunch of furniture you don't need and all the other things that, you've been taught that matter. It's just about what is your destination? How do you want to finish this thing out? And this is how you're going to get there. So.
Well, that brings us to a really good slide that we have prepared for you that talks about wealth gap. The racial wealth gap plays a significant role, with the median wealth for Black households at $24,100 compared to $189,100 for white households, and that's according to the Federal Reserve 2020. This directly affects the ability to save for retirement. If you have to work so hard just to get your bills paid, and it's really hard to even think about putting money away because you need to feed your family, then we have to go back to actually, what is the wealth gap? What are we getting paid? Why is there such a disparaging big gap between that? But that also brings me to another question. Constance, should the government increase Social Security benefits to account for inflation?
Sorry about that. Yes, of course, for cost of living. And it's supposed to be according to the cost of living, but it's not, because as I said, your average Social Security benefit is $1,800 a month. And your average rent is $1,600 to $1,800 a month. And how you gonna get food? How you gonna get groceries? How you gonna get gas? How you gonna get your clothes clean? How you gonna pay for your utilities? How you gonna do all the rest of that stuff if you only getting $1,800? And for Social Security, there is a certain amount that is being put in a bank, just like you said, Dr. Alicia, a lockbox, but it's supposed to be put into an account. I'm paying this, but they are borrowing this money and they're using it for wars and everything else. And so we don't have enough money. All the money that we're putting, this is like us putting away a savings account for ourselves for when we retire. And we go to the savings and it ain't there because the federal government is mishandling the money. That is the real problem. And so, yes, there should be an increase in Social Security. Absolutely. But going back is about what we have to do, because those statistics that you put on that slide were very drab. It was depressing, almost $24,000. Like, who living on $24,000 where? And how is that the average across the nation? I just can't even fathom that. On average, Black folks are really making $24,000 on average. Of course, that's the average, but that's pretty discouraging. And so financial literacy, I mean, if they're not teaching it in your schools, you got the freaking internet. You got more information in the palm of your hands. And when they put the man on the moon, you could Google that shit. GTS it. Anything that you want to know is out there. And if not, get a mentor or get a coach, get somebody. But it's imperative that you take initiative, that you are very intentional about your learning about the things that are necessary, that are going to grow you and not put you in that position where you're at the mercy of the government.
Yeah, totally agree. Like what have I been saying? You can't depend on others to do it for you. Every time you do that, you're going to be disappointed. You need to start with yourself. And that is a great point for us to take this commercial break, and we'll be right back.
Hey, what's up? It's your girl, Constance Carter. Where am I? I am on a yacht in the Baltimore Harbor, and I am doing my 7-figure strategic planning solo, baby. I plan on having a 7-figure year. I partnered with the Fly Nubian Money, and we are putting together a training that's going to help you to put together your 6- and 7-figure ecosystem. Yes, there are things that you need to do, strategies you need to put in place so that you can implement and have a 6 to 7-figure year if you don't already have one. If you got a 6-figure year, let's go ahead and get you a 7-figure one. If you got a 5-figure year, let's get you a 6-figure. Let's get you there. Join me, the Fly Nubian Money Club, and let's grow your money in 2025.
Man, Constance, I'm not even going to step on nothing that you're doing. You tell us what you're doing this weekend.
Well, no, but the very topic that we're talking about is the very reason that we need to have these conversations. And this is a free conversation that we getting ready to have on this upcoming Saturday about this very thing. I'm actually talking about, the where we are, where we're going, but how can we curb that? How can we close the wealth gap? How can we change the trajectory of our lives and we start living at least a 6-figure lifestyle, if not a 7? But the topic today, this is why that's so important. But y'all getting a free training. So everybody on here is 400 people on this watching us live right now, and hopefully a few thousand more that's gonna watch it later. Everybody need to be up on that training on Saturday.
And guys, it's a free trial period right now. Not only are you going to get all the awesome stuff from Constance, and she's got so much for you. I also did a class a few weeks ago, so you're going to be able to rewatch that. You get double. And this is going to help you. So don't miss out. Go ahead, get on into that free trial. And all you need to do is sign up at flynubianmoneyclub.com. Don't miss out. Don't be the one who's saying, I wish I would have saved for retirement. Don't be the one that sits back and looks and says, I don't have enough money to get through this month. We can help you now if you start now. So make sure you sign up today, flynubianmoneyclub.com. Well, that concludes what Our topic is today, although we probably can talk about this for the rest of the week, but I would like to call for final thoughts and where we can find you. We'll start with you, Dr. Alicia.
Awesome. Hey, yeah, I mean, I love that we're talking about this topic, and I hope that we continue this conversation. Also, I think one other point I may have wanted to make was that, sometimes it's hard for us. For Black people, we have a healthy cultural paranoia when it comes to financial institutions and relying on advisors. It's a healthy thing because of the history of Black people in money and economics. We have trusted institutions and corporations to help us out, and we find that there's some elements of racism and white supremacy there. So, with all of that in mind, I think that relying on these financial institutions and advisors, I think, developing relationships with people that we trust. And I think that's why it's so important. I love what Constance is talking about and everything on Fly Nubian Money is that hopefully we can be trusted source of information and avenues of which to understand the unique struggles that Black people are facing. If you want to work with me, you can contact me at Coaching with Dr. Alicia. Follow me on Instagram, Coaching with Dr. Alicia.
You got your homework assignment. She made it very easy. You want to make sure that you go to her website, check out all of her resources, because I always tell everybody you got to stock and chicken talk, every last one of us. We got some good stuff for you. Joe, what is your final thoughts and where can we find you?
Cool. Listen, in the words of Tony, it's whatever you want. That's what you got to go. You got to judge every move you make based on whatever you want. As a therapist, I constantly deal in reality. I'm always having to push reality in people's faces. How old are you? Okay. What is the destination that you want to get to when you finally get a chance to sit down? Do you want to sit down? Are you able to sit down? Do you want to work for somebody for the rest of your life and accept the risk of that? And that's a cool thing too. Or do you want to step off the porch and try to conduct your own business and, take things into your own hands a little bit? All of those things come into play. Whatever you want, then you can determine how much sacrifice is going to take for you to get whatever you want. And then you can make changes, the necessary changes in order to improve your life or secure your life for the future. And, hear me say it over and over again. If you're not changing it, you are choosing it. You can't look for anybody to come help. And if they do help, that's a great thing. That's a bonus. That's a plus. But typically nobody's coming to help. So you're going to have to make decisions that advance your life and secure your life and secure your future. And to start talking about making those things happen for yourself, you can reach me at realuconsulting.com or follow me on all socials. My name is Joe Corley, and I am here for you.
All you got to do is just say, hey, Joe. And go ahead and get your appointment with him at realuconsulting.com. Make sure that you also follow him on social media. Constance, what are your final thoughts? And where can
hold on, Lala. I'm sorry. Tiara gonna kill me. We're going on tonight. Again, Tuesday night. Vulnerability is the new sexy. Please join me tonight, 7 p.m. Central Time. We're just gonna be talking about things to adjust for the new year, understanding resolutions and what it's looking like for people out there. So come join me tonight. Sorry to interrupt.
Mark your calendars. Go ahead, get your dinner, get your popcorn if that's what your dinner time is, and sit down and watch. Okay, that's your assignment. Okay, Constance, now it's your turn, ma'am.
I just want to say that this conversation really got me in my feelings. Just looking at those statistics and seeing where we are. I mean, of course, this is my life's work, right? But as a person who is in the field and a person that loves Black people and want to see us do better and always thinking of ways that, that we can combat what's been put in front of us. We know the reasons why. We know about all of the systemic issues and the trauma that we faced as Black people. But at this point, we could either be part of the problem or be a part of the solution. And so what is the solution? We have to start having conversations with our families about finances. We got to start learning more about finances. We have to start investing our money in other things. You can pick up your phone and get an Acorns account and then start just putting just change. Acorns, just change, and then it'll start investing in the stock market for you. For the people who are not really familiar with stock, and it'll be money that you don't even miss. I save $30,000 a year just in Acorns, just in investing my change. Like, there's things that you can really do to just put away something, to do something to move the needle. It's not about making a huge change. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And so it's those little things, the little wins that we can do, the little things that we can do to create a snowball effect, to create a change and transformation in our lives. That's what I want. But we have to be intentional about the change. And this is the reason why these conversations are so uberly important for us Black people, because we got to change the dynamic of where we're going. The $24,000 yearly net worth for Black people is crazy. I don't know who's living on that. You spending that on gas a year, let alone, what can you really buy with $24,000 a year? So I just want us just to be intentional about, talking about financial literacy, getting on our devices and learning about financial literacy, and then coming together and taking whatever training that's free, Google University, everything. There's so much information out there that there's no reason why we should still be in the same situation that we've been in the past. There's no reason. They didn't fucked around and gave us the internet, y'all. There's no reason. But where can you find me? Everywhere. I am Constance Carter. I work with Black women to help them to build wealth. I have a new book coming out with the Net 7 Collective. It's called Unbreakable, and it's a collection of stories of survival, success, and sisterhood, where we are talking about our stories and how we've been able to stand on our stories to create power and generational wealth for ourselves and our families. And the new Net 7 Collective is coming up at the end of the month. So if you are a Black woman or you know a Black woman, have them hit me up. Go to bookwithconstance.com.
She gave you all the assignments. I hope you wrote them all down, because she is one busy lady. Okay. She is one busy queen. But here's the thing. She is willing to share this information with you. So you don't have to say you don't have someone to help you get the resources that you need to get yourself leveled up. Dr. Lene, now what are your final thoughts and where can we find you?
I'm going to be quick and simple. And I'm going to say, if you're struggling in your life today, you're going to be struggling in your retirement tomorrow. That's the simple truth of the matter. If you are not living the quality of life that you want to right now, where you are capable and able to work, it is going to be twice as hard, twice as rough for you, maybe 3 times when you retire. So right now is the time to get your ducks in a row. The statistics on having access to financial literacy, that is, it's a farce, because the financial literacy is out there. As a community, we spend our money bad. We spend our money wrong. And then when life happens and we end up in retirement, we're like, what happened? What happened is you didn't get prepared. So we need to get prepared right here, right now, today. There's too much, like Constance was saying, we have access to too much technology, to too much information, to too much knowledge. You might not be able to get inside of somebody's classroom, but there's Google, there's YouTube, there's so much information around financial literacy. You can invest in something. She was talking about Acorns, real estate, stocks, somebody else's business, start a side hustle, start a business that's just for your retirement. It doesn't have to replace your income, but maybe it makes $20,000 a year, $40,000 a year, $50,000 a year, something that you can add to your Social Security. We have the ability to make sure that we retire well. We can live better in retirement than we live right now if we take the time to put ourselves into a position to do that. So that's my charge. When we see numbers like that, $24,000, that's for people working. So what is it gonna look like when people retire? Like, that's sad. That hurts my heart. So get yourself together, start a business. It doesn't have to be a business. It could be anything. It could be real estate. It could be Acorns. It could be stocks. It could be just do something. Do something, okay? I'm Dr. Lene Javette. You can find me at I am Dr. Lene Javette right there. Boop, boop, boop. That's it. That's all I got for today.
Do something.
That's right. But she even got a little point hand. So you don't really need to know anything other than that point hand is going to direct you to where you need to be. All right. So here's my thing. You're always going to hear me say this. You need to start somewhere, and that somewhere is with you. If we have said something today that has struck a chord with you, maybe it made you feel uncomfortable. Maybe you were like, this is not something we want to talk about. Then we have hit the right chord for you to play. That means that is something that you have to look at in your life. We've hit that pain point. Let us help you get to the right place. And you do have to look at things, whether they look pretty or not. So face them. Face the monster in the mirror, because you can conquer that. And you can find me and all of my free resources at bit.ly/Laura Key Info. And I have a lot of resources there for you, and even a goal setting chart for you. So go there and go ahead and download that. We've given you all great resources to level up. All right. So we have had such a wonderful conversation today, a good conversation. And it's an important reminder to just how crucial it is to plan ahead for your future. The retirement crisis is real, and the numbers don't lie. Millions of Americans are facing a future where they'll have to work far beyond the age they expected. It's vital to start thinking about retirement as early as possible and make adjustments to our financial habits if we want a future of freedom and security. Let's keep the conversation going. What steps are you taking to ensure that you can retire when the time comes? Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate all of you. We know that some of you are here every single day, and we love you. We know that you could be doing something else. You could be somewhere else, but you chose to take the time to spend with us today and to level up your thinking. So until tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, thanks for tuning in to Fly Nubian Money, and we'll see you tomorrow. Peace out.
All right. Good morning, everybody. We are moving through the week like nobody's business. It's Thursday. I'm very happy to be here with you all. You could be anywhere in the world, but you're right here with me, and I appreciate that. That's just number one. But let me play my theme song. Yes, it is Thursday. Let's get it popping. All right. Let's just first and foremost You are tuned to the Madam President Morning Show. I am Madam President, okay? And I would just like to say that I am very, 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 very happy to be here with you all this morning. Good to see my girl, Linda. What's up, Linda? I think a couple days ago I was looking for you. I didn't see you, but I'm glad to see you this morning. Happy Thursday. Also, we're moving along. I think we are the last couple days of Black History Month. If you have been celebrating Black History Month, power to you. I appreciate that. Also, too, do not forget to patronize Black businesses during Black History Month and all year if you can. We had the sister who came on the show who talked about how sometimes Black businesses may have prices that are a little bit more inflated due to, just basically paying higher, paying a greater amount for things than our other business counterparts. Of course, we want to deal, but hey, if we can also support a Black business, I think that's a good idea as well. What's up, Deborah? Good to see you this morning. I love my ladies who are always in the building. Don't forget to let me know where you're from. I'm Madam President. I am born and raised from Chicago, Illinois, inner city. I'm a Chi-Town gal. You hear me? But of course, I live in Atlanta. So it's a pleasure to be with you this morning. Also, I just want to get right into what's happening this morning. Of course, I go and I find the news. I go and I see what is happening. And I got to bring the real stories to you that people won't really talk about as much. I got to bring the truth to you that people don't want to talk about as much. So let's just talk about how we all utilize DoorDash and Uber Eats, Instacart, and all these other things, all right? But come and take a look at this story right here, where they're talking about what DoorDash have recently done and will have to pay for what they did to their workers. If you can see this, please put DoorDash in the chat. Put DoorDash in the chat. If you can see this, put DoorDash in the chat. I want to make sure you can see what I see before I read what the settlement says. All right, let me know if you can see. Let me know. Put DoorDash in the chat. I need you all to talk back to me, as my girl Vicky Dillard would say, talk black to me. All right, cool, William. Good to see you this morning, William. You all put DoorDash in the chat. So let's just talk about it. DoorDash got caught using workers' tips to fund their wages and have agreed upon a $16.75 million settlement to cover New Yorkers impacted by the mishap. So DoorDash has agreed to pay $16.75 million to settle claims that it unfairly used customer tips to subsidize delivery worker wages in New York. According to AP News, Attorney General Letitia James stated that from May 2017 to September 2019, DoorDash guaranteed workers a base payment for each delivery, but factored customer tips into that amount, only paying workers for what the tips did not cover. Now, let me just say to you that if this was me handling business like this, every Black person on the internet will be saying Madam President is a fraud. Every Black person on the internet will be saying, don't support this business. But every time an evil white corporation do the disgusting things, as my sister said, y'all ain't got nothing to say. Nothing to say. Nothing. Ain't gonna stop DoorDashing for nothing. The company showed itself to be unethical. The company showed itself to be immoral. Not only that, if we can just be honest, the American people are busting their ass to make ends meet. People are under this impression, oh, all I have to do is drive Lyft, drive Uber. I can deliver groceries. And the fucking company is sitting around stealing from you. and you ain't got nothing to say behind it. It pisses me off. For you, the people, to be working as hard as we are working and to be manipulated and beat down, and then there's no uproar. But the brother who on fan base, he got a whole bunch of women deleting his app. You see what I'm saying? I'm not lying. I'm telling you the truth as it comes. So that pissed me off because, people are really out here trying to make a living. People are really out here trying to take care of themselves. People are genuinely doing that. And you don't really see the uproar behind these kinds of cases. We are connected to one another. I like to say this all the time because a lot of times we are under this impression that we are not connected. Like, what you do don't make me shit. No. The well-being of a lot of people will reflect the community. That means that you got a niece, she working DoorDash, she ain't getting paid. Her children not getting the opportunity to eat, to do what they want to do what they need to do on the weekend. She can barely pay her rent sometimes. She coming to you, she's borrowing from you. There's a system. And the issue is our infrastructure. It's not just the people that you live next door to. It's the people, the companies, the corporations. It needs to be dented. Moving on, you all know how I feel about that. You all should also know that you tune to the Madam President Morning Show, but this is also brought to you by FlyNubianMoney.com. FlyNubianMoney.com. This is where you go when you want to grow. This is where you go when you want to get your mind up. All right? When you want to get your mind up, this is where you go. When you want to get your money up, this is where you go. Also, you should text Queens to 87948. Text Queens to 87948. If you want to stay updated with Madam President, text the word Madam, MADAM, to 87948. Thank you for allowing me to do that with you all. I also want to move on so you all can see I got a chance to listen to this freaking clip from Floyd Mayweather. So let's just talk about how I will be fair and say Floyd Mayweather is a New Yorker. He done business in New York, and I believe that, he wants to stay in Trump's good graces and, keep playing nice with Trump and all the other folks. But he was caught on Fox News singing Trump's praise, and I thought this was very funny. I also wish Black celebrities would get mentorship. And the reason that I want Black celebrities to get mentorship is because handling media is not easy. I'm not trying to be funny, or I'm not trying to play games. I'm not trying to act like I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm doing. But the reality is handling media, handling tough questions, being secure enough in your celebrityism to tell a reporter that's none of your business, being secure enough to tell a reporter, I don't want to comment on that. My expertise is boxing. That's not easy, especially when you live in a time where people are constantly looking for a soundbite. People are constantly looking for controversial topics and things to get you going. You have to be secure in yourself, be secure in your creator, be secure in your money. When you think that these folks take care of you, you'll never be able to say what you need to say. But when you know that your creator is taking care of you, you can say all the things that you need to say. You ain't got to back down from nobody. You can say, no, I'm particularly not here to talk about Trump. I'm here to talk about the X, Y, and Z. And you can securely say, hey, that's a good idea. I like your perception. I don't have the knowledge to discuss this any further. But if you want to talk about some jabs and some blows, I got you right there. There's a way to handle the media that most folks will not take the time and invest in. They will go to all the meetings and tell you how to drink the champagne and give you all the brown liquor that you want, but won't nobody show you how to handle this media. And it's important because when folks start talking in circles around you, you got to tell them to come. Wait. I hear what you're saying. And I'm going to be honest with you. People down and talk crazy about Candace Owens, but the woman know how to handle the media. She knows how her stance is her stance. She's not in the middle on a lot of things that most folks are straddling on. And you don't have to agree with her. I don't particularly agree with all of her theories, but I will give her the recognition on she's a journalist and she does it well, and she researches and she handles the media. I've seen her sit with the rabbi. I've seen her sit with well-known people, and she don't let how they speak overpower and influence how she feels about her theory. I want you to have some of that. I want you to have some of that because you got it too. Me and my mother and my sister and my brother-in-law and my brother, we were all at the aquarium a few months ago, and I'll never forget, there was these small fish. They were swimming around and they were all together. And somebody posed a question like, why are all these fish, in a pack like this? And there was a little girl talking to her parents. And when the little girl was talking to her parents, she was explaining, she said, well, the fish, they swim in a pack like this, for protection and to also appear bigger, than what they are, for other fish. But when I came over, I said, I didn't hear what you said. I literally hopped in their conversation because I saw the little girl teaching, and I was, I was moved by it. So I said, I didn't hear what you said. I was like, can you say it again? And when I came into the picture, she was talking to her mother and whoever else she was with. But when I came into the picture, you know what she did? She said, well, I was saying that she got stumbled. And the reason she got stumbled is because I have a presence about myself, and two, she almost probably started to wonder if she had the confidence. Am I saying something true? And her mother reassured her. Her mother said, tell her what you just told us. The mother was right there. She said, tell her what you just told us. You knew what you was talking about. Say it again. And then here I am. I'm here to encourage the little girl. Yes, tell me what you just told them, and don't lose your confidence. I'm here. I'm a student right now. Don't get distracted because I'm tall, And the little girl, she got the confidence again, and she started talking about the fish again. She said, well, they swim like this because, they want to appear bigger than what they are. She began to restore her confidence. And I want a lot of you all and a lot of us to understand is that we're grown kids. A lot of us are grown kids. A lot of us are grown kids. And I say that in the context of, we all don't have the experience of people pouring into us. Not everybody can walk around and say, people encouraged me. I feel confident about how I speak and when I talk to people, etc. Not everybody has that confidence. And guess what? It's time to restore it. And if you never had it, it's time to go and get it. All right. That's just number one. All right. I want to show you the clip because my philosophy, don't take it from me. You should see it for yourself. And here it is right here. Floyd Mayweather.
Thoughts on the way this administration is trying to reinvigorate the country?
Well, the world, I'm saying in America, we're never happy. At least I'm happy, but we're never happy. Well, we had Trump before. We didn't appreciate.
I wanted to ask you, as a budding Manhattan real estate mogul, about another Manhattan real estate mogul, a guy named Donald Trump. What do you think about the way he's going at it? The way he's going, he had a great press conference today, his first cabinet meeting. And his management style, the way he's going at this. What are your thoughts on the way this administration is trying to reinvigorate the country?
Well, the world, I'm saying in America, we're never happy. At least I'm happy, but we're never happy. When we had Trump before, we didn't appreciate.
I wanted to ask you, as a budding,
we had Trump before, we didn't appreciate him, but I think Trump is a great president. Actually, he's the best president in my eyes. He's the best president we ever had. Great businessman, and that's what it's about.
Yeah, and the way the days cabinet thing, you probably went around here. It was really phenomenal. To the point you talked about, putting together a great team.
Yes,
put together a fantastic.
The thing that bothers me sometimes about this is you do not have to believe that this man is great at anything in order for you to suppress your thought process. You can be very neutral. I'm really not sure. I would love to be in a position to tell a reporter on Fox News and say, well, to be very honest, I bring in $100 million a year. No matter who the president is, I'm not really affected by a lot of political statuses. What is important to me is that, the people, get their needs met. So I'm really not a good judge of character when it comes to people's political statuses. Now, as a businessman, I can tell you that this particular president gave us, different kinds of tax breaks, but nothing is enough because I pay X, Y, and Z in taxes no matter what. It's like, figure out how to communicate with these folks about their shit, because let me tell you something. The constant, oh yeah, he good to me. It's not going to work. It's BS. And the same thing for Kamala. People don't automatically have to believe that she was perfect or she was the deal. You could have been completely like, I'm unsatisfied with America and her political stance in general. No matter who it is, I do not feel at ease, because in the instance that I feel at ease, I'm reading a report where a Fortune 500 company is stealing money from its employees who are busting their ass to make a living, and I'm concerned about that. Yeah. See how many invites you get behind that. See how many people want to talk to you behind that. And this is why Black media is important. I'm not sitting on here because I just love talking, which I do enjoy talking. But the reality is, I have to have a voice, and I can't wait until a white man come and give me a voice. I have a voice. I'm not asking for permission to have a voice. I'm not asking for permission. I see people all the time on the internet who, let me tell you something. If you don't follow me on Instagram, you should be, because I do a lot of quick videos on Instagram on a consistent basis. But here's what I hear all the time. Who gave you the right to have an opinion about, let me tell you something about opinion. They pay women to sit around a table at The View, $1 million an episode, $1 million a year, to express their opinion. Because it's me by myself. You believe that I'm not validated by white supremacy? White supremacy ain't never gonna validate me. And you'll get better in your life when you come to that understanding. How you looking for somebody who slapped the shit out of your grandmother? How you looking for somebody who sexually assaulted your lineage to give you a stamp and a hand clap and a pat on the back? How you looking for somebody who's been calling you ugly for 400 years, 4 centuries, 5 centuries? Like, come on now. That's not a reality. So anyways, that's how I feel about that. Floyd Mayweather, also I came to the realization years ago that the Black celebrity is not Jesus Christ. The Black celebrity is not the savior. A lot of people have this misconception is that, well, all we need is the Black celebrity to do. No, all you need is the mamas and the daddies the mother and the father of the children. That's the impact. That's the community. The family is the community. The family is the community. The Black family is the community. The Black family is the answer to so many problems and issues within the community. So, as long as the family is deconstructed, then 100% we're out of the game. I saw a brother do a video, and I should have saved this so I could show to you all. He just said, we don't have any more, the civil side of the Black representation, all of that is done. It's done. We missed the mark. We missed the mark years ago. The plan, the how-to, the what do you need, we sold that out many years ago. That's why we keep getting pieces of liberation. Oh, you're going to get the job. Oh, you're going to be the vice president. Oh, you're going to be the senator. One by one, piece by piece, one person by one person. But in the Jewish community, and I'm going to tell you this, I saw this with my own eyes. I was working in California. I was in West Hollywood on I believe it was a Saturday. I don't know. I was going to therapy or somewhere in the vicinity of West Hollywood, and it was a weekend because I worked Monday through Friday. And so I make a turn into a very middle-class neighborhood in Los Angeles, and all I saw was Jewish men walking around. The children was playing, and the women came out. And they were headed to Temple, I believe. I said, what is happening? The whole block. It wasn't me or one other person, a crackhead, a crazy family. It was the whole block. The whole block was Jewish. The whole block was headed to Temple. The whole block had their children with them. The whole block. And Black folks sitting at home talking about, yeah, he at the Super Bowl. He at the Super Bowl. Yeah, he's at the Super Bowl. You got your children are rotting right in front of you. And you don't even have the stamina to deal with it. Because you don't have community. You don't have the principles and the value system that's going to take you to 100+ years. You're giving your kids nothing. Shoes, clothes, nothing. They ain't gonna hold on to any of it. You gotta give them some confidence. You gotta give them a value system. You gotta give them something that's gonna be with them when you are dead and gone. And you ain't giving them enough of that. This is why they become $100 million men and can't handle a question about one of the biggest idiots in the world. Because you give them nothing. You haven't given them anything. Give them something that is going to outlive you. Money will fade every time. A lot of people be talking about, I'm leaving a legacy. I seen your kids. Them kids ain't finna out. Your legacy is about as dead as you as soon as you get that dirt on you. I've seen the kids. I've been in conversation with them. Yeah. You ain't pouring into them. You ain't giving them nothing that's going to outlive you. And I ain't saying it's easy, but that Jewish community, they got a real community. In fact, I went to a funeral with a friend of mine, her husband. He passed away. They're Jewish. And this was the first time I went to Jewish funeral. And let me just tell you, there's a moment in the burial service where all the men and women come and put the dirt over the body because it's a community. They live in community. Live in it. Live in it. All right. I don't like to get too preachy, especially in the morning, because I got tons of things that I will be doing post, having these conversations. But I want to move on to the next story that I saw, which goes back to what we were talking about. This particular story right here is, let me read this to you. Houston, Atlanta, and Jacksonville ranked as top 3 cities with the most people in financial distress, according to a new study. I want to tell you something about the Houston, ATL, I don't know much about Jacksonville, but I'm going to read the story to you. Hold on one second. If you can see this, put Houston in the chat. Oh yeah, Jacksonville. I'm imagining that's Florida. So anyways, it says Houston, Atlanta, and Jacksonville have emerged as the top 3 cities with the highest rates of financial distress, according to Wallet Hub's latest report. Houston leads the pack with over 9% of its population facing accounts in distress and notable Google search interest and debt-related terms. Atlanta follows closely, experiencing a 36% increase in financial strain between Q4 2023 and Q4 2024. Jacksonville, meanwhile, has the highest percentage of residents, nearly 16%, struggling with distressed accounts. Experts advise individuals facing financial challenges to carefully budget, cut non-essential expenses, and consider debt consolidation or management to regain control. Did you all see that? Did you all hear that? I think you did. I think you saw it. I think you heard it. But this is something that I want to say. So a few years ago, I had to get a tree cut in my backyard. The tree was really big. It was dead at the root. And I wish I had the knowledge to tell the people that I bought the house from, hey, let's close the deal, but let's first remove the tree. But I did not have the knowledge. I felt like, oh, it's a tree, it's fine, whatever. So anyways, I had the responsibility of getting this tree removed. Once I got this tree, this big old tree, had to go through all the different channels, calling companies. Some companies I reached out to, they followed up with me, and I literally had no awareness how expensive tree removing was. So there was a couple companies that came by and gave me a quote. And of course, I don't want just the least expensive. I want affordable, yet also good. That's going to get the job done safely. All right. So all this to say that this particular company came by and I saw the machine that they had, like the tractors and things like that to move it. They use a crane. The crane came by. A tractor comes by. So let me just say that when the tractor came by, I asked the man, I said, how much is this? He said, oh, this, maybe 65K. 65K, that's the tractor. It cost me over $12,000 to get the tree down, okay? So I had to pay over $12,000 to get this tree down. It was just that big. But I had a BMW sitting in a driveway that brought me no money, none whatsoever. So my point to the story is I kept thinking to myself, now why the hell I got the BMW out here in the driveway, don't bring no money in the house, but they got the car that's the same cost as a BMW X3, about $50-some thousand. And I'm thinking to myself, I need a damn tractor. That's the problem. The ugly businesses, that's the money, the parts that people don't like to do, that's the money. It has to be done. And somebody is doing it. I know that Earn Your Leisure and so many others, Dr. Boyce Watkins, had the conversation about assets over liabilities, but people don't even understand as a people, as a culture. This is why community is so important, because I don't know the reports. what I read is one thing, but I don't know the reports of who is single and who is unmarried. But something that my partner has shared with me on multiple occasions, sometimes distress is lack of partnership. I was out of work. I work in TV and film, and I was out of work for a whole year. And I talked to one of my colleagues who works in the industry, and I was speaking to him. I said, "Tell me this. What's going on? How are you surviving this?" He said, "Man, if I ain't had no wife," he said, "I'd be under a bridge." He said, "My wife been holding us down, these few months." He said, "I owe her big time." So my point is, if I was to dig deeper in this report and look into the stress, I can guarantee you our sense of what is an asset, liability is a problem, number one. If you look at social media, if you look at TV, like the Housewives and all of that, which I do not watch, but I know some people get into that, it is a push to consumerism. And I'm not here to say that, I told you, I like nice things. That's just hands down. I won't defend that. But the push to consumerism is also a push to keeping up with the Joneses. So you'll find so many people that are 100%, trying to maybe save money. And then you'll be sitting around women who's telling you, well, you ain't got the latest bag. Oh, girl, that car old. Yeah, that's not going to help you get to the financial goals that you have for yourself. And then let me just be honest. Businesses that have an actual cash flow, the level of the back end of business, the ugly side, that tech side, that, accounting side, we need more of that in our community. People who are managing accounts and those people, they literally have a lot of money and they're not wearing it. They have a lot of money and they're not driving it. And I think that that's something that we have to keep in mind as well. And let me just tell you the truth. This is the other element of truth that most people don't want to discuss. And that is, some of us, you just start making money. I see the brothers online, oh, I'm making this, I'm making that. Brother, let me just tell you something. Sister, let me just tell you something. How it works is you got to keep making money. The level of I've made it, and you goddamn 41 years old, you got to make it for the next 40 years. That's what we forget. That's what they're not teaching us. So you find the Asian community, they all living together. They all have made the economic, financial decision that we live together. We eat together. We make food together. We don't overconsume. But they come in our communities, get all of our money, and they take it back to them, to their own spaces, and live together, and live well, and live in ease, and live in peace. We got to learn how to do some of that. But I'm going to tell you the other component. I'm going to do it in a masterclass, baby, because let me tell you something. The other component is listening, discipline, and understanding that, there is no individualism when you're trying to make collective outcome. Collective outcome, that means all the individualism, you thinking that you deserve, your own 5-bedroom house, you ain't got no kids, you ain't got no husband. That's dumb shit. Get it out of your head. You don't need a 5-bedroom house and it's just you. You don't need it. And nobody have the gall to tell that to you, because when they tell it to you, you're going to go around saying that they're hating on you. You're going to go around saying that they don't care about you and they don't want the best for you. When people are trying to tell you that I've lived it, don't do the dumb stuff. Our sister right here says, that is the truth. 1 year I had access of 21,000, took off partly by force, the other part by choice. In the beginning of that money, that saving is not there, finding ways to keep it coming. So yeah, I mean, that's the truth. Just the cash flow, the cash flow. And let me tell you this story really quickly before I leave. I really enjoyed you this morning. We at the end of the week, I tell you that. I'm really grateful to God. I forgot my prayer today. Why you didn't tell me that? You just let me go off and didn't even let me pray. Let me just stop right now. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for allowing us to have this segment. I just ask that you bless everybody who tuned in today, dear God. Give them the desires of their heart. Take away all of their debt, dear God. We know that you do not care about currency. You do not use currency, Heavenly Father. We know that people are your currency. So give us the wealth, dear God, to treat people the right way. Treat people the way that you desire, Heavenly Father. Give us the wealth, Heavenly Father, to have peace in a turbulent world, Heavenly Father. Give us the strength and the know-how to travel this world the way that you see fit. We love you. We appreciate you. With you, all things are possible. We cannot do it alone. In your name we pray. Amen. All right. I'm so mad that y'all did not remind me. Somebody got to be like, Madam President, before you go to the first story, please say your prayer. Anyways, yes, there was a young lady online talking about how she wanted to go into the hair care industry. She wanted to do hair. And she said that she don't have any clients, but she wanted to get a suite. She said she wanted to get a suite, a salon suite. Ma'am, you don't have any clients. Why do you want a salon suite? But this is the psychology of success in our world. Our world is to look like you have clients. But in reality, you have to make sure that you have clients. You start with the clients first. Then you get the suite second, third, fourth. But we have to learn that we don't have to add on more bills than we can afford if we don't have to. Now, you have people that have children that have to pay for daycare, that have to pay for things as it relates to, their lives. But then for those who do not, we gotta ask ourselves, how essential is this? And this is what I want in my community. So the Madam President community, I want us to get together and start saving. I want us to get together and make sure that we have the credit that's necessary, and also get together and start really building community within ourselves, getting our friend to live next door to us, getting our, nieces and nephews to do what we need them to do, to have community elevation, family elevation. So that's my segment today, guys. You already know, if you want to support Madam President, feel free to go to the Freedom Company. This is my site. Everything comes from my mind, my heart on this site. Also, if you want to support Madam President, feel free to go to Amazon and get Matters of the Heart. That is my new book. I appreciate you. I love you. I wish you well today, and I hope to see you tomorrow. All right. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. It's Friday. I'm excited about it. Let me play my theme song. It's Friday. Yes, yes, yes. Give it up for yourselves. You have made it through the night and you have made it through the week. Give yourself a I'm so happy about that. Before we go any further, let me pray really quickly. It's Friday. I do not want to be before you long, but I do want to connect with you. I want to talk to you. I'm very excited that we did it. We got through the week and we're continuing to go through the week. I don't know how many people, also work the weekends, but I will say that it wouldn't be uncommon in this country. What's up to my girl, Linda? Happy Friday, my girl. Good to see you. My girl, Yasmin. Happy Friday, Yasmin. So good to see you too. Also, I just would like to say before I go any further, Heavenly Father, thank you so much for waking us up. Thank you for allowing us to see this day. We ask for your constant protection. We ask for your guidance. We ask for your love, Heavenly Father, and your know-how. Show us how to be. Show us how to navigate this world. We love you. We appreciate you. Amen. All right, let that be done. All right, my girl C Stone, happy Friday. I'm just so happy that I can't play the song. Just got paid Friday night. But if I could, I would play it. But every time you play a song unauthorized, you get kind of like, it flags the video. So in some capacity, what will end up happening is they will flag it and take the video down. What's up, Maddie? Good to see you. Happy Friday. It's Friday, y'all. You already know. I got to get us some kind of DJ up in here, something though. I'll figure that out because I, of course, enjoy Fridays. I wanted to keep it light today, believe it or not. Madam President wants to travel the world lightly if she could at times. So I saw this therapist. She goes by the Raquel, the capacity expert on Instagram, and she could be on TikTok as well, but I'm just not a really big TikToker. But I saw this therapist. She went viral. I felt like she was preaching to the choir. And how she went viral was she basically was saying how we've weaponized therapy in some kind of way. And I remember feeling very much that this was the case a couple years ago. I will never forget. I kept hearing people say things like, this person's toxic and this is toxic. And then I would hear, oh, this person a narcissist. This is a narcissist. You got people who ain't read a book since they were in 6th grade going around giving people traits of narcissism, like being a narcissist, whoever these people are, it's not just like, what, this person got some habits that I believe that, I can psychologically deem as narcissism. That's what's so problematic is that these things that we've just kind of casually stated, they're serious. They're not like to be taken lightly, right? Mental health is serious. We go around, I got to protect my peace. I got to protect my peace. But are you peaceful? Are you the peaceful person? Are you the peace? Or, are you the person that causing the chaos, but then going around saying things like, I want to protect my peace? So this woman, she's an expert at this, not me, considering that she is the professional. I wanted to take the time and share these clips with you all and dissect it so that we can talk about this. So number one, we can be improved because that's what's most important about the Madam President show. God bless you, my dog sneezed. He's been sneezing all week. Anyways, so what's important is that we are improved. We never want to, get to a place where, number one, we're making money. Number two, we're taking care of ourselves the weight of the world in general is already a consistent headache. But then we don't want to go around not really truly having self-awareness. We want to be self-aware, and we want to be informed, and we want to, properly assess what's happening within us. That's just number one. So let me play the video for you. You know my motto. I don't want you to take my word for it. I want you to see it for yourself. This is Raquel. Hold on one second. Yeah, it's like we weaponize mental health. Hold on, I'm presenting it now. It's a really good clip, and if you are on social media, I think you would enjoy following her. Hold on.
Cutting people off, setting boundaries, avoiding negativity, or controlling your environment. In essence, you don't have peace.
Wait, this is not the one. So I want to share the first one first, which is, I want you to also, if you could see the video, I want you to say, I can see it. Say, I can see it. Oh, here you go, right here.
Trade. We didn't just encourage self-awareness. We turned every was to create awareness, to, normalize.
I hope you can see it.
It's just me, but I thought that the goal was to create awareness, to, normalize seeking help, to make therapy accessible, to remove the shame around mental health struggles. But somewhere along the way, destigmatizing mental health has taken on a life of its own. And now, instead of people getting better, I just feel like people are getting worse. We didn't just normalize therapy. We turned it into a personality trait. We didn't just encourage self-awareness. We turned every feeling into a diagnosis. And instead of using mental health language as a tool, we've started using it as a shield, justifying avoidance, self-sabotage, and emotional fragility in the name of protection. Now everything is a trigger. Everything is trauma. People say, I can't do this. It's bad for my mental health. When what they really mean is, this is hard and I don't want to deal with it. But when did mental health become about avoiding life instead of learning how to handle it? Good mental health isn't about comfort. It's about capacity. It's about having the emotional, the psychological, and the cognitive range to handle life as it comes, not just when it's easy, but especially when it's hard. Your mental health should be challenged, because if your mental health can't withstand stress, discomfort, or uncertainty, then you don't have mental strength. You have emotional dependence based on the right circumstances, and life does not care about your circumstances. And I'm serious, y'all. Like, really ask yourself, has your mental health journey actually made you stronger, or has it made you retreat further into protecting yourself in the name of good mental health? Maybe it's just me, but I thought that the goal was.
Is she not preaching? She's preaching. She says you ain't really got, the mental health thing down packed if everything has to be going right for you, if everything has to be going smooth for you, and this is what is so important, because let me tell you what I've noticed about some people in our world. We have the tendency to ruin relationships, not just romantic, but friendships, because I don't feel like it. Because I don't feel like it. That's the thing. Oh, I don't want to show up. I don't feel like being supportive. Oh, I don't feel like dealing with this. I don't feel like it. You are not well. You cannot go around not feeling like being responsible without feeling like being an adult. And I get it, because guess what? Who feel like it all the time? But what I felt that was so compelling about what she was saying is, withstanding, having the capacity, having the mental and emotional capacity to deal with life as it comes. Yes, this is important, because we all know there are certain things that has happened to us in our lives that we had absolutely no control over. In fact, give yourself a round of applause, because this is something that you don't get a chance to do very often, which is pat yourself on the back. And it's important. The reason that I want you to give yourself a round of applause, because nobody understood exactly what you went through when you were going through it. Nobody truly understood the pain that you felt for whatever it was that you were going through, the heartbreak, the grief. As Black people, a lot of times, depending on where you are economically, we don't even have time to grieve properly. We have to grieve the dead, and sometimes we have to grieve the living. You just grieve. You keep going. You keep going. You got to show up. You got to do work. You got to do all these things. And of course, if you're a part of the Madam President community, I know for a fact that our mental health is important. And, you know, we want to do things. We want to not just do things well. We want to truly be well. So I want you to understand what she said. You know, you can't hide behind the fragility of your emotions. You know, like they used to say, you want to go over your grandma and them house, and they're going to be looking at you upside the head. You ain't changed your hair. You ain't gained the weight. And now you just decide, I ain't going over there. I don't want to see my people. I don't want to be with them. I don't want to deal with them because of how I'm made to feel. And it's okay sometimes, but you can't live a life of avoidance and thinking that you're choosing the healthier side of mental health. It's not possible. It's not possible to withstand. And that's something that I always think it's not possible to sustain. So one of the things I will say, I never forget, I was wearing eyelashes all the time. And I was wearing fake eyelashes. I was wearing fake eyelashes. When I first moved to Atlanta, it was a thing probably over 10 years ago. So I'm like, you know what? I like the fake eyelashes. I want to wear them. They, you know, make your eyes look nice. And I remember dating someone, and this person said, you know, I just kind of had an addiction almost, because I was like, oh, I got to get my lashes done. And then I would be like, well, I don't like the way I look if I don't have my lashes on. And then this person I was dating said, well, you know that that's not a realistic look. You know, it's nice and it's fine, but it's not realistic. You know, grown-ups' eyelashes do not have that sense of exaggeration in real life. And so I started to look around a little bit, and I said, really? I was like, well, I get what you're saying, but, you know, and then it just dawned on me, like, I don't want to have an addiction to what's not real. I don't want to have an addiction to what's not sustainable. So hence, you know, I'd stop wearing lashes, of course, but if it was a special occasion or a birthday or, you know, photo shoot or something like that, I possibly would do it. But it really allowed me to reevaluate what I had become accustomed to. This was a very important moment for me. Now, I don't know what it would be for you. You know, it may not be lashes. It may be something else that we hold on to, or in the emotional sense, that's not real. And we got to do better than that. So don't forget, I know that I'm talking, but I want you all to keep in mind that this is brought to you by FlyNubianMoney.com. This is where you go when you want to grow. This is where you go when you want to get your money up and you want to get your mind up. Do not be alarmed. Text Queens to 87948 if you want to keep up with the Fly Nubian Money family. This is where you get courses. This is where you get freebies. You know, you want to get certain things that cost you nothing at all. Text that number. If you want to keep up with Madam President, text Madam, MADAM, to 87948 just to keep up with me when I'm doing something, dropping something, going live. I want to keep you informed on that. Here's another thing that the sister said that made complete sense. I want to share. Because like she said, we want to create awareness. We're not just trying to, you know, give people the ability to see that, oh, you're wrong. But it's like, once you know, then you can go and fix it. Hold on.
You embody it. You think if you figure out the piece, but I just feel like nobody really has an idea of what it really takes, because if your peace depends on cutting people off, setting boundaries, avoiding negativity, or controlling your environment, in essence, you don't have peace. You have a fragile setup that only works as long as life goes your way. And the reason peace feels so hard is because you're obsessed with how to get it instead of who you need to become to embody it. You think if you figure out the right routine, the right mindset, the right boundaries, you'll finally feel at ease. But real peace has absolutely nothing to do with the how or how you strategize. It's about who you are when everything around you is uncertain, chaotic, and even uncomfortable. Most people don't trust themselves enough for that. They rely on strategies to keep them calm instead of becoming the kind of person who stays grounded no matter what. And that's why peace always feels out of reach, because you've made it something you manage instead of something that you are. Here's a question for you, okay? Am I actually at peace, or am I just micromanaging my life so that I don't have to face what disrupts it?
Do you hear what the sister is saying? She is dropping gems. Am I really at peace? But I wanted to do this because I love realists. I wanted to bring her into our platform because I love what is real. I love the realness associated to what she's doing. You always talking about you want to be peace. You want peace, but you're the most chaotic thing walking around. You rude, you mean, you nasty. You are not peace. That's why peace can't find you. But she says that if you are peace, when you are peace, you're not managing all these different components around you. You're managing what's within you. That means that the world could be. Let me just tell you something. When I was in Los Angeles during when COVID-19 first happened. So I remember, number one, I'm in Los Angeles and COVID-19 started to happen, and then things started to get progressive, and there was like this gradual, going from there's an outbreak to, stay home, you're going to work from home, we don't know what this is, we probably get back home shortly, to, the grocery stores, people having to come into the grocery store, 4 people at a time. People were waiting out of the line. So I remember this being a very chaotic time. And I remember, trying to mentally figure out, how am I going to manage this? Because I am currently in Los Angeles. I am just in a rut emotionally because I was going through a breakup. I was in a new job. It was just a whole lot of stuff going on. And I kept saying, well, it's just me. I'm only one person, so I'm not going to bombard the grocery store. I'm not about to bombard the grocery store. I'm not about to go and, fight for tissue paper. I believe I have enough until I need some more. I just really began to be at peace. All is well around me. All is well within me. Can I tell you all something? I never had to deal with any of the chaos that people were dealing with. When I went to the store, it was peaceful. When I went to the store, I grabbed what I needed. I didn't have to fight nobody for it. It was none of that when I got to the store. And I had seen what was going on online, on the news. Flew from Los Angeles to Atlanta in the middle of the crisis, talking to my, at the time, boss. I said, hey, I would like to, return to Atlanta and work. My supervisor, absolutely sure, go ahead. I don't know when we're going to come back into the office. That's what she said. But, whatever we have to do and need to do, you're responsible for keeping yourself on a time difference. I'm not going to be responsible for that. I'm just saying, when you are peace, when you're walking in your peace, the chaos around you, the world could be burning down and all is well within you. That's what I want for us. That's what I want for us all. Let me tell you, a lot of things, I've had a lot of things that we talked about earlier. We've had things that happen to us outside of our will. But guess what? I'm at peace. I'm at peace. And I'm going to tell you something. One of the things that I realized that will take you out of your peace is when you want to control the narrative, when you want to control other people's perspective, when you want to control other people's perception. I will never forget when I was in college, I was being suspended from school because I've always been a badass. And the one thing that I will say is I remember thinking to myself, well, I need to tell this person my side of the story. And I remember God telling me, it don't matter. Your side of the story don't matter. Let it go. You're not going to control how other people view you by giving them the other side of the story. Let them have it. Let them have it. Whatever they feel, whatever they believe to be true regarding you, you know what your truth is. Be at peace. So that's my message to us today, this Friday. Let us be at peace. This is Madam President. You tune to the Madam President Morning Show. So I want you all to do me a favor inside of the chat and just be at peace. Put it all in the chat. I'm going to put it in there too. Be at peace. This is what our objective is all weekend long, all year long. We are going to be at peace. All right. So with that being said, you can put it in the chat too. But before I go, I just want to let you know that we do this every Monday through Friday. Every Monday through Friday, we do this. All right. We are here. Real news, bold truth, 100% politically incorrect. Also, this is brought to you by FlyNubianMoney.com. This is where you go to get your money up. This is where you go to get your mind up. FlyNubianMoney.com. Text Queens to 87948. Also, I want you to know Madam President has her own shop. If you ever want to shop with Madam President, go to thefreedom.company, www.thefreedom.company. This is everything that comes from my mind, everything that comes from my heart starts right there. I really appreciate you. I've enjoyed you this week. We did it. We got through another week. I want to continue to grow the Madam President platform. And I thank you for joining me as I continue to grow. What I believe in my heart is what I want to do most mornings. All right, guys, I will see you on Monday, but I got some things that you should be following me on social media, on Instagram. I am one Madam President. Yes, that's where a lot of my content will kind of rest, Instagram and YouTube. But other than that, I don't have any other place that I, do a lot of content. But I'm also going to be teaching a class with my sister, Chris Iman. She has a course on artificial intelligence. If you have a business that you want to learn how to use AI to amplify, elevate your business, you're going to want to be a part of this. This isn't something that you're going to just want to sit out and watch. This is something that I would like to say really quickly before I go as it relates to artificial intelligence. That is, the robots are the new slaves. Every company, every organization is getting some kind of artificial intelligence program to utilize and amplify their company. And most of all, they're getting rid of, if your job, I don't know what you do for a living, but I want you to ask yourself, can a robot do my job? And if a robot can do your job, then you better believe that a robot will do your job. Okay. And it's not because you're not good at it. It's just that we live in a society that will continue to sacrifice humanity for its own, evil, for its own capitalist ways, capitalist mindset. That's what will continue to happen. All right. So I'll make sure you all have that information. Thank you for being with me. I appreciate you. Have a good weekend. All right, I'm out.
Happy Friday, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. My name is Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am your host for today. I am joined by my lovely crew. Let's get all the things, because we talking about the blackout today, y'all. So let's just get everything out the way. Let's do the housekeeping, and then we get to this conversation because I'm so excited. It's Blackout Day. It is Economic Boycott Blackout Day. All right. So the National Blackout is today, where Black Americans are being called to stop spending money unless it's with a Black-owned business. No gas, no fast food, no big corporations like Walmart, Amazon, or Target. But the question is, what happens after today? We've seen boycotts happen before, but if we don't follow through, does it even matter? With $2 trillion in spending power, we should be able to build our own wealth. So why do we struggle economically? What's stopping us from making this an everyday habit, not just a one-day protest? Today, we're going to talk about this and turn this one-day blackout into a movement that lasts. Is it possible to get on one accord and create real, lasting change? Is the question. Happy Blackout Day, Black people. How y'all doing?
Hey.
Hey.
Great.
All right. So let me introduce you to the queens that I have today. My lovely queens. I don't know which way. I have Pastor Connie Spearman, who is here. Pastor, entrepreneur, this way. My girl Marlo Layson, who is going to New Orleans for Mardi Gras today, and I'm jealous, but she's a TV producer and she is here. I have my realty goddess, Laura Lala Key. I call her Lala, but I want to be respectful. All right. So listen, let's get into this discussion. So first of all, let me ask you all. Let's just start with the panel. Hey, panel, how y'all doing today? As y'all come in, we see you coming in. Have you bought something today? Like, have you already went against, have you stuck to the blackout today? Are you participating? What's happening? Minister Connie, have you bought something today? Have you bought gas?
Nothing. Not a nothing.
You haven't bought nothing. All right.
Nothing.
Marlo, with you going to New Orleans, y'all gonna have to stop for gas. And you said y'all got to get a tire. Are you gonna participate today?
So I am participating. There's a black tire shop that's not far from the crib. They sell tires and rims. They rent them and sell them. So I'm going over there to get my tire. And in terms of gas, you know, we're gonna pray and we're not gonna stop in the sundown towns though. So if you don't have a large population of Black people, then we're not gonna stop in that town for the gas.
Right.
We will be as conscious as we can be on our travels to South Louisiana this evening.
Okay, all right, y'all be safe, and let's hope that you get there. Don't not get gas just for the simple fact,
Well, I
like
mean,
I'm and then
we
be
ain't gonna
sitting on
get
the side of the
there
road.
gas, but we're gonna do
You're
what
gonna
we
need
can.
it. You're gonna need it. All right, Lala. You are not in
Not one
America.
thing.
You're in Portugal, right? So,
I'm
but
back and
how?
forth, but not anything. That doesn't mean anything
Okay,
because
tell me.
you still can order things from across the world. You still can use Amazon. There is McDonald's. There is Burger King. There is Starbucks.
Okay.
No, I am not buying anything. I'm not even looking at anything. So I am a part of this blackout.
That's right.
Okay. I love it. I love it. All the way from Portugal, y'all. Lala is not participating. So I know if you in Atlanta, you don't have no excuse. You don't have an excuse. All right, so let's start with this first video to get us started, right? This young man is saying like it's just one day, but I want today I wonder if after today what we do. We had this conversation already a few weeks ago. We put together a plan for email chains, and we talked about all the steps that we could come up with as on our show and like give them to people on how to like spread the word, right? So I wonder from today what lens we use to move forward. Like, can we do this? How can we incorporate this being a long term movement? So let's start with the first video and see what he has to say.
Mm-hmm.
One day. That's all they're asking for. That's all that's required to start with. One day. Can we do it? Can we come together for one day with ease like every other demographic does without question? For one day, can we realize the strength in our own power, in our own pockets? One day is all we're asking for. Put that credit card down. You better not submit that Amazon order. Stay in the house if you need to. You probably need to save a little money anyway. Sit down somewhere and join the movement. One day is where it starts. And if we can actually shift our mindsets and come together on something, we could change it all.
All right, I hear him. I hear him. You know, there's always this tone, like Black people just don't know how to put it together. Like we just so, just so in opposition to everything. When I don't think that is like just one day. Can we just put it together? It's the tone for me. It's the tone. Absolutely, we can. You have 4 people right here who are participating, and you don't have to beat us over the head to not buy something. We're not so discipline. It's so interesting. I saw another video. So first of all, let me, before I hop off into the other video, let's just respond to that. It's just one day, y'all. How did that all make you, are we all in agreement that it's just one day? And are we all in agreement that it's just one day? All we have to do is participate, and it'll make all of and that'll be it. Right? Lala, let me ask you this. Why is it important that this one day turns into a movement, do you think?
It must, in order to make the statement stick and really hit them where they only care about. The one day is powerful. I stand all for it. Black, blackity, black, I don't need nothing. Matter of fact, I think we buy too much stuff in the first place. We got so much junk we don't need. We just have fallen into this consumerism. However, you must keep the thumb on the neck. And how you do that is you start looking at other ways that you can continue to not patronize these stores. I saw a great video today about a young lady who loves going to the Kennedy Center, but because of the Kennedy Center issues that's going on, and now Trump is supposed to be heading that up, she said, how do I support the musicians that are a part of the symphony? Because I love going to the symphony. And what she found out was there are many sub-segments of the symphony that play around town, and they get the money. So she said, I won't go to the symphony at the Kennedy Center, but I will find out where they're playing and go. So there are other ways to make sure that you don't spend the money with these people, because they surely don't care about you, and they think you're not strong enough to continue this strike. But if you remember, the bus boycott made all the difference in the world. You have to understand we are still that powerful with our spending money. So you can't just have one day. This is a great start. This is the beginning. But use this day to actually research how you can no longer depend on those companies that you keep spending with. So cut it out.
I love it. I love it. Marlo, so everybody is boycotting today, not just Black people. Everybody is boycotting. They have, we got some, I don't know if they're allies or not. I'm not really sure of their intention, because their narrative feels very different from ours. Theirs is like this anti-Trump this anti-Trump economy narrative that we really, that's not what we're talking about, right? We're for very different reasons we're boycotting. So my question to you is, do we need these allies who are going out and boycotting? Do we need white people or others to be part of this movement in order for it to be effective? Today, will it be much more powerful because we're all doing it, or does it matter?
I think that in the best intentions, it's helpful if other people are not spending, because it forces them to look at a whole picture, right? It forces these corporations to look at it as a whole and see how they can change their decision making if they're affected at all, right? But I also think that sometimes the messaging gets watered down. I came home yesterday And my honey was on the phone with his cousins, and he got off the phone. He was like, "What you know about this blackout?" Because I told him, if you didn't tell me nothing about it, then it ain't. I was like, "Well, I didn't tell you nothing about it because we're already intentionally spending money with Black people. That's already how we've been moving for the last year, is spend money Black first, if possible, then seek out others, right?" And I was like, so I didn't tell you because we already on our own boycott. But that's what it is. And I explained it to him. And so I think that it's so many messages, it's so many mixed messages, but I think that's why we get those voices of dissent, right? But also, among my own family, we had a cousin group chat, and they were like, one of my cousins was like, I ain't doing it. I ain't going along with the group. I ain't into the group think. Like everybody's going to have their own opinion, and I always say everybody can't go. And people in the cousin chat were arguing back. I was like, I'm not responding, because you do get to have that opinion. That's your choice. You spend your dollars how you want to spend your dollars, right? But the other message that they sent was, y'all call me when they ready to tear some shit up. So you would rather tear some shit, like the fact that you don't understand that removing your dollars is a quicker way to tear some shit up than actually going and busting down people's property, is just a mindset shift that we really need to have. Allies, you're welcome, but this is not your party. Okay, you want to throw a party, throw your own party, but don't come to our party dictating the rules. That's always my rule for allyship.
Okay.
You can be my friend, but this ain't your house.
You can be my friend, but you ain't started. We've been on this. Minister Connie, I'm going to ask you the question before we go to break, right? I want you to think about it while we go to break. But what I know about Minister Connie, because she's my auntie, is that she is the one in our family that's in the chat like, this is happening, and we're going to do this. And what I notice is no one responds. Like, nobody is on the wave. People aren't, it's like, there's a few woke people in each family that's trying to get everybody on board, and everybody isn't participating in that way. And so I wonder, I wanted to get your feelings of how you felt about that. And I noticed that it hasn't stopped you from sharing things in the chat, but we're going to talk a bit about that when we come back. Okay. We're going to go to break. This is a good show right here. But I'm biased. If you are just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. My name is Tierra Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I'm the proud producer of this show because it is lit. If you want to receive notifications for when we go live Monday through Friday, 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All you have to do is text the word Queens to 87948. That's Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. Also, if you want to grow your money and not blow your money, all you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, there's courses, there's free giveaways. There's just no reason to be broke in 2025. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. Obviously, you don't want to be entertained here. You want to know enough to grow. Wait, I need to put that on a shirt. You got to know to grow. Got to know to grow. So know and grow with flynubianmoney.com. Yes, y'all. I'm out here running. I'm running Fly Nubian Money like Bad Boy Records. I'm all in the videos. I'm all in the commercials. I'm on the show. That's my business, right? As my good friend Tabitha would say, that's my business. All right. So, Minister Connie, I'm gonna come back to you. As a person that is woke in your family, what would you say to the other people that are like you, like that are as woke, but maybe are hitting a dead end on getting other people to be motivated?
I love economic empowerment. I believe that's my mission in life. One of the things, I went to an art show and they had the Black Wall Street and how it looked. And I bought the painting and I have it here at my business right on the wall. So what I do, I'll call my family members and tell them, look, just get involved. Remember not to buy anything. So I will make the phone call. But I love economic empowerment among Black people. When I see that Black people are doing great, I'm like, wow, I could do it. It just encourages me. So the thing is that I do invest in Black companies. I do buy from Black companies. I also became partners in Black companies because that is a part of what I love. I love doing that. I'm part of the Blessing Foundation, and we are now building a clinic in Jesus, this went out my mind. We're building a clinic in Africa. And the thing is that we've been like doing things to get money and things like that. And then they have like widow women that needs, funding for businesses. So they make things. So when we have our yearly banquet, they bring all kind of beautiful things from Africa, send it over, and we sell it. And the stuff is so beautiful, and it helps them provide for their families and to take care of themselves. So it doesn't have to be here in the United States. It could be abroad also. So that's my thing. I love it. I just love it.
All right. So, so interesting. And I'm gonna go to you, Lala, because I remember when, we've come a long way from our Montgomery boycott, right? Where we were able to withstand 381 days. We were able to get jitneys, as we call them in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Like we were able to do all of these things and support one another for that 381 days. Listen, when we boycotted for the NFL, I think I'm the only one on earth that's still like taking a knee for Kaepernick, right? It just feels like we just forget. It's like that Men in Black pin that just be like, you forget. And then we forget, and now we're watching it all over again. So what do you say about us just unifying in a way where we don't forget? We stand on business. How do we stand on business when everybody is like, that ain't gonna work?
No, we need to educate ourselves. And that's the thing. We don't want to take the time to educate ourselves. You talk about the NFL. Let's not forget that the NFL decided that they weren't going to pay the black players the same amount of money that they were paying white players for concussions, when they were noticing that concussions were most people don't think about those type of things, or they don't know. So it is up to everyone. And you have to do this with your own mind shift. Marlo said this so eloquently. You're the one who's got to change your mind. You've got to go and figure out and see what these companies are doing. And you have to say, is this really okay with me? Because, and then share it with someone who may not have known. Like this month, I always, for the past 10 years, I've been putting Black History Facts, little known Black History Facts on my Facebook page. Facebook decided to take half of them down. Okay, so the oppressor is always going to oppress, but that does not take away your voice to teach those in your community of why you really shouldn't be shopping. They don't come at people like, you should never be bound, how dare you? No, but the more you come at them with love and say, hey, say this, did you know that the Black football players didn't get the same amount as the whites when it came to concussions? Is that something that is okay with you? Then they can start thinking in their mind if that's something that they're going to agree with or not. So it all is about the mind shift and education. So people who's not going to participate are just not going to participate. You can't worry about them. You only can worry about those who are really interested in making a change. And you never know whose mind you're going to change with that education.
I love it. What do you say, Marlo, to the people that say this will never work? Because we're about to go to a video of a gentleman saying this ain't gonna work. It don't work. What do you say about that?
Everybody ain't gonna come. Everybody don't want to come. Everybody don't want to be part of the movement, right? And the movement only works, the collective only works if the people that are involved are invested. So I say, you don't want to be involved? Cool, baby, do your thing. But the same way that I tell people all the time, you don't want to pay attention to the laws that are getting passed when your child goes to jail behind one of these new laws because you didn't vote. Please don't call me, because my compassion at that point is lowered, right? I need Joe Corley to tell me how to be a nice person at that point, because I feel like the writing was on the wall and you chose not to read it because it was not in line with what you wanted to do. And sometimes I feel like because Black people have had a foot on their neck, right? Because that oppressor's hand is always kind of guiding our heads. I feel like people want to rebel, right? They want to say, I ain't doing, and you can, right? But then don't come to the collective when you need help. Don't come to the collective when you weren't paying attention and now you feel like you're wronged. That's the part of me. Like I said, I need Joe to help me release that, because I don't want to help you after you said that it won't work, because it really is about your desire to not change. It's not that it's not going to work, because we have evidence that it did work. We have evidence not only in Montgomery, but HBCU students during the 80s and early 90s are how South African apartheid ended. Go do your Googles. Those kids were sitting in, they were protesting, they were divesting, so much to the point there was a Different World episode about how active South HBCU students were against apartheid in South Africa. So we have two modern history examples of how it does work. If you take your finances out, if you divest from capitalism, they will do the right thing, right? So I just say, you're allowed to do you, but don't come to us when you're wronged, because you could have been over here already moving with the move. Now, what I hope is if they see it and they see it's working and they see Black businesses are thriving and their friends and family, the hustle has turned into a full-time gig, maybe they'll come on board then. But, to each his own. And if you don't want to come, I don't want nobody on my team by force. That is a for sure thing.
I see. Listen, y'all saying a word today. You know what? Let's go ahead and go to the video. I want to see what this young man has to say. I almost forgot because he was sounding crazy, but let's see. Let's talk.
What if I told you that not spending money for a day won't shake the system like you think? What if the real disruption isn't about one day, but changing the game entirely? What about Economic Blackout Day, February 28, 2025? It's a movement asking people to stop spending for 24 hours as a way to hit corporations where it hurts. Sounds powerful, right? But let's ask the real question. If you stock up the day before and go back to spending the day after, did anything really change, or did we just take a day off from the system only to plug right back in? This isn't a new idea. Boycotts have been a strategy for decades. The Montgomery bus boycott, that lasted 381 days. That was real economic disruption. But a single day pause, that's not the same. So let's break this all the way down. If you know you're not spending on February 28th, what do? You go get your gas, grocery, and essentials the day before. If you were planning to go out, you just wait until March 1st. So instead of hurting corporations, we just shift our spending. Businesses don't track losses by the day. They track quarterly revenue. A 24-hour dip means nothing when they're looking at long-term trends.
Okay. All right. That's something to consider. Minister Connie, what do you think about that video and what he said?
Some of it's true and some of it I don't agree with, because he said that businesses notice a loss in a quarter, but you could notice it in one day, because I know I'm in business. In 1 week, our billing was down $12,000. So that made a great impact. It didn't have to wait to the end of the quarter to see that. I've seen that in the first week. So I don't agree with that. The other thing, the Bible says little makes much. So if the little of us will attend for this day to make an impact, they're going to feel it. They're going to see it. So therefore, I'm not in agreement with what he said. But I think that what we could do, we see how this day turned out, and then we could go and make decisions on what we're going to do after this. So let's just do this one day here without all these opinions. Let's just get on board and just do it.
Yeah. Lala, what do you think about people that say that blackouts and economic boycotts are for people who are privileged? It's a privileged movement because, there's people that absolutely have to buy certain things or just have to participate in the world and in the economy every single day. What do you say to those people?
I say, don't be a coward. Stop it. That's a coward statement is what it is. If you really do want to make a difference, you can make a difference. If you really want that Prada purse, you're going to make that Prada purse happen, right? So if you want this just as much as that Prada or just as much as that Gucci, then you're going to make the mind shift. It's not just for the privileged. Listen, look in your communities. There's a lot of stores that don't look like us, but won't your dollars. Okay.
Yeah.
So if that means that you may have to walk 2 blocks down to the Black Mini Mart to get what you need, then go and take them extra steps. You're going to need it anyway, because we need to be more healthy. It's not just for the privileged. In fact, it's more for us than anything, because we, the ones who are the underlings, are the ones that are being the most affected. The rich gonna always be rich. They always gonna spend what they gonna spend. They gonna do what they do. They gonna have their parties. But let me tell you, it's the ones who are considered the underdogs that actually have the most power. You must rise up and change this before you can make any kind of change. So change that mind shift so that you can see the effects in our communities.
Okay, let's go to our next commercial, and we're going to dive more into this after the break.
I know you're busy, you got things to do, and you can't take us on the go with you every single day. Good news for you. We are now on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, now you can listen to us on Spotify. Search Fly Nubian Money and all the episodes shall appear. All you have to do is like, subscribe, leave a 5-star rating, leave some comments, tell people how you love us, so that when other people come along and are looking for a great show to watch, they can find Fly Nubian Money too. One last thing, and just in case you've been sitting under a rock, Fly Nubian Money now has an investment club. We are the Fly Nubian Money Club. It's easy. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, and I am committed to bringing in top experts from all industries to help you level up. They're teaching us the skills that we need to compete in this market. We often say that nobody is coming to save us, not the government, but guess what? We're coming to save us. I'm coming to save you with the Fly Nubian Money Club. So listen, all you have to do again is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. We have a 30-day free trial set up just for you, just for those people that are struggling. Even if you ain't struggling, you ain't got to struggle. I'm coming. Okay, let me stop playing. I'll see you soon.
Come on, Fly Nubian Money Club. Next up, we have Marlo Layson, who is here. Later on, she's going to tell us what she's teaching y'all, but it's going to be lit. So make sure that you go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. We can't wait to see you in class and wait for you to join. All right. So let's go to some of these stats, y'all, because I'm trying to wrap my mind around, before the end of this show, what I want to do is come up with a strategy moving forward, because we can say like, oh, this is not going to work. I don't know a plan. I heard the other day that they were able to get, because for Joy Reid, they were able to get another 50,000 people on a Zoom call. Wow. So there has to be a way, like, who is running these Zooms, y'all? Like, I guess that is my question, because we need to talk to them so we can all get on one accord about things like this. It's crazy how our participation is selective. Marlo, what do you think about that? Let's just go here real quick. What do you think about that? Like, why do we have selective outrage, and why do we pick up causes selectively when something like this would have been so beneficial?
The short answer. So one is media, right? We are a media loving bunch of people, right? We want to rally around a cause, but we want to rally around a cause that is already out there, right? Joy Reid's situation, that is one woman's employment. Kaepernick, that was one man's employment. And Kaepernick wanted to come back to the league. So when my man was out here trying out, I was like, I'm going back to football because I love football, okay? But that's neither here nor there. The point is, we love to be part of something that's big and lit, right? This economic boycott feels small and isolated because there isn't a celebrity, right? Maybe if Killer Mike would have went on Instagram Live, or Willie D would have went on Instagram Live and said, don't spend no money, join me, be part of my movement, make somebody that the people could rally around. But we are the modern day Romans and celebrities are our gladiators, right? So we go all the way up for anything that is celebrity involved. And even though Joanne Reed is a journalist, right? And she follows journalistic integrity, very smart woman in media. She's a national journalist, right? If I lose my job because I get on the Fly Nubian Money Club and I be popping my shit, and the people find out and they like, girl, you got to do Fly Nubian Money Club or just traditional journalism, I ain't gonna be able to get 40,000 of y'all on the Zoom. And I'm not mad about it, but I wish people would be honest about the desire to be attached to a major brand, which is why we also can't break up with these people for one day because of our attachment to the brand name. And if we could be honest about that, right? Maybe if Kanye wouldn't have went off the rails, and if he was still today, all these years after the college dropout, rhyming, they made us hate ourselves and love their wealth, maybe we would have more people in alignment, right? But we got Kanye tweeting that Trump is back in office and he a billionaire again. So we are off the rails, and we are a celebrity loving culture. And regardless to who want to say different, you want to attach it to a college or a sorority or the NABJ, which I'm a member of, you can attach it to all of that if you want. The bottom line is, if it were Marlo Layson, who was removed from her News Now post, y'all wouldn't be on that damn Zoom. And I'm not mad about it, but I just want to put up a mirror like Ice Cube and show you who you are. And we are a celebrity loving culture.
We love it. If Beyonce would have said it, y'all, that did it. That's what she's trying to say.
If Beyonce would have
said, I'm not participating, y'all wouldn't have participated.
Would not have participated.
Let's go to some of these stats, y'all. All right, let's see. Black spending power is in the U.S. reached $2 trillion as of 2025, yet only 2% of that is reinvested into the Black businesses. Black America spends $1.8 trillion annually. Oh, we updated this. It's $2 trillion. All right. If Black Americans stop spending for just one day, the U.S. economy could lose billions of dollars in revenue. Many Black people work for major corporations like Walmart, Amazon, and Target. A long-term employment could hurt Black employees in these industries. Actually, I want to take that down. Let's go ahead and take it down. Lala, this is what I meant by privilege. There was somebody that came out and said, listen, I work at these big corporations, and this is going to influence me as an employee. So tell me, what do you say to those people? I say find another job because likely they ain't paying you enough anyway. But what do you say?
I have to agree with you. Now, listen, you're going to work for a company that undermines absolutely everything that you do. And there's also there's power in silence. So you can be making these moves quietly, looking for another position on something that will support you. Now, do I think that everybody should just go out and quit their job? No, that wouldn't be smart. But you can start looking for other things with companies that do support what you are aligned with. Listen, I remember my pastor always said, if you don't like snakes, you don't go to the snake garden. It's as simple as that. You don't go lie with snakes if you don't want to be a part of them. So everything that I do, I always try to look to see if it aligns with what I agree with. And here's a perfect example. I was working for a live streaming company. They asked me to come in and to be the community manager, make sure that these young people wasn't coming on, shaking their butts and being naked. Okay. So I thought, hey, that's good. I want to make sure that these airwaves are something that I really want to keep clear for these kids and blah, blah, blah. What did they really mean? Well, we have to put somebody in this role. But now, if they kind of shake just one cheek, kind of look the other way. No, I became the villain when I became the enforcer. And I saw immediately this was stressing me out. This didn't align with my what I believe to be for me. And so I quickly let go of it because there's no way I'm going to work and be stressed out over something where people don't even, I'm replaceable, baby. And you are too. And you should see your value and your talent and your worth and try your best. I know it may not always be practical to find something else that aligns with what your spirit is telling you to do. Now that's your choice, but you can't sit up there and work for companies that don't care a damn about you. You are replaceable.
Yeah, go to Costco. Who didn't roll back the DEI? It would be very hard for me to say as an employee at a company that washed DEI measures off their website. It would be hard for me to make that decision and still show up at work every day. Minister Connie, how do we break there's part of me that feels like we're just so, you said it earlier, Marlo, that we are attached to brands and big corporations, which means that we are attached to white-owned companies. To us, they just operate better, they're more reliable, all the things, right? Minister Connie, what do you think about that? Like, how do we break the cycle of thinking that white business or white ice is colder than what we have in our community?
That's a myth. That is a mindset that people want to have, because the thing is that I've been in business for 27 years, and guess what? I have to dot all my I's and cross all my T's, and I have to be exceptional. I am part owner of a mental health clinic. We're the only Black clinic in the state of Pennsylvania. And we had an audit the other day, and she said, y'all are exceptional because we overdo it. Because why? We want to be exceptional. And it's a mindset. If you want to be exceptional, you can be exceptional. When you walk into my place, you'd be like, wow, this is nice. This is a little story. We had an employee that was complaining about a lot of different things. So she said, I want to see your boss. And so we said, well, we're the boss. No, you can't be the boss, because our place was so nice. They didn't think that we could run a establishment with policies and procedures that was great. That when you walk in, you'd be like, oh, this is so nice. You put your money in your business, and you can be exceptional. It's all of what you want to do. But a lot of companies and some Black business, you walk in and you be like, they need to do something about this place. It looks terrible. So I'm not saying that all, but we're all now coming into a point where we want things to be nice. I know that I like to see things that are exceptional. I went to a spa. It was so beautiful there. I could have spent the whole day there. It was Black owned. So we are coming out of that shabby look to be more exquisite. So just don't have the mindset of throwing things together and trying to run a business without money. And that's one of our problems. We don't get the loans. People could write Caucasians could write a business plan and get a loan. We write a business plan. It could be exceptional, and we take it, and they want to nitpick on every little thing. So that makes a big difference also. So we need to get together as family and invest in one another. That's what we need to do, so that we can have economic empowerment. And I'll say it, I invested in all my family. Now, I didn't get nothing back. That's another story. But, they start making their money. They forget all about who helped them, but that's another story. But that's not for now. But I still love them, and I'm glad they're in business, and I'm glad they're doing well. But, but we need to invest in one another, but have a contract.
That's right. As the stat said, that we have $2 trillion with a T in consumer spending power. And we say that all the time on this show, that we have but only 2% of that $2 trillion is being spent with Black owned businesses. Just imagine if we took that up to 10% and 50%. That's our reparations, Black people. I'm going to keep saying this. Like, y'all waiting for the government to give you reparations, but really that's the reparations. Between that, the internet, and us patronizing our own businesses is going to give us the leverage that we need. That's just going, it's going to change everything. If we're getting our money and spending it within 6 hours and giving it over to 98% of it over to a white business. You can't wait to get that money and spend it. You can't wait. I
And
got
a lot of
paid,
the
girl.
times you've already spent it before you got it.
That's right, right? You already plan to spend all your money. So it's just very hard. I mean, that sounds like a hustle trap, it just sounds like a trap that we're in, a loop, the rat race that we're in. But I think we could benefit as a community if we put more money into our own businesses. So there is a video. A lot of people are saying we have another video. A lot of people are saying that DEI efforts, us not patronizing Target and all of that, is not working, right? Like they're still making their money. Nobody cares, right? Like it's not having the effect. It's not giving what we wanted to give, right? Would everybody on this panel agree with that? Like, because we have decided not to patronize with Target, Walmart, it's not making a difference. Would anybody agree with that?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Let's watch this next video. I want to see what this young man has to say, or young lady. I don't know which one.
Finally, some good news. So everybody who boycotted Target needs to be super excited, because it is such a beautiful thing to actually score a victory, particularly this early on. And I want y'all to think about this. I want you to celebrate this moment. We had Target's shareholders sued Target because when they removed DEI, they said that Target leadership did not tell the shareholders that removing DEI could cause a boycott and lower the value of their shares. Now, as a result, I have heard, I have not done the deep dive, but I've heard it on the streets that Target is talking about rolling back that decision because of pressure from shareholders. And obviously, when you affect the bottom line, when you hit them where they live, when you speak the only language that capitalism cares about, it causes people to stand up and take note. This is why we have to spend our dollars accordingly. We have to vote with our dollars. We need to be supporting Black business, supporting small business.
So just so you know, it works. And this isn't the day that everything happened with Target. We saw that they had scrubbed everything off their website and they were rolling it back. I never went to Target again after that, ever. And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that were with me, like, oh, because nobody wants to be walking into a store that's just like, embrace. They want to take all the Black people off the shelves. They want to, all the things. Like, I didn't want to be a part of that. So I said, I told my daughter, we're not doing that anymore. And I had to explain to her why. H. James says, Walmart reported a drastic increase in net inventory today as looting went down. It's working. I'm not sure what's working. What's working? I don't know.
That's a troll. That's a troll.
Yeah, I'm like, it's working. It's what's working.
That is you was trying to be racist, saying the looting stuff.
Oh, he was trying to be
that
funny.
wasn't trying. That was a valiant effort.
The deodorant is locked up, Lieutenant James. The deodorant is locked up. That's all I'm going in there for. And I ain't got time to ring no damn bell, so I ain't been back.
Oh my God. I mean, everything is locked up in every store. That's a whole nother situation, because I guess people were walking into the stores and walking out with all the things. So what we know, I guess my point in this, and I love this video saying, like, it's actually effective, right? So I want to take the next, I would say 15 minutes or so, roughly. That's how much time we have left on the show. And just talk about, let's create a plan within ourselves, right here. Lala, Marlo, Minister Connie, and Tierra, we are going to create a plan along with our viewers. We're going to create a plan on ways that we can continue this movement. I saw somebody earlier said that March is for movement, right? And I love that so much, because you're right. Like, from today, tomorrow is March 1st. We go in with a plan. And whatever we say here, I'm going to stick to the plan. As you can see, I had to catch Kendrick on YouTube. Like, that's the only thing. And I barely watched that. I was like, walking by, like, I don't want to. Okay, I guess I'll watch it. Like, I'm against, because I'm so against the NFL. I saw that they also removed, like, they knew Donald Trump was coming to the game, so they took the word "in racism" out of the end zone, and so it just gave me more reason to be like, is it because Donald Trump is coming that you're taking away the whole idea of like ending racism? I don't know. I just, I don't like it, y'all. I don't like it. Lala, so what do you have to say about, like, what is it? Is it messaging? Is it marketing that we need to like we need to shift, because it is working, but according to everyone else or mass media, it's not working. So what would you say needs to be the shift? What do we need to do to get the real numbers in real time and knowing? Because I think that's another thing too. If we can't measure the progress, we're going to assume it's not working. Marlo works out all the time, right? And if she was just running and wasn't seeing her metrics or the weight loss, I think she would be unmotivated to keep going. So is that a part of it? How can we measure our progress?
Well, for one, we need to learn to look at the correct news. A snake is always going to be a snake and it will bite you, period. Okay. So where's the whole song about you take me in, precious woman, and he's lying and he's going to turn around and bite you? The media, the main media, we all know has an agenda. They have an agenda to feed you certain amount of things. And we all know that many of them have bowed down to kiss the 10 ring. So you need to go to the correct outlets and the direct resources that show you the economic. Now, everybody here, pretty much everybody here knows we're part of, we B1, baby, B1. All right. So that is your first point. You go to the source that's going to give you the truth. You need to turn off the CNNs, the MSNBCs. Those are never going to tell you the truth, and they're always designed to kind of keep you pissed off, right? But if you go to the right sources and you check, that's right, watch their stock. My main thing is this, y'all. There are apps out here that will tell you what the Congress people are spending and investing in and when they pull out. When you start seeing them pull out of certain places, you're going to understand why they're pulling out. So then for you do the same thing. And that makes a difference. But the first thing is to educate yourself on where you can go for the right information. Listen, what does our lovely Constance say? Google that shit. Mm-hmm. You will find the right information if you stop looking on that first Google page and you go down to the third page. Mm-hmm. You're going to find the real sources that's going to give you the better information. So the first assignment, find where you're going to get the truth. Where are you going to get the truth? Look at Dr. Boyce's network. Look at what we give you. We're giving you good resources. We have Marlo. Okay, so you're going to go to the places that are going to give you the truth, because always polls can be skewed. We know that, to make you think a certain way. But truth is in numbers. If you look at their stocks, then you're going to see the difference, and that is your proof.
Okay. So, okay. All right. So let's build this fire, right? We got fire. Everybody has logs. Everybody in the chat, all 369 of y'all, we are here and we are going to build a movement right now. So Lala just said, make sure that you educate yourself. Look for the right outlets to tell you the truth. That's not always easy to find because of the agendas and who's being paid. You just have to know, right? You have to do enough research to know who's going to tell you the truth, who's always, and sometimes, y'all, I'll be honest, I'll watch Fox News for a little bit just to see what the narrative is. It'll make me mad, but I got to know all the sides. Before the election, I would hop into troll, that's the right word. I would hop into Trump chat rooms just to see what they was talking about. Ooh, you talk about somebody's, you listen, like my soul wanted to jump out of my body every time, because I was like, oh my God, there's people that think this way. It's insane. But I guess they come into our rooms and they think the same exact thing. So it's a matter of perspective. And it's so interesting that our perspectives are so divided. It's like we are on opposite ends of the spectrum, right? So let's build this fire, y'all. So the question is, what do we need to do to secure a movement? What are you going to do today as of from now, let's commit for the rest of the year. What is maybe one thing, maybe two things that you are going to do that will make a difference and to contribute to our community? Marlo, and I'm gonna come back around to you, Lala, because that wasn't the question I asked you, but I'm gonna ask you. So let's build this. Let's build it out, Marlo.
I would say, for me, disciplined spending, right? If we are talking about empowering our community and getting the money out of the places that, help oppress us or underemploy or underpay us, I think that disciplining yourself financially is going to be very important. Do you need the table or do you want it? Do you need the shirt or do you want it? Right? Making real decisions about how you spend your money. And then if you say, I really need this, is there a black seller on Facebook Marketplace? Is somebody in your community having a garage sale or estate sale where they're trying to get off some things that they need to let go of, right? I think that we have to get back to being, my grandparents were very smart spenders. And we rolled into very frivolous spending. And I think we have to get back into smart spending. I think we have to get back into repurposing things that we thought we were going to throw away because there is something on Amazon that's $29.99. So I would say my log is a disciplined spending log. Do you need it? Do you want it? Can you live without it?
Black people, do you need it? Do you want it? Okay. So every time before I buy something, I'm going to say, do I need it? Do I want it? Will it help or harm me? Because sometimes we buy things. Like yesterday, I had some Dairy Queen with my daughter. It's going to harm me. It harmed my stomach. Right? I ain't been eating sugar or salt. I was like, right, it's going to harm me. But does it help? Does it harm? Do you need it? Do you want it? Okay. All right. Minister Carney, what do you say?
I like that one of the attendees on the podcast said that maybe we should do it every Friday. That is a great idea. So for the whole year, just stop doing it on Fridays. That's a blackout Friday for the rest of the year. That would be awesome. That was going to make a big impact on the bottom line. You know what? I don't need nothing. I really don't. I just be buying stuff. I was like, oh, that's cute. I'm going to get it. I'm going to start thinking about that. I am really good on investing, saving my money, but I don't have things. My kids is grown and, my mortgage is paid off. So I'm buying stuff. I'm just buying stuff because I have the money. So I'm going to start thinking about not buying this because I really don't need it. I really don't. And I can, without going to Target for the whole year, I could do that.
Y'all, can we do every Friday? I think somebody also, it was Armando who said that maybe we take every Friday I love every Friday, but he said the last Friday of the month and just either discuss it on here or take it out to blackout. But every Friday sounds
every
even
Friday
more
for the rest of the year.
Every Friday
I
for the rest.
I think every Friday is definitely doable.
Can everybody on at least this thread do every Friday for the remainder of the year? Listen, we can start small. And if we start small, on our other show, we put together a plan too. But it was more so how to spread the word. We said that, Marlo, you got to help me. We said you got to text and email your people. Text and email, send out an email chain, just letting them know, hey, this is the deal. At least once a week. This is the cause. This is what we're working towards. Remember to do this. Getting people's consciousness and awareness, kind of massaging that. Because, everybody is not going. I told you earlier that Minister Connie sends out text messages on our family thread and nobody responds. I think everybody just kind of looks at it and goes, whatever. But to keep doing it either way, even if they respond or not, I think it's massaging, even some subconscious, right? So it was emailing, getting on an email, get on a newsletter or some sort. Do you remember what else was, Marlo?
I know mine was share it, You know, people love to be on social media, so share out the great Black businesses that you find, the great Black service providers that you find, and show people where you're at. Let people know where they can go, because a lot of times we don't know where to go to support each other. So the same way you pose with that Gucci bag, you got that Hermes belt ever so slightly showing in the photo. Do that with what you buy from Black people. Support Black people in that same way, because Hermes don't need it. They got a huge marketing budget, huge marketing budget.
Yes, you said make it feel cool. You said make it feel
Because we
cool.
make
So when
everything
you,
cool. We
because
make everything cool. So
that's
make
what
it
Black
feel
people,
lit
we
so
are
that more
cool.
people want to be part of that wave. Because, you know, we got some wave riders. So we got to make waves so that they could jump out there and get on them, because everybody ain't going to cause a wave. Some people just want to ride it.
Lala, what do you say? Add something to the log, baby.
I actually buy from a lot of Black businesses. So what I do is I share who I am buying from. That means I've already used your product. That means I've already dealt with your business and I know that you're a good business. Like, you know, I no longer buy body cream because I have someone that does that. I have someone who makes soap. I have someone who makes beautiful candles. They're all Black owned. Their businesses are on top. So I recommend those businesses. I don't just keep that information to myself. I let people know when I get good service from our businesses and what they make. So when you find something good, don't keep quiet about it. Share it with the rest of your family. If you walk past somebody and go, you smell good. You go, girl, I got this from Gina on the such and such. And let me give you her information. Go get you some. You can't keep your mouth closed. Share the good Black businesses that you work with so that other people know to go and support them as well.
Yeah.
I do want to say something. I think that's a great idea. Anyone that knows about Black businesses, maybe we could have a link or something for the Black businesses through Fly Nubian Money.
Well, because Connie hasn't been here in a long time. This is what I was about to say. So listen, Black people.
I did not. Well, I've been gone.
She ain't been here in a minute. She don't know that we already got a Fly Nubian Money Black directory, baby.
See, I didn't know that. Sorry.
Actually, let's go ahead and roll the commercial and we'll talk about it. But if you have a Black business and you want to get that Black business seen, you could put it in the chat, but you can also email me, and I'm about to tell you exactly where, because you know we all in the videos and all in the commercials. Go ahead and roll that commercial.
Are you a Black business owner looking to expand your reach? Well, has Fly Nubian Money got good news for you? We are building a Black business directory to connect you with customers who need your services. And here is the best part. It is absolutely free. Email us at info@realvirtual.net. Send us your business name. Tell us a little bit about what you do, what services you offer, your website address, and your contact information. That's it. Together, we are going to build and circulate the Black dollar. Get listed today and start connecting with people who are probably already looking for you.
Yes. So
Okay,
you see,
come
we
on,
already
Google search B-roll. All right,
come
now.
on. We try around here. We trying to do our thing. We trying to do our thing, y'all. Listen, if you have a business, a personal brand that people can benefit from, a product of any sort, please email us at info@realvirtual.net and join our business directory. We cannot wait to serve and really build it. I know somebody asked me earlier, when will it be available? And we're still compiling. We're still waiting for people to send us more and more and more. Now, people have been very good about sending information. We have a lot of Black businesses on there, but we can use more. People even reach out to me and say, hey, do you know somebody that does this? And it kind of turned into a situation where I was making recommendations based on just matching businesses together. And I'm so happy to do it. I can't do it I can't do it all the time, but I definitely could see the benefit. If there's somebody that absolutely needs something, I definitely will pair you. I'll do my best to pair you. I'm a busy lady. So, okay. All right. So we have the Black Business Directory. This hour went by so fast, y'all. I thought I was going to be able to ask some more questions. We have our log. Okay. So we have a plan. The plan is to educate. There's one other thing I want to tell you guys. So when I start looking for Black businesses, I often hear people say, well, they don't got Black people that make vacuum cleaners. And if I need a vacuum cleaner, or if they don't got Black people that have a gas station or this or that, baby, if you hop on TikTok and you hop on the internet, there is so many Black businesses that have those things that we don't think they make. It will blow your mind. We are not just making soaps and lotions, and those things. We are also making, Black people invented all of this. I don't know if y'all know, it's Black History Month, and I know you've been watching us all month say, like, we created a lot of things. We created pretty much everything. I'm gonna just go ahead and say Black people created everything. Every day I'm like the computer, the GPS system, just everything that you can think of that we need and we use daily. Somebody Black created it. I'm not gonna say everything, but I'm gonna say 95% of it. Like, we lit. So don't think that Black people don't make intricate things. We don't just make lotions and I don't know, whatever simple thing that people make. We make the things. So I know sometimes it just comes down to funding and being able to mass produce those things, but that's again why we need to patronize one another, because if we can buy, say, a vacuum cleaner from a company, that means they can make more vacuum cleaners or whatever it is. So just make sure that we're Googling and TikToking and looking for those Black businesses, and don't just be like, Black people don't do this. Like, don't assume that the company is janky just because it's Black. Please respect Black people. Like, we are really like the creators of this thing. So I'm gonna just go ahead and move into final thoughts. Let's start with I got excited. Let's start with Minister Connie.
Okay. Like I said, I don't need anything. So I am going to commit to every Friday that I am going to have a blackout on Fridays for the rest of the year. And I hope that you all will come on and join me. Okay? Let's make this happen.
And where can they find you, Minister Connie?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I haven't been on in a while. You can find me at ministerconnie.com.
No, they can find you at ConnieSpearman.com.
ConnieSpearman.com. Okay, I told you I haven't been on for a while, so excuse me.
Obviously, I work with my auntie. You can find Minister Connie.
I've been absent.
ConnieSpearman.com, y'all. She has a book called Lord.
Yes, Lord, I Hear You.
Lord, I Hear You.
Connie Spearman. It's a great book. Get it. It's a great read.
There's a company journal. There's a company journal. It's good.
And there's a journal with it. Yes. Thank you for reminding me. I just went blank. I'm just thinking about this blackout on Fridays, what I got to do to prepare to do it for the whole year.
If you want to support a Black business, you can support, she is my auntie and I've known her all my life. But make sure that you check her out at ConnieSpearman.com.
Yes.
She said, she has a book called Lord, I Hear You. It's a beautiful book. It's a collection of stories of how God, she is listened and heard from God, and he's guided her through all kinds of things, even getting $1 million out of debt. So listen. There's something there. There's something there, y'all.
Yes,
so make sure you support Minister Connie. I keep tapping this table. Let's go to you.
I love you.
You've got to be the change that you want. You can't just talk about it. You got to be about it. And when you really sit down to draw those lines in the sand, you truly must stick to them. Know why you're doing it and how it can affect the whole community just by doing your simple research. Listen, we all have some things that we don't feel like we can give up, but at some point you have to give up for your best, right? I gave up cake. I gave up sweets for a long time. And guess what? I lost 135 pounds. Wow. It doesn't happen overnight, but as time goes on, you see the changes. So you must be the change that you want to see. It starts with you. And you can find me at www.laurakey.net. And I have a lot of great free resources there for you. Budget worksheet, I also have a quiz that if you're thinking about moving abroad and becoming a world citizen, you have some things to think about. So that quiz will help you put you in the right frame of mind on if you're ready or willing or really do want to move out of the country. So visit me at www.laurakey.net.
Make sure that you check Laura Lala. I keep wanting to say Lala. Check Lala out because she does. She has all of these amazing resources. There is a budget that I use often. I printed it out. I wish I had it in front of me. I run and go get it and show y'all. And I'm just going through all the things. Like I support all of my queens. Like there is no. I got budget sheets. I got wealth accelerator books. Like we got all the things, right? So make sure that you support Lala. She has given me a lot of insight about moving abroad and really just expanded my mind about being a world citizen. And I love her so much. So I'm telling you, all that fire and smoke that she is giving, she is equally just a beautiful human being that will give you all the information that you need to really make a decision about buying a home, domestically or abroad. So make sure you check Lala out. All right, Marlo, what's up?
Oh, what's up? So listen, one bite at a time. That's how you eat an elephant. If you think about eating that whole elephant at once, you're going to get overwhelmed. Your stomach going to get upset, right? So one single bite at a time. If everybody's biting their own little section, eventually that elephant going to be gone. And that's how we have to move forward. One Friday a month could turn into an entire month, could turn into an entire year of you abstaining from buying things that you don't need. But equally, right? Investing in Black business is important. And if you have a Black business that you want to grow, and if, as we are talking about alternative spending on Fridays for 52 Fridays, or I don't know how many Fridays left, 40 something Fridays that are left in this year, you're gonna have to get people to find your product. And if you are a business, specifically a Black business, but any small business that is looking to expand your digital footprint, the great way to do that without having to pay bloated pay-per-click advertising prices or programmatic advertising prices is by having your SEO on your website tight and right. So if you want to learn how to get your business found in a sea of information on Google, Bing, MSN, I don't care what search engine you use, right? You think you hide you incognito somewhere, wherever you are, I can find you unless I can't. So what I would encourage you to do is join me in the Fly Nubian Money Club on March 8th, that's a Saturday, 11 a.m. Eastern. I am going to teach you how to increase your sales and traffic, and of course your profit using SEO strategies. These is data-driven strategies that I've cultivated myself, that I have borrowed from other people, things that I have put to work, and I have seen them work myself for an advantage in business and online business. If you want that, if you need that, if you struggle with getting organic, we are talking about organic, y'all. Like that milk y'all like to drink, y'all like to say organic so y'all can sound super bougie. Well, come to my super bougie organic search engine optimization class, and I will help the people, I will help you put the food where the goats could get it, honey. You know, a goat don't have a long neck, right? The goat could only go down. So I'm going to put it where the goats could get it for you so that everybody can thrive and grow in business. And it be beautiful Black people out here using this internet for good and evil, because y'all cut up on the internet, but I'm going to teach y'all how to get found. Come get found Saturday, March the 8th. I'm going to be here. Fly Nubian Money Club.
And Fly Nubian Money Club, it's gonna go up. It's y'all. I'm so committed to bringing people that can change your life to the Fly Nubian Money Club. Period. Like that's it. That's my answer. Trying to get you skills that you need to take your finances and your personal brands, whatever it is, to the next level. And so Marlo is coming. Lala has been there. At some point, I'm gonna get Minister Connie to teach y'all a thing or two about running business. I'm definitely going to, so you definitely want to join us. Also, Marlo is partaking in a bodybuilding competition. She has been getting super fine on us. I have adopted the way she eating, and it's working for me. Feel me? She's helping us all kind of just like work on our fitness and work on our nutrition this year. And we're really getting, growing together.
Listen, we lifting booties with booty muscles. We not lifting scalpels. We lifting booty muscles. You can do it.
We not lifting.
You ain't got to be born a big booty girl to have a big booty. I'm telling you, I come from the little booty Judy line of people, okay? And that thing bowling on her back. I hate it.
I love it. Listen, I love that we all can inspire each other in one way or another. Yeah. When Marlo said she was no longer eating salt or sugar or processed food, I was like, me neither. And it's been like, I know nobody says nobody else, but of course me, I'm like, I'm going to do it too. And it has been so life-changing for me. Although I've as of this month, and really I'm hopping back on, but I've been doing like one day where yesterday I allowed myself to have a hamburger and some ice cream, but that was the first of the year. So it was good. And then I felt bad because my body is used to doing something else. So anyway, my final thoughts is this, Black people. I love y'all for real. And I've really dedicated my entire life to making sure that I'm part of this contribution to resetting, to getting us wherever we need to be. And I know it's not just me. Hopefully I'm joining other people who have that same mission in life, to support and love on Black people in the way that we need to be supported and loved on. We've been through a lot of things. We've experienced a lot of trauma. We are constantly being oppressed in one way or another. I just saw yesterday that somebody erased some Black man. I don't even know his name because I didn't pay attention, but he signed away the Fair Housing Act that Obama had put in place and was like, literally he said, I'm against fair housing. I said, oh, okay, I live in the Twilight Zone. So since we all are currently living in the Twilight Zone together, I just really want to figure out how to get us out of here. Really, like we need to figure it out. Where are we going? But those are my final thoughts. My name is Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood. I'm at Miss Black Hollywood across all platforms. This is my first time really saying this out loud, but I got an album coming out soon. I will keep you. I've been working for the last 2 years on recording music, trying to come back to and get out of just being a producer and behind the scenes and getting back on camera, y'all, and showing you these other talents that God gave me that he told me to use a long time ago. And I have just been like, okay, and then doing other things. So I'd have an album coming out. I'm going to tell you all the release dates and all the things. But for right now, I just want you to know that I have something coming out, and I don't think I'm going to use streaming services. And so I will need you to support my Black business and stream directly from my website. And I'm just saying that for the first time today. I'll probably mention it again and again and again. But just so you know, I'm going to build my own buzz and kind of have that kind of campaign, kind of like Nipsey did. And so that's all I got.
She could sing too, y'all. She could sing, y'all.
I appreciate it. So I thank you all for joining us today. All 373 people that are in here. We have a plan now. We have come up with a plan. Y'all told me in the comments, which I didn't get to go through the comments, what we're going to do starting next Friday. We are going to black out every single Friday for the rest of the year. Fly Nubian Money is going to be here, so we're going to mention it every single Friday, no matter what. Do you hear me? No matter what. Y'all said, I saw y'all. Like, yes, I'm gonna participate. So make sure that you participate. Make sure you're participating. If you want to get a notification for when we go live, you can text the word Queens to 87948. That's Queens, Queens, to 87948. Also, we have 8 apps. Okay, because Boyce told me to tell y'all this and I forgot. So we have a new listing that will give you 8 apps for families for investing. 8 apps, the top apps that families use for investing. So text 87948 to receive that free list of family investing apps. Yes. Okay. 87948 to receive your list of apps that families are using to invest. Any other things I got to tell y'all beautiful Black people this Friday? We want y'all to have a wonderful weekend. I don't know if we have a Black History situation, but I think we should just roll one of the old ones. Hopefully we have something to roll. Otherwise, thank you, Queens, for coming and joining me this Friday. I love y'all. I love y'all, Marlo. I'm not talking to you because you're going to New Orleans. I'm not talking about love for you, but everybody else I love. Y'all, we will see you. We will see you next week, next Monday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, like we always do. We love you and have a good weekend. Happy Black Out Day. Don't spend no money unless it's with Black people. I think we have a Black History.
It's the roaring 20s. The country is flourishing. Some African American communities are prospering, like the residents of Greenwood in Tulsa, Oklahoma. A remarkable Baptist pastor named Solomon Sir Jones is the pioneering filmmaker. His footage was lost for more than 50 years. Jones captures the bustling life of Greenwood, which could be any American small town. But Tulsa's whites don't like what they see. In May 1921, after a black man is accused of assaulting a white woman, a white mob rampages through the city. For a night and a day, they loot and burn Greenwood. A Fox News crew captures the only surviving footage. It is the bloodiest racial massacre in American history, leaving nearly 300 dead.
Oh my God, y'all, we are back. Yes, energy. Yes, it's Fly Nubian Money. It is Wednesday. Welcome, everybody. This is where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. It's your girl, Constance Carter. And listen, I'm your host for today. It's time to get hyped up, amped up. So we're going to talk about Rickey Smiley. Oh my God, did you guys hear? Did y'all hear? Did you guys hear? Oh my God. So Rickey Smiley has a shocking revelation, y'all. He just found out that he was the father of 5-year-old twins. It sounds kind of scandalous, but I'll save my judgment until we hear all the facts. But what's even more complicated, you guys, is another man has been raising these girls, and both Rickey and the mother, he said, knew the truth. Can Rickey be held responsible, and can the man who was deceived sue the mother and Rickey for fraud? After all, this wasn't an immaculate conception. They were both involved. She was double dipping. So we're getting ready to dive into the legal and the emotional layers. And that's why we have the good doc here today, because we got to dig into the emotional layers of how all of this plays out. So I'm joined by the most beautifulest, amazingest, wonderfulest, outstandingest queens on the planet. Yes. So first, we got Miss Tiara. She is the producer of the show. What's up, Tiara? She puts all these things together, you guys. I love it. And then we have Shalea. She is a real estate broker. Where you hailing from, Shalea?
Boston, Massachusetts, Beantown House.
Yes. And then we got Dr. Felice, the b.big.coach.com. And then we have all things Pop Queen. That's why we had to have you on today's show, Athena, because we know that you are you up on everything. All things Pop Queen, the We Wealth Warrior herself, Miss Athena Gardner. Welcome to Fly Nubian Money. And make yourself at home. We like for you to talk back to us and talk black to us. You know that, right? We want to hear what you got to say. What y'all think? before we get into it, is this scandalous or not? What do you think? Do you think Ricky knew? Do you think the mother knew? Do you think that the man was a deadbeat? There's a lot of questions that we're about to unpack. But first, before we get into the questions, I want you guys to talk back to us and put it in the comments. But let's go ahead into this video with Ricky.
Out to me, man, cause watching that video was so disgusting. It's wicked, and it triggered me, man. Like, I'll never get over that situation. For 5 years, man, they knew. For 5 years, the mama in on it, the grandma in on it, and the real victims are those twin girls and her oldest daughter. And he been calling her his daughter too, man. It's so crazy, man. But they don't understand, man. That situation killed me, man. It destroyed me. It destroyed everything I had going on. Mentally, I was shot. And when I found out about them having their going on, that's when she started trying to pull the girls from me and trying to manipulate everybody and saying, oh, Nehemiah don't take care of his kids and all that like that. Her and her mama just trying to keep covering. Nehemiah, you the dad, you the dad, you the dad. Them your girls, come take care of your girls. Having her dust at home girls, harassing me, and got her, even her brother just passed away, they died. And before he died, he was mad at me. He was mad at me thinking I was some hate. And that whole time, bro, I'm like, so I'm trying to be there, I'm trying to fight for my kids. And she just, I appreciate y'all for it.
That wasn't the video. However, first of all, let's address the elephant in the room, y'all. Do she got a type or not?
Yeah. Twins. Like, what am I looking at?
Right? You did a side by side. The only thing that could tell them apart is the talking, because he don't sound like Ricky Smiley, but she definitely has a type. Wow. So what do you think? I wanted to play Ricky's first, but that's cool. This is good. So we see we see where he stands. This is the man who thought he was the father for the first 4 years of the twins' life, and he was saying that all of a sudden, I don't know if it was all of a sudden, but they started pulling back on him. They started taking them away from the kids. What do you guys think? I'm gonna start with you, Shalane. What do you think?
I don't even know what to think. I feel like there's some facts that we're missing. Like, was this man in their lives? Did he raise these girls? Did Ricky know? Did he have any idea? Or did he just find out, like he said on the video? I feel like the mom knew, she had an idea. She knew that there was a possibility, obviously. But my thing is, if it was Ricky, wouldn't it have been more beneficial to just say, "This is Ricky, these are your kids"? Right. So I don't know. Maybe she didn't know. Maybe she was like, "Oh, I really didn't know that happened," because it can slip up and just happen. It only takes one little sperm. I don't know.
Ooh. So were they boyfriend and girlfriend? Do we know? Were they a couple, Athena? Because I know Athena know.
Oh my God.
Girl.
So according, to sources, they were together at some point, right? They were having a relationship at some point. I don't know when the overlap happened, right? I don't know when the crossing did, but she had to know that there was a possibility. Like, ladies, listen, that's why I say you need to, some proper pom-pom maintenance, right? You can't just have everybody to slide through like the slip and slide, like you're going to water rapids or whatever, because these situations occur. And now you are chasing, I don't know who she picked. I don't know why she picked him over Ricky or what the thought process was behind that. But now you wrongfully have a guy trying to, or hold him accountable for a child that is not his, right? And we have to hold that as women. We have to hold that bag.
So first of all, what is proper poon maintenance? I need to know.
Proper poon maintenance is when you get pregnant, you know who the father is.
Oh, okay.
That's bare minimum.
Is there something I should be doing as a woman to have proper poon maintenance? I don't know. Tiara, did he know? What do you think?
I don't know if Ricky knew, but I'm pretty sure she knew. Like, she knew. You, like, I'm pretty sure somebody has mentioned already. You knew who you was having sex with. You knew you was raw dogging. You knew that you were not using a condom with these men, and they both look alike. So I can see how she might have been confused about who the father was. But I think that she knew.
What about you, Dr. Felice? Do you think she knew? What are your thoughts? Look, she's the most logical one. All the rest of y'all be gossiping. Go ahead. We want to hear somebody logical.
I think that as women, we have to really be stewards over our body and what that looks like. And that's called some good self-love, right? You want to make sure that you're monitoring, because we're incubators, we take in. And so we got to be real careful about that. And, this just reminds me of the Maury Povich show, right? The Maury Povich show made money off of women claiming not to know who the real daddy was. And so it's really unfortunate that still years, like Maury Povich was years ago, and we still have women who are being really, and I'm not judging them, right? There's some reasons behind it, just really careless about how they monitor their body and who they allow to have entrance, and what that means, not for them, but who I'm worried about are the girls, right? What does this mean for her children to be subjected to this type of scrutiny, this kind of talk, this kind of gossip? Like, the babies are the ones who are going to really pay for this. And so whether she knew or not, I would hope that she takes better care of herself so that, she doesn't have this run, doesn't go again, and that she breaks the cycle, that her girls don't in turn have this kind of issue when they get of age.
But did she know?
I don't know. Like, if she's having it, it says, I think one of y'all put in the thing that she's been off and on with Ricky for so many years. And when you have a boo, somebody that you love and that you allow to come in and out of your life, you really don't think about what it means to sleep with them, right? Because they're so familiar. They're this friend, and you really don't. I've had friends, like, it happens. Like, they love their on and off agains, right? They love them. And so they allow
there be that one.
Right. And they allow
relationship.
Right. And they allow this free access, but then they're also involved with someone else. And there's no talking, there's no communication, there's no transparency about what your life really looks like. So she knew that she was engaging with multiple men, right? But I think
without a condom.
Yeah, that's it. And
nasty.
No, that's some lack of self-love, right?
Nasty
and so
word.
on a real basic level, but that she was sleeping with two men who look alike. So she knew she slept with two men. I think she knows that there was a possibility that either one of them could have been the father. And so I think that with that knowledge, she should have been upfront when she found out that she was pregnant. At that moment when she was pregnant, she should have told both men, hey, this is my reality. Like, you my on and off again boo, and you like it right now.
But because we don't know the whole story. With twins, you don't normally go full term, right? So she might not know when she conceived. There might be some variables in there where she might not have even known. That's a possibility. Let me ask you this, Athena. Why do you think she took so long? I mean, we're just speculating at this point, but what do you think?
I don't know why. I don't know. I think there's some gaps in the story. Obviously, both her and Ricky aren't saying the full story. And then this guy who was supposed to be the father, but isn't, is just expressing like his, being disrupted by it. I think they knew. The way this is being handled, to me, it screams, I knew, and maybe they were trying to protect his reputation or for her to not look as bad. If you're on and off with a man for 17 years, and ladies, y'all already know
that man is a single man.
Y'all know how I feel about 12 years a slave timeline. You should not be on and off with no man for 17 years, 1. 2, you need to know who to cuss out if your pH is off. Like, you should have your proper maintenance in place to know who is the father of your child, who is throwing your pH off, all of that situation. And that is why I am a proponent of we need to start doing these mandatory DNA tests once a child is born. Like, I feel like we have the technology. It shouldn't take too much time. Once a child is born, we need to do DNA tests before we sign birth certificates, because it's gotten to the point where it is so out of hand, because this man has now went through emotional, financial, all kind of things.
Do we really
and
know?
A woman can just be like, oh, I didn't know, and boom.
It would sound like he was a deadbeat dad from
But they're gonna make it seem like that. They're gonna make it seem that way.
He made it seem like it, but we're gonna talk about it when we come back.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Tierra Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am the proud producer of this show. So I hope that every day when you join us, you leave a little smarter than you came, because that's the point. Otherwise, why are you watching? So if you want to receive notices for when we go live, Fly Nubian Money goes live every single day. That's Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you don't know, now you know. All you have to do is text the word Queens, that's Queens, that's Queens, to 87948. That's 87948. That's Queens to 87948. Yes? If you want.
All right, Miss Black Hollywood. Now I'm gonna let you finish your thought because you was real passionate before the break.
Text Queen say 7948.
Text QUEENS 87948.
Y'all, I know there's some gaps in the story, but y'all ain't gonna make me believe in the whole 5 years this man didn't show up for his kids. As you can see in the video, he was saying like they was playing games with him because they could have known. Let me take my kids away. Let me bring them over, but not bring them over. I don't know. There's a part of me that feels some type of way for him. That's regardless. Like he was probably there during the birth, all the things. These are people. I can imagine I can never find out my daughter's not my daughter because I had her, but I can only imagine what it feels like for someone to be ripped of that, like to lose their kids. Like he's losing his children. Right, Dr. Felice? Like,
no, yes.
Not the only one that's like doesn't see that.
No, and I think we gotta give men more credit. Like, I know we've had some issues with them and we probably have some past stuff, but there are men out there who love their children. And even though they may not be the best parents, because you got women out here who are not the best parents and they're raising children. They may not have been the best, but that relationship or that bond that was created, those are some beautiful girls, by the way. Mm-hmm. And so I can't imagine them having some kind of bond. Mm-hmm. And now, that perception of the role that he played in their lives is gone. Like, I think that's hard for him. And I think for the years that it took for anybody to come through with the real truth, I think there's possibly some shame in that. Yeah. Like, to really have to fess up to a lie or deception or not just coming forward, that's a lot. And you have to, and pride, you got some pride rolling there too. So there's a lot of reasons why people take so long to be transparent and honest about their truth.
You know what? I'm gonna play devil's advocate because I have friends. Literally, I have friends where I have a girlfriend where she had one guy as a baby daddy, then I seen the baby, and then I seen the real daddy, and I was like, "You sure this other man ain't the daddy?" And she was like, "Actually, I don't know." And got the ball rolling after that. Before I even put my piece in, Shalea's over there chomping at the bit. She is ready. What did you
Well, there was so many. I was like, there were so many things. But Dr. Felice just said something about shame, right? And one of the unfortunate pieces of this, right, is that the shame always falls on the woman. But she's not the only one that was partaking in the raw dogging of the stuff, right? So, and to the man's point, the man, I think they were in a relationship. The other guy, I don't know his name. But on Ricky Smiley, he coming out in this unicorns and rainbows, but you were raw dogging this woman on and off for 17 years. Like, what were you doing? Like, why were you doing that so irresponsibly? So yes, as women, we have a responsibility to protect our bodies, but also you can't get yourself pregnant. So why does
it takes two to tango?
And it's so
definitely takes two.
And it's so disrespectful. And it's so disrespectful that she was still and we got to watch Ricky's video because he was like, I was around the kids. I was around them all the time.
This is the reason why I have a different opinion than y'all. Because why would she choose, and I'm not even going to call this man a broke ass ninja. Why would she choose him over Ricky?
That's what I was saying. Unless she really knew.
Unless she was in love with that guy. Let's watch the video.
Right before the 1 year anniversary of my son's death, I found out I have 5-year-old, identical twin, beautiful daughters. identical twin daughters. I got a phone call from an ex-girlfriend. She went to court, found out that those identical twin daughters was not her ex-boyfriend. The whole time, here they are my biological daughters.
Let me just clear up the moment, y'all. Ricky just announced that he has surprise twins, and he just found out.
Ready for this? Been knowing them their whole life. They've been coming over to Grayson birthday parties and play dates, playing on the swing set, all of that stuff. Phone calls when they were sick. What should I do? Should I give them this?
You did not feel any sort of connection. You did not see anything that's like, dang, that reminds me of me, or that reminds me of my son or my daughter.
Yeah, I just thought, since I was, older, that I had no idea, because I haven't had no kids since Malik.
Yeah.
When I tell you that's the first time I saw the sun again, during that dark hour, the sun came back out.
How old were they when you found out you were the father?
4, almost 5. And on their 5th birthday, I went into their house as their father.
Athena, what you think? Why would she choose this man if she knew the whole time that it was Ricky's? Why would she choose the guy who's
the broke guy?
Money? I'm not even gonna say the broke guy.
That little slip, Constance.
Why would she choose the guy that doesn't have the money, the status, the prestige?
Well, maybe because she was with him at the time, and it would look shameful that she did not know, or if it wasn't his, or maybe it would look bad on Ricky's part to just be knocking her up after being on and off for 17 years. Honestly, there is some kind of obscurity and shame attached to it, because if there wasn't, right, and I think women would be embarrassed, even if Ricky's the wealthier one party in this situation, for you not to know who your children's father is it kind of puts like a scarlet letter on you as a woman, because now they're like, what you been doing with your poems, what you should know who your father, the child's father, is. So I think maybe that's the case, but maybe deep down she did know, because she was calling Ricky asking what to do when they sick and bringing the girls around to parties and all
Not
that
deep down.
stuff.
It wasn't that deep. It wasn't deep
Here,
down.
in the land of the come up queens, what benefit is it to her to have the guy who don't have the money be her child's father? Because in my mind, it sounds to me like homeboy was a deadbeat. He wasn't around. And then now he want to get some fame now that he found out he wasn't the father and that Ricky Smiley was really the father.
I'm going to just say what Deborah's saying. Ricky probably didn't want a relationship and just kept fooling around with her. And she was like, this is my man.
He got money.
And I don't know, man. I think she knew that. I think she knew that. She was in a relationship with this other gentleman, because he's not a bad looking gentleman, right? I got this.
They look like twins.
They do. They look just alike. She's probably in a relationship. And I'm not gonna say they was affaring, because I don't know if they were married or not. But she was cheating. They was cheating. Everybody knew you got a man. I'm Ricky Smiley. We gonna do what we do. And she got pregnant. I just think that there's some responsibility we have to get them both to take. Because if ever this young man wants to sue this lady, I would be the first one going, yes, do it for whatever, for emotional.
No, because men step out all the time, have outside children, all of that same type of situation. Women, we just get stuck with the children. Why is it on her? Why would he be able to sue her? He laid down with her. It was a possibility.
Because she was deceiving him.
We don't know that. They could have been on and off. They could have been on and off situation.
Y'all, can we get her on the show? Because there's just so much we don't know.
He thought they were the kids. He thought those 5-year-olds were his. And
He probably was a deadbeat. Dr. Felice, being that he was a deadbeat, should we feel sorry? No. Let me rephrase that.
How do we know that? You
Let
can't
me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that. If he was a deadbeat and he wasn't taking care of those kids, and then all of a sudden he found out that he wasn't the father, should we feel sorry for him?
I think, I don't know, but I do know that we should have some grace for the deception. And so a lie is a lie. And like him being a deadbeat doesn't subtract from the lie. And so, and my thing is, she allowed Ricky Smiley to come in and out of her life for almost 20 years. When you get the 5, you round it up. That was almost 20 years. She allowed a man not to commit to her, and she gave. And so that's what I have issue with her. If he was telling you, like, after year 3, it's a wrap. You should know he don't want you. And it's okay. But she made herself available because for whatever reason, she wanted to stay connected to Smiley. And so that's what I'm watching, that angle of it. For whatever reason, she wanted to keep a connection to him. And I mean, maybe she really did love Smiley and was in hopes, and is still in hopes, that somehow, some way, his affection for her will turn now that he knows. But I just, I think she should have let Ricky go a whole long time ago. Yeah.
Dr. Fleece, I think you're giving him too much credit, because oftentimes women be playing the same games as men. We out there too. We making decisions whether we want to be with this person or that person. Ricky Smiley has always been very vocal about him being single. He don't feel like he's ever going to get married. He's out there and, enjoying who he is as a single man. She might have been doing the same thing. So we can't say she was just holding on, waiting for Ricky Smiley to be available. We don't know that, because she could have been doing it. These ladies out here be wilder than the men, but we're going to talk more about it when we come back from the commercial.
You want to grow your money and not blow your money, as Constance says, check us out at flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, programs, videos, resources. In 2024, there's no reason to be broke when there's information all around us. So get your money right. flynubianmoney.com.
All right, y'all. So, Shalea. Mm-hmm. Athena mentioned having mandatory paternity tests at birth. Mm-hmm. I see everybody nodding. Even for married people too?
Well, okay. So here's the thing. If it's mandatory, then, and if everybody's doing it, then I think that would take the pressure off of ruining some relationships. Because if it's not mandatory and then someone brings up, whether it's the woman or the man, hey, let's do a paternity test when this baby's born, a lot of relationships are going to be destroyed because of that. And let's just think about history, right? We have the scientific technology to do paternity tests, but we know that there are millions and millions, maybe billions of babies that was born, long before us. And a lot of times the daddies wasn't the daddies.
Oh yeah.
They just didn't have the test. You know what I'm saying? So should it be, I think it would be easier if it's mandatory, because then everyone's doing it across the board. It would be easier if it's just mandatory. Let's just take this test. Everybody's doing it across the board. And, maybe if people know that, they'll be a little more careful with their.
I wonder, but it's like, hey, does gun laws really, harsher gun laws really reduce crime?
We can always look at the different perspective. But I see, you know what? I see a lot of comments in there like shaming this woman, and I get it, right? She definitely was not loving herself and she wasn't responsible. But we can't forget, again, I'm going to say, about the men, you said it, Constance, that do this all the time. I don't know any women who have been in this situation. I'm sure I know someone who knows someone, right? But I don't know any women who have had babies and then the father that they thought was the father was not the father. But I know several men who have had women pregnant at the same time. Mm-hmm. So I just think like there's a bigger conversation that needs to be had about sexual responsibility on everyone's part, because like when it's the woman, she's shamed, and when it's the man, it's like, yo, dude, he's the man. No, and it's just trifling. It's gross. It's
right. They trifling.
So no. So I mean that's a great conversation, but then it starts real early. It starts with us how we bring up our sons, and the lessons that we teach our sons, right? Because it starts young. Like we have to monitor and have conversations with our sons on how they respect the opposite sex. And then hold them accountable and responsible for what that looks like. Because we tell these young boys, go out and sow your wild oats. And then we tease them when they're still virgins at older ages. You got women who don't want to sleep with men who are virgins. And so we've got to change the way that we talk about sex, how the respect level that comes with it, the love lessons that we need to teach ourselves. They start young. So to tell this 35-year-old man to change his ways, that's kind of ludicrous when it's working for him. And so we got to start younger. And that's the responsibility of us on this panel and our significant others who help to bring these people into the world. So yes, it's a great conversation, but it starts young, right? 100%. And you got people who are into pornography, right? We think it's cool for our boys to be watching people being raped and having fun at it. And so then we got to have a Me Too movement, because now we don't know how to teach our boys that a no really means no. But when they watched all these tapes and she's saying no, but you know what I mean? And so that's confusing to
they got rape porn?
I know. I'm like,
they be saying no, and then you know what I mean? Like,
no, it's true. It's the sexual culture. It's the sexual culture that is. It's grossly irresponsible.
Right. It's irresponsible, but it's confusing, right? And so you got all these mixed messages that we are saying to our boys, and then we have to hold them to this responsibility that we never trained them for. And so it is a bigger conversation, and we can't put everything on everybody because it starts at home.
I really love how Dr. Felice just be putting us all in perspective, because y'all be on some gossip shit, and she always brings it back to the reality of the responsibility of the people. Anyway, everybody was nodding their head. I love you, Dr. Felice. Everybody was nodding their head about the mandatory paternity test. And I do want to ask the audience, I want to ask the people in the chat, what do you guys think? Do you think there should be mandatory paternity tests at the birth of a child? Should it be different if the person is married or not married? Should it be across the board? What is your opinion?
Across the board.
Yeah, make it mandatory.
Swab.
I already know what you think, Athena.
Swab. Before you even sign that birth certificate, let's be clear. Okay, swab, because and the reason why I'm going hard on this is because there's so much at stake. If men can go to jail for not paying child support, if men can face certain ramifications, especially for a child that is not there, that is just not fair. He does deserve some kind of restitution, some kind of explanation. He does deserve, that was very deceitful. Even if you have some question or maybe you don't know, at least let him know, I don't know if it's you or not. But to put that responsibility on him, right? And you yourself being reckless, that is not fair. Especially, and we haven't even looked at situations. Remember we did a show about the man was getting divorced from the mom and it was a stepchild and she still wanted him to financially and be involved. These things are serious. So if women are looking for men to financially, emotionally take responsibility in that way, then I think it would behoove us to take accountability for what we do as women and be open and acceptable for us to take a test that takes literally 3 minutes to do after a child is born.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I do believe when you have the system definitely needs to change, because once they determine that the person is not the father and they still come after them for child support is crazy. So that's unfair. That has to change. But what do you think about the idea, Tiara, of having mandatory swab DNA tests?
I think it should absolutely happen. I mean, like Athena I think Athena just said that, right? She just said all the things. But I just think that there's an element where people are being irresponsible. We live in a culture where people glorify having sex and being sexual and having sexual freedom. And sneaky links and cheating. I think there's literally songs that say cheat on your ex, have an affair. You ain't grown if you don't got an affair. You know what I'm saying? So there's all of these messages that we're receiving. So for all of our safety, I think that, it would be good for us to have that.
Okay. Well, y'all not gonna like my idea, because I think that all men, when they get 18, should have mandatory vasectomies, and then when they want to go ahead, I do,
because they can undo it.
So they can undo it.
They can undo it. We can't. Yeah,
we can't.
They're gonna be walking STDs though, and don't stop.
Well, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that it would eliminate a lot of it would eliminate the abortion thing. It would eliminate women having to worry about the burden of whether or not they're really ready to be parents, because the burden lies on women. And so why is that? Why is it that we're the ones that have to be faced with these decisions? Why are men being able to get off the hook? But if they had a mandatory vasectomy, then we wouldn't have to worry about it. It's 10 minutes, I heard, and then it's very reversible. So when they want to be responsible individuals and they know that they want to have families, they're going to go about it the way, have it undone, and start creating families.
You can definitely
get IUDs though too.
I was just about to say that.
IUD.
Yeah, but think about it with IUDs. But there's certain things about all of that too. It's still,
I gain weight.
It's still risk to the women.
Yeah,
all of those things.
It's invasive.
A risk, and so it's less of a risk for men. And don't get me wrong, we could come up with all the ideas for women and how we have to have them carry the burden. But why are we not creating ideas about how the men can help us in that? Because it does take two.
Well, no, I believe that you are right about birth control for men, because obviously we're in a patriarchal society where you have everything, all the burden on the women. We got to take the IUD, we got to take the birth control pills, we have to do all of this stuff, and the men are the ones who are getting the women pregnant. And some of these men be trying to trap women. Don't act like y'all the ones. You guys really determine whether we having a baby or not. You use the birth control pool, literally. But let me ask you this, Tiara, do you think this is unfortunate, this is scandalous, or is this illegal?
All of the things. I feel like all of the things. I feel like it's scandalous, it's juicy, it's unfortunate, and it definitely is like, it's devastating. My heart, when I first heard this story, it's like in the comments, people were like, God bless him. New sunshine has come out for Ricky Smiley. I said, what about the man that was walking around thinking those was his babies for 5 years? Like, I would be devastated.
Yeah.
And I would love for you to play the video again, just so I can hear something that I didn't hear before. But, I just think that it's unfortunate, y'all. Like, regardless if he was a deadbeat or not, or if he was, I heard him say that they were playing games. And I wonder, and we have not talked about, y'all, his celebrity, Ricky Smiley's celebrity, them having to frame this narrative, like Ricky Smiley saying, I took some time to get to know the girls. I took some time to bond with the girls. In another video, he was like, I just didn't tell anybody. We just kind of like handle it as a family. They also came up with a story because this is scandalous.
But what about the girls? Can you
right?
And we're gonna address the girls. We definitely will address the girls. We're gonna run the video. But I do want to say though, what profits her to choose him over him? And you're saying, oh, they was doing all this sticking around. What profits her to choose the guy who don't got the money? But let's watch the video of the before father, the BC father.
Not to me, man. Cause watching that video is so disgusting. It's wicked, and it triggered me, man. Like, I'll never get over that situation. For 5 years, man, they knew. For 5 years, the mama in on it, the grandma in on it, and the real victims are those twin girls and her oldest daughter. And he been calling her his daughter too, man. It's so crazy, man. But they don't understand, man. That situation killed me, man. It destroyed me. It destroyed everything I had going on. Mentally, I was shot. And when I found out about them having their going on, that's when she started trying to pull the girls from me and trying to manipulate everybody and saying, oh, Nehemiah don't take care of his kids and all that like that. Her and her mama just trying to keep covering. Nehemiah, you the dad, you the dad, you the dad. Them your girls, come take care of your girls. Having her dust at home girls, harassing me, and got her, even her brother just passed away, they died. And before he died, he was mad at me. He was mad at me thinking I was some hate. And that whole time, bro, I'm like, so I'm trying to be there, I'm trying to fight for my kids. And she just, I appreciate y'all for it.
Y'all ain't listening to the key words. Wait a minute. Y'all ain't listening to the key words. They telling him to come take care of his kids. They telling him these is your kids. They telling him all these things. He's putting that in there. You ain't picking up what he's putting down. What I hear is that this man was not taking care of his kids. And now he want to be in his feelings because he is not the real daddy and Ricky Smiley is. Now he want to get his little 15 minutes of fame. That's what I think. If you listen to those, the key words that he said in there while he was ranting and raving, he clearly was not a present father. What do you
But
think?
he also
We
said
can't
that
see
they
you.
was
We can't
playing
see you. We can't
games.
see you, Tiara. We can't see you, Tiara.
Dang it. Dang it. Hold on.
Okay, he said they was playing games, but after the fact, probably when he wasn't taking care of kids. Okay, Shalea, what you got to say? Because she ready.
Ooh, I'm ready. Because, and that's why there are so many holes and so many facts that we don't know. Because from the video, I agree with you, Constance, that it sounds like he wasn't really present in these girls' lives and he had to be taken to court. And that's how the paternity was established.
Come on, y'all.
And so if that is the case, does he have a case? I mean, yes, still it's wrong that he just found out that he's not the girl's father. And I really feel for the twin girls. But one thing, I am happy that they are young. I don't know if they're still 5, but they're young enough to where they don't have to grow up with the lie, right? Things can kind of be mended, maybe, hopefully for them. Kids are really resilient. But it does sound like he wasn't really in the children's lives. So, I mean, does he have a real connection with them? Was he a real father to them? If not, what you hollering about? Like, I know it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate all the way around. But it doesn't really sound like he was the exemplary dad.
Tiara.
It sounded like they was playing games. I'm so sorry. First of all, there's fires around here, so my internet is acting crazy. So just please bear with me. And to me, it sounds like they were playing games with him. You know, he says that the mother knew, she knew, and so they used to play these games and not allow him to see his daughters and do all of this and do all of that. And so I just think that there was some games being played on both ends, and it can be very frustrating. I don't know if you guys ever, I don't know if anybody's ever experienced this, but I've been around men who their baby mamas use, play games. And so it makes them feel like, a kind of way. And I just think that there is something here. I don't think that he was a dick. Completely.
Has your opinion changed now that you looked at it a second time?
No. I think there was some games being played.
What about you, Athena?
Because she knew.
What about you, Athena?
My opinion still stands.
Y'all try.
I'm sorry. I think women, we unfortunately, like Dr. Fleece said, we have the burden and the responsibility more so than the men because we are the ones giving birth. And as such, we need to hold that responsibility and accountability in high esteem because obviously these men thought and bop regardless. They don't really care. A lot of them, right? So we have to care about ourselves and the children and make sure that certain things are in place. And if you are on a 12 years of slave timeline with a man and you still allow him to slip and slide, and then you got this other one all up in the Gouda cheese and everybody's spreading the cheese around, that is a problem.
That doesn't sound good.
It is because it ain't. That's because it ain't good. That's why it's not supposed to sound good because it ain't good. The only good thing that has come out of this situation are those two lovely girls. And thank God we now know because of a DNA test, which I still recommend should be mandatory, whether or not you are married or not.
Mm-hmm.
The DNA test has revealed that Ricky is the rightful father. Do I think Ricky and this girl are trying to clean up a little bit because it looked like a hot mess and for his image and how she looks? Of course. Do I think maybe this guy might want his little 5 minutes of fame or whatever he's trying to? Maybe so, but would he be so wrong? Is it wrong for him to express his opinion, even if he was a dusty dude and a dusty dad? He was not their father. But it was right not to do anything.
It don't add up to me because Ricky Smiley is a single man. He's a professed single man, and he's a good father to all of his children. So it doesn't make sense that he would deny his children if he knew that he had children. I want to go to some stats real quick, and then I want to talk about the children, Dr. Felice. But let's look at some of these stats. Research indicates that Black fathers are highly engaged with their children. See, I told y'all, even when not residing in the same household. Among non-residential fathers, African Americans have higher rates of at least weekly, monthly, and yearly contact with their children compared to their white and Hispanic counterparts. In 2017, 47% of Black children under 18 live with single mothers, 7% with cohabitating partners, and 4% with single fathers. This highlights the prevalence of single parenthood households within the Black community. Okay. And then research indicates that a small percentage of men unknowingly raise children who are not theirs, biological offsprings. A 2005 study estimates that 4% of American fathers were raising a child that they did not know was not biologically their own. Interesting. I like that first slide though, because then it negates the misconception that Black fathers just aren't in the home. In 2017, research indicates that Black fathers are highly engaged with their children, even when not residing in the same household. Black fathers are present, y'all. So that myth and that stereotype that Black men are deadbeats is not the case. But I do want to talk to Dr. Felice about, let's go into the children. What kind of effects can this have on the children?
It could have some devastating effects. So I am really concerned about how the girls are feeling now that they no longer have that knowledge of the ex-boyfriend as being their dad, because we don't know what type of connection that they may have. I mean, I grew up in a single parent household where my father left. And even though he wasn't there all the time and he probably wasn't the best, I had a love connection with him, regardless if somebody would have considered him a deadbeat. And so, and did that mean that he had less rights to me and my brother? No. Will we have still wanted more regardless? No, because the kids don't care. They don't know all that stuff. If their needs are being met by whoever, like, you know, we don't know until later. Like, I didn't know until later that my dad wasn't paying child support. My mother didn't share that with me. And so they don't know that. All they know is the perception of that person in their life. And so for that to be ripped from them, and then they have to be reprogrammed to Ricky the uncle to Ricky the daddy, that's still challenging. So I really think that they should have some therapy so that they can have some ability to process what that looks like, even on their level, because it all can affect them. And so I really feel for the children.
Do you think that being that they found out when they were 4, it's going to affect them, the same as if they were 12 or 15 or 18?
Probably not, because they may not even have real memory yet of it. You don't know, because these children, they so smart, it's scary. So so I can't say, because each generation, the kids get smarter and smarter younger. And so you don't know where their memory will be able to recollect from. So I think as soon as you start the healing process, the better. It doesn't matter what age they are. Get them some healing. Yeah.
Him going from Uncle Ricky to Daddy is so ghetto.
Uncle Daddy. Uncle Daddy.
She said he went from Uncle Ricky to Daddy is so ghetto. Continue, Constance. I'm sorry.
Let's go to a commercial.
Jesus, let's go to
Fly Nubian Money is now on Spotify. Yes. We are on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, you can listen to us. All you have to do is search Fly Nubian Money and we will appear. All of our episodes. Make sure that you leave a 5-star rating and review so other people that come along and are looking for a good show to watch, they'll follow us too. If you are interested in being on Fly Nubian Money, sorry, I don't have any spaces. I'm just playing. If you are interested in being a queen or a king on Fly Nubian Money for the day, please reach out to me. I'm at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Also, if you need help with your business, go ahead and send me an email for that too. Okay. I've said enough. Now back to the show.
So Tiara, since you think Uncle Daddy knew, should he be compensated, no boy, for the time that he lost during the time?
I don't think Uncle Daddy knew. I honestly don't believe that Ricky Smiley knew. I will say that. I think their mama knew, and I believe the baby daddy when she says her side of the family knew that. And so I think that she should be sued and she should have to cover whatever emotional damage or distress that he's feeling, because I think there is some there. I think, maybe he wasn't I don't know him. So I don't know how present he was, but I know that he thought that he was their dad. Meanwhile, Uncle Daddy was their dad. Uncle Ricky was their daddy. This girl was taking them kids around him. We was at the park. We was playing, and I took them to go-karts.
But see, that's why, because she was building up.
That's what
He's probably building up to the moment.
That don't even make logical sense, though. That don't make sense. But what do you think, Athena? Do you think that she should have to pay? She should have to pay. She should have to compensate him for his time.
Yes, Uncle Daddy needs a check. Uncle Daddy. I'm running with the Uncle Daddy shirt. Uncle Daddy needs a check, and Ricky got it. So Ricky have all that back child support anyway. So here you go, Uncle Daddy. Here's a check for all the whatever you have paid, and be on your way. Sign a little NDA, so my brand can continue and be on his way.
So you think Ricky should be responsible to pay him?
Yeah, because he was supposed to make them payments anyway, no?
Oh, so you think Ricky should pay him for the back child support for the time that the man was stepping in?
Check to Uncle Daddy and then slide that little NDA in there while we doing it, so I can protect my brand at the same time. That's a smart thing to do, actually.
But Shalaya said he didn't know, but he knew he was laying down sleeping with her.
Well, I said if he knew, I feel like if he knew, yeah, he should pony up the check. But if he didn't know, that's why we need to just we need more info.
Y'all need to recognize when people playing games trying to protect their brand. Oh my God, the sun is shining on me now because
the unicorn.
I lost a child. He really, I believe him. He real life lost a child.
He did lose a child. However, let's be real now. He is kind of, shining up the image a little bit, so it don't look like, oh, I was thought I'm bopping with this girl for 17 years.
He's a single man. We know this Negro is outside. We know he's outside. Like, what is?
Well, he trying to look like he ain't as outside as he is with that statement that he made. That's all I'm saying.
What you think? I know you over there.
Police agree.
Tiara wanted to say something real quick.
I don't have anything to say. Well, yes, I do. Shalay said that if you don't know, right? She said, if you don't know, then you shouldn't be held responsible. But
if he didn't know, if Ricky didn't know, he shouldn't have to pay the guy.
Correct.
He should pay the guy just out of GP because just get rid of the problem if it becomes a problem. But if he didn't know that he was the dad, then why should he have to pay what the guy paid? I feel like the mom should have to pay that.
So let me ask y'all this. Y'all don't think that he kind of wanted to kind of think that if he was having sex with her around the time that these babies, you don't think that he kind of was like, you sure they're not mine?
How many women I feel like he had an inkling that they might have.
Right,
he might have been having sex with 2, 3, 4 women and may not have even been able to keep track of them.
But everybody knows that
he thought it wasn't a possibility because he was older. He said that in the video.
Well, he wasn't really.
He was eating. Oh, can we watch that video again? Because
all right, let's watch the video.
Wait a minute. He's saying because he's older, his sperm don't flow.
No, let's watch it. Let's watch it.
Right before the 1-year anniversary of my son's death, I found out I have 5-year-old, identical twin, beautiful daughters. I got a phone call from an ex-girlfriend. She went to court, found out that those identical twin daughters was not her ex-boyfriend. The whole time, here they are my biological daughters.
Let me just clear up the moment, y'all. Ricky just announced that he has surprise twins, and he just found out.
Ready for this? Been knowing them their whole life. They've been coming over to Grayson birthday parties and play dates, playing on the swing set, all of that stuff. Phone calls when they were sick. What should I do? Should I give them this?
You did not feel any sort of connection. You did not see anything that's like, dang, that reminds me of me, or that reminds me of my son or my daughter.
Yeah, I just thought, since I was, older, that I had no idea, because I haven't had no kids since Malik.
Yeah.
When I tell you that's the first time I saw the sun again, during that dark hour, the sun came back out.
How old were they when you found out you were the father?
4, almost 5. And on their 5th birthday, I went into their house as their father.
He did have an inkling.
Ricky said, the way I've been skeeting and I ain't got nobody pregnant in 20
That's what it
years.
sounded like too. Like, I haven't had a baby since Malik.
No, but he had an inkling.
We can't see you, Tiara.
Ah!
Go ahead, Dr. Felice.
He had an inkling. He just logically and reasoned why it wasn't possible. But he had an inkling that when you lay down with people, they can get pregnant, period. Like, seriously, that's not a thought, y'all. That's just the fact. When you lay down with a woman, a man and a woman, and you have sex, pregnancy is always a possibility. So whether or not you think something is yours, you know that fact is always solid. So he had an inkling because they laid down, but he reasoned it with his age.
Because he said, I've been skeeting all this time and ain't nobody got pregnant yet. So must not be mine. Tiara, you ready? I know I see you. Wait, well, not yet. There you are. What happened, Tiara? What you got to say?
Hold on, y'all. I'm having so many issues. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
That man said his boats don't float. Like he thought he had a little special needs sperm.
Well, one of them survived.
Right. Going all the way to the top.
It only takes one.
Y'all. Y'all.
Oh my God.
I don't got nothing to say. I don't got nothing to say. I think she knew. If nothing else, I think she knew. And you I heard you, Constance, when you said he had other sexual partners. So maybe he was like, but I know if he was skeeting inside her, he had to think that there was some possibility.
Right.
But they look alike. The guys look like twins. So, I mean, who knows, right? Because they look like they could have been brothers. So there's that.
Right. So let me ask you guys, because I can't ask you what would you do if something like this happened to you. But do you guys know anybody that this has happened to, where there's been some paternity issues? No? Shit, I know several.
I know a couple people. I know a couple people taking care of kids that's not theirs.
I only know ratchet people. I know women and men. Like
cheddar.
Girl, let me tell you, my niece, well, my ex's niece, she was like young when she had a baby. She had this little baby that came out looking kind of Asian, but she had this dude in there looking like Lil Wayne up in there, like he was
Oh my God.
Yeah, he wasn't a daddy. I know a lot of them situations. But have you, Shalea, had any of those?
I don't know any. I don't. Well, okay.
Well, maybe.
So I don't know any personally, but my mom's dad, right, so my mom's dad was raised by his father, who he thought it was his father. On his grandmother's deathbed, she told him that no, the white man that used to come by and bring you peanuts, that's your father.
See? Uncle Daddy.
That's the only situation I know. But that's what I'm saying. Like, before paternity test, this probably was rampant. I mean, come on. This was like, you had no way of proving it. So people were just like,
I mean, I watch Paternity Court every night. That's what puts me to sleep every night. It's a lot of cases like this. And you think it's rare, but it's very, very, very common. People going on there. And you could have a child that looks exactly like the person, and it turns out that they're not the person. So it's crazy. But we're gonna go through to our another commercial. And then we're gonna wrap it up. Hey, what's up? It's your girl Constance Carter. Where am I? I am on a yacht in the Baltimore Harbor, and I am doing my 7-figure strategic planning solo, baby. I plan on having a 7-figure year. I partnered with the Fly Nubian Money, and we are putting together a training that's going to help you to put together your 6- and 7-figure ecosystem. Yes, there are things that you need to do, strategies you need to put in place so that you can implement and have a 6- to 7-figure year if you don't already have one. If you got a 6-figure year, let's go ahead and get you a 7-figure one. If you got a 5-figure year, let's get you a 6-figure. Let's get you there. Join me, the Fly Nubian Money Club, and let's grow your money in 2025. How many of y'all coming to the training in 2 days? Fly Nubian Money Club. We putting it together. Listen, it's 2025, and if you want to just change the trajectory of your life and your future, you need to be on this training, because I'm going to give you some tips, some tools, some steps, some strategies so that you can really grow your money. Seriously, like there's too much information out there, and you need somebody who's been there, who's done that, who's made the mistakes, who's bumped their head, who's lost money, who's been bankrupt, foreclosed, short sold, car repossessions, homelessness, to a seven-figure big business, to best-selling author, to multiple properties, to commercial real estate, to cannabis investor, all of that. You need to learn from me. But the reason why I was able to do all those things is because I had a coach. And you need a coach to help you to get to where you are. I bumped my head enough times by myself on my own, lost so many things. So I did that. I sacrificed so that you don't have to. So get on our training on Saturday. It's in 2 days.
It's 3 days. It's 3 days. Today is Wednesday. Today is Wednesday.
We've been snowed in for a few days, so I don't know what day of the week it is. But in 3 days, we
January 11th.
Build your 6 and 7 figure year. Yes. All right. So let's go ahead and wrap things up. What are your thoughts? I want to start with you, Miss Shalea. What do you think? What's your final thoughts, and where can they find you?
My final thoughts on this situation, I am just hoping that at the end of the day, that the girls have a great life. If whether or not that the man who's not their father wants to stay in their lives, or if Ricky's going to come into their lives, I hope that this doesn't disrupt them in their life and their lifestyle too much. And I hope that they are able to heal and move on and just grow into beautiful women from it. I am Shalay with Vital Source Realty, CEO of Vital Source Realty. You can find me at Shalay Camillo on IG. Visit our website, vitalsourcerealty.com.
Amen. Amen. What about you, Miss Athena? What are your final thoughts, baby?
Well, my final thoughts are this. Women, please leave the dusty behavior behind in 2024. We need to be accountable for our bodies. We should not be allowing no man to put us on no 12 years of slave timeline. We should know who the father of the children are. And men, y'all need to stop picking up these dusty women. Anyway, we're moving on from the dust. If you want to focus on elevating from the dust and the ratchicity that is going on around and focus on creating the life that you want, you can find everything that I'm doing from my podcast, my courses, and workshops at elevatewithathena.com, and follow me on all my social media platforms, especially YouTube, there as well. But we got to leave all dusty behavior behind in 2024.
Ooh. All right, Miss Tierra, Miss Black Hollywood, what are your final thoughts?
I think she knew, so I think he should sue. I hope that he gets healing. Regardless of who or what he's done in the past, like, again, he believed those children were his. Constance, you asked if we knew people. I know people that have personally been in these situations who have not been in their children's lives, and they've been robbed of a relationship because the mothers have been deceitful. They have not been forthcoming. So, in those situations, I feel some type of way for the men. I'm not shaming the woman, but sometimes I think the men need advocates too. And so I'm advocating for the men today. My name is Tierra Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood. I am a serial creative entrepreneur. I help entrepreneurs take their creativity and tell their stories and change their lives and their business. I'm also creator of the Fly Nubian Money Club. Like Constance says, we'll have this young lady right here this Saturday.
This way.
Oh, you're on this side. You're on this side for me. Okay. So this young lady on this side, she'll be coming in and teaching us such powerful information. Personally, I'm looking forward to our training session. Constance is amazing. If you have not been here and you don't know her, she is going to give us honesty. She's going to give us transparency. She's going to give us all she has. And we are going to love it. And we're going to learn from it. And so please come to our training this Saturday. If you need to know where to go to Fly Nubian Money Club. FlyNubianMoneyClub.com. FlyNubianMoneyClub.com. FlyNubianMoneyClub.com.
Boom.
There it is at the bottom, at the banner. You see it. Go there. The training is usually $199, but for right now, you can sign up for our free training, free trial, and get the training for free.
Listen,
Come through.
you know, I charge $500 an hour to coach.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to let y'all know.
Yes. Okay.
But we can do a shirt. She knew, so he should sue. That should be on the t-shirt.
She knew. So he should
sue. I love it. Dr. Fleece, what are your final thoughts and where can they find you, darling?
So my final thoughts is that we got to take care of our bodies. We got to take care of the people who are going to be affected by our choices and our decisions. And we got to make sure and know that it's okay. Like, the truth hurts, but it frees you. And so I hope that this young lady is finally free from holding that secret for all these years. And I know that there's a reason for why she did that. And so I am Felice Hightower Britt, the Be Big coach. And I have a hybrid approach to how I help people. I get to your root and then I help you set goals. So if you can't do my 12-week program, then you can go out and you can get my book, Be Big, alongside with its companion journal, because I want to help you get through this and be able to avoid all of these things that, we're talking about today.
Amen. And where can they find you?
So I'm the Be Big coach on Instagram and on Facebook, but it's Be Big Coach on both.
B.big.coach.
B.big.coach. Hey, the B.big. What you say? B.big.coach. What? The B.what? Break it down. Hey, all right. Thank you. Make sure y'all follow the B.big.coach, baby. Yeah. So, you know what? Listen, I hate to bring this back to my Net 7 Collective, but there is a lady in my cohort. Her name is Trina Dorsey. She has a story that went viral. She was on Tasha K, and her grandfather ended up being her father. Her grandfather raped her mother at the age of 14. Ooh. And then her mother gave birth to her. They put her in a mental hospital, and she's been in there since Trina's about my age. So she's been there, almost 50 years because they were trying to cover up the secret. Well, guess what? That's in a book that's getting ready to come out with the Net 7 Collective. It's called Unbreakable. It's a collection of stories of all the women, of some of the women, of about 17 women that have gone through my cohort, that are talking about their stories and how they've been able to overcome what they've been through. But it's a powerful collection of stories from some brilliant women. In fact, on my Facebook page today, I quoted one of the other ladies, Kamika King. She was talking about how she lives in Alabama, and she's a IT professional, and she worked at NASA at one time, but how she had a corporate lynching, how some white men put a belt around her neck and commenced to pretend like they were going to lynch her in the office, and how they overcame and where they are today. We all go through drama and we all go through trauma, but how do we overcome that trauma? And so Net 7 Collective, our pre-sale of our books is available right now on Amazon. So if you go to Unbreakable, Constance Carter, order the pre-sale. And I talk about my story too. So y'all gonna learn a little bit about my business too. I'm not gonna tell y'all on here, but if you get the book, you get to learn a little bit more about some of the trauma that I've been through as well. So where can you find me? Everywhere. I am Constance Carter, Net 7 Collective, starting at the end of the month. If you want to become an author, you can become an author with me. If you want to learn how to speak, if you want to learn how to monetize your genius, build your 7-figure net worth, this is what I help Black women from all over the country do. Go to bookwithconstance.com. That's bookwithconstance.com. Now listen, this, ladies, is one for the books, right? Ricky Smiley's story has some layers of family, loss, unexpected blessings, and of course, money. Because at the end of the day, I think this is what this comes down to. It's got us thinking about how life can hit you with surprises that you never know are coming. Is this a blessing? I don't know. But whether it's stepping up as a parent, dealing with messy situations, or figuring out how to make it all work financially is something that we can all learn from. This was a good conversation. Listen, I love having these conversations with the ladies of I was gonna say but I was gonna get cussed out afterwards. I was gonna say but I gotta say Fly Nubian Money. Okay, this is not the Fly New. I'm a little country, but it's always good having these engaging conversations, because the thing that I love about us is our versatility. We could talk about finances. We could talk about generational wealth. We could talk about politics. We could talk about Black issues. We could talk about ratchet shit. We talk about all of them. And everybody on here is fully capable in engaging in all of these aspects. There's nobody that's been on this platform that's not capable of having these conversations. And that's the beautiful, beautiful thing that I love. So make sure that you are tuning in every day, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, because we're here Monday through Friday, and we're talking about some amazing things. Most of all, we want you to learn from it. We want you to implement, and we want you to share. So make sure you, whatever, because I think we're on about 10, 12 platforms right now, whatever platform you're on, make sure you subscribe. Come to I Am Constance Carter, because I don't got a whole lot of subscribers. Come over there to my YouTube page and subscribe to mine too. Subscribe to all our channels. Make sure you follow us all. And you can also listen to us on Spotify. So if you can't look at us, you can go listen to us on Spotify. So search for flynubianmoney.com. And don't forget, at the end of the day, we need you to text the word Queens. Look at how Tiara looking at me. She was like, you don't. She's looking at me like Ike. Look at Tina. Text the word Queens to 87948. You see that? QUEENS to 87948. 87948. Is that all right, Ike? Is that all right, Ike?
Eat the cake.
Also, somebody was asking in the chat when your training starts. It's from 10 to 12 p.m. or 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. So we'll be there for 2 hours. Go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. Eastern. Yes.
Okay. Make that note. Wait, 10?
10 to 12 Eastern.
Okay, so that's 7. You're going to be up at 7 o'clock on West Coast time then, okay? Y'all West Coast people.
Listen, if you want a 6 and 7 figure year, you're going to get up to get that year, aren't you?
That's right.
Thank you, Athena. Thank you, Athena. I appreciate that. So let's go. Ladies, I appreciate you guys with the engaging conversation today. It's always good hanging out with y'all. Love y'all to pieces. We'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same bat channel.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Laura Lalaki, international real estate agent, and today we're tackling a really serious issue that affects millions of Americans, especially at retirement age. And it seems like it's a distant dream for them now, because so many have to continue to work. 66 years old, a woman shared her story of working hard her entire life, and now in her later years living with roommates because she hasn't been able to save enough to retire. This is the reality for so many people across the country. And today we're talking about the retirement crisis in America, why so many are forced to work until the day they die, the financial struggles that keep people from retiring, and what can be done about it. So let's get into it. Here is my royal panel. We have Joe Corley, licensed therapist, mental wellness coach, and educator. We have Constance Carter, our wealth activist, Dr. Alicia Watkins, couples coach and social work professor, and Dr. Lene, brand your brilliance coach. Hello, my royal court. So glad to see you today. This is going to be a really interesting conversation. So let's start this off with a video that we need to see where this lady is talking about her circumstances.
To be retired. And what are you doing at 66? I'm working my butt off.
No savings, no 401k, not even enough to cover an emergency. She sold her home and with 2 other women bought a smaller one, living together to save money.
Thank you very much. How has that been? Well, it's been a matter of life and death.
Roughly half of all Americans ages 55 to 66 have nothing saved for retirement.
That is a lot. And we all know that there is a large portion of Americans who are moving into retirement age. So this question I'm going to pose to everyone, also our viewership. We would love to hear your comments. We don't talk at you, we talk with you. So we would love to have your comments as well. So Constance, I'm going to start with you. Why do you think so many people are not able to retire comfortably?
It's sad. It's really because they're not making investments. They're not diversifying their portfolios. They're not participating in their 401ks. They're not participating in their retirement. And now you have companies that are just not, they're not participating. They're not offering these types of retirements. People aren't staying on jobs for a lifetime. You think about this. You work your whole life until you are 65 years old, right? The average age is 77. The average life expectancy is 77. So you got about 12 years. 12 years for retirement. So you got 12 years to live your best life. And you want to live your best life and live it on your own terms. And so when you have Social Security that averages about $1,800 and you have the average rent at about $1,600 to $1,700 for a 1-bedroom apartment, what do you do? And it's really sad. It's disheartening, but we, especially Black people, we definitely have to prepare. You know, when America gets a cold, Black people get the flu. And so you think those stats are for the average American. What do you think it's like for African Americans?
Right. You're so on point with that. Dr. Alicia, I'm posing the same question to you. Why do you think so many people are not able to retire comfortably?
No, I mean, I agree with everything that Constance is saying. Like, you know, some of it is a lack of discipline. I think that's what Constance was talking about. Like, we're spending money on immediate gratificating things now, and we're not thinking about planning for the future. When you start your job, assuming people start their jobs in their early 20s, are you contributing to your 401k? You know, are you contributing the maximum 15% of your salary to 401k? But at the same time, are we making enough money to even think about that? If I'm worried about how I'm going to eat today and paying the mortgage or the rent, I can't think about 15 years from now, and I may think about retirement. So yeah, some of it is lack of discipline, but also some of it is the fact that people just aren't making enough money because they're living paycheck to paycheck and they just don't have it in their budget to put large amounts of money aside so that they can think about retirement.
Agree. You know, even when you're putting away some, maybe you didn't have the good advice of someone and you didn't put away enough. And with the cost of inflation, that money just doesn't go as far as it used to. So Dr. Lene, why do you think so many people are not able to retire comfortably?
Pensions aren't what they use. Pensions, we don't have pensions anymore. I don't think people are really thinking about what it takes to retire. I think the key word is comfortably, right? People are retiring, but I would say people who had jobs that had pension, they're doing fairly okay. But people who did not, they did not prepare. So they, I'm trying not to call anybody out. I'm looking at people in my life who are at the retirement age, who are struggling. They didn't have jobs that had a high income, kind of like what Dr. Alicia was saying. So they didn't have the ability to save 401k or otherwise. They were sold a hope and a dream of retirement being there and that was going to be the thing that took care of them, and it's not. They didn't have side businesses or investments or stock or real estate or anything outside of their 9 to 5, kind of like what Constance was talking about. And then also, a lot of people thought that family was going to be there to take care of them. And as people are getting older and aging, they're realizing that there isn't really anybody there to take care of you. You really can't move in with that person like they used to in the old days, is when you age and people would come together. That's not the case. There's a lot of seniors that are living in senior homes and things of that nature, having to survive off of $1,500 a month. So lack of preparation. And I don't even want to say lack of preparation as much as I don't think the concept of retirement and the preparation of retirement was as widely communicated as we talk about it today.
Agree. I agree with everyone's points today. These are just all things that go toward this situation. So the question goes to you now, Joe. Why do you think so many people are not able to retire comfortably?
No, I agree with what all the ladies are saying. I feel like that
right now, today, what it requires you to, what kind of money you need to retire is not what it used to be. You could probably get away with, $500,000 to 1.5 million, like in the early 2000s. And today, like that's no money. It's way too expensive to live, to be out here on a fixed income. I think about my grandmother and how she worked for the Postal Service her entire life. And then when she retired, her lifestyle drastically changed. I mean, when she was working, her house was nice, or things were nice. We're driving a Cadillac. And then when she retired, like all of that went away, like almost overnight. So I just think that the understanding of, realistically what kind of lifestyle you can live in retirement on a fixed income is not going to be the same lifestyle like you're currently living unless you're doing something drastically different than just like depending on your retirement. You have investments and things like that, and then you don't have the education necessarily for out there. People aren't going to go look for it. From what I'm learning that just being on this show, like, there's so much more information than even I knew was out there. And I'm not looking for it because I don't know it exists.
Well, everyone hit something that's so important, and I was going to say some of the things that what I see in real estate. A lot of the times, what you saw, Joe, is like they worked for the post office, all that worked fine, they did good, and then their lifestyle had to change after retirement. And I know a lot of seniors who did put away and really thought they enough, and now they've had to get little jobs like at Walmart or something that's on the side just to supplement anything that they brought in. And most of the teachers that I know have a good understanding of, and some of them still have pensions during this age. But we are definitely seeing that the cost of living and everything is going up, yet what you're bringing in is just not enough. It's not enough. So we're going to go to commercial and we will be back.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Tierra Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am the proud producer of this show. So I hope that every day when you join us, you leave a little smarter than you came, because that's the point. Otherwise, why are you watching? So if you want to receive notices for when we go live, Fly Nubian Money goes live every single day. That's Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you don't know, now you know. All you have to do is text the word Queens, that's Queens, that's Queens, to 87948. That's 87948. That's Queens to 87948. Yes? If you want.
Yes, so simple. Make sure that you pull out your little assistant here. This thing does everything. This thing absolutely does everything. All you need to do is text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948. And you will get a notification of us going live every day. I get mine every day. I'm on the show, and I know when we're going live. So, you don't want to miss out, because we definitely are talking about good topics, and especially today when we're tackling something that touches everyone. You may not be thinking about it now, but I can guarantee you that it's touching someone in your life today. Now, I want us to look at a couple of slides that we have, because I found them very interesting. Cost of retirement. 59% of Americans have less than $1,000 saved for retirement, according to a 2020 survey by Go Banking Rates. 40% of Americans are not confident that they will ever be able to retire, according to a 2022 survey by Employee Benefit Research Institute. The average retirement saving for people aged 65 to 74 is just under $300,000. But studies show that most retirees will at least $1 million to retire. Wow, that's hard to swallow. The cost of retirement. 1 in 4 retirees reports working in retirement because they don't have enough money saved up, according to the Bureau of Statistics. And 47% of workers in the U.S. have no retirement savings, and many rely on Social Security. Only replaces about 40% of pre-retirement income. That is saying quite a bit. This is what we are facing in our world. This is what we are facing in America. So I'm going to pose a question to the panel again, and it's going to be a question across the board, but also for you, viewership. I would actually love to know what you are doing to prepare for retirement. Are you doing anything at all? I'm going to start with you, Joe. Have you started preparing for retirement?
This is a tough question for me. So, obviously, not to rehash, but I had to fight a legal battle. So most of my retirement money went to that, a good chunk of it, So I'm having to start over at 44 years old, basically trying to figure out how to get back what I lost. And I'm looking for the education. I'm trying to learn and understand. But prior to that, yeah, sure, we had, all types of retirement accounts and things of that nature, getting ready, me and my wife preparing for the day we can sit down. But now that looks different for us. So.
And it can change. That's the thing. You may have prepared earlier, and then like you had something come up, and then there you go. You have to start all over again. So it's not that people are being lackadaisical or are not planning. You can't plan for life sometimes. I mean, you just can't. You never know when life is going to come back and smack you upside the head. Constance, what are you doing for retirement? Are you planning?
Yeah, my kids is my retirement. Them Negroes going to take care of them. No, I'm just kidding. But looking at those statistics, wow. I didn't get the chance to see because I was doing something else before we got on. But wow, people are just drastically underprepared. And America we're going down the toilet. This was supposed to be the greatest nation on earth. And you have those types of statistics. Anyway, sorry. I was just processing all of this because this is just, it's sad. And think about that. And that wasn't even for Black people, right? That was for everybody. So just to think what those statistics are for Black people. But I have several things. I own real estate. I invest my portfolio. It's, I try to diversify. I have money in different things. I invest in different businesses. I invest in, I have a cannabis dispensary. I have money going into, I took a good chunk of my money out the bank and I have it into a vehicle that generates compound interest because Einstein said compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. Those who know about it, they earn from it. Those who don't, they pay it, right? So your credit cards, that's compound interest. But if you can put your money in vehicles that generate compounded interest, which accelerates in growth, then you're going to get a greater return on your investment and, it'll help you during your retirement. So, but having a diverse portfolio is extremely important. And that's the reason, that's one of the reasons why the wealth gap is so wide is because Black people, when we do invest, we're not investing in anything other than our primary homes, which could or could not be an investment, right? We got to start getting in stock and, get on Boyce's stuff and do all the other things to make sure you don't want to have all your eggs in one basket.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. That's a common misconception that people have that put it all in the stock market, no, but there's so many other ways that you could diversify, even with $5 a day. I mean, we see a lot of V1 in our comment, understand this concept. So Dr. Lene, what are you doing toward your retirement?
Well, the very, 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 very first thing I did towards my retirement was withdrew my 401k. I took $50,000 and started my business. That was the first thing that I did towards my retirement. And then I lost it all when I started my business. But I have since rebuilt it, right? I'm in the process of reading this book. It's not on my desk, called Profit First. And so recently I just went and did the 5 bank accounts and I have this whole retirement thing set up. And so I've moved a lot of my retirement money over into there, but also diversifying, like Constance said, stock. I'm getting into real estate. We are doing, my company is getting ready to do a 401k for my team. So I'm actually about to bring that into my actual business. My mom is a financial whiz. And so how she's putting her retirement together with her 401k and all of her stuff. And I'm looking at how she's doing it. And she is going to make about $30,000 less a year in retirement than what she makes working. How she put her stuff together, like how she orchestrated. So she already makes multiple 6 figures. And when she retires, she will make the same in retirement. She'll make $30,000 less a year in retirement than she makes right now working her job. So I'm looking at her model too. Like, what did you do and how did you do it? Because I'm looking to retire in 12 years. In 12 years at 60, I want to be done. I want to be done with this part of my life. At 60, I just want to travel the world and teach. And I was gonna say teach and preach, but mostly just teach and do. I want a soft life at 60. So I'm already like, what does that look like? $1 million is not enough. That's what I know.
Yeah, and that's what they're saying. Like, they're saying like that's the average. No.
I don't want to sit on my hands. I want money to still be being made. So I'm creating businesses that will operate for themselves when I retire.
Yeah, yeah. And like they're just saying 1 million today, but it's going to account for 12 years from now, right? So the things you always constantly have to look at your portfolio to make sure that it's still going to be an overage for when you do retire, something that you're going to be able to live comfortably with. How about you, Dr. Alicia? How are you preparing for retirement?
Let me tell you, I'm very fortunate that I have always lived below my means. And that's a fortunate thing to say. I live well below my means. Even when my whole life, I was told, I was given messages that a vehicle is just something that you buy to get you from point A to point B, so it's not like I never felt like I needed to spend a lot of money on material things, and that money, you just spend enough money to take care of your necessary expenses. And then the rest of that you save. So I maxed out my 401k always. And I struggled, especially early on, starting off living in Chicago, working. I really knew maybe it was just the culture of which I was raised. I don't really know why I was just so big on investing so much money in my retirement. And so that was just something that was instilled in me. I do want to say, Joe and Lene, thank you so much for self-disclosing your struggles, because it is a wonderful illustration about what happens to a lot of us, that we're one tragedy, one illness, one legal issue away from even doing the right thing, and certain things that can happen to us that can set us back. So I really love the vulnerability of you, Joe, for talking about that. And then also saying, you know what, it was a tragic thing, an illness or a law issue that set you back, but your positivity and how you discuss it, and even currently, is very inspiring. Also, you, Dr. Lene, you talked about how you lost money starting your business, but you didn't lose the lesson. It sounds like you have learned so much from that, and that although you lost $50,000, you have this lesson, and you're doing some really wonderful things right now in your business. So I think that the two of you sharing was extremely inspiring, especially for people who are listening to this and freaking out mentally and getting stressed out about feeling as if they don't have enough. And then no matter how old you are, it's never too late to start investing. So,
and that is something that I think is admirable, in the fact that if you don't talk to people about your life journey, you can't help someone. And the fact that we do that here on the show is important. I will share the fact that no one talked about this in my house growing up. Retirement, what? My mother worked until she had a heart attack and died. So there was no retirement. It wasn't until much later in my life that I learned that you had to do this thing, like mid-30s, before I got really serious about investing. So a lot of us just weren't taught about it in our homes. And I think that's something that we can say today, that you have the opportunity to change in your households by at least teaching your children what they need to do to take care of their financial households too. Don't be afraid to talk to your kids. Don't be afraid to, don't be the one that says, what goes on in this house financial, stay in this house financial, and then you don't teach them what that means. So we have a lot more conversation to go. I think some more of the stats that we have later are going to you. It's not, as long as we're talking about them, we can also give solutions. So we'll be right back after this commercial.
You want to grow your money and not blow your money, as Constance says? Check us out at flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, programs, videos, resources. In 2024, there's no reason to be broke when there's information all around us. So get your money right. flynubianmoney.com.
FlyNubianMoney.com. What do you think we're talking about right now? This is where you can get the ABCs 1, 2, 3s. All you have to do is go to NubianMoney.com. We have plenty of resources there. If you confused, this topic scares you, but because money scares people, but we are talking about how you can secure and have an easier time of it if you start now. So if you get your understanding now, you can plan better. So make sure that you go to FlyNubianMoney.com to get your initial set of instructions and start learning what you need to do to protect your financial house. Now, there are many different ways that we can see things changing for retirement. We've got the housing crisis. We have student loan debts. We have all sorts of things that are swirling around, the discussion about getting rid of Social Security. So how do we look at these things to get a solution for our own household? Because when we start depending on others, that's where our first downfall is. So I'm going to start with you, Constance, with this question. What role does the housing crisis play in the inability to retire?
Well, it plays a huge role. You see inflation going up, you see housing prices going up, but you don't see income going up at all. That's a problem. And so people are not living based upon their check. They're living check to check, and they're using their credit cards to survive. So then they get into this insurmountable debt, and then it becomes this snowball effect. And so all of those things are factors. You have the housing crisis. Yeah, you got interest rates. So you got the houses going up and you got the interest rates going up. So the houses aren't even going down. So imagine when the interest rates go down, the housing prices are going to go up even more because the interest rates didn't even curb the market in a lot of areas. So you got the house prices go up, you got the interest rates going up, you got inflation. I was just talking to my kids this morning, and we were talking about my son's car. And I've either had a hybrid or a electric vehicle, but I put gas in my son's car when I was in California, and it was like $108. I haven't really had to worry about gas in a very, very long time. $108 to put gas in a car, to fill up a tank, is crazy. So it's all of these things that we got to do on a daily basis. When they talk about the cost of eggs, the cost of groceries, I got 3 big head grown ass boys that eat me out of a house and home. I'm going to the grocery store 2 to 3 times a week. I'm not spending no less than $150 to $200 every time I go. And then they come up in there talking about ain't no food up in the house because y'all Negroes eat it up. So it's a lot, and a lot of people are suffering. A lot of people are struggling, and it's unfortunate. But that's where we are in America. I don't know what they're gonna do to help though. The government, I don't know.
Yeah, because it's all up in the air. And then currently we have people being put into places in the administration, not to get political, but you have to. You've got people who are being put into positions who they don't know anything about. Ben Carson knew jack shit about the housing market, and the person who's going in now knows jack shit about the housing market. So when you have this mentality of let other people help us out, no, baby, they don't even know what they're doing neither. All they're doing is making sure they take it care of in their wallet. But Dr. Lene, there was a comment that said, what's wrong with working into old age? And I want to bring that in. You said your mother is doing very well about her planning, but is working something that she still wants to do in her retirement?
No. So she's going to take a break. She'll be, I think, 66, 67. She's going to take a break. This is her second retirement. So she retired once, and then she wanted to do some different things. Some different life stuff happened. So she went back, she went back. She's like, I want another check. So she's in public work. So she went back to work to get another retirement check. So she just had to work for, I think, like 7 years. And then that gave her another check. And so that's how she's been able to go into retirement and almost get paid the same as her working. But she'll be retiring at the end of this year, I believe. And I think she'll be 66, 67, something like that. But there's nothing wrong with working into your old age if you're doing something that you love, right? I look at Dr. George Fraser. That man will hop on a plane and travel to speak, to teach. He loves what he does. If you love what you do, why not do it to the day you die? Cicely Tyson, right? She did it to the day she died. There's work that needs to get done that people love that you can do until the day that you die. It's the labor of work that frustrates people that people don't want to do, right? You don't want to have to work to pay your bills till the day you die. That's different than finding a profession that you enjoy, setting yourself up financially, and doing a work that you love. The work that I do is not a job. The work that I do is not even work. I enjoy what I do. I show up and I do it every day, and I do it with a smile on my face. It's pleasant. When I say I'm going to retire at 60, I'm going to retire from the hustle of the work that I do. But that is because I have planned to be financially set up. I plan to have X amount of $1 million in retirement. Like, the world and the life that I plan for myself in retirement says I can be done at 60 so that I can go and enjoy different fruits of my labor. I can go and volunteer. I can go and sponsor. I can go and be a philanthropist. I can go and do these other things, but I'm enjoying my life until I die. So I think we don't have to be afraid of working until the day we die. I think it's what type of work we're doing, how we're financially set up, how we've thought about retirement and what that looks like for us. And if you are in your 40s, like I'm 48, you still have time to prepare. You can get a side hustle, you can start a business, you can do real estate, you can invest. There's still ways to retire decently well right now so that you don't have to work until your 80s or 90s or whenever you plan on, going to meet your maker.
I agree. And you hit it right, because you know what? I have aunties that are retired, and baby, they're happy that they're retired, but they also don't want to sit home twiddling their thumbs. So they go out and they do extra things. They have little extra jobs just because they want to be around people. They want to feel like they're active. They still enjoy that. But the difference is they do not have to if they don't want to. And there is a huge difference for that. So we have a couple more slides I do want to discuss, because we're diving in deep. And I think it's really important for us to understand these numbers because they are mind blowing. The median retirement savings for Black families is $23,000 compared to, get ready to hold your seats, $150,000 for white families, according to the Economic Policy Institute. Retirement account access. Only 36% of Black workers have access to employer-sponsored retirement plans, compared to 54% of white workers. And Social Security dependency, this is a hot topic, y'all, and it's already been thrown out back and forth. About 45% of Black retirees rely on Social Security for 90% or more of their income during retirement, compared to 30% of white retirees. That is absolutely staggering. A 2022 survey by TIAA found that 56% of Black Americans feel they lack access to financial literacy resources, which hinders their ability to effectively save for retirement. And Black Americans aged 65 and older are 3 times more likely to live in poverty during retirement compared to their white counterparts. Y'all, these numbers are really staggering. Dr. Alicia, is working until you die a reality for everyone in America?
I want to say something about Social Security because as a social worker, this is so very important to what our cause. Those numbers about Black people and Social Security, and the idea of working till you die is a reality, because Social Security, a lot of African Americans disproportionately rely on Social Security for retirement, and we know it's not enough to live off of. So people are going to have to supplement their income until they die, so to speak. So, the issue with Social Security is that, I don't know if y'all know, there's 3 legs of retirement. There's Social Security, there's employment issued retirements, and then there's your individual portfolios that you can have, individual stocks or, mutual funds or whatever that you can pay into. And Social Security is the most reliable leg of retirement. We learned this in graduate school. And the thing with Social Security is that it's a social program, but you get out what you get in. It's a pay in out system. And I don't know if you all remember, but there was this idea of making Social Security a lockbox so that individuals who pay into Social Security can be guaranteed that they can get out of. What we also know for African Americans in particular, we pay more into Social Security than we actually withdraw from Social Security because we don't live as long. Number two, we talk about migrant workers and all of these issues that we kind of dump on an entire group of people, but people don't know that they pay into Social Security, but they never are able to draw out of it. So there's no reason why we should not have enough money to pay out for Social Security. And I think we need to look at politics of that and start really paying attention to that, because Social Security is what lifted a lot of older adults out of poverty. It's something that we need to really think about as Black people to try to strengthen that with government, whoever is in charge. We need to really work to examine those things really closely.
And that's the point. We need to examine those. We need to stop putting our heads in the sand. A lot of the times, I have to say, when people try to talk about money, people want to put their heads in the sand and they don't want to discuss it. It's one of those, 5 or 6, what they call sin things you don't talk about with other people, money and sex and all this other things they don't want to talk about, want to hear it. They do the 3 monkey thing, they hear, see no evil. So Lawrence Lamar said, I really think America only has 2 more years before everything in the system changes. BlackRock and the robots will take over. Now, I'm going to throw this in a cogwheel because we do see that there is a lot of AI that is coming in. And we also know for a fact that BlackRock is definitely stepping into places like creating communities, complete communities with beautiful homes. Gorgeous homes. They not for sale, baby. You cannot buy them. They're only for rent. So I'm going to ask you, Joe, that this is something that we are really facing that's going to be a problem toward our retirements.
You talking to me, Lala?
Yes.
You broke up. What'd you say?
With BlackRock and AI and all these things, the world is changing aspect of money and what we can own and things of that nature. Do you think this is a real the crisis that we are facing with these new tools?
I don't think the crisis changes. No matter, whatever happens, we're always on to something new or doing something different. I think the problem is going to be what it's always been, is that people are dependent upon a government that doesn't care about them. And I'm not talking about just Black, but I don't think it cares about anybody. And I think, there's some people involved in government that are hateful and, and racist and whatnot. But I think even more than that, over racism is the probability of keeping your foot on Black people's necks. So understanding that, and then we're talking about a culture, you can judge it. I saw a quote one day, something about judging a culture by how it treats its elderly. We don't take care of our old people, So now the AI is coming in, right? Before that, it was something else, it's always going to be something new. The technological advances are always going to occur, but we still have the same age-old problem from the 1600s. We just don't have a government that gives a shit about us. And if we're dependent upon that, going back to some of the stuff Lene was saying, you working a job until you're old, but you're at the mercy of that job. You're always going to be at the mercy of that job. And I'm not criticizing anybody for doing something they love until the day that they die. And like you said earlier, Lala, you're one tragedy away from that being taken away from you at any moment. So are you prepared? Do you know what exactly you want? Because that is going to determine how prepared you are for the future, not any changes in society or changes in government or any technology advances. None of that is going to matter if you have no idea how you want to spend the rest of your life and what it is that you are going to need in order to do that, or how you're going to support yourself for the rest of your life. That's what you need to be focused on, not what's happening outside.
Right. I agree. You do have to pay attention to you. You got to start with yourself. That I often say that on this show. everything that we do, it starts with yourself. You can't depend on others to do any changes or anything. You have to change yourself. Why do you think many people underestimate how much they need to retire comfortably?
Because you just don't know what's going to happen. I mean, this economy is so dynamic, and it goes up and down and up and down. Who knows? But I'm sitting here listening, and I'm looking at those slides. And if you can run them slides real quick. So the median savings for Black families is $23,000 compared to $150,000 for white families, which still is not enough for either, but $23,000. I mean, that's just less than. And so when I look at that, only 36% of Black workers have access to employee-sponsored retirement plans. And then we still don't participate when we do because we just don't know the importance of it. And about 45% of Black retirees rely on Social Security for 90% or more of their income during retirement. That's huge. So, as I'm sitting here listening to this, I'm staring off into space because this is disheartening. Information is disheartening, especially for Black people, especially for somebody who loves Black people, right? And so then I automatically go into solution mode. Okay, what do we do? And this is the reason why how we have these discussions is so important. It's important that we have people like Dr. Joe and Dr. Alicia because we need therapy. Black folks need therapy. It's important that we have people like you, Lala, in real estate because we need to be investing in real estate. It's important that we have you, Dr. Lene, because we need to learn how to be brilliant and build our brilliant businesses. Like, this is all extremely necessary. Everybody on here is necessary. So my hopes is that you're not just listening to this. We're going to talk about solutions, and hopefully, Black people, you actually take action to change the narrative because these statistics are very grim. And I don't know if you really understand the gravity of what we're seeing here. And it's only getting worse if we don't take advantage. When you talked about AI, instead of being afraid of AI, we definitely got to take advantage of it and utilize it for our wealth.
That's right. Tap in. Tap in. There's ways to tap into everything. They can do it. So can we. So you just have to tap in where you know that there is a point, there's a lull that you can fill. Your excellence can fill. Don't be afraid of technology. Learn to embrace it and make it work for you. But we still are continuing this very important conversation, but we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Fly Nubian Money is now on Spotify. Yes, yes, yes. We are on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, you can listen to us. All you have to do is search Fly Nubian Money and we will appear. All of our episodes. Make sure that you leave a 5-star rating and reviews so other people that come along and are looking for a good show to watch, they'll follow us too. If you are interested in being on Fly Nubian Money, sorry, I don't have any spaces. I'm just playing. If you are interested in being a queen or a king on Fly Nubian Money for the day, please reach out to me. I'm at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Also, if you need help with your business, go ahead and send me an email for that too. Okay. I've said enough. Now back to the show.
We got magic. We do magic. We help you up yourself in your financial house, and we also can help you with your business. Sometimes you spread yourself too thin. You can't do it all. You're working 24/7. Sometimes if you just learn to delegate or you take something off of your plate, it can help you grow when you focus on what's more important for you, the tasks that you need to be doing. So in order to do that, all you have to do is email us at info@realvirtual.net. Let me spell it, info@realvirtual.net. Let us help you. Let us help you up your game. Now, listen, we have another video that I want us to watch because this conversation is really, really good. So let's watch that video.
Hey, guys. So I was hearing, of course, on TikTok, because that's where we get our news from anyway, right? Somebody was saying how they heard that Congress wants to raise retirement up to 75. 75, y'all? Let me tell you, there's no way. They already told us that they're going to cut Social Security. So what are we working for? I will be retiring in 10 years, if not sooner. I will not be working to pay their salary, because that's pretty much what we would be doing if we worked until 75. They need to down their retirement age back to 55. But yeah, they must think that American people are crazy, because what would make them think that we're going to work until we're 75 years old? Yeah, granted, there are people that are doing that now, but we all don't want to do that.
Yeah, we all don't want to do that. So we see that our older generation, and I don't say that lightly, because I'm telling you, the new 50 is you can be 70 and you in the 50s. Like we have changed a lot of things in our lifestyles, but they are facing this. So what do you think is a good retirement age to aim for, Dr. Lene?
I literally just asked that question. I don't know. 75, I think is too old, but 55, I think is too young. So when I heard that, I was like, 55 is too young to retire. 75 is too old. So maybe like 60, 65. I think what they have it at right now is a good age. I feel like 60, 65 is a good retirement age. You still got a nice 20 years to relax, kick back, enjoy your grandkids, travel the world, still be in good health. 55, like, if I'm being honest, just based on how we live, in your 20s, you don't know what the hell you're doing. Your 30s, you're trying to figure it out. Your 40s, you're implementing. Like, you're actually putting in the work in your 40s. You can't turn around and be done at 55. You still need the 40s and the 50s to kind of grind it out. 65, hang up your cleats and be done with it. But that's what I think. What y'all think? Like, I'm interested to see how other people feel about retirement.
I'll be 55 next month. So I think that's a little too early for me. I think a good age for me would be 60, 62. I think that's a personal call. But here's one thing that I do know. When I am on the ships, when I am out on the seas and doing my little thing, singing on the ships, I see people who are elderly and finally enjoying their lives, but they can't because maybe their bodies weren't they used to be, and that they don't even get to enjoy the whole thing. So I don't want to be at a point in my life where my body is breaking down, where I can't enjoy my retirement. So I think that depends on a lot of different things, but I think 62 is a really good age. Dr. Alicia, I noticed you said that it's set in stone.
Yeah, back when I was studying this in school, there's a grid. I don't know if anyone can find this, but the legal age of retirement, we've known this a long time, is always going to increase because quality of life and people live longer. They're projecting that people are living longer and the quality of life is more enhanced. So that's why the legal age of retirement increases. I mean, of course, depending on your financial situation, you can retire whenever you see fit. But in terms of legal age of retirement, where somehow you can draw down retirement benefits without taking a penalty, those things it's a government number that's set. And so I knew a long time ago that the age of retirement was going to shift because there's a chart somewhere out there. I'm sure someone in internet land can find that. And I do want to say something that some of you guys said earlier about elder abuse. Let me tell you, I found in my practice, elder financial abuse, you'd be so surprised how common this is. It's like, sometimes older adults don't have that contact with individuals like they need to, and they feel somewhat very vulnerable, and so it leaves them vulnerable not only to exploitation but also financial exploitation. So I've seen this a lot of times in my practice about how adult children can take care of their parents and take advantage of them financially. So I've seen that in a lot of my practice and just working as a social worker for decades on decades. And it's really terrible because some of the older adults their cognition, sometimes declines, dementia, Alzheimer's, and that puts them at risk to experience, they have to lean on other people to make financial decisions for them. And sometimes it's not really the best and they can take from them. So I just wanted to make that point there about
that's a thing, major thing. Yeah. Those numbers are pretty high about elder abuse, and especially those who take advantage of what they have financially. We had some really great answers from our viewers. We had 62, 65, 67. So it seems like it's all falling into the 60s. And not so much where the lady in the video said 55. So Joe, I want to ask you this. We've talked about our older generation, but how can we get ahead on retirement savings?
You blanked out just a second. Every time it's somebody, you said, how do younger generation get ahead on retirement savings? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
I think it has a lot to do with education. I don't mean like traditional education. I mean like understanding, what money is and what money does. Like I said, I'm 44 and I've learned more about finances and money in the past 2 years than I've learned my entire life. So like this education system that we have right now is not designed for us to take care of ourselves. It's designed for us to take care of this country. And the country in return does not take care of us. So what we need to do is take care of ourselves. You know what I mean? Like we need to encourage the younger generation to understand real, true economics and not the falsehoods that's been jammed into us over generations and generations about what it looks like. You work a job and if you work a job until you're 65 and you hang it up, you give you a watch, and if you don't do that, you're lazy or you're not a good person. You know what I mean? So like that, it's just insanity. So we have to do better about getting young people into community programs that teach them about financial literacy. I really think that's a huge step towards getting the next generation not to repeat the same mistakes that we did. Now, it's not about having a fancy car. It's not about having a house you can't afford with a bunch of furniture you don't need and all the other things that, you've been taught that matter. It's just about what is your destination? How do you want to finish this thing out? And this is how you're going to get there. So.
Well, that brings us to a really good slide that we have prepared for you that talks about wealth gap. The racial wealth gap plays a significant role, with the median wealth for Black households at $24,100 compared to $189,100 for white households, and that's according to the Federal Reserve 2020. This directly affects the ability to save for retirement. If you have to work so hard just to get your bills paid, and it's really hard to even think about putting money away because you need to feed your family, then we have to go back to actually, what is the wealth gap? What are we getting paid? Why is there such a disparaging big gap between that? But that also brings me to another question. Constance, should the government increase Social Security benefits to account for inflation?
Sorry about that. Yes, of course, for cost of living. And it's supposed to be according to the cost of living, but it's not, because as I said, your average Social Security benefit is $1,800 a month. And your average rent is $1,600 to $1,800 a month. And how you going to get food? How you going to get groceries? How you going to get gas? How you going to get your clothes clean? How you going to pay for your utilities? How you going to do all the rest of that stuff if you only getting $1,800? And for Social Security, there is a certain amount that is being put in a bank, just like you said, Dr. Alicia, a lockbox, but it's supposed to be put into an account. I'm paying this, but they are borrowing this money and they're using it for wars and everything else. And so we don't have enough money. All the money that we're putting, this is like us putting away a savings account for ourselves for when we retire. And we go to the savings and it ain't there because the federal government is mishandling the money. That is the real problem. And so, yes, there should be an increase in Social Security. Absolutely. But going back is about what we have to do, because those statistics that you put on that slide were very drab. It was depressing, almost $24,000. Like, who living on $24,000 where? And how is that the average across the nation? I just can't even fathom that. On average, Black folks are really making $24,000 on average. Of course, that's the average, but that's pretty discouraging. And so financial literacy, I mean, if they're not teaching it in your schools, you got the freaking internet. You got more information in the palm of your hands. And when they put the man on the moon, you can Google that shit. GTS it. Anything that you want to know is out there. And if not, get a mentor or get a coach, get somebody. But it's imperative that you take initiative, that you are very intentional about your learning about the things that are necessary, that are going to grow you and not put you in that position where you're at the mercy of the government.
Yeah, totally agree. Like what have I been saying? You can't depend on others to do it for you. Every time you do that, you're going to be disappointed. You need to start with yourself. And that is a great point for us to take this commercial break, and we'll be right back.
Hey, what's up? It's your girl, Constance Carter. Where am I? I am on a yacht in the Baltimore Harbor, and I am doing my 7-figure strategic planning solo, baby. I plan on having a 7-figure year. I partnered with the Fly Nubian Money, and we are putting together a training that's going to help you to put together your 6- and 7-figure ecosystem. Yes, there are things that you need to do, strategies you need to put in place so that you can implement and have a 6 to 7-figure year if you don't already have one. If you got a 6-figure year, let's go ahead and get you a 7-figure one. If you got a 5-figure year, let's get you a 6-figure. Let's get you there. Join me, the Fly Nubian Money Club, and let's grow your money in 2025.
Man,
That's the reason why
I'm not even gonna step on nothing that you're doing. You tell us what you're doing this weekend.
Well, no, but the very topic that we're talking about is the very reason that we need to have these conversations. And this is a free conversation that we getting ready to have on this upcoming Saturday about this very thing. I'm actually talking about, the where we are, where we're going, but how can we curb that? How can we close the wealth gap? How can we change the trajectory of our lives and we start living at least a 6-figure lifestyle, if not a 7? But the topic today, this is why that's so important. But y'all getting a free training. So everybody on here is 400 people on this watching us live right now, and hopefully a few thousand more that's gonna watch it later. Everybody need to be up on that training on Saturday.
And guys, it's a free trial period right now. Not only are you going to get all the awesome stuff from Constance, and she's got so much for you. I also did a class a few weeks ago, so you're going to be able to rewatch that. You get double. And this is going to help you. So don't miss out. Go ahead, get on into that free trial. And all you need to do is sign up at flynubianmoneyclub.com. Don't miss out. Don't be the one who's saying, I wish I would have saved for retirement. Don't be the one that sits back and looks and says, I don't have enough money to get through this month. We can help you now if you start now. So make sure you sign up today, flynubianmoneyclub.com. Well, that concludes what our topic is today, although we probably can talk about this for the rest of the week. But I would like to call for final thoughts and where we can find you. We'll start with you, Dr. Alicia.
Awesome. Hey, yeah, I mean, I love that we're talking about this topic, and I hope that we continue this conversation. Also, I think one other point I may have wanted to make was that, sometimes it's hard for us. For Black people, we have a healthy cultural paranoia when it comes to financial institutions and relying on advisors. It's a healthy thing because of the history of Black people in money and economics. We have trusted institutions and corporations to help us out, and we find that there's some elements of racism and white supremacy there. So, with all of that in mind, I think that relying on these financial institutions and advisors, I think, developing relationships with people that we trust. And I think that's why it's so important. I love what Constance is talking about, and everything on Fly Nubian Money is that hopefully we can be trusted source of information and avenues of which to understand the unique struggles that Black people are facing. If you want to work with me, you can contact me at Coaching with Dr. Alicia. Follow me on Instagram, Coaching with Dr. Alicia.
You got your homework assignment. She made it very easy. You want to make sure that you go to her website, check out all of her resources, because I always tell everybody you got to stock and chicken talk, every last one of us. We got some good stuff for you. Joe, what is your final thoughts and where can we find you?
Cool. Listen, in the words of Tony, it's whatever you want. That's what you got to go. You know, you got to judge every move you make based on whatever you want. As a therapist, I constantly deal in reality. I'm always having to push reality in people's faces. How old are you? Okay. What is the destination that you want to get to when you finally get a chance to sit down? Do you want to sit down? You know, are you able to sit down? Do you want to work for somebody for the rest of your life and accept the risk of that? And that's a cool thing too. Or do you want to step off the porch and try to conduct your own business and, you know, take things into your own hands a little bit? All of those things come into play. Whatever you want, then you can determine how much sacrifice is going to take for you to get whatever you want. And then you can make changes, the necessary changes in order to improve your life or secure your life for the future. And, you know, hear me say it over and over again. If you're not changing it, you are choosing it. You can't look for anybody to come help. And if they do help, that's a great thing. That's a bonus. That's a plus. But typically nobody's coming to help. So you're going to have to make decisions that advance your life and secure your life and secure your future. And to start talking about making those things happen for yourself, you can reach me at realuconsulting.com or follow me on all socials. My name is Joe Corley, and I am here for you.
All you got to do is just say, hey, Joe. And go ahead and get your appointment with him at realuconsulting.com. Make sure that you also follow him on social media. Constance, what are your final thoughts and where can
Hold on,
you
Lala. I'm sorry. Tierra gonna kill me. We're going on tonight. Again, Tuesday night. Vulnerability is a new sexy. Please join me tonight, 7 p.m. Central Time. We're just gonna be talking about you know, things to adjust for the new year, understanding resolutions and what it's looking like for people out there. So come join me tonight. Sorry to interrupt.
mark your calendars, go ahead, get your dinner, get your popcorn if that's what your dinner time is, and sit down and watch. Okay, that's your assignment. Okay, Constance, now it's your turn, ma'am.
I just want to say that this conversation really got me in my feelings. Just looking at those statistics and seeing where we are. I mean, of course, this is my life's work, right? But as a person who is in the field and a person that loves Black people and I want to see us do better and always thinking of ways that, you know, that we can combat what's been put in front of us. We know the reasons why. We know about all of the systemic issues and the trauma that we faced as Black people. But at this point, we could either be part of the problem or be a part of the solution. And so what is the solution? We have to start having conversations with our families about finances. We got to start learning more about finances. We have to start investing our money in other things. You can pick up your phone and get an Acorns account and then start just putting a little, just change. Acorns, just change, and then it'll start investing in the stock market for you. For the people who are not really familiar with stock, and you know, it'll be money that you don't even miss. I save $30,000 a year just in Acorns, just in investing my change. Like there's things that you can really do to just put away something, to do something to move the needle. It's not about making a huge change. You know, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And so it's those little things, the little wins that we can do, the little things that we can do to create a snowball effect, to create a change and transformation in our lives. That's what I want, but we have to be intentional about the change. And this is the reason why these conversations are so uberly important for us Black people, because we got to change the dynamic of where we going. The $24,000 yearly net worth for Black people is crazy. I don't know who's living on that. You spending that on gas a year, let alone, you know, what can you really buy with $24,000 a year? So I just want us just to be intentional about, you know, talking about financial literacy, getting on our devices and learning about financial literacy, and then coming together and taking whatever training that's free, Google University, everything. There's so much information out there that there's no reason why we should still be in the same situation that we've been in the past. There's no reason. They didn't fucked around and gave us the internet, y'all. There's no reason. But where can you find me? Everywhere. I am Constance Carter. I work with Black women to help them to build wealth. I have a new book coming out with the Net 7 Collective. It's called Unbreakable, and it's a collection of stories of survival, success, and sisterhood, where we are talking about our stories and how we've been able to stand on our stories to create power and generational wealth for ourselves and our families. And the new Net 7 Collective is coming up at the end of the month. So if you are a Black woman or you know a Black woman, have them hit me up. Go to bookwithconstance.com.
She gave you all the assignments. I hope you wrote them all down, because she is one busy lady. Okay. She is one busy queen. But here's the thing. She is willing to share this information with you. So you don't have to say you don't have someone to help you get the resources that you need to get yourself leveled up. Dr. Lene, now what are your final thoughts and where can we find you?
I'm going to be quick and simple. And I'm going to say, if you're struggling in your life today, you're going to be struggling in your retirement tomorrow. That's the simple truth of the matter. If you are not living the quality of life that you want to right now, where you are capable and able to work, it is going to be twice as hard, twice as rough for you, maybe 3 times when you retire. So right now is the time to get your ducks in a row. The statistics on having access to financial literacy, that is it's a farce, because the financial literacy is out there. As a community, we spend our money bad. We spend our money wrong. And then when life happens and we end up in retirement, we're like, what happened? What happened is you didn't get prepared. So we need to get prepared right here, right now, today. There's too much, like Constance was saying, we have access to too much technology, to too much information, to too much knowledge. You might not be able to get inside of somebody's classroom, but there's Google, there's YouTube, there's so much information around financial literacy. You can invest in something. She was talking about acorns, real estate, stocks, somebody else's business. Start a side hustle. Start a business that's just for your retirement. It doesn't have to replace your income, but maybe it makes $20,000 a year, $40,000 a year, $50,000 a year. Something that you can add to your Social Security. We have the ability to make sure that we retire well. We can live better in retirement than we live right now if we take the time to put ourselves into a position to do that. So that's my charge. When we see numbers like that, $24,000, that's for people working. So what is it gonna look like when people retire? Like, that's sad. That hurts my heart. So get yourself together, start a business. It doesn't have to be a business. It could be anything. It could be real estate. It could be acorns. It could be stocks. It could be just do something. Do something. Okay. I'm Dr. Lene Javette. You can find me at I am Dr. Lene Javette right there. Boop, boop, boop. That's it. That's all I got for today.
Do something. That's right. But she even got a little point hand. So you don't really need to know anything other than that point hand is going to direct you to where you need to be. All right. So here's my thing. You're always going to hear me say this. You need to start somewhere, and that somewhere is with you. If we have said something today that has struck a chord with you, maybe it made you feel uncomfortable. Maybe you were like, this is not something we want to talk about. Then we have hit the right chord for you to play. That means that is something that you have to look at in your life. We've hit that pain point. Let us help you get to the right place. And you do have to look at things, whether they look pretty or not. So face them. Face the monster in the mirror, because you can conquer that. And you can find me and all of my free resources at bit.ly/Laura Key Info. And I have a lot of resources there for you, and even a goal setting chart for you. So go there and go ahead and download that. We've given you all great resources to level up. All right. So we have had such a wonderful conversation today, a good conversation. And it's an important reminder to just how crucial it is to plan ahead for your future. The retirement crisis is real and the numbers don't lie. Millions of Americans are facing a future where they'll have to work far beyond the age they expected. It's vital to start thinking about retirement as early as possible and make adjustments to our financial habits if we want a future of freedom and security. Let's keep the conversation going. What steps are you taking to ensure that you can retire when the time comes? Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate all of you, all of you. We know that some of you are here every single day and we love you. We know that you could be doing something else. You could be somewhere else, but you chose to take the time to spend with us today and to level up your thinking. So until tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, thanks for tuning in to Fly Nubian Money, and we'll see you tomorrow. Peace out. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Laura Lalaki, international real estate agent and your host for today. And we've got a hot topic that's all about love and money and protecting your assets. Rapper Lil Baby recently made headlines by saying legal marriage is off the table for him. He claims it's the only way to protect his wealth and a test for true love. Now, this has sparked a lot of conversation about prenups, legal contracts, and whether marriage is about love or business. So today we're digging into the money side of the relationship and how to protect your finances and whether prenups are the answer and how to have these conversations in a way that's fair for everyone involved. So let's talk about love, money, and legal contracts that can make or break it all. And all I can think now is that Prince song, Love or Money. I am here with my royal court, Marla Layston, TV and film producer, Athena Gardner, our CPA and wealth coach, and Tierra Williams, producer and actress. And we have a lot to say. First of all, it's Monday, everybody. It's Monday the 13th. We are marching on in this year. We would love to hear what you have to say about this, because you know we don't just talk at you. We talk with you. All right. So we want to see what you got to say about this. But let's go ahead and kick it off with this video.
Marriage is a big jump. That's like, I mean, that's sharing finances, that's sharing emotions.
That's why I ain't sharing my finances.
Oh, so if you even thought about marriage, instantly it's prenup.
I don't even prenups, like, and now young people don't even be knowing, like, prenups don't mean that. It's no thing that you can marry a woman and then she don't get nothing. It's ways for her to get something regardless. So once y'all get married. So man, I'll give a girl $10 million ring, $10 million wedding, no paperwork. That's my offer.
So I mean, so we not married.
I vowed to death do us part. We married.
Just no
paperwork. You know? And that could change when I get older, but I don't really see that.
Because it's just a sheet of paper.
No, it's not just a sheet of paper. It's something that actually stands. And if we sign it and all that, now we got to go through the worst of it. And I'm not thinking of the worst ever, but I still got to think of that type of stuff.
What about if you, God forbid, go back to prison and then, you know, you can't see her because you're not.
I wouldn't give a damn.
Yeah, what if you're in the hospital and you can't see her?
I wouldn't give a damn, man.
Okay.
I think he's got it twisted, y'all. I think he's got it twisted. It doesn't matter if you have that paper or not. So I'm sorry. I know that there are a lot of couples that I have friends that have done this and it never turned out right. So here's my initial question, quick rapid answer to all of my queens here. Would you consider being married without the legal paper? Tierra?
Yes.
Athena?
Hell no. To the no.
Marlo? Your turn, Marlo.
I don't know. I need more information, y'all. I don't know what this is. Don't know.
No, in the middle.
I need more information. I gotta phone a friend.
I think what's happening is here they're confusing a lot of things because there is a spiritual aspect to it, a traditional aspect to it, and then there's also legality. But you don't necessarily have to have the legal part of it for a woman to be with you. It's called common law, and it also depends on what state you're in. So if you have been together for a certain amount of time and then you split up, you don't have to have that legality. It's still considered common law. So, Tiara, do you think that love and money should be kept separate, or do you think that they naturally overlap in a relationship?
I think they naturally overlap, right? I think people tend to, it just depends on the setup, right? There's people that get married they are put together for business transactions, right? The arranged marriages of the world. There is no love. That love is created afterwards. In America, we got to love first, and then we go forward with the other things. So, it just depends on the way you look at it.
I think so too, but immediately we got a response back that JDW said, "Why no?" And I'm pretty sure that's for you, Athena. Why no? Why? What are you gaining?
So I come from a traditional household, and there's certain expectations for me and my culture and my parents and my family and the values that I hold. I am not tying myself mentally, spiritually, emotionally, physically, birthing children, sharing time, space, and energy with a man, especially the birthing children part, because children are more of a commitment than marriage, in my opinion. But we all up and down that slip and slide, and where has that gotten us as a group generationally, as far as wealth is concerned and advancement in society? Nowhere. We just posted a video about George Fraser saying how our marriage rates are going to be close to 16% from the 34% it is, and the implications for what that has in our community. So I don't care if you are richer, the richest man on earth, and your money is stacked taller than the Burj Khalifa. I am not going to allow a man to clip me, have children, spend time, all this other stuff without having that legal recognition.
I agree with you on that. I agree on that. And so that's a question that I want to lead to you, Marlo, because listen, psychologically, if you know that you don't have that, you in your heart honestly don't flow with that. But then again, the infidelity rates are so high. We hear about that all the time. We've heard of recent things that are happening within the actress world who ended up sending a cheating video to her family chat to let everybody know her husband fooled around on her, and they've been married for a long time. So, do you think that it really matters if you have that legal paper or not? You're still responsible for what your actions are?
I think the way that people behave, it doesn't seem like it, right? Because people act single in marriage. People be married acting single. So I don't know. I think the behavior is very individual, right? It's on the person, because to be in a marriage, to be committed, it requires a lot of self-control. It requires you to say no to certain things that you may want to do certain things that you absolutely have to do. And I think that when you somebody like Lil Baby, when you have this, the world is my oyster mindset, and people open doors for you, and things are just seem to be endless, I can see why he would say that he doesn't want that, right? Because his whole situation is fleeting. Fans are fleeting, girls are fleeting. The whole thing is kind of touch and go. So it's individual, but I think if you're looking for a future set foundational partnership, then marriage is the way to go. There isn't another recourse, because in death, you say, well, I'm not going to say divorce, right? In death, you'll be left holding a bag of nothing for all of your contribution and effort and work, right? So what outcome do you want, right? You think about the outcome that you want, and then you move forward accordingly. That's what I think.
Well, here's what I found interesting. In the interview, he talked about, what if you go back to jail? And he was like, I don't give a damn. What if such and such? I don't give a damn. Well, to me, you already done shot everything down. I don't need your $10 million ring. I don't need your $100,000 wedding. Your attitude tells me everything I need to know. But I want to pull up some of the comments that were put up on Instagram about this interview, because I think they're very interesting. So let's kind of check out what some people are thinking outside of us. So T says, successful men just got wise. It's about to be a lot more single moms and women who got to hold their own weight. The days of taking niggas, changes how they want to spell this, to the bank are over. Right? I mean, really? Are you kidding me on that? That one took me straight out, y'all. Fran says, I hate to say it, but he's right. And then Mr. Unapologetic says, yep, just stay single and protect your assets, fellas. Okay, that's enough of that right now, because I want to get right back into this, because I don't think you are. All of that is still up in the air. Especially if you're procreating and you have children, there is nothing different. You are still going to have to take care of those children. I think that their thinking is backwards, and it just doesn't make sense. And they think that they're protecting themselves when in actuality they're hurting themselves. Because what if he ends up going to the hospital and he has no paper saying that his partner is to take care of him, and he doesn't have anyone else to speak for him immediately? His partner can't step in and say, I have the legal right to, this is what he wants. So, there's a whole lot of things that is involved in this. So my question to you, Tiara, is what's your opinion on prenups? Are they a sign of distrust or smart planning?
Well, before we get there, I just want to say, in Lil Baby's defense, in the beginning, he said, this may change. My mind may change about this. He also said, I'm not mad at the idea of getting married. He said, I think he wants to marry Jada. That's the thing. He wants to marry her. He just doesn't legally want to put himself in a situation, because I think that for rich men and men that, have done well for themselves, this whole, like, she wasn't what you shooting in the gym, but she's going to take half, this whole idea, let's not act like women don't get in situations to then take advantage of rich men. Like, let's just sit there for a second and not act like every woman is like us, right? Women that'll hold you down, come in, and there's a lot more women out there that are like that, that'll take advantage, that'll put him, drag him, whatever, than women like us. Now, he happens to have a woman who is an entrepreneur. Jada is, she has her own success in her own right. And I think as long as they can figure out for themselves what this relationship looks like and decide, there has to be an agreement between the two of them. What I hear is, I don't want the government in my business, but if I'll do whatever you want, I'll give you a $10 million wedding, a $10 million ring, but I'm just not doing their paperwork. But let's figure it out between us. He seems generous. He's not saying you can't have none of my money. He's not saying that. That's not what he's saying. But I understand from that perspective. Now, do I think that prenups can put protections on situations? Absolutely. Again, some women ain't what you shooting in the gym. You should have a prenup. What is she bringing to the table outside of sex and looking like a Instagram model, depending on the woman that you choose, right? So I think while he's this young and opportunities are endless, he has this young lady that has been with him, they have a child together, all of that. I think we should look at the whole picture and not just say, like, listen to like the little sound bites that make us emotional, and just say, like, this might actually not be what we're making it out to be.
I can agree with that, and I can go with that. I'm usually very open-minded, but what I'm finding is this younger generation wants it all. The young ladies want it all from them a lot of the times, and it's tough to get them to want to do things, because you do have a lot of ladies that just bounce around the people who have the money. And then I'm also seeing men saying the same thing, because we've had many different shows where we've talked about men and having all these baby mamas, and I think that it leaves a void for humanity in there. I still think if the child grows up and sees that daddy's name is not on the birth certificate or whatever, or however they choose to do it, now you have a whole nother generation that has to heal from certain traumas. My days, when I was born, my parents weren't married. Okay. And another thing, I ain't afraid to say it now. My daddy was 35. My mother was 18. And at that time, you weren't allowed to put the father's name on the birth certificate if they weren't married. My father snuck to do it. That's how important that it was for him. So I don't know how I feel about this other than, yes, you have to make it for your own self. But what are we instilling in this generation that should be important about the institution of marriage? And we're going to get back into this conversation. We'll be right back.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Tierra Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am the proud producer of this show. So I hope that every day when you join us, you leave a little smarter than you came, because that's the point. Otherwise, why are you watching? So if you want to receive notices for when we go live, Fly Nubian Money goes live every single day. That's Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you don't know, now you know. All you have to do is text the word Queens, that's Queens, that's Queens, to 87948. That's 87948. That's Queens to 87948. Yes? If you want.
Simple, easy. All you got to do, use this little device right there, this one right there, and tell it that you want to be notified every time that the Fly Nubian Money Queens go live. And you do that, take the word Queens, Queens, to 87948. Okay? That's really, really simple. It's really simple. I love getting my notifications every day. So I want to dive back into this. Athena, I know you deal with taxes, but this also is a part of marriage, right? So do you really think that people understand what prenups are, or do you think they understand how they work?
I think much of what is happening is that we take these situations and try to apply it to the average common person. And that is not true. So with prenuptial agreements, most people don't get them because they don't have anything to really protect over before they even get married. So that is the thing. And then I think there's this misconception that, all right, as long as I don't get married, that there will be no financial consequence. If you plan on staying with her long term, that is automatically a common law marriage, which is fully recognized in about 10 states with full recognition and limited recognition in others. So even if you end a common law marriage, it is still considered legally binding. And to end that relationship, a couple may need to go through a formal divorce process just as they would with a traditional marriage. So my issue with us as a community is that it always seems like we're trying to find these loopholes to avoid being the adults that we need to be. And being married does require you to be an adult, because there are consequences when you don't, one, take time to vet and choose a proper partner, but two, do things to cause damage and harm to a relationship to where someone would want to leave you, and you face the financial consequences that you may face. Now, prenups, if you are a man of wealth, which most men aren't, right? Because what is this? 6% of U.S. Black adults make $100K or more. So this is a conversation, once again, that most men in this chat, like Limitless, does not qualify for. But for the ones who do make 100, 150, 250, 500K, if the apprehension is money, then of course you can put a prenup in and have some form of protections. But I always find, and I discussed this on a podcast recently, is that what especially in the situation of men, what is being asked for, the emotional support, the love, the cook food and clap cheeks like Cooking with Kaya, all of that is supposed to be the premium value. But as soon as it comes to the brass tacks and the relationship got to end, that had no value, that had no significance, that was of no consequence, and only the dollars matter. So I think people need to have clarity around what is the real value. Is it that do I need to just keep working my job because you have this fear that I'm going to take everything? And if the money is really what the value is, then why you need me here? Because once again, yes, you are doing this, but you can listen. There's people who had $200 million generational homes that are homeless today because of a fire. Right? You do not know what the life may bring you. Just like Lala said with DNR rights, you want to find someone you can weather storms with and provide values that you may not know that you need. And what I find, especially with our community, is that we wait till we wait till we 50, 60, things gonna start turning down. I need to make sure I can find somebody that can push this wheelchair and sign this paperwork if need be, this power attorney, this healthcare surrogate paperwork, because I was just focused on this money, which the IRS, the tax, the government, or a wildfire can take away in 2 seconds. So we need to really get back to basis, foundation, community, love, and respect, and being an adult instead of trying to come up with these alternative relationships and nonsense and avoiding to do the things that we have to do.
I have to agree with that. I think we do have to get back to basics, but it also depends on how it's everybody's personal right to make the decision of how they want to lay that out. But overall, I think we have gotten so far from just the humanity basics that we are lost, and it's going to take us a long time to get back. Now, Eric Younger said, a man is to be a protector and a provider for women and children. Yes, I agree, Eric. However, the question is, do you have to have that piece of paper to make that valid, or do you feel that it can be done without that paperwork? So, Marlo, I have a question for you. So what should people look for in a prenup to make sure it's fair for both sides?
Well, if I may be blunt, when I was married, I married the percentage of men that did not need a prenup. So I have no idea. I know that from watching prenups from afar, it seems as both people have to be involved, right? I've watched enough Basketball Wives and Real Housewives to know that when the two are going through the prenuptial process, right? You got to be aligned in that, right? Because you're saying on top of this governmental contract, right? Because that's what the marriage is. You sign your government paperwork, we married. On top of that, you have this legal binding document, right? So I think anytime you get into a legal agreement with any person, place, or thing, you need to be paying attention. You need to understand, you need to stand your ground. And you need to know what you want to, what best results, right? I think people do stuff and they don't think about the results. You don't think about what's on the end. What is it that you want to get out of it? Do you want to leave with all your things, right? Do you want to leave with the things that you came with and ensure that that person does the same? Do you want to leave with what you came with, what you built on your own, and then things that y'all got somewhere in the middle? Y'all want to split that up amicably? Like, what is the purpose? If it's only to protect your little pot of gold, then it's going to be contentious, right? If you really want to marry me, if we are in love, fairy tale, blah, blah, blue, right? Then we need to go to the lawyers, right? Have a mediation where everybody understands what they're asking for, what they're getting. We need to also sit down and say, hey, in 10 years, we might not think the same way. Should we, if we're still in this here union in a decade, you probably should renew that contractual obligation that you made with that person. But we like to do things so frivolously and unimportantly, and everything is just a silly fight or anger and madness that we're really not thinking things through. And I think that a prenuptial agreement, it protects the people involved. That's the purpose of it. Protects your finances. And I think that you have to go into it, stating your intentions and not pretending on some love BS or some pressure because your mama said you need to get a prenup or your homeboy said. No, you need to go in there with clarity because it's the person that you're supposed to be rocking with the distance, right? And we need to go in there as a unit. That's your first, that's what you are. Y'all are a unit. I ain't married money, but I understood the concept of the married and things of that nature and partnership. I think that we got to prioritize partnership, and people are not doing that. People all into bodies and faces and jobs and status and all the bullshit that, like Athena so eloquently pointed out, burns up in the fire. Right? Get to what is important.
Right. And I also think that could be tied into what a lot of people are not doing now is the premarital counseling. I think I think whether you do it with a minister or whether you go to a therapist or whatever, I think that is a huge part of what people need to do. I'm happy to say we did. It brought up things and for those who are just joining the show and don't know who we are, I've been married for over 30 years, but a part of that was we did go to marital counseling before, and we ended up talking about things that we hadn't talked about before that was important to us, and had those things aired out, and then really had tough decision talking about them. So I think that's really important. But I would like to go to some stats, because I want you to kind of look at how this is looking in today's world, and how that looks for our society right now. So the financial transparency in relationships, financial infidelity. Approximately 43% of U.S. adults who have combined finances in relationships admit to committing financial deception, such as hiding purchases or accounts. And we all see the stuff, like people be showing, I'm gonna hide my husband, I'm gonna hide these bags until my husband is not in the house, right? We see those. Impact on relationships. A 2018 study shows that 76% of married couples involved in financial infidelity say the experience negatively impacted their relationship, and 10% got divorced over it. Then generational differences. Younger generations are more prone to financial infidelity, with 67% of Generation Z and 57% of millennials admitting to such behavior, compared to 34% of Generation X and 33% of baby boomers. I think that's something for us to think about, but I know that we have to go to break. I would love to hear some more comments from our family who always joins us out there. I would love to hear what you have to say, not just us. Come on, talk about it. But we'll be right back after this break.
You want to grow your money and not blow your money, as Constance says? Check us out at flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, programs, videos, resources. In 2024, there's no reason to be broke when there's information all around us. So get your money right. flynubianmoney.com.
Get your money right. flynubianmoney.com. Listen, it's 2025. That bell's done tolled. We done knocked down that final countdown, and we are in this new year and halfway through January. So if you have not looked at your finances, this is the perfect time to do it today. Right now, today, go to flynubianmoney.com. We have a lot of resources there for you, because if you don't know where to start, this could just well get you started. You know, I always like to say that if you have a goal, but you don't even see where the starting line is, you can't even see the goal. So you have to start somewhere. And maybe some of you are afraid to even look at your finances. Sometimes we just like, oh God, I just did Christmas. What the heck is going to happen, right? But if you find that you need a little bit of help, that's what our website is for. So go to flynubianmoney.com, get your free resources, and then start your financial journey. Now, Limitless, I love you, but guess what? I'm not going to be dealing with that right now. You're acting like the man is the only one that has any kind of benefits to marriage. But I also know that women the same way. Look at the cases of I'm going to throw a kink in this, y'all. Look at what Janet Jackson did. The only reason that Janet Jackson got married is, you know darn well, her prenup was like $500 million. And if she had a kid and they stayed married for 5 years, she got money. And that's what she did. And the minute that she served her time with that billionaire and had that baby, she backed out. Okay. And the only reason she got married is because for her, the legal part, the paper was the part. But what good did it do? So yes, that's a billionaire situation, but there are women that also are much more financially stable than men. So this is not a one-way street. Listen, we're not having that. We're not having that here today.
Well, yeah. I also just want to add that I forgot the book that I read, but remember the book that we discussed here on, and I forgot it because I brought it up, but it was saying that basically a married woman or a woman in relationship automatically adds 15 hours of, unpaid labor to her schedule, managing schedules, making dinner. A good woman, anonymous, a good woman, Limitless, is who I'm talking about. Not a woman that's sitting around like twiddling her fingers and just like, whatever, I'm just here. I just want your money. Like, we're not talking about those women. We're talking about the women that hold it down, that work, that are partners, right? So You can talk about what a woman doesn't bring to the table, but you know, we all know what a good woman will do. Even if you're successful, I think, you know, Limitless say he has 5 investment properties, and good for you. If you got a good woman with you, she's gonna 2x 3x that. Y'all gonna walk away with something way bigger, because that's what a woman does. You give her a situation, she's gonna elevate it. A good woman is gonna elevate it. So let's stop playing like women ain't out here changing men's lives and holding it down. A lot of billionaires that we see, a lot of successful men that we see would not be the men they are without their women. Quit playing.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's what we are talking about. We are talking about good women. So, but I am going to tag on to what you said, Tiara. So how do you think Little Baby's stance on marriage reflects concerns about protecting wealth?
One more time.
When we elevate.
Ask me that question one more time, because you were going in and out.
Okay. How do you think that Little Baby's stance on marriage reflects the concerns about protecting wealth when you just sit up there and said that we elevate? A good woman will elevate.
Yeah, I think he gets I think he gets the benefit of a good woman. That's why he looks over at her and says, "I'll make her my wife, but we got to have another agreement between us as opposed to me signing this paperwork." And so if the young lady is with it, then, you know, to each its own. They have a situation that they figured out for each other. What I've seen in my lifetime is that marriage doesn't always work. Let's be honest, y'all. Marriage doesn't work for everyone. It's worked for Lala. It works sometime for Marlo, because Marlo's gonna get married again. It's gonna work, right? So it works, but it really takes 2 committed individuals who see a vision and a goal. I'm gonna tell you, one of the things that I absolutely will not do is marry a man without a vision. Marry a man that can't see us. It's like, I'm gonna get in your car and I'm gonna support you, but where are you taking me? Where are we going? If the answer is nowhere, and you know, then, so I'm gonna just say this. Maybe Lil Baby got a vision. Right now, he's very young. Like, I mean, if this man was 40 years old with this same conversation, it would be a problem. But him being in his 20s, I'm not too worried about it, because he seems like a good kid.
He's
So
30.
he's 30. Okay, well, you know, he'll figure it out in 10 years or so. But like he said, he might change his mind. Who knows? But he seems like a good little dude. So hopefully he figures it out.
Actually,
Or
he
he's
does.
gonna do what's best for him.
You know, I read up on him, and Jada he gave her something before he went in, and she tripled it and doubled it and then gave it back to him when he got out of jail. So, and he has said that, you know, he may rethink that as well. But I think that there is a fear, because we hear so many terrible, because that's all you hear. You only hear the terrible stuff. No one ever really wants to report on the good stuff. That it is putting a fear into these young adults. Now, Big Mac says, I honestly don't care about the money. I'd rather hand over my check and tips to my significant other, and she can handle the finances. Okay, Athena, I'm going to ask you, is that something that you would be willing to do in a marriage?
With Big Mac?
With Big Mac?
Hand over them tips, Big
Shout
Mac.
out to Mr. Machiavelli. You know, I was on his podcast the other day, and we was talking about 50-50 and why I don't support it. But anyway, I'm not in the mindset, the mood, or have the constitution to be basically profane to men and begging them to see the value of marriage. Ladies, get along and align with people who see the value of the things that you value, right? If you don't want, I should not have to be telling you the adding 10 more years to your lifespan, and, you know, increase in tax benefits and all the litany of things, right? Because your mindset is already saying that this is something that you don't want. Right. So even if I was coming with the litany of things that there are, because it shows that married men out earn, make more money, have decrease in loneliness, decrease in depression, longevity, all these other things, right?
They live longer. They live longer.
What is the value of 10 more years of your life, right? But I'm not, if you want to not have that, you deserve and have the right, and women are signing up for it, because obviously all these ladies are being baby mama left, right, and center, and have no problem without not requiring a ring first. So you just align with who is on your mindset. And I think that's what we need to do with this conversation, and stop arguing or pretending to people who are not allowed. We're trying to convince people to do stuff that they want to do, right? And that is why, as a Black community, we don't get the respect that we always breathing down the nose trying to get, because a lot of us ain't doing respectable things. Okay, a lot of us are not doing respectable SHIT. But then we get upset when people act and do certain things. So y'all need to line up where y'all want to line up, right?
Exactly.
Y'all need to line up where y'all want to line up. Everything about the government in a business, and I make $125K in rental property. You can still have a street urchin mindset and make $125K in rental property. Like, I want to debunk the myth that dustiness is only a financial aspect. I've dated plenty of rich men that make more than $125K that had a dusty mindset, and I had to leave them in the dust where they was at too, right? Because at the end of the day, what I feel is happening is most men, okay, I understand the fear of being financially abused and taken advantage of, and there are precautions that you can take in place. But to then say and diminish a woman's value because it may not be financial, and then to even put that in perspective, when it comes to Black women specifically, most Black women are not hypergamous, because most Black women are contributors in their household or contribute more financially. So that is why I always say, why are we having this conversation? Because this conversation don't apply to us. And then when it seemed like Becky, Marisol, and Ling Ling are trying to come up on y'all, blatant in your face, like Travis Hunter and all these other situations, nobody have a problem. Nobody have a problem. But let a woman like little baby mama want to get married. She already had a kid for you, all this other stuff. It's a problem. And it's a mindset that is degenerate in our community.
Oof. I don't know what to say. I don't know if I need to fan myself or I don't know where to go after that, because she did lay it down. But now listen,
blazing.
She was not playing with that answer. So Marlo, all right, we'll follow up with this one. But listen, we are talking about
rude and unusual punishment right here.
Right. Well, listen, little baby is worth, let's pull up his worth. I think he's like 8 million is what his worth is right now. So, you know, this is a different game for people who have money in this thing. So Marlo, do you think that regular people like us apply the same principles of wealth protection to their relationships?
I mean, I think you should protect what you have, even if it is a pair of knocked around Air Force Ones, right? Like whatever you have, if it's yours, take care of it, honey. I'm an advocate for that. But I think that what we haven't touched on today is really a cultural issue, right? I don't know Lil Baby's and Jada's parental status, right? I don't know if they know they both parents, daddy, where he is, mama and daddy ever got married. I don't know what that is. But I know that we have generations of young people who've not seen marriage. They haven't seen granny married. They haven't seen mom married. Maybe auntie kind of looked like she was married, but then you saw uncle on the other side of town doing stuff. So you don't know, like as a kid, I think that older generations, mine included, have not done a great job of showing responsible relationship to young people. And I think that what he said, and I like the fact that he was clear enough to say, hey, down the line, this may change, but right now where I am, I'm not trying to do that. And I think they don't see the value in it because a lot of people didn't see it. A lot of people didn't see marriage. So how you value something that appears to be a fairy tale? How do you value something then? It seemed like a fairy tale. Then you get into this industry and the same girls that wouldn't speak to you on Peachtree Street are chasing you in Los Angeles. It doesn't make any sense, right? So I think that there's this distrust, but there's also you have not seen it. And what you've seen is a lot of people act crazy. You've seen a lot of women who will let you knock them down and you leave $1,000 on a dresser and they good with that, right? And $1,000 you made $10,000 just by showing up somewhere. So I think that there's just a lot of mixed value messaging that young people are getting. And I think that this is him expressing the mixed value messaging, the gold digger culture that I don't know if it exists, if it's real, if it's not. People be capping. I don't know what, I stay in my little hole, so I don't know what the hell going on outside. But I think that he's just reflecting a lack of reverence for marriage throughout certain pockets of Black culture. Obviously not all, right? Everybody's different. But when we look at our marriage numbers, there's certainly been a decline in the 30 years that Lil Baby has been alive. So I think that, a lot of factors that are at work, and culture is certainly one of them.
I agree. And let's also talk about matters of the heart. Nobody wants their heart broken, period. And I think a lot of that also outside of people's money and wealth and pockets, some people are also protecting their heart, because a lot of times when these relationships fall apart, it's because someone done cheated or someone is not as dedicated to the relationship as the other. And matters of the heart can cause you to also want to hurt the other party. And whether that is financial or spiritual or whatever, everything goes hand in hand. We are all made up of different things, and we have to understand that matters of the heart usually is the root of this. Okay, so let's take a little break and we'll be right back.
Fly Nubian Money is now on Spotify. Yes, yes, yes. We are on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, you can listen to us. All you have to do is search Fly Nubian Money and we will appear. All of our episodes. Make sure that you leave a 5-star rating and reviews so other people that come along and are looking for a good show to watch, they'll follow us too. If you are interested in being on Fly Nubian Money, sorry, I don't have any spaces. I'm just playing. If you are interested in being a queen or a king on Fly Nubian Money for the day, please reach out to me. I'm at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Also, if you need help with your business, go ahead and send me an email for that too. Okay. I've said enough. Now back to the show.
So you already know that you don't want to miss a show. We love to hear your comments, and I know that sometimes you just get busy. Life be lifing, but you want to know what we're talking about. So all you have to do is just head on over to Spotify. Make sure that you download that, then look for us. Look for us, Fly Nubian Money, because you can take us on the go. If you got to take that jog, if you got that business meeting that you need to do, then you can catch us later. But make sure you go over there and give us a 5-star rating so that other people can find us as well. Now, with that being said, that business meeting may be holding you back from seeing us. But hey, who's doing your work while you're in that business meeting? It's really easy. You need some help. Delegate. Okay, so you can do that by emailing us at our magic email address at info@realvirtual.net. info@realvirtual.net. Let us help you concentrate on more important things while we help you get the back end going and rolling. All right, seamless. It's completely seamless. So, all right, now listen. I do have a question. Let's talk about the future. Now, we do have, I am married on the panel. We have, Marlo, you're engaged. Okay. Look at she said, mm-hmm. That's how I feel about my husband too, Marlo. He's mine. I'm going to keep him. So, Tira, you're single. So I want to ask you, how do you think, as an unmarried woman at this time, how can you plan for the future with your possible spouse while still protecting individual finances? Because, honey, I know you talented and you got a lot of things going on. So listen, you got things to worry about too.
Yeah, I can't worry about the man that's coming and potentially coming. I have to, he'll come whenever, he's sent to me. Whenever the moment is right and he's been attracted to me is when I'll meet him. In the meantime, what I can do about Tiara is make sure that Tiara is whole, Tiara is secure financially and spiritually, and my mental health is right? So there are all these things that I can do just to make myself better as a person, have more empathy. I listen to a lot of men. I listen to a lot of my married friends. I listen to of everybody, just trying to get the lesson and understand it. And so, although I am dating and seeing different people and just doing my thing, right? There's a certain kind of man that I would want to attract, and they have to have the right spirit for me. And so until that man comes, then I'm just gonna be here just preparing. And to be honest, I'm not saying I don't need a man, but I'm just saying if the right person, if the right person doesn't come, if I don't meet the right person, which I will, but if they didn't, I think I would be perfectly fine with that too. Maybe. I just have some friends, honey. Look, I just have some friends. But
I get it because you know what? You can't put your whole life on hold while you're waiting for that possible partner to come along. You're not sitting back twiddling your thumbs. So I'm going to pose the same question to you, Athena. What does that look like for you? How would you want to plan your future with your future spouse while protecting your finances? Because you are a very successful businesswoman.
Listen, there's a lot of things I want to say, but this is not the platform to say it. So I'm going to leave that stuff behind the curtain. What I will say is this. We never discuss the financial abuse women face when there is an income disparity and the man makes more. A lot of times in those relationships where the man is the high earner, like Lil Baby in his situation, there can be a lot of financial abuse done to the partner who does not have the money. They have less say so, or more restrictions or confinement, or have to live in this fear of voicing an opinion or making certain requests or diminish themselves to acquiesce because the fear of this person leaving them, replacing them, or treating them as disposable because of the wealth that they have happened. So everyone is always concerned, especially in a situation when the man is the breadwinner, about and that's right for him to have a concern of financial abuse, but that goes both ways because financial deception is about 45% of couples, and in a lot of those scenarios, from experience, you will meet men who have means who will place you in this emotional as an emotional slave, right?
Yes.
So that happens a lot, and that is oftentimes why I've just dismissed men altogether, right? So I just want to say that as far as pertains to me, I do not care if you are the richest man in Babylon and if your money is higher than the Trump Tower, Burj Khalifa, wherever. I'm not being no emotional slave. I'm going to be able to voice my opinion within the relationship, and I'm not dating anyone with no street urchin degenerate mindset who will think it is okay to waste my time, energy, love, and spirit and not commit to me in the ways that matter with fully and only want me to be a baby carrier and a wife appliance. Being a wife is work and a duty. And I know that because my parents have been married for 40 years. And I've always said that being a wife is work. And that is why I have held such a high standard, because I understand and know that the sacrifices I am going to need to cultivate, I need a man that can match me. And I will die 6 foot in the grave alone and single before I crawl and be in the dust with no goddamn street urchin. And I know it is hard, ladies, because we want love, but you cannot have no dusty ass man have you on no 12 years of slave timeline and accepting all kind of nonsense to deal with his ego and emotional issues that he don't want to deal with. Let somebody else fall for that bag and deal with the trauma. But I want a lot of Black women to know and understand their worth and rest and just, exit out the group chat in certain conversations and let the man figure it out.
Amen. Amen. Let the church say
amen. Amen. Gotta get my church family there. Tiara, do you have anything else to add to that?
Well, I being in Hollywood and being around a lot of successful men, that's what I see, Athena. Men that use their power to, assert it over the woman, to make her insecure, to make her feel. I mean, some of my friends are literally trapped in the house and just waiting for the man to come home, and it just, oh my God, that's what that sprang up for me. But I also wanted to add to that is that I have a cousin who was murdered 2 years ago by her husband. And my cousin was very successful. This is another aspect of it. She lifted him up, dusted the dust off him, and put him in position. She helped him build a business. She ran a business, a successful business. In 2020, he lost that business because he wasn't managing it correctly. And he asked my cousin to put himself as a co-owner of the business that she was running. And she said no. And so after that, I don't know. Like, I don't know what happened, but I obviously he started to resent her and hate her and all the things. And she said, like, some days she would wake up and he would just be like standing over her. Like, just there's signs, right? And so finally she left the situation and he lured her back to the house after 2 months of her being in a hotel. And he had 2 shotguns and you know what happened next. But I just think it says something about the person that you're laying with. I mean, they were together for 16 years, right? And so I think that there's this resentment that never goes away. There's this jealousy, there's this envy. So even women have to be very mindful of the men that they choose. Like, I mean, it's just important. And so I just always think of my cousin, and I would never want to be in a situation like that either, where I'm with someone and I got to just be like, it's okay. You were my dispatcher and I hired you to work at my company. And then I made you, not made you, but I made you. You know what I mean? So, yeah, so that's what happened. And so to add to that, women also be mindful of that too. Don't be desperate.
Yes, you and someone in chat actually said know your worth. We all do, not just women. Men need to know their worth too, but women, you don't have to just assume that you have to need a man, period. Like that's not saying I don't need a man. It just means know your worth. You don't have to just take anyone to make you feel like you are worth something, because your worth is not tied to someone else. Your worth is tied to you, and it is invaluable. Invaluable. So we're going to take a deep breath. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back.
Are you ready to take your brilliant business idea and turn it into income? So my name is Athena Gardner. I'm a CPA, wealth coach, and also a Fly Nubian Money host. And I am partnering with the Fly Nubian Money Club to bring you this exclusive training called Idea to Income, how to supercharge or elevate your current business and using the power of AI. So in this training that is exclusive only to the Fly Nubian Money Club, you will learn how to take your brilliant business idea and turn it into a money-making machine or elevate a current business if you have one already. You will learn the AI tools that will help you supercharge your business, save time and slash costs. And then you will also have a plan and a strategy in how to execute that flawlessly. So if you're interested in that, please be sure to sign up at the flynubianmoneyclub.com, and I will see you in the training.
Oh, now you got our guy. Listen, y'all, we are rolling on this Fly Nubian Money Club. Athena, tell us about it.
Listen, all right, I know we've talking about a lot about money today, and I know most of y'all ain't got none. So y'all need to come to this training called From Idea to Income on the Fly Nubian Money Club, to where I will help you take your brilliant business ideas and show you how to turn that into cash flow using the power of AI. We're going to utilize my expertise as a CPA and a wealth coach combined with AI to come up with the strategies and plan for you to either create a business or elevate a current one, and how you can get income in fast. Okay. So I want you guys to sign up at the Fly Nubian Money Club. I know Lala did a perfect training and Constance did another one. My training is coming up, but our goal is to help you to get to the level of income so you ain't got to worry about no little baby, whether or not he want to put a ring on it, because you stacked up too.
Amen. 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 FlyNubianMoneyClub.com. Come on.
Yes. I need my church lady hat today.
And for those of you who have not signed up yet, I think there's still a trial going on, correct?
Yes, there's a 30-day trial right now. Constance just blessed us, y'all. If y'all missed, we had 400 people in the training on Saturday. Her blueprint to get to 7 figures for your business or personal brand was amazing. Do you hear me? Like, she taught us and walked us through the entire thing. The training is 2 hours long. You can sit and rewind, go back, write notes. I mean, there was so many gems. So, and then will also, for that free trial, also give you access to Lala's training, where she taught us how to buy property, domestic and internationally. And also that, I mean, really, Lala, you set the bar. You set the bar up here, right? So it just gets better and better and better. Y'all, flynubianmoneyclub.com.
Listen, my goal for my training is to peel those eyelids back, honey. Y'all about to really walk out trying to do something this year, okay?
Yeah.
Clearly, we need to do that because we can see the government ain't gonna come to save you if your house on fire or nothing. So everyone needs to sign up for flynubianmoneyclub.com and get these trainings so you can elevate yourself and your wealth.
Right, because last week was Quitters Friday, right? I'm gonna hold on to this Quitters Friday for as long as I want to. Everybody, at least 80% of people that set New Year's resolutions quit last Friday. January 10th.
I busted the myth. All of my
January 10th. So my question to you is, have you quit already? Have you given up on yourself already?
And guess what? If you did, that doesn't mean that you have to just commit to defeat. All you do is you get up and you brush your knees off, y'all, and keep moving forward. Maybe you just need to reassess. So that's exactly what you need to do with Fly Nubian Money Club. I'm telling you, you're getting some valuable information. So don't miss out. flynubianmoneyclub.com. Now, this hour has gone so fast. I think this is a very interesting conversation. I think we also got a little bit of laughing out of it, but it is very much a serious conversation that we really should have for ourselves, our house, our family, our household, our communities. What does that look like for us? Okay, what does that look like for us? Is a piece of paper that important? Or are we okay to move on without it? So, Marlo, I'm going to ask you first. What are your final thoughts, and where can we find you, please?
So my final thoughts are: be intentional, right? Whatever you choosing to do, you want to get married, you don't want to get married, just be intentional. This idea of planting your seed all over the earth and neglecting those children and leaving society to deal with the runoff is crazy. This idea of thinking that you can adopt the lives of celebrities who live very different lives than us a lot of times, like just in terms of access, and they got people doing shit for them. Stop. Focus. Get in your own lane. Be intentional about your money, about your work, about your love, about your kids. It's time out for silly season. It's time out for throwing drinks and Real Housewives bullshit. All of that, throw that away. Intention is going to be the name of the game from here moving forward. Be intentional. If you're looking for me, you can be intentional about looking for me because my Instagram handle is right there on the screen. And you can follow me, and I will start tracking my dietary woes as I attack a goal of my own, where I am trying to, I will enter a amateur bodybuilding competition. So I'm changing my mindset so that I can change my body. So if you want to roll with me, holla at your girl. I'll be over there. Over Marlo. That's me.
Oh, she gonna be over there too, y'all. We following her. We watching her do her thing. We gonna see her do her thing.
It is sexy.
She is doing the thing, y'all. She is on a really fun journey that we all have our pom-poms up for her, Marlo. We are cheering you on from the sidelines. We are watching you and excited for you, and we are going to watch you succeed. You already busted the Quitters Day, babe. You already busted the Quitters Day. So, Athena, what is your final thoughts, and where can we find you, love?
The final thoughts I have is that we need to be adults. Listen, if the Palisades, LA wildfires have not taught you everything, is that you can be in a high mansion today and on the street tomorrow. Okay. We do not know when, what time, what hour, what situation is going to cause things in life. And now's the time to really hold fast, build community, and focus on the things that matter. Love, respect, commitment. Black people, we want all these things, yet very few of us are doing the things necessary to advance us. And we are a collective. So the small can't do it for everybody. The small can't do it for everybody. However, if you are a woman specifically and you don't want to worry about the emotional and financial abuse that you may experience within relationship or having to beg a man to choose you, and you want to rest comfortably and enjoy the wealth that you deserve, you can head on over to elevatewithathena.com and check out my Goddess Guide to Money. And it will lay out for you money, abundance, and relationships. And as a woman, how you need to incorporate that within your life, whether you are marrying or dating a street urchin or a wealthy man like Lil Baby. If you want to find me on my programs, my social media handles, and my podcasts are available at the link elevatewithathena.com. And be sure to sign up for the Fly Nubian Money Club, because my training is up next, and I will help you take your idea and turn it into income.
That's what we need. We all need to be making sure that we are taking care of our financial households, because ultimately we are the ones who have to look for us. We can't depend on the government. We can't depend on others. You have to make sure that you protect your financial house, all right, as well as your mind and spirit as well. We are all about protecting it all, because we get one ride around this rodeo, and we want it to be something pleasurable, fun, and at the end of your life, you could say, I did that, instead of I wish I coulda, woulda, shoulda. Now, Tiara, what is your final thoughts, and where can we find you?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we all just have to do what works for us. You know, I've learned to mind the business that pays me and that is my own. We are all still trying to figure out this thing called life, still trying to figure out what the right steps are for us. And so I think we have to, when we're watching other people just kind of play out their lives, we got to kind of give them grace and say, okay, well, that's their perspective. That's where they are. That's their capacity, right? But it also makes me think, the comments have made me understand that there are men out here that are hurt. Clearly, we've had a lot of conversation from Limitless and Anonymous about what Black women don't bring to the table. That lets me know that likely they, either the two of them are ugly and bitter and without a big penis and without, like, they just got all the energy that tells me that a woman don't want you. They don't want you. They don't want you. That's not the man that we want. That's not the energy that Black women want. So I just wanted to say that really quick, that, Limitless is our Dusty of the day. If there's we got a donkey of the day, we're gonna call Limitless our Dusty of the day, because it's obvious. Woo! Go ahead and take your crown, sir. You are Dusty AF out here, and we don't want it. We don't want no parts of that. But listen, all jokes aside, if you are interested in, if you're interested in coming to the Fly Nubian Money Club, we would love to have you. I just want to keep reminding you all to move forward and put yourself in a position. I am currently in Los Angeles. The city is burning. People are lighting the city on fire. Just to be, what makes these wildfires scary and different is that people in the city are just getting on a whim and lighting the city on fire. So you don't know if it's your neighbor lighting the city on fire, lighting bushes on fire for no apparent reason, just for wickedness, just to be evil, So that's what makes this scary. There are no dry vegetation. It is wintertime. It is 50 degrees outside. That's, whatever the news says is not what it is. So I just want to just encourage you all to be safe, be blessed, and really just start to think about, ladies, think about your own finances, and just making sure that you're taking care of you. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that we all agree with that. Now, listen, here's my final thought. It all comes down, once again, to, I say it every time, communication. If you want to be an adult and you want to live in a certain relationship and you want it to go the way that you want it to go, you just have to sit down and talk about it. Don't make assumptions before moving forward. You need to be on the same page. There is a reason my husband and I have been married for over 30 years. Yeah, we were good friends before then, so we had good communication then. We understood each other. But just as I said, even knowing him from the age of 14 until we got married at at 23 years old, when we had our marriage counseling, it brought up things that we didn't talk about, but we were grown enough to know that we needed to actually chat about them in order to make us successful in a marriage. And one thing that we did decide, and we looked at each other in the face before standing in front of that preacher, is that we wanted to be one of the couples that made it. We wanted to be the rocking chair grandma and grandpa, okay? That was important to us. So when things came up that were bumpy, we made sure that we reminded one another of what was important to us in the first place to help us get over that hurdle. That's what you have to do. Stop blaming, stop shaming, stop thinking that there's no one out there for you when you don't want to communicate. Communicate, communicate, communicate. Simple as that. And I've got a lot of good free resources for you as well. And now you can find it on my website at www.laurakey.net. If you're thinking about moving abroad, I got you. Let's talk about what that looks like. Let's talk about what that means in your life and some things that you may be facing that you didn't think about. I have a free quiz that will help you assess if that's something that you want to do, and that is on my page. Now, with that being said, also on my page, just as Tiara has mentioned, I am an agent in Los Angeles, California, as well as other states, but I have many clients in LA who have lost their homes. They've lost their homes. I've had 4 clients lose their homes. So listen, if you want to help and you don't even know where to begin, you can also go to my webpage. There is a free resource button for you that you could see who needs donations, where people are getting fed, who needs what, who needs shelter, who needs water, pets, elderly. You have to think about everything. So there is a resource page there for you. I don't ask you much. But I am asking you today, please go to that resource page and do something today to help someone else. Because if the shoe were on the other foot, you would want that help as well. Okay. So today's discussion has been extremely eye-opening. Yeah, it really has for me. Whether it's little baby's stance on legal marriage or the importance of protecting your wealth, we've covered a lot of ground. So love and money are deeply connected. But that doesn't mean that have to be at odds. With the right conversations, legal protections, and mutual respect, couples can find ways to build love and wealth together. So thank you for joining us on Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Laura, international real estate agent, and I was your host for today. And remember, whether it's about love or money, making informed decisions is the ultimate flex. Stay safe, stay informed, and we'll see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be blessed. Bye.
The dust.
Get out of here.
Me and that mute button. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. And today we're diving into a controversial statistic that has been making the rounds. 59% of Black women supposedly have multiple baby daddies. Now, I hate that term, I really do. Now, before we take this at face value, let's ask the real questions. Where did this number come from? What's missing from the conversation? Does this statistic actually reflect Black motherhood, or is it another way to push a negative narrative? We know that divorce, remarriage, and systematic systems play a huge role in why some women have children by multiple fathers. But does the conversation ever address that? Or is this just another way to shame Black women while ignoring the bigger picture? Today, we are totally breaking down the truths behind these stats, exploring the financial, social, and historical factors at play, and discussing how we can shift the conversation. But today, I have a beautiful royal panel. Today, I have joining me Dr. Lene, Joe, Shalay, and Aisha. Listen, I want to say these stats before we actually jump into the conversation, because I think it's important for you to know where we're coming from on this. So according to the National Longitude Survey of Youth, 59% of Black women have more than one baby's father, one father. 35% of Hispanic women have more than one father, and 22% of white women have more than one baby's father. Okay, so what ties into this, according to this survey, is relationships, marriage rates, stability, and socioeconomics. But what is driving this is this video that we have found that is going to launch us into this conversation. But before we get to that video, I want to remind you that we don't talk at you. We don't talk at you. We talk with you. So go ahead, put your comments in. We will acknowledge those. Please put in your thoughts about this topic and what you think contributes to these numbers. But right now, let's check the video out. We'll be right back.
If you're easily offended, run now. That's your only trigger warning. 58% of American Black women that have children have at least one child by multiple different men. In other words, 58% of Black women have two or more baby daddies. Okay. According to a study that was done by Cassandra Dorius, who was a postdoctorate fellow at the University of Michigan's Institute for Social Research, mothers with multiple fathers for their children are more likely to be underemployed, to have lower incomes, and to be less educated. According to the study, families with multiple fathers are stressed out, with issues often arising about how to consistently raise a child in different households. I got a question, because I've heard this used about the fact that 59% of Black women that have kids have two or more baby daddies. I've heard this used by the pundits on podcasts. I've heard this used by the manosphere. I've heard this used by a lot of men that want to just bash the out of women. But what I want to know from the men is this. Typically speaking, because I've had conversations with thousands of women at this point, they all say, especially the ones that have multiple children by different men, they say, after my first marriage ended, I became celibate. I said, I'm going to hold out. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to wait to have sex again, that kind of thing. The men they were encountering that were Black men were saying, well, you already somebody's mama. Why I got to wait to get the draws? Why I got to wait to clap the cheeks? Why I got to wait to get the... And before we sit up here and try to damn and condemn women for having more than one child out of wedlock. Now, granted, there are a large percentage, a growing percentage of women that want children without getting married, to which I say, y'all know my opinion on that. I think that's stupid. I think that's stupid. I'm always think that's stupid. But to the men that want to bash women, that try to be celibate afterwards, this still proves to me men have no problem sleeping with and reproducing with women that they supposedly deem the unworthies, the undesirables. Because I thought single mamas I thought they were the untouchables. I thought they were the undesirables. So why is it that women that have children, both in and out of wedlock, with one man already, still get sexual access from these supposed high value kings of the earth? Like, the math doesn't math to me. And as I investigate this further, I'm really starting to think you could either use this to bash women, or you could use this to say men are so hypersexual in this world today that they don't really give a about no legacy. They don't give a about having multiple children in one household that have been fathered by multiple different men. They don't give a about being statistics. They don't. Because if they did, this number of women that have children by more than one man would be drastically lower than what it currently is.
I think my man came with some serious receipts on that, but I want to do a quick rapid response question, because you heard the stats. 59% of Black women, 35% of Hispanic women, and 22% of white women have multiple babies' fathers. Were you shocked at this, Dr. Lene? Dr. Lene, did these numbers shock you at all?
Yes, they did shock me.
All right.
Rapid response, they did shock me.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Shalay?
Yes, the fact that it's 59%, I didn't expect it to be that high. That number did shock me.
Aisha?
Same. I was shocked by the numbers as well.
Joe?
I don't think I was that shocked.
All right, so now I'm gonna piggyback off of you, because you're the only one out of all of us who wasn't shocked. So I would like to know why you weren't so shocked about this numbers.
Because I understand that it's not the problem. It's not a problem. It's a symptom of a larger problem. I have lived experience. My mother herself had multiple baby fathers, so it's just kind of like what I see. So it doesn't shock me that that's more of that percentage is that high.
Interesting. So now, before we move on, I want to be fair because we are going to talk about the men's side. So while specific statistics on men fathering children with multiple partners are limited, existing data provides some insight into family dynamics within the Black community. Fatherhood rates, approximately 46% of Black men aged 15 to 49 are fathers, slightly higher than the average for all men. By their 40s, this figure rises to 81%. So let's look at some Black demographics. Multiple partner fertility. Research indicates that Black parents are about twice as likely as white parents to have children with more than one mother. So, okay, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, the 15 took me out. Joe, did that one surprise you? 15% for men and starting at 15 years old?
Yeah, that is a little surprising. Sure.
That's a little surprising to me. So, Dr. Lene, how do you think systematic factors like mass incarceration and economic instability contribute to this statistic? Because they're definitely not tapping into everything that can feed into this.
No, I mean mass incarceration. I mean, sorry, I got to go back a little bit. The thing that surprises me the most is the 59% to the 22%. That is the thing that surprises me, the drastic gap between white women and Black women. I think I might have thought more like Hispanics. Like I thought we might have been more like 35. You know what I'm saying? Like closer, not so far. How is that possible that we're that far apart? I know multiple women that are not Black who have multiple kids by different dads that are not Black. That's an interest. That's the piece that is shocking and very interesting, because I don't know if it's a race. I'm hesitant to wonder if it's a race thing, because when I think about it, it's a woman thing. It's a dating thing. It's a being in love with a man, or being with a man and having a child with him, and then this man moves on. So I'm a little bit, I might even say bothered that it's such a wide gap, because the way that the research is presenting itself, it's as if either Black women or Black men are irresponsible when compared to other races and nationalities.
I think you hit a pretty big nail on the head there. But also, we have talked about how there is quite a bit of an unbalance when it comes to men and women in numbers and finding a partner. And at certain ages, I'm going to be the devil's advocate here. I'm going to throw a cog in the wheel. At certain ages, we start hearing our biological clocks going, hey, I may not be married, but I want a baby. So Shalay, do you think that also contributes to this, and why?
I definitely think that that's a contributing factor. Women, like you said, that biological clock, that's a real thing. And, you can hear it and not necessarily believe it until you get to that point where you're like, ooh, I'm at that point. I was at that point. I've experienced that. And so we, as women, are sometimes put in positions where we have to make a decision, right? Do I want to wait for Mr. Right, or do I want to become a mom? And it's a real thing. I want to also point out, and I'm sure that we'll get into it, one of the factors that I feel like this study is not looking into, and that guy hit it on the head, the hypersexualism of men in our community. And not just saying just our community, but that is something that I think that we need to look at.
All right, so I'm gonna jump that question off to our king on the panel. How do you feel about Shalay's observation, Joe? Do you feel that this is something we're also not addressing, the hypersexualization of our men?
For sure, I think Shalay is exactly right. I think that sometimes we forget, about that hypersexualization and kind of what's been taught or instilled early in young Black men's lives, that you just have to knock off as many as you can. Like, you get taught that, you know what I mean? And no one sits hardly, I don't want to say no one, but rarely are you sat down and be told, hey, one woman is where it's at. That's what real masculinity looks like. You know, that's what it really means to be a king. So
I think that also has to be put into the equation. Aisha, what are your thoughts on this? Do you think that we are being unfairly looked at with not all of the considering factors that I've mentioned? Because that was an official stat.
Yes, I think it was quite shocking too when I saw the stats, but I agree with you. Like, why is it so skewed? Is it skewed because there's a narrative to paint the Black family in a certain way to just keep that narrative going? Because I, just like Dr. Lene, have friends that are not Black that have children with multiple fathers. How come that is not reflecting, right? So I think that there is a way a report is put out to reflect a particular group, so that way that group is perpetually looked down upon. You know, everybody knows that everybody looks down at the Black woman, but to me, as a Black woman from Africa, I am proud of being a Black woman every day, all day, because guess what? We give birth to the world. So whether they try to pin us and say we have multiple this and that, is because we're so desired, whether they like it or not, right? But then we also have the responsibility, I understand, culturally, to protect that, right? But at the end of the day, they want to paint a negative aspect of who we are because they know, every human being knows that the Black woman is the power of the world, period. That is why she's able to give birth to a lot of children. That is why she's desired by a lot of men. It's as simple as that. But they cannot put us down. Even when they try to put a report out, you know, yes, we will learn from this report and we'll come together as women and try to raise the younger women so that this kind of report will not reflect us any longer, because we know that we are women of the earth. We give birth to the world, period.
10,000% rocket fuel. And with that, we're going to take a short break and we will be right back.
It's a good show right here. But I'm biased. If you are just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. My name is Tierra Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I'm the proud producer of this show because it is lit. If you want to receive notifications for when we go live Monday through Friday, 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All you have to do is text the word Queens to 87948. That's Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. Also, if you want to grow your money and not blow your money, all you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, there's courses, there's free giveaways. There's just no reason to be broke in 2025. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. Obviously, you don't want to be entertained here. You want to know enough to grow. Wait, I need to put that on a shirt. You got to know to grow. Got to know to grow. So know and grow with flynubianmoney.com.
Because that's what we do around here. We help you get your financial house in order. So you want to make sure that you go to flynubianmoney.com, get you a starting point. I know a lot of you want to put your heads in the sand. Maybe finances scare you. You don't even know where to begin. You know, sometimes we get in a box. It happens. It's a part of life. But you can get yourself out of that by using the free tools that we have to help you get started on your journey, even if it's just changing your mindset. That is more than gold, is changing your mindset. So make sure you go to flynubianmoney.com. I want to jump back into this conversation because Aisha, you made me think of something that I read earlier today, and my husband and I were laughing about it. There was, of course, all these clickbaits that you have on these social media things because they want engagement, but it said men made houses, men made cars, men made blah, 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 blah. And at the end it said, what have women done? And someone at the bottom said, women made all those men. And so I was like, we both laughed. My husband said, sure did. So Shalay, I want to address something here. Do we see the same scrutiny toward non-Black women with multiple fathers for their children? Or does it seem like they're just really tapping into our communities?
I mean, I can't say that I'm tapped into every single news outlet or blog or anything, but I don't see it. I don't see it as a conversation as a whole, that people are talking about the marriage rates or the birthing rate of white women or even Hispanic women. I just don't see it. I feel like I see it more amongst our community and perpetuating this conversation. I feel like if we wanted to have a simple solution, we could. And I feel like, and y'all forgive me, it starts with the men. A woman cannot get herself pregnant. So we need to really, if we're going to be talking about this, let's dive deeper into it. It also has self-worth and self-esteem, and that instilling of that as a young child for both the girls and the boys has a lot to do with this. And I feel like that's not even being touched on. But also that comes from cultural things and history and how the last generation raised this generation. There's so many layers to this, but I think that we need to start really having conversations with our men about who it is that they want to be and what it is that they want to create and what it is that they want to leave behind as a legacy for the Black community.
Exactly. Now, let's not also forget the politicalness around what's going on in our world today, and the fact that they are making sure that women cannot control their own bodies. And that doesn't necessarily mean abortion. I'm not going to get into that on this conversation, but women do also have miscarriages. Women also have ectopic pregnancies. So, all of these things are being taken away. So which damn way do you want it? You want one way? Or you want the other way? Because you sure in the hell can't have it both. But Dr. Lene, Lady Red says, white men value marriage before having kids. Black men are opposed to marriage. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, please. Look at you.
I'm reading Joe's face. He's like, oh no. Okay, here we go. White men, we were talking about hypersexualization. We're talking about that bathroom conversation. We're talking about how young men are taught and what they're learning, right? White men are raised to focus on finding a wife, being married, going to school. Like that's what they see and hear in the household. I don't think it's that Black men oppose marriage. It's just like Joe was saying, it's not the thing that they are brought up. It's not the conversation that they're having. The conversation that they're having is, so your royal oaths, get as many as you can. Don't settle down. Like their focus is different, but not all of them. Some men will grow up and see their parents be together for 20 years or 30 years and be like, I want that. I want what my parents have. And so I think it goes back to guidance, leadership, mentorship, the example that's being seen, and what type of men are speaking into that young man. Because a man with proper guidance will want marriage. He won't oppose it. But a man who's following after, a super freak or somebody who's in the streets, got a lot of women, and that's what this young boy sees, he's going to think that that's the way to go. So I think it goes back to guidance and leadership. Not that Black men are opposed to marriage, but it's not being spoken and cherished and presented properly in adolescence up through the ages so that it's important. And it is important, and it should be. What you got to say, Joe? I know you got something to say.
Listen, I'm getting ready to tap right on into Joe because that reaction deserves me not moving on. So, Joe, we heard the comment that white men value marriage before having kids and Black men are opposed to marriage. I need you to tap in, Mr. Therapist. Tap in.
I don't know where did you go to find that out, Lady Red? I'm just really curious because I know that there are some Black men who are opposed to marriage, but I hang around multiple groups of Black men who are actually locked into marriage or want to be married. Now we're talking about men, right? We're not talking about boys, right? Because so we have to make sure that we making that distinction. First of all, men, for the most part, from what I understand, from the ones I interact with, from the ones I sit in session with, want to be married. They want to be in a situation that is safe for them, peaceful for them. This is what they want. And like going back to something that Shalay said too, yes, we do need to start having conversations with our young men about what it looks like for them to be a part of the family unit. Because true, a woman cannot make a baby by herself, but she damn sure can prevent it all on her own. She, she, because we can't do a damn thing without them. And let me tell you one more thing: 90-something% of decisions I made before the age of 30 were based on a requirement of a woman. So whatever a woman requires, for the most part, is what a man's going to do. The problem is that there are so many women available that don't have requirements that it makes it difficult for the ones that do. So, like, we have to have a conversation with our men and our young women about what it is that we want or what they want going forward, so that we don't make sure. I mean, and I get at a certain period of time, the gender disparity between the eligible black men and eligible black women is like super wide. So a little bit of desperation comes in. So maybe you lower your standards a little bit, lower your standards a little bit, lower your standards. I'm not saying y'all are doing that, but I'm saying there's definitely women who are doing that. But we got to talk to both of them. You know what I mean? I don't want to like talking this long, but I had to say that because we got to talk to both men and women straight up. Okay.
Well, you definitely hit a very valid point. Are we really talking to our children and raising them the way that we want them to go? Like, doesn't mean they're necessarily going to follow the path, but are we putting the seed of knowledge in them? When I grew up, you didn't really talk about sex. Just don't do it. Young ladies just close their legs. Well, that ain't so easy when someone's going woo, woo, woo. Woo, 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 you so pretty. Okay, I'm speaking from being a mother at 16 years old. That's a little harder. My mother just said it in passing, and it wasn't until after I was already pregnant before we had those conversations. So, Aisha, I am going to ask you, do you think that a lot of this is because we have changed the structure of the Black family throughout the generations?
Yes, indeed. I really believe that. And, as Joe was speaking, Dr. Joe was speaking, I was thinking about what he was saying, that it's going to take a shift in our mindset now. We already know what we have to face, right? We already know, fine, that's fine. But what are we going to do going forward to fix the problem? And it all comes down to family unit, like being together as a family and having a mentor and having a father figure to talk to us, to give us advice, to guide us, and to vet what we're doing. But if we don't have that vetting process as a young person and we make decisions at 15 or 16 without anybody helping us and guiding us and vetting our decision making, we'll keep having the same problem. But I believe we all make mistakes. I don't believe any group should be like put out like that, like we've been put out. I just believe, okay, now we know this exists and there's a reason. If we look at generationally what has happened in this country, we know there was a systematic way that this was done, because we know that they know that if they break the family, if there's no father figure in the family, there's no male figure in the family will deteriorate. Everybody knows that. Scripture says that. It's been what we're supposed to do for the beginning of time, right? That's just how it is. There's a strong male figure at home that keeps the women together, keeps the children together, protects them. But they know, so they find a way to separate that and then cause things to water down over time. And then now we're just reaping the repercussion of that. So if they pretend and now start putting these nonsense figures out, well, who caused it in the first place? Right? Who caused it? So it's something that I just laugh about it, because as an immigrant from Africa, where we have a father at home all the time that is always guiding us, I can see that's why it was done specifically to cause something like this to happen eventually. But again, guess what? We're getting wiser now. We'll come back together. You, me, all of us will form a group and mentor the young women, like scripture says. Let the older women mentor the young ones and tell them how to live. Let the men also mentor the young men, show them how to live. That's the way we'll fix the problem, right? To me, I don't say that's a problem. It's just an opportunity, because guess what? Whether we like it or not, it happens to every culture, but they know how to pretend and keep it quiet while they put our business out there, because our men are not protecting that narrative. But now we can do that. We can change that. So that's what I think.
I love that. There's a lot of positivity in that. And we're going to take a break on that positivity because we need to woo-saw. We'll be right back.
I know. You're busy, you got things to do, and you can't take us on the go with you every single day. Good news for you. We are now on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, now you can listen to us on Spotify. Search Fly Nubian Money and all the episodes shall appear. All you have to do is like, subscribe, leave a 5-star rating, leave some comments, tell people how you love us so that when other people come along and are looking for a great show to watch, they can find Fly Nubian Money too. One last thing, and just in case you've been sitting under a rock, Fly Nubian Money now has an investment club. We are the Fly Nubian Money Club. It's easy. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, and I am committed to bringing in top experts from all industries to help you level up. They're teaching us the skills that we need to compete in this market. We often say that nobody is coming to save us, not the government, but guess what? We're coming to save us. I'm coming to save you with the Fly Nubian Money Club. So listen, all you have to do again is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. We have a 30-day free trial set up just for you, just for those people that are struggling. Even if you ain't struggling, you ain't got to struggle. I'm coming. Okay, let me stop playing. I'll see you soon.
No reason to struggle, not when you have us in your corner. And by having us, I do mean us all on this screen, because majority of us already taught something in the Fly Nubian Money Club and you missed it? No, you didn't miss it, because if you join now, flynubianmoneyclub.com, you get a 30-day trial and you can tap in, baby. Tap into everything that we have taught you. Priceless. Worth more than gold. Go ahead and sign up now at flynubianmoneyclub.com. All right, now listen, Shalay, I'm gonna tap into you on this one. Listen to this comment from Floyd, my love. I don't need a man. I'm an independent woman. Women are choosing to raise children in single parent homes. So are Black women choosing single motherhood, or circumstances making it more common?
I believe both. I believe that in some instances, Black women are choosing to, okay, if I don't have a man in my life who is emotionally, physically, financially conducive to the environment that me and my children need in order to be a happy family unit, yes, I'm choosing to be a single mother. This whole talk about I'm an independent woman, I don't need a man. I think as humanity, we need each other. I don't think that women, when they say that, or if you hear that, I don't think they really mean I don't need a man. It's like, if it's going to be a headache, I don't need that. I feel like I want to go back to a point about family unit that Alicia said. The family unit is very important. So even if you decide not to be romantically involved with the person that you created children with, you're still a family, and that should be first and foremost. And I think that there needs to be mature conversations around effectively co-parenting, because I've seen it happen and it is possible, but it takes two people who are willing to do the work, who are willing to say, hey, we may not be romantically involved anymore, but we are still a family and we still have the responsibility to raise these children as best that we can be. So let's create a positive, conducive environment for that.
There you go. That's the whole thing, creating the environment for this. I think we're missing key points here by just talking about what I call the surface waves. Underneath those waves, they can be high, 100 feet high, but what you have is an underlying thing that must be talked about, which is the calmness and the foundation that we are missing. Yes. We are missing in this whole point. That's right. I want to hit on a few stats, and then I want to tap into this video again, because I think we really need to watch it and hear it again. So let's check out some of these stats that we got. As of 2022, nearly 80% of Black mothers are the primary or sole breadwinners for their families. Let it sink in. Let it sink in. Nearly 30% of Black women who have multiple fathers for their children were once married to at least one of them. And around 45% of all U.S. marriages end in divorce, contributing to blended families. Y'all, these stats speak a lot. You know, initially, especially the one that I shared with you at the top of the hour, did not really necessarily talk about those things. So, Dr. Lene, before we watch this video, I want to hit on this because these stats are really important. Some of these numbers are shocking, but it ties into what we're talking about. So, are Black women choosing? How do stereotypes? How do stereotypes about Black motherhood affect how society treats Black women and their children?
How do stereotypes about Black women? I forget. I think it's James Baldwin who said the Black woman is the not the most hated, but I think the most attacked woman. And it doesn't matter if we're talking about love, relationship, marriage, friendship, academics, education, breathing. They're gonna come for us, right? They're coming for our head. So somebody made the comment earlier about these stats. I'm not saying that these stats aren't real. I'm not saying that these stats are real. But the thing that I learned when I got my PhD is that stats can be skewed and they can be manipulated. So if somebody wants to paint us in a particular way, they just have to get a sample size that will get them the result that they want. Meaning, if they interviewed 1,000 people to get these results, and let's say they did it in Detroit, of course it's going to be skewed. But if they got 1,000 people in Montana, we would have a different result. They'd be the numbers would show something different. So I always have to be cognitive of where these things come before I lean into the stereotype, because they implant the stereotypes so that's how we operate and think. And then they come around and give us a statistic that reinforces it. But if you were to, I was about to put my foot in my mouth. The reality is, if we were to sample and use our own population, do 60% of the people that you know have multiple fathers? The Black women, the 60% of the Black women that you know have multiple baby daddies, right? And I said, so when we're thinking about stereotypes and we're thinking about what the stats say, and we're thinking about these things that are being pushed down our throat, look at your own environment. Look at where you operate to see, is that my reality? And then who did this? Who did the research, and where did they do it at? Because I give this example all the time when we're talking about eggs. Most of the time, the people who are doing the egg research is people in the egg industry. So of course the results are going to say eggs are good for you, protein. But then when you go and look at people who say, well, are eggs really good for you? It's the people who oppose eggs. So you always got to look at the researcher who's giving the statistics. What do they have to gain from it or lose from it? And then what do you know and say about yourself and your community and the people around you? So I don't listen to stereotypes. Sometimes I do, but sometimes I have to go by my gut because I am Black, and I'm always going to give the Black man and the Black woman the benefit of the doubt.
Agreed. But you know, I also want to really tap into you, Aisha. I'd like to know the mindset difference between African women and American Black women. Do you see a difference with that?
Yes, there is a difference. And the difference again comes from just culture, right? Culturally, raised in Africa, back home, if you come home pregnant, it's truly, you're being looked down upon. It's a big deal. And the whole family sees that as a disgrace, right? As a human being, that's how they view it. But if we look deeper than that, we understand that having a child is not a disgrace. Of course it's not. It's a blessing. But the way it happened, they see it as a disgrace. So for that reason, being raised in a place where you are very careful about that. You don't want to be with a man that's not going to marry you. You don't want to be with a man that your family or your brothers have not vetted, because you understand that if you go with this person and something happens, because you don't have that protection around you of your older brother telling you can't go there, or your dad saying, hey, I don't want to see you over there, then the consequences are very dire. It's almost like you've been hidden somewhere not to disgrace the family. So because of that, women, we shy away from being with men that are not our husbands, right? So that kind of protects you in a way, because your father is telling you can't do this, and it's just part of our culture, being raised in a communal way. So it prevents or helps you not to make decisions that will cause you lasting struggles, right? So I think that's the difference here, because in the culture here, now that I've been in America for 32 years, I can see the difference where most of the people, they're more freer. They're more freer probably because there's no father, so they're freer to do more things that I wouldn't have been able to get away with back home. Like you can't even go out at a certain time. You have to be home. So yeah, so I think that is what I think it's happening as well. Just we don't have that protection around the women, the young women.
Very, very interesting. So, Shalay, should we be pushing marriage more here in America, or should we focus on stronger co-parenting structures? Because a lot of that high number, people have been married and now they're in blended families. What do you see with that? Are we pushing the wrong things?
So I believe that marriage is absolutely beautiful with the right person, with a healthy person. So yes, I don't think that we should be pushing. I think that edifying marriage is a wonderful thing. I think that edifying marriage by any means necessary is very dangerous and unhealthy. I think that regardless of what happens in a marriage or a relationship, co-parenting in a responsible, loving, and healthy way should be the number one goal. Whether you're married to this person or you guys had a relationship that dissolved or whatever like that. So yes, we should encourage marriage. I think that marriage is great in many ways, but I also personally have several friends going through divorce right now, and it's horrible, and the marriage was horrible. So it's hard to say. I think that when you get two healthy human beings that come together and create a marriage, it's wonderful. But outside of that, and with the absence of that, it's going to be a disaster anyway. So I think that getting back to the self-esteem, the self-worth, the healthiness, especially for us in our culture, we have so many ingrained kind of traumas going on. That's all going to spill over into marriages. Getting a piece of paper is not going to solve that. We need to be getting at the real issue, and not we're so reactive dealing with the symptom of what's really going on underneath the surface of this thing.
Well, I think America is really good at trying to attack the things that's too little, too late. They always want to put blame, but they don't want to look at the true foundation of the problem. Let's be honest. A lot of the times our families were torn apart. Yes. They did try to establish marriages, but what did you do? You tore us apart. You took our children. You put us on the auction block. So don't hand me that shit, because I'm going to tell you right now, it goes all the way back to that. And I don't care what anybody says. That is the foundation that you built our families on.
Bucks, bucks. Okay. They were like, we were bred like horses, and that's where that whole mentality of get as many, because that came from what they did. And Aisha, and I'm sorry I said your name, I think I said Alicia earlier. Aisha, she nailed on the head with protection. If we can lead with the right intentions, the right actions are going to follow. The problem is we're not. Some of us are not healthy enough to lead in these relational situations with the right intentions. Protection. If your intention as a Black man is to protect your woman and protect your family and provide, whether or not you have that piece of paper and you're married, which is a great thing, or you had a relationship that dissolved, and you're still going to lead with that intention. And there's going to be beautiful, symptoms and beautiful things as a result that come out of that. We got to get our intentions in order.
Exactly. Exactly. Totally. Exactly. So listen, we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to come back and still continue to tackle this conversation. And we're going to watch that video again. So if you missed it at the top of the hour, we're going to watch it again. We'll be right back.
Are you a Black business owner looking to expand your reach? Well, has Fly Nubian Money got good news for you? We are building a Black business directory to connect you with customers who need your services. And here is the best part. It is absolutely free. Email us at info@realvirtual.net. Send us your business name. Tell us a little bit about what you do, what services you offer, your website address, and your contact information. That's it. Together, we are going to build and circulate the Black dollar. Get listed today and start connecting with people who are probably already looking for you.
And we know we are looking for you. That is a fact. Now, tomorrow is the 28th of February. It is the last day of the month. There is also a plan to have a blackout. Don't you spend not near another dollar on nothing outside of our community. We must speak with our 2 trillion spending that we give to these people who are obviously not paying attention to us. So how do we do that? We let them know with our money and our spending power. How do we do that? We make sure that we work with one another. So if you're looking for a business, you need something, this is what we are putting together for you. So if you're interested in the directory, please email us at info@realvirtual.net. And also, if you want to put your business in there, you got to be thorough. Don't just be sending an email talking about, I want to be in it. No, we need your name, your email, your telephone number, your website, and tell us a little bit about you, because we want to know who we can serve you to. People are looking for you. Don't just assume. Say, hey, I'm here. This is what I do. I'm a witness for the prosecution. So you want to make sure that you do that today, because we are powerful with our spending dollars. Now let's check this video out again. We'll be right back.
If you're easily offended, run now. That's your only trigger warning. 58% of American black women that have children have at least one child by multiple different men. In other words, 58% of black women have 2 or more baby daddies. Okay. According to a study that was done by Cassandra Dorius, who was a postdoctorate fellow at the University of Michigan's Institute for Social Research, mothers with multiple fathers for their children are more likely to be underemployed, to have lower incomes, and to be less educated. According to the study, families with multiple fathers are stressed out, with issues often arising about how to consistently raise a child in different households. I got a question, because I've heard this used about the fact that 59% of black women that have kids have 2 or more baby daddies. I've heard this used by the pundits on podcasts. I've heard this used by the manosphere. I've heard this used by a lot of men that want to just bash the out of women. But what I want to know from the men is this. Typically speaking, because I've had conversations with thousands of women at this point, they all say, especially the ones that have multiple children by different men, they say, after my first marriage ended, I became celibate. I said, I'm going to hold out. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to wait to have sex again, that kind of thing. The men they were encountering that were black men were saying, well, you already somebody's mama. Why I got to wait to get the draws? Why I got to wait to clap the cheeks? Why I got to wait to get the... And before we sit up here and try to damn and condemn women for having more than one child out of wedlock. Now, granted, there are a large percentage, a growing percentage of women that want children without getting married, to which I say, y'all know my opinion on that. I think that's stupid. I think that's stupid. I'm always think that's stupid. But to the men that want to bash women, that try to be celibate afterwards, this still proves to me men have no problem sleeping with and reproducing with women that they supposedly deem the unworthies, the undesirables, because I thought single mamas I thought they were the untouchables. I thought they were the undesirables. So why is it that women that have children, both in and out of wedlock, with one man already, still get sexual access from these supposed high value kings of the earth? Like, the math doesn't math to me. And as I investigate this further, I'm really starting to think you could either use this to bash women, or you could use this to say men are so hypersexual in this world today that they don't really give a about no legacy. They don't give a about having multiple children in one household that have been fathered by multiple different men. They don't give a about being statistics. They don't. Because if they did, this number of women that have children by more than one man would be drastically lower than what it currently is. So
Okay, well, listen, we done saw that again, right? All right, so that was our first reaction. When we first saw it, I know we had our knee-jerk reactions, but now I want to revisit with each and every one of you on if you have heard something different. Joe, did you hear something different in a different tone this time watching it for the second time?
I mean, a little bit. What I do hear is people or another person possibly engaging in a gender war. I mean, I do appreciate the fact that he's trying to hold men accountable, but I mean, I'll keep saying it. Like it's a conversation that needs to be had on both sides of the street. Yes, brother, if you are laying down with a woman and you reproduce with that woman, you are inherently responsible for what comes out of that woman. Okay, and you have to do your part to take care of that woman. Woman, if you do not want to have this 100% preventable. Pregnancy is 100% preventable. If you're not prepared or ready to have a baby with someone, you do not have to. And I don't know enough. Let me ask women, like, how much I don't know, how preventable is pregnancy for? I mean, how preventable is it? I mean, it's preventable, right? Like, I'm straight up. So, and men, two things can be true. We got to talk to each other about this. It is not a gender problem. It's a community problem. And also, I'm going to stop right there. I'll come back and say more later.
All right. Well, listen, you tapped into a lot of things. What is our key word together, Joe? We say what? Communication, right? That is always our trending thing. We have to have that communication and that mutual respect. But Dr. Lene, did you hear anything different, anything new this time that we watched it?
No, I didn't really hear anything different or new. I think that the fact that he gave both perspective was good, because a lot of times you hear it as the woman issue, even the way it's framed. 58% of Black women have multiple baby daddies. Well, that means 58% of Black men have multiple baby mamas, right? It's always framed to the woman. So we're always saying, well, women should and when women should. And I always will usually come to the defense and say, men can not have babies too. Like, it's not only on the woman. A lot of times we push that narrative. Well, if she didn't want to have babies, well, she didn't want to have babies. Well, if he didn't want to have babies, like it's two people. It takes two people to lay down and have a baby. It's not only the woman's responsibility. It is not only the man's. Like, both parties have a role to play. And I think he did a good job of making sure to keep it fair and balanced, but also, tapping the brothers on the shoulder and say it goes both ways. It's not just one narrative.
I agree. And I do love how he pointed that out. How about you, Shalay? Did you hear a different perspective this time?
I actually did. Something else stood out to me about when he was saying that the women who are in the first marriages and decided to be celibate, and now they're getting this pushback from the men. And I want to actually ask Joe, because I know earlier Joe had said that the men that he's sitting with, they're looking for marriage or after marriage. My question is it after their period of doing the hoe phase? Like, at what point are these men now ready for marriage? Is it like in their 40s and 50s when they done already had about 3 or 4 babies with about 2 or 3 different women? Like, what are you seeing in your practice with the men that you're?
I don't think the hoe phase is like the marker, like, because there are men who go through hoe phases and then get to that point. There are men who never had a hoe phase and they get to that point. I think that it takes a lot of time for Black men to develop, and rightfully so, in the environments that we come from, in the nature of this country. It's just not happening the way that we need it to happen. And it might not happen that way in our lifetime. You know what I mean? Like, and the same for Black women. You will never, if anybody hearing the sound of my voice, in your lifetime, you will never get the payback this country owes you. Okay? You will never get it. So to answer your question directly, it's more about getting to a certain point emotionally that makes you understand when you want to start, like, being serious about women.
Is it typically when they're the men that you're meeting with? What's the age range that you're typically seeing that they're like at that point where they're like, okay, I'm serious about marriage?
Exceptional, probably like in the mid 30s, but typically in the early 40s.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
I think that has a lot to do with this women peaking at a certain time, men peaking at a certain time. Am I wrong, Joe?
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Like, women also like have to reach an emotional maturity to get to a point where we've talked about it before, where those red flags don't look like 6 flags anymore. You know what I mean? Like,
Gotcha.
you got to, hey, I don't want this for myself. Like, women have to get to a point where I don't want this for myself. And honestly, I'm not sure I ever did. They have to arrive at that point too.
Exactly. Now, I didn't get to hit with you, Aisha. Did you see something different or hear something different this time around on that second time of watching the video?
I did. And what I actually saw in the video is I felt actually sad that how is it that everyone picks on the Black woman, even the men will do the same, and our own men will pick on us, right? So that is what I heard him again say the second time. It's almost like the Black woman is singled out, on all fronts. Everybody has given the statistics. Also, our men get the statistics and saying, "Oh, I don't want to be the father of your multiple children," right? Then who is going to be? Who is willing to stand up and just love these babies? Who? So that was what I got.
That's a very good question. And listen, we always like to hear what you have to say too. So go ahead and put your comments in so that we can see what you see. Did you see something different the second time around? But listen, we have a couple of more stats I want to address because these are important as well. So let's look at a couple of things that, that we definitely see happening. Black women have the highest rates of college enrollment, yet are still paid less than white women. Black women are the fastest growing group of entrepreneurs, yet many are still sole providers in their households. And Black families have a median household wealth of just $24,100 compared to, hold your wigs, to $188,200 for white families. I get blown a freaking way every time I see that. It boggles my freaking mind. It really does. It really, really does. So, Dr. Lene, what can we do to support single mothers instead of shaming them? Because to me, these stats that we've all heard today, they didn't take into account a whole lot of things, but it did take into account to make it look like our community is the worst.
I don't agree with those numbers. Like, I just can't see how somebody's living off of $24,000. Again, skewed statistics. I mean, because that number comes up whether we're talking about Black families or when we're talking about entrepreneurs. Have you ever noticed that is the exact same number? That when people talk about the number that the average income for a Black entrepreneur versus somebody else, it's the same $24,000. You ever pay attention to that? It's crazy. Mm-hmm. But what can we do to support Black women? That's such a loaded question. I think the support it varies depending on the goals of the woman. So for me, when I was going to school and my mom would help me, she would meet me at my son's school and pick him up, and she'd meet me at my school, take my son for the night so I can go to school, so I can get my education so that I can be who I am. But then when I became an entrepreneur, I had to let my son go to his dad's house for a year so that I can focus on my business. So that was how somebody could support me as a single mom, but everybody's situation is going to be different. So I think that the support is in showing up and being what that single mom needs to get to the goal that she is trying to accomplish, whatever that might be. For somebody, it might be, I'm looking for a husband, but I have a child and I can't get out and date. Well, watch the kid, right? The goal is going to be different for everybody. And I think that the support is literally that, support. How can I help you? What do you need? Is it access? Is it information? Is it knowledge? Is it financial support? Is it babysitting? Like, what is the support? I think that when you start talking about those quote unquote stereotypes, not just in the single mom, but the Black woman in general being the strong woman, we don't ask for help. And then sometimes we're not, I'm not going to say wise enough, but we have, our pride won't let us say we need help.
I think that is a huge point that we haven't even addressed. But Shalay, that 81% Black woman being the sole breadwinner, that is also a very high stat. So what are your thoughts on that?
That is a very high stat, and it's so, my thoughts, it's so unfair. And this goes back to what I was saying about it does not matter about the trajectory of your romantic relationship with a woman after you've had a child with her. It is absolutely unfair for Black women to be shouldering the vast majority of the financial responsibility of these children and then expected to show up in love, expected to show up, go to work, pick up the kids from school, like expected to be emotionally available. She has nothing left for herself. And my mom was a single mother of four, one father. They were married, they were divorced, and he, did not do what he needed to do to support that family the way he should have. And it's just unfair. That's my thought of it. It should never be. I didn't even know it was that high, 81%. But as Dr. Lene said, like, you look around in your population, I see how that's true.
Agree. And I also am in total agreement with Dr. Lene because I have done a lot of studying as well. Polls will be able to skew anything that they want you to see. They don't necessarily, who are they polling? Okay, like who's your pool of poll? Because that has a whole lot to do with how these numbers come out. It's done for a reason. It's done to get things done when people want them to be done a certain way. And this is what we are seeing a lot of, and way more today. Matter of fact, they just take it and run, and it's not even correct. So listen, Joe, Floyd says, newsflash, Black people need family structure the most, more than any other group.
Okay.
Agree or disagree?
I agree. And before I start, address that. Floyd, brother, go to Instagram, type in Miss Black Hollywood, get in them DMs and shoot your shot. Okay. I want you to do that. She out in LA with you, bro. All right. Now let me tell you why he's right. Okay. Really quickly. We know somebody that is either lived through the civil rights movement or is a generation away from it, right? We know somebody that's 1 or 2 generations away from slavery. Dr. King would be alive if he had not gotten killed. Malcolm X would be alive. Emmett Till would be alive. So these situations did not occur as long ago as we like to make them out to be. And I say that to say that the first part of dealing with a problem is recognizing that it exists, right? We have been torn apart as a family, right? We have been torn apart. It has systematically been done. This is what has happened. I don't want to hear, oh, it's an excuse or you playing a race card. No, this is what happened. And we are still feeling the residual effects of the torment brought to us from this country. So I saw Floyd ask earlier, how do we fix it? He just said it. We need the family structure. We need to educate each other on what the family. There are families who are living with great structure, okay? Who live with great structure, who can educate the younger generation so that we don't repeat the same mistakes of the past that have gotten us into a deeper hole that we did not dig for ourselves. We did not dig this hole for ourselves, but we are in it. So it is up to us to dig ourselves out of it. And we can do that by having conversations with young men and women about what family is and what it means, not just for us emotionally, but economically, right? We Black women, I need you, not just my woman. I need all the Black women. I need y'all to talk for me in rooms that I'm not in. Black men, I need y'all to show up for Black women in rooms that they're not in. I need that, right? Because we're not going to survive without each other. We just won't. So the minute we start having gender wars and conversations that tear each other down, we are steps behind. We cannot catch up. I need you. Okay?
Why are you fighting me? Listen, I got something good to say. Listen, he tapped in to some money points. And I have to tap into Alicia for that because she is our financial person on here. So, Aisha, does the stigma around single motherhood affect Black women's ability to build wealth?
Oh, yes, it does. Absolutely. And that's something that, you know, how can you fix that when a mother has multiple children? She has to put them through school. She has to pay for, you know, their clothing, just their upkeep. It's not cheap. And she's doing it all by herself. She won't even think about her retirement. She won't even think about what if something happens to me. It's just doesn't happen. And when I say with a client that is a female that has children, and I look at her financial situation, you know, I feel sad because where do you pull from? Where do you pull from? She needs to take care of her children now. She can't wait. So the best thing to do for her is to support her and give her other ways how she can perhaps maybe make more income. But at the end of the day, it's the community. It does take a village. Nobody can do it alone. We can raise a family by ourselves. We cannot do it, right? Sometimes too, she has to pay for childcare. Imagine there was a village around her. She doesn't have to pay for that. The kids can go with the other family so she can go to work or to go to school. So all these things matter. So really, at the end of the day, like Dr. Joe was saying, we need the community. We need each other. we need the men, we need the women. There's no one or the other. It's a matter of coming together as a unit. No matter, it doesn't have to be from the same blood, but because we have the same value and we care about each other, we say, okay, we have to fix a problem that we see. How can we come together so that we can now save money? This single mother can save money. She can go to work and not have to worry about her children. She can have time to take a break without have to worry about paying someone to take care of her children for her. You know, just small things like that can help her. Otherwise, they'll end up having the same circle of poverty because there's no way to save money. How else are you going to save money?
Exactly. And I am a witness to that. I shared with you, I was a mother at 16. All right. I had my son at 16, turned 17 the next month. If it wasn't for my village, baby, when I told my aunties and uncles that I was pregnant, yes, they were disappointed. However, they once told me, baby, you ain't the first and baby, you ain't the last and you ain't finished with school. So I'm going to take the baby on Monday. I'm taking the baby on Tuesday. You're going to get the rest of your education. And they helped me get through it and helped me to really get the education that I needed to raise my son proper. So when I say that I was raised by a village, I mean, I was raised by a village. Now, listen, with that being talked about, we're talking about the financial aspects of it. Listen, we here have something really important to you that will tie into your finances too. Are you a business owner? Are you looking to start something new? Because, baby, the things that you had before that government job ain't as stable as you thought it would be. You want to make sure that you get yourself tapped in. And we are doing something unique with the Fly Nubian Money Club. And this next speaker is Marlo Layson. Our beautiful Marlo Layson is going to teach you how to brand yourself, how to get yourself seen on social media, and get you all around the hype that people keep saying, you got to do this and you got to do that. No, she's going to get you in order. So our next class is March 8th at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and you do not want to miss it. We've already told you that we've had multiple classes since the beginning of the year. And guess what? This weekend is the 1st of March. So you've had Dr. Lene, okay? You've had moi. You've had Athena. You've had Vanessa Gopal. You have had Constance Carter. Listen, get on in. So increase your sales, traffic, and profit with data-driven SEO. That right there, y'all. That is the key. The SEO strategies. You don't want to miss it. Marlo is going to be teaching it March 8th, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. FlyNubianMoneyClub.com. Boy, did we have some conversation today, and I feel like we still could go on and on and on. But what does Erica say? Yeah, Erica Badu. But don't get me in there froze. We're going to go ahead and start with final thoughts. Dr. Lene, what's your final thoughts, and where can we find you?
I'm sorry, it broke up. Did you say Chalet?
Dr. Lene.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, it broke up for me too. I didn't hear it either. So my final thought is I've been hanging on to this comment since 11:28, so for 30 minutes, from Moments with LJ. We have to start where we are. The past can't be changed. It changes right now with each of us determined to make that change. Literally, that was my final thought. We talk a lot about the past, and we have to talk about the past because we have to understand how we got here, right? We have to know that it wasn't us per se, right? If this was intentionally done to us, this was strategic, this is white supremacy at work, we know that this is slavery. Those things are the truth, right? But this is where we are today. So what do we do going forward? We talked about some different solutions, being better leaders, being better mentors, creating a family structure, speaking into the youth. I think it all comes back to communication. Talk about what's happening. Talk about your experience. Talk about what you wish you could do differently. Find somebody who's going through something that you remember or you saw yourself going through, or if you see somebody starting to veer off the path and go down this path, talk to them. Like, each one teaches one, and this child doesn't have to be yours, or this young person doesn't have to be yours, or this young man or young woman doesn't have to be yours, but they could be your brother, your sister, your niece, your nephew, somebody in the community, and you can literally speak life into them so that they don't have to become a statistic. And I'm talking about, it could be a young man or it could be a young woman, but we can literally use our voice, our story, our experiences to help someone behind us beside us or that's coming up in front of us. So that would be my thing is, let's be a change agents. Let's make it so that we lower these statistics. Let's make it so that other Black people, children, family members, friends, whomever, don't have to keep repeating this cycle of broken families, right? We can change this thing. So I'm Dr. Lene Javette, Brand Your Brilliance coach. I help Black people, Black entrepreneurs to build businesses that brand their brilliance. And you can find me at I am Dr. Lene Javette.
Brand your brilliance. And you all got it. You know, we got that Black excellence, young, gifted, and Black, baby. Tap into your brilliance. Make sure you follow Dr. Lene, because she has some good stuff for you to help you shine, because that's what diamonds do, right? All right, Shalay, what is your final thoughts and where can we find you?
Yes, so my final thought is we know the facts, right? I'm not even talking about those stats, but we just know, we as a community know the facts of our community. And we each have the power to change the reality and to create a new reality. And all we have to do is just change our minds. And all we have to do is download new software and say, I don't want to operate on the old operating system. I want to operate on a new operating system. And we all have the power to make that decision right here, right now, today. So that's my final thought. We have the power to change the reality. We know the facts, but we don't have to keep living in that. Send women love, send women protection, have empathy, and let's work together with this conversation. Let's keep the conversations going, but in a direction that actually helps our community and help us build and create our legacy. I'm Shalay Camillo. I'm CEO and broker of Vital Source Realty in Boston, Massachusetts, but we can help you move anywhere in the continental US or Canada. Please reach out to me, and you can find me on social media at Shalay Camillo, YouTube at Shalay.Camillo, and vitalsourcerealty.com.
You heard what she said. I know you're thinking about moving. I know you possibly may be thinking about moving up on out of this country. And if you do, and Canada is on your list, you need to make sure that you follow her and look her up at Vital Source Realty. She does Boston. She does the US. She does Canada. Oh, Canada. All right. So now we're going to move on to you, Aisha. What is your final thoughts and where can we find you?
Wow, it's been an incredible, topic today. And my final thoughts are this, just thinking about what we just discussed today, is that, it's all about love. At the end of the day, it's all about love. And I hear we talk about what we need to do. And there is a new narrative that we have to create for ourselves. And how do we do that? It's truly, we know that we're not perfect. We're not perfect. Nobody is perfect. And we will never reach perfection. But my final thought is this, that, we come to love each other, not by looking for perfection, or you have to do this, you have to fit this box that I created, and if you don't fit that box, you don't fit. But no, rather, we come as each other to learn to love each other perfectly in our imperfection, right? And that will bring us that we're looking for, that village that we're looking for, because then we know that if we love each other in our, imperfect ways, but in a perfect way, really all of this will start to dwindle. All this lack of support or having the right people around us will change, because then we're really putting love as the number one thing that we should be doing. So that's my final thought. And, I'm a financial expert. I help families kind of create a GPS for themselves from point A to point B, whether you're a single mother, or you're a business owner, and I just help you, kind of give you a roadmap so you can reach your financial goals, and not just reach them, protect your finances, preserve your wealth, and transfer to the next generations, because we want to build 3-4 down generations. That's what we want to build. And you can reach me at www.aishaverzi.com. And I'm there and I can help.
She said some key things. Build. If you don't have a solid foundation, what she's going to do is help you get that solid foundation so that you can build your financial house. Make sure that you go stock and chicken hawk. She's giving you all of her contact information. Go now. It's all on you. Go do it. I'm telling you, everybody we have here has so much value. And you do want to tap into us as your resources. So, Joe, what is your final thoughts and where can we find you?
Yeah, I just want to say quickly, I said what I said. I need you. And I know you need us. So women, you gain nothing from weakening the black men. Brothers, you gain nothing from weakening the black women. You gain nothing from that. As a matter of fact, you're just hurting yourself. A weaker black woman is a weaker black man. A weaker black man is a weaker black woman. That's really the truth. So, I'm doing my part to send as many emotionally well, healthy black men back out into the community as I can. And I'm going to continue to do that. I'm going to try to create as many eligible black men as possible. And the ones that are already in relationships, I'm going to do my best to try to get them to build healthy ones. So, hey, realuconsulting.com, send them to me. I will send them back better. You have a black man that you need some tinkering to be done with, send them to me. I will send them back better. I have done it. I have proven that I can do it, and I will continue to do it. And if you have rooms full of young black men or young black women that need this conversation, holler at me. I will show up, and I will tell them the things that, a lot of us were missing from my generation. A lot of the words that were missing from my generation, I will share, okay? And we will tell them and show them what healthy black community looks like, okay? So
And that's where we need to be. So we got your website, but what is your socials, Joe?
Yeah, Joe Corley on all the socials. At Joe Corley 80 on Instagram and Joe Corley everywhere else. Okay.
All right.
Putting out messages all the time. Okay.
Love it. Listen, did he just not say to make our black community healthier? That is a beautiful thing. When you really think about it and you really start within our communities and you see the power that we have and you know that we can tap into it, why wouldn't you want that? So make sure that you go and check out Joe at realuconsulting.com. His couch is available. Go ahead and get the help that you need. Ain't no shame in that. I know that there's a stigma in our communities that we shouldn't be going and talking about this and we shouldn't be putting our business in the street. How are you going to heal yourself if you don't heal that festering wound that you have in your heart? You can't sow into someone else if you can't sow into yourself. So make sure that you follow Joe and you also tap into him to get the help that you need. Dr. Lene, I know you have something else to tell us.
Listen, right on the heels of what you were talking about, it was you perfectly segued into what I was going to talk about. On this past Saturday, we did the free training for Brand Your Brilliance in the Fly Nubian Money Club. And I can't say enough about the Fly Nubian Money Club, the conversations that are being had over there, the information, the dialogue, the wide girth of topics is phenomenal. Make sure you go and register for flynubianmoneyclub.com. But my conversation was on Brand Your Brilliance. And I look at brilliance from the perspective of your knowledge, your light, like what you said, the diamond in you. And a lot of times our life comes and chips away at it, a little by little, trauma, frustration, rejection, failure, whatever the case might be. And our light starts to dim, which means our brilliance starts to dim, right? And that day, and Tiara's on backstage, but she was there, and so was Gwen. The amount of women, Black men and Black women, I was surprised because the brothers felt this way too, is that if we could actually show up in the world and be who we are, who we're supposed to be, and let our brilliance shine, their responses were, I would be happy. I could breathe. I could be free. I could find a relationship. My heart broke that we're strong and we're out here and we're mothers and we're doing what we're doing, but we're not whole. We're not complete. We're not letting our brilliance shine. And so I have a class that's called Brilliant AF, because sometimes you got to say it for yourself. I am brilliant AF, right? And so it's only for Fly Nubian right now. I haven't opened it to anybody else. It's a beta program. And so I have it 50% off right now. And so if you are at that session, this is a reminder that you can come and take Brilliant AF I technically could say as fuck, but I don't like to cuss a lot. Or if you have not seen that presentation, go and join flynubianmoneyclub.com. I think it's 30 days for free. Go join the flynubianmoneyclub.com. Watch the presentation. At least go and get your brilliance on. If nothing else, go and be a part of that conversation. People were hugging. We were virtual hugging and crying and just being free. But if you want to be able to brand your brilliance and be free and operate from a place of strength and confidence and all of the beautiful things, if you go to IamBrilliantAF.com, you can get signed up. It's a 4-week course. We start next Saturday, March 8th.
Mark your calendar. She might not want to say it. She may not want to say it. What's the name of it? Now we'll expound on it. Tell us the name again, Dr. Lene.
I am brilliant as fuck, but we use AF. Yeah. I told them it's similar to, there's this song by Betty White where she's talking about, you know the song, when she said, I went in the home and I played it for my mother and she said, I know you're not going to sing that song. When I told my mom about it, she was like, you gonna put that in your business? I was like, yes, because sometimes you got to put some stank on it. Somebody who does not know that they are brilliant, somebody who does not know that their life experiences doesn't knock them out, somebody who doesn't know that they can shine bright and speak brightly and that being Black doesn't make you inferior. If you don't know that, you have to say it with your chest and be like, I am brilliant as well. I am. You have to lean into it. And so I didn't put the as look, but that's exactly what it means, because you got to step into some of these spaces and know that you deserve to be there. You should be there. You can be happy. You should be able to breathe, right? So don't get them. That's it. Let me stop.
If they put their whole chest into telling us what we're not, we can put the whole chest and then some into telling them, yes, I am. So yes, step into that power, because you are more powerful than you know. So you got your marching orders. She is giving you something right now to step into it, do it, sign up. You know where to go. Listen, here's my final thoughts. I'm not getting involved in these dumb stats. What I want to do for my community is to be a light and a beacon unto someone else. If that means I can sow into just one, then that's going to grow into 2, because someone else is going to step into their power with that light as well. We need to stop worrying about what they're saying about us, because they are saying a lot of bullshit. And I am really tired of it. If you turn on the news, they would have you thinking that we were still in chains. You have the power to change your narrative. Do not allow them to tell you otherwise. So step into your power. And if all you can do right now is to improve yourself with my royal panel here, then you're doing something that is actually going to shine a light in our community so that you can turn around and help somebody else. So fuck a stat. I'm not going for it. You have the power to change our community, and we can do it. So listen, if you are interested in possibly thinking about moving out of the country, I ain't mad at you. In fact, I encourage you to get out of that box. America is not the whole world. You are a world citizen, baby, not just an American. You are a world citizen. So on my website, I have a free quiz for you to take. Where do you stand? Are you just thinking about moving out of the country, or are you able to do it now? This really helps you dive into the questions that you need to answer before you even think about setting foot out of the country, such as, do you even have a passport, baby? What do you need to do to get started? Well, I urge you to do that now. Okay. So listen, go download that quiz as well as many other freebies on that page and get on that list to opening your mind to living in a different country. www.laurakey.net. Listen, boy, was this a good conversation. I could just sit here and talk about it all day long. This conversation isn't just about numbers. It's about real people, real families, and real struggles. Black women have navigated some of the toughest systematic and economic obstacles, yet they are constantly judged based on one statistic that lacks full context. Instead of asking why Black women have multiple fathers for the children, we should be asking why Black families face more economic instability, why marriage rates have declined across all races, and why Black mothers carry the weight of so much responsibility. The goal isn't to shame or define. It's to understand, to educate, and to build solutions. Let's stop making misleading stats define our story and start controlling our own narratives. I want to say thank you to my royal panel, Dr. Lene, Joe, Shalay, and also Aisha. Listen, this has been a powerful discussion. And to everyone who's watching, we appreciate you. We know that many of you are here every day. Tony, Infamous Hicks, Book Spiritual Tea, Floyd, Lee. We have so many people that come in and talk to us every day. And guess what? We see you, because sometimes you just need to be seen. Now, Black History Month is not over, but make sure that you tap into us tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and make sure that you tap in and speak. Continue the conversation, because we always come back and answer. Check this out, and we'll see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Peace and be blessed.
You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still like dust, I'll arise. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? Just because I walk as if I have oil wells pumping in my living room. Just like moons and like suns with the certainty of tides, just like hope springing high, still I rise. Did you want to see me broken, bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders falling down like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries? Does my sassiness upset you? Don't take it so hard just because I laugh, as if I have gold mines digging in my own backyard. You can shoot me with your words, you can cut me with your lies, you can kill me with your hatefulness, but just like life, does my sexiness offend you? Oh. Does it come as a surprise that I dance? As if I have diamonds at the meeting of my thighs. Out of the huts of history's shame I rise. Up from a past rooted in pain I rise. A black ocean leaping and wild, welling and swelling and bearing in time. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear I rise. Into a daybreak miraculously clear, I rise, bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave. I am the hope and the dream of the slave. And so, wow, there I go.
Hello, and welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. Today, we're diving into a topic that's sparking a lot of debates all over social media. If you can't afford to date me, find somebody else. A viral video has a lot of people talking. A woman says she's not accepting broke behavior from men, and a $30 for a lunch is unacceptable. Is she healthy standards, or is she being delusional about what love really looks like? And what does this conversation say about the dating pool as a whole? So joining me today, we have my royal panel: Tiara Williams, producer and actress; Marlo Layson, TV and film producer; Joe Corley, licensed therapist, mental wellness coach and educator; and Erica Lewis, author in Faith in Transition. I always get tongue-tied, but it's only because I love you. I don't know why I get so excited. It's been a while. Listen, y'all, this one is going to be a ride, and it's going to be very, very, very interesting. So let us kick off with the video that's starting this conversation. Check this out.
Okay, so y'all, story time. So y'all, please tell me if I'm wrong. So today, this dude wrote me on Instagram, and he was like, can I send you money? Let me send you money for lunch. So I was like, okay. I wrote him back and I was like, send it. So he wrote me and was like, okay, what's your cash app? So I sent him the cash app. Yeah, I just knew I was going to open my cash app and I was going to have at least probably about $100. You get what I'm saying? Because like, that's I eat and that's how much I spend on my food. Yeah, I opened my cash app And this man sent me $30. Yeah. Yes, $30. And I'm just like, at first I'm like, damn, like, am I ungrateful? Like, am I fucked up? Like, the feeling like, why the fuck would you send me $30? But then I had to ask people, and they was like, nah, because I'm like, $30 is not even half a tank in my car. Like, what the fuck you thought I was going to go to Chick-fil-A? Like, I mean, I'm trying to figure out what did you think I was going to eat? It's like, when I go and eat, I eat full course meals. Like, I order a appetizer, a entree, and a dessert, and a drink. That can't even get me 2 drinks. Like, what the fuck? And then this man had the audacity to write me back and say, let me get to know you. Why the fuck do you think I'm gonna let you get to know me and you just send me $30 for lunch? Is you dumb? I mean, like, y'all be for real. Like, tell me, am I wrong? Like, am I fucked up? Like, is my head fucked up? Like, I don't even spend $30 on lunch on my, like, I spend over that on myself. So it's like, for someone to think they're gonna send me, I get that this is thought they count, like, you didn't have to send the $30, but it's like, no, like, nigga, I'm not that type of, I'm not one of them.
Cause you gave me food good.
Cause I mean, you tell me am I fucked up? Cause I just need to know.
I ain't one of them.
Cause it ain't that. You know
What's
what I'm
them?
saying?
I feel like I need a translator just to understand what you're saying. Like, okay, obviously, you know my thing. Mine is like, is you crazy? You asked the question and I'm going to answer it. Yes, you crazy. Because I don't know nobody who spent no $30 on a lunch. So that is my opening question to all of y'all, including the ones who are watching us, our viewership family. Is $30 enough for you for lunch, Joe?
Enough for 2 lunches. I'm going to Panera twice off $30. So,
and baby will have leftovers and make it full.
Yeah, if anybody wants to send me $30, go ahead, man. I'm gonna be grateful and I'm gonna love you for it. Go ahead.
Marlo, is $30 enough for your lunch?
It is, and as Joe said, I'm gonna echo what Joe said. If you want to send me a hot 30, I'll take a picture and be like, thank you, shout you out. I'm gonna tag you in it. Thanks for lunch. Because look, he couldn't even get to know her, right? This is a round. I'm gonna wait for y'all. I ain't gonna go too far because y'all gonna have to guide me through this round because I've never been through this portal before, so I don't even know how to navigate. So I'm gonna be quiet and I'm gonna let y'all be my tour guides in this portal of unknown places that I've never been.
Erica, is $30 enough for your lunch?
Listen, I actually just moved and spent $30 for lunch and had a panic attack because I spent $30 on lunch. So what I did is that lunch turned into lunch and dinner. I ate half the wrap, most of the fries, and saved the soup for dinner. I spent $30 on lunch and had a panic attack. So this young lady is talking about an appetizer, an entree, a dessert, and 2 drinks for lunch.
Yeah, I'm with you, like for lunch. And she says that for every time she goes out to eat, girl, you should be 500 pounds right about now.
500 pounds. And let me tell you something. This young lady is going to be broke real soon if she keeps up this behavior. But like Marlo, I'm going to fall back. What everybody else got to say.
All right, Tiara, it's your turn. Is $30 enough for you?
Well, I mean, I just feel like, if you really trying to get to know me, $30 might not be enough. No, I'm just playing. $30 is enough for sure. I don't come from this world. I think women get a little confidence. They get a lace front and some lashes. Little lace front and some lashes, and just be like, listen, you got to spend $1,000 on me every day.
Even in LA, that $30 is sufficient.
Huh?
Tiara, even in LA, that $30 is sufficient.
Even in LA, you can still go to, depending on where you go, right? Of course.
Yeah.
But that's with everything. But like literally, you can go to Applebee's and get a 2 for $30, and you can sit and enjoy with somebody else and have a good meal. So I don't know. I do know, I can tell she's in Atlanta just based off, because y'all know, I be in Atlanta, so I could just tell she got all of the Atlanta girl vibes.
Well, I don't know. That's close enough to Kentucky. That ain't my vibe. I'm gonna tell you, there've been a many times when we first started out and first started dating. Hubby and I shared a ramen noodle, shared a Big Mac, split it down the middle, and was fine with it. And that never offended me. It never upset me. I have never been one to care about somebody spending money like that on food. That's not something of quality to me. That's not something that I'm even going to be concerned about. If you got it, you got it. If you don't, you don't. There, every once in a while we will splurge and go to, Masterson's in Louisville and have something. But even now, y'all, when we go out, if they're big plates, I'm like, don't you order two things? I'm eating off your plate. We're going to split that, because there's no reason to pay that much money for food. To me, it's just ridiculous. But this is a really good comment. Ray Alexander says, men should date women they can afford to date. It's that simple. If her standards are financially out of range for that man, then he should date another woman who is okay with his budget. I'm going to throw that to you, Joe. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Yeah, of course, I agree with that. I mean, her standards are not the problem. It's all in the delivery of her communication. You know what I mean? And I'm not sure if she's just a tool for the gender wars or delusional. But one of the two things is happening right there. So yeah, a woman's standards are totally fine. If your standards are above $30, there's nothing wrong with that. But in the way you're saying it is, you're doing that to provoke animosity and rage towards you. So I'm not going.
Well, I feel like I always have to question myself with social media. To me, it's like, is this clickbait? Is this just for somebody to come in and make comments? But honestly, I do see a lot of these young women with these types of attitudes. So, is it wrong for a woman to have a financial standard when dating, Tiara? Can't hear you. Okay, I'm gonna throw it on over to you, Erica. Do you think that it's wrong for a woman to have a financial standard when dating?
You know what? No, I don't think so, because I think with when you put a financial standard in, you don't want to poop hut, but then you don't you want to date within, the confines of where you can actually have that conversation and understand who you're dealing with. I think she's dating out of her league. I think she's actually looking for a father. I think she's looking for a daddy. I think she's looking to be taken care of, because any woman on her daily day to day who is having $100+ worth of lunch that is wife, that is the Beverly Hills wives of whatever. That is not realistic. I mean, I lived in California and I lived in Calabasas, and there was a burger place within the strip mall where I was working, and I think I got a burger and fries and something else, and I think it was like $30. I mean, so I don't know where she is logistically, but it just doesn't make sense. No, she wanted $100+ so that she could do other things with it. She wanted to eat. She's probably gonna have a bag of chips and a soda for lunch, but she was gonna get her nails done. She was gonna get her lashes tightened up. She was gonna do something else with that money other than eat. That's what I believe.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I do believe that, she is going to eat for less than $30, but everything else is going to be put on whatever else she needs
I mean,
to
and
do.
if you think about it, if he's sending her $100 a day for lunch, 5 days a week, that's $500, girl. That's bill money. That's a car note. That's car insurance.
That's utility expenses. That's
It's a
all
whole
sorts of
bunch.
things. Right? I
Yes.
know, it's crazy. So now that we have you back, Tiara, do you think the social media is shaping how these people expect to be treated in dating?
Yes, I absolutely do. I think that is so fake. I don't believe for 1 minute this young lady eats the way she says she eats. I think that there is this weird thing that girls are doing these days, and obviously it's not in my generation, it's like right under me, but these young girls are getting their cues from the internet. They're getting their cues from each other, like the stupidity of it. Like, she doesn't sound all that bright, and this is not me to like knocking her. I'm just saying she doesn't sound like she's educated, like she's been, you know, like she's worldly, she's cultured. She just sound like somebody fed her that, like, girl, you should have standards. She like, you know, and I know that there is a bit of a again, I keep saying that because she sounds like her accent sounds like it's from Atlanta, and I noticed that a lot of girls are like that down there. Like there's this weird thing in Atlanta where girls are like this, like they literally be like there's this bouginess they want to have, and I think Erica just said it, from this Atlanta housewives of wherever, of College Park, of Bankhead, of wherever they live, right? They trying to be a certain thing or bougie or whatever, and it's weird because I know celebrities, right, who don't act like this, who don't be like, they're very mindful and they have a lot of money, and it still be like, how much is the bill? I mean, you know, they gonna pay it, but they're still mindful of the way they're spending money. So I think this is fake.
And I think that's the key. You said mindful. I don't think she's being mindful at all. She's being selfish in what she wants and what she expects. But hey, like I said, there's a level to that. So I'm going to ask you, Joe, because you're our king on the panel. Are men obligated to spend money to prove they're serious about a woman? I love it. That's the answer.
That was the happiest laugh I've heard in such a long time.
Hell no. Hell no.
Oh my God.
If I got to pay to get to know you, I am out of there, man. Like, that part should be free. Like, getting to know you should be free. Like this, so I can decide if I want to spend my money on you. Like, but I mean, I've never. Maybe I should back out of this one because I've never really dated. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what's required to get to know a woman. Do you? So I'm gonna throw that to y'all, man. Do you got to pay to get to know women these days?
It would be a hard no for me. You don't have to spend money.
You know
on
what?
it.
I have always been the kind of, like, if we're just meeting, I want to go out for tea and coffee, because the only way you can get to know somebody is to talk. And if you start going out to elaborate dinners, you're going to focus on what my grandmother used to call the dead cat on the line. We're going to be focusing on the dead cat, but not on the red flags that we're seeing at the dinner table. You're talking about everything else other than what you should be talking about. So I love to take a long walk, have coffee, have tea, so that we can actually communicate versus going to this elaborate dinner, spending $500-$600, and you don't know what this person said because you were enjoying the filet mignon. Like, yeah, no, you don't need to spend money to get to know someone.
But and let's be honest, sometimes these coffee and these teas be costing just as much.
My daily Starbucks is $7.
Me and my wife's first date was, we split a Twix in a peach iced tea. Okay. And we got 17 years of marriage out of that. So I'm not doing that.
The Twix, what was it? You said Twix and peach iced tea.
That's it.
And look, we got it something right, Joe. Mine's ramen noodles.
For Christmas. She put that in my stocking this year for Christmas as a reminder to know this all started with peach iced tea and some Twix.
That is so cute.
Absolutely love it. On that note, we're going to take a deep breath and we're going to be right back.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Tierra Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am the proud producer of this show. So I hope that every day when you join us, you leave a little smarter than you came, because that's the point. Otherwise, why are you watching? So if you want to receive notices for when we go live, Fly Nubian Money goes live every single day. That's Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you don't know, now you know. All you have to do is text the word Queens. That's Queens. That's Queens to 87948. That's 87948. That's Queens to 87948. Yes. If you want.
Yes, text that word. Go on now. Listen, this is the last week. This is the last week of 2024. You know you don't want to march into 2025 and miss none of our episodes. So you want to make sure that you text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948. Yes. Okay, Marlo, should dating be seen as an investment or a partnership?
I think partnership should be seen as an investment. I think dating is just browsing, right? That I'm just in there looking. This shirt cute. You know, I might not even take it to the register with me, right? Like, it's just,
at that point, I'm just trying to see what's there, what's out there. And then once you choose a partner, then that to me seems like the intention, right? And once I go into the register, right, it's in the bag, I'm going home with it, it's mine, I done chose it. I think that's when the investment starts, right? Dating, now it depends on who you are, right? Because obviously, depending on what tax bracket you're in and what dating looks like and how you're moving, it may look a little bit different. But I think that's still contingent, right? Somebody that's holding, 7, 8, 10, whatever figures, obviously that's going to look very different than somebody that's got a few $1,000s in the bank or a few $100s in the bank. So I think it's all situational, but the internet has given everything a blanket, right? Everything under a blanket on the internet. I hate it so much. I hate all y'all blankets. Every blanket, I hate them. Because it doesn't allow for nuance and all the things that are real in life, right? It's just all based off this one girl that's really looking to increase her engagement, right? So she says something inflammatory, get everybody hot, and in however many weeks we'll see her moving into her first house because she done got that TikTok money off of everybody being so enraged behind $30 not being enough. So I think I don't like to get too deep into this because, again, this shit is so foreign to me. I just don't know. Like, I don't know anybody who speaks like this. My friends don't behave this way, right? Everybody got their head on straight. Everybody knows what they're looking for. So this is so foreign to me, but it's like a reality show, and I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna still get in the comments and chuckle with y'all and see what y'all talking about. But this is
well,
this
I can't
has nothing
say
to do with real life to me.
But the last few weeks, I have been in the environment of those that look like that and that speak like that, and it is a thing.
Where are you? Where are you again, Erica?
I'm in Jersey, but I'm
Okay.
I'm working in a different space that is different.
Okay.
She said different. It's differently different.
And everyone looks like this, has the extra baby hairs, and and talks like that.
Yeah, I think it's a
Wow.
generational thing, y'all. I think these young girls.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the young girls.
I think it's 20 to 25. I don't even think it's closer to 30. I think it's between 20 and 25. Because at some point as a 30-year-old, like you're kind of like career oriented and stable. I mean, because I'm not looking at your money any different than I look at mine. Like if I'm not willing to spend ridiculous amount of money on something, I'm not going to want it and then want you to spend a ridiculous amount of money on it.
I have to agree with that. Go ahead, Tiara.
I was just gonna ask: Is this young lady like a gold digger? Like, is this what gold digging is? Is this the evolution of gold digging?
No, seriously.
I honestly, I would say yes. I mean, and yes, it could be a generational thing. There's a couple of people in our comments saying, "Why are we talking about this? What with this? Are we really talking about this?" Yes, because guess what? We are still talking about money, and money revolves around everything. Your relationships. Is this young lady being practical? Is she really looking for someone to spend her life with? Does she even understand what financial goals are? So yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Those who are asking why we're doing this, it is a logical and a really good conversation because who's teaching these children?
And let me take it further. I was listening to the R&B Money podcast on my way to the office, and Trina was on there, and she was just talking or whatever, and it made me go back and listen to You Don't Know Nah. So I put the video on, and I was like, "What the fuck?
What was listening? What's happening?"
Listening to. So this goes into, like you say, it's a generational thing, T. I'm like, I don't know. Like, where do we lose our way? Because I was listening.
It's almost as if we've turned into our parents overnight and didn't realize it.
Yeah.
We didn't get the memo.
You hush. You hush. You be quiet. You be. With that, I might have to take a break. I'm gonna have to get myself together after that comment. I'll be right back.
You want to grow your money and not blow your money, as Constance says, check us out at flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, programs, videos, resources. In 2024, there's no reason to be broke when there's information all around us. So get your money right. flynubianmoney.com.
And it's so easy to do. Guys, we have so many resources for you. It's not even funny. And it's so simple. All you've got to do is just go to our website, flynubianmoney.com. We have plenty of resources for you. Listen, you have no reason to march into 2025 not getting at least a little bit of a game plan. I know everybody's talking about goal planning and things of that nature. Well, yes, that's a good thing, but we want you to also be able to stick to it. So we give you practical tips, practical things that you can use to continue your goals of reaching your financial goals. It's as simple as that. And if you haven't been there already, shame on you. Go on right now. Stop what you're doing, because I'm about to ruin. Now go on over there to flynubianmoney.com and get your resources. Now I had to laugh, Erica, because I was telling my husband just this morning, I said, when did we become the older person? I don't understand. Like, there are just times where I'm like, I can't stand that music. Then I'm like, oh my God, is that really me? So, at some point we do have to take that into consideration. But then also I'm asking this question: where did we, as this generation, since now we're on the other side of it, where did we drop the ball with this generation that is coming up now? I'm going to ask that for you, Tiara, because you have a young daughter.
Oh man, it's so interesting. I think kids naturally, because my daughter thinks we're rich, but she thinks we're rich, right? Like she don't, and I think this is just all kids. Maybe when we were younger, we didn't ask. Like my daughter will ask. My daughter will call me and be like, "Mom," she called me the other day. She said, "Can I have 1428 to get this panda?" And then the day before, she called me and asked me for something else. Then the day before, I said no. And the thing is, I don't know if we're telling them no. I think we're trying to give them better than what we had. Every year I find myself trying to top what I got her last year. Like, she's used to flying out. She used to getting flued out, this kid, like all of these things. So I think, I don't know what's going to happen when my daughter steps into the world and be like, who's going to buy me panda? Well, at least she's she's grateful. At least she'll be like, she'll be like, I'll take that $5. She, at least it's that. Like, it's not like, what is this? But I was going to say something about the music. There was something, Joe, you said something about you don't know now. And there was something about us that knew, I think, that it was like entertainment versus real life. And I don't know what it was. We could listen to Lil' Kim, we could listen to Foxy Brown, we could listen to Trina, and just be like, you don't know now. And not think about, like, I need to sell my body. I need to, get some man to pay for me. I was already still goal driven. It didn't change the chemistry in my brain, right? It didn't do that. But I think that there is something to be said today about the music and how it influences the culture, our culture, and how social media, we've sprinkled social media in there, and people are watching people's fake lives and saying, well, I'm going to be like that, or I'm going to do that, or I'm going to project that. That girl ain't living real life. I don't believe that she spends $500 a week on food. I just don't believe it. Like, I don't believe it. She cute.
I don't either.
But she ain't that goddamn cute.
You brought up a really good point, and this is why I always tell people you better be careful with you trying to keep up with the Joneses. I learned more than anywhere in the world. And in Kentucky, we all were the same. We all was in the same community. But when I moved to LA, and you see people driving the Maseratis, and you see them driving the Rolls Royce, and then when they come in to ask for a home loan, baby, they living in a house with 7 other families. But they wearing the best product that they got off of the discount stores. Listen, so what you see is not what you always get. These people who you're trying to keep up with can't even keep up with themselves. And you have to be very careful about wanting something that someone else has, because they may not have it either. You're going down the wrong path. So Lawrence Lamar says, when we give children too much, this is how they end up. If they earn it, things are appreciated more. Do you agree with that, Marlo?
Absolutely. Like, I remember my parents like wanting things, and then once I had to start spending my money on those same Air Max, once the polo coming out of my pocket, once the food and the entertainment coming out of my pocket, I was watching my pockets more. Like, that's just the reality, right? But I think that, to touch on what Tiara said, I think that there's another part of this, right? Social media
is giving us a new kind of character, which is the girlfriend of the important person, right? I didn't know who Big Daddy Kane was dating. I didn't know Heavy D baby mama. Like, those girls were obscure to us, right? We didn't know who they were. Now we see these rappers who are projecting this rich life and the girls that they are in relationship with, right? We know the baby mama, the side chick, the OG baby mama from the hood. Like, we know all of these girls. And I think that part of it is these young girls are kind of shaping their personal lens through what these girls are sharing, right? So whoever King Von baby mama is, and whoever the baby or Lil Baby, who all of these dudes, right? I think that new character is the intangible, because Lil Kim was telling me, get it, you might have to go dig in his pocket and take it from him. Like, they was on some other stuff, right? They weren't on no begging shit. They weren't saying go out there and beg for it. They saying, get him full of them drinks and then go in his pocket, take his money, and don't answer the phone for him. Like, they were on some shiesty, right? So I think that this new social media generation has just introduced us to a new character that we never had before, right? Who is the spouse of, right? You famous by adjacency, right? You famous by proxy. Like, you could touch him, so you too are famous. That never was before. So now fame is so accessible to people. So then seemingly wealth is very accessible to people. All I need is these clicks. So I think that younger people's minds are just shaped by a different level of exposure, because the music is saying a lot of the same thing. I mean, like I said, they weren't begging, they were taking, but they still were very hypersexual. What's changed is there's now a payoff, right? If you're being hypersexual with these dudes, there is a payoff for you, and you ain't got to do nothing but take it, right? And I think that that's the part that is kind of missing for our generation, we just are seeing it through a different lens. But that, to me, is the biggest change, is like all of these anonymous people with minimal or no talent are now getting a forefront, right? So now their talent is not even a prerequisite for people knowing your name anymore. And so it just puts us in a different space where we got a bunch of begging Betsy's talking about 30 ain't enough, but the dudes say they only giving 40. So who lying? Right. But then we can't always put it on the music. I want to bring up another point of all of this. And Tiara, I know you're going to have some really important insight on this, but I clearly remember when we switched over on MTV, when MTV was my world, because that's my music is my world. And then all of a sudden it became reality TV. And you got to see what people were doing behind the scenes, and actually reality. I believe the early reality was a little better reality than what the reality is today. It's switched over. But do you feel that all of this reality, all these housewives, all these basketball wives, all these dating games, all of these things have a lot to do with what's shaping what these young women are seeing and wanting to do? And I'm going to ask you that first, Tiara.
Yes. Oh my God. I mean, the reason why I left reality TV as a producer was I had to step back and say, like, what am I contributing to? I feel like reality TV was I feel like it's shaped the minds of and changed the brain chemistry of young women in the way that we handle conflict. We don't know conflict resolution. I don't know if you guys have watched Zeus. I thought I was gonna. Listen, I met the owner of Zeus a while back, and he was just starting it. His name is Lemuel, right? Lemmy was starting Zeus, and I was like, oh man, this could be a great opportunity, until I saw what he was producing. And it's like the other day I sat at the I was getting my hair done, and they were just playing Zeus, and I said, well, what's the storyline? Are they just gonna fight? Why she walk in and they just start fighting? They fight at the auditions. So just to see, like, it is insane. I said, well, what do the girls do outside of cuss and fight and drink? You know, before Natalie
Bad
Nunn,
Girls Club, Bad
I
Girls
was
Club.
gonna say before even Natalie, before Natalie blew up, and before she was managed by a really good friend of mine, and I remember her being like, we went out and hung out one night, and I would just remember her mindset was very much like this young girl, not like young like her, but like she was just like, well, I've been dating blah blah blah, and like Kim Kardashian is this, and da 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 da, and try to give us tea on that, people, and I was just like, this is not who I am. Like, I can't hang with this girl. And I knew that from the night we hung with her. So we dropped her off at a football player's house in the middle of the night. And she was like, about to go get this money kind of thing. And we was like, but but to me, there's different levels. There's different girls. There's girls like me, and then there's girls like her. But I'm saying that to say, I think that girls are in a space where everybody, especially with reality TV, and I'm gonna shut up, but I feel like people want to be famous. It's like when I was working on shows, we would sit and have these interviews, and it'd be like, just tell me what I need to say, because I need this 15 minutes of fame, and I'm going to give you all of this personality, even if it isn't real. In terms of the way we shot reality TV, we knew who didn't like who. We were shaping, we would throw people in real situation. If we knew that Marlo didn't like Erica, I'm gonna put Marlo and Erica in a room together with alcohol, and I'm not gonna tell them what to do. I'm just gonna let it play out. And you see that. But I think it ruins young girls in the sense of they look at these girls and they think this is what I should aspire to be. You could see it. Lace front, lashes, starter pack. Like, that's the starter pack. Like, to whatever this is. And so anyway, everybody want to be a Nene Leakes or like a, that kind of personality, make
Sammy
Sammy
money.
Rowland.
Yes, but let's even take it back to Kim Kardashian and Paris Hilton. Because remember, Paris Hilton and Lionel Richie's daughter had that show. And no, don't take it back that far.
I'm just saying, I think Paris Hilton, I mean, do you see what Paris Hilton do with her life? Like, that's a smart girl.
I know, no, but she had to get her life together. It wasn't until that sexual thing that came out about her that she went and got herself together. I'm proud of the girl. I'm not mad at her, but I do have a problem with people like Kim Kardashian, because I'm sorry. I'm just sorry. So what is the double standard for that? Because now all these girls are coming out here thinking that's all they need to do to get their money. And I just have a problem.
They've been shown the pathway. Kim
is.
Kardashian has no natural talent or skill. She cannot even dance. Y'all remember Prince made her go sit her ass down because she couldn't shake her big fat booty. Like, she couldn't do it with Prince.
I think that Kim has a talent.
Well, her talent is getting the bag. Like, obviously, she has a talent. But what I'm saying is, it used to be when I was a kid, right? The idea was, can you do a thing, right? If you can't do one of these talent things, act, sing, dance, create, then you needed to go a route where you could go into business or you could go into a medical field, right? Now there's this new field of really nothingness that has been created, and I appreciate it. I'm not hating on people getting the money, but what I'm saying is that there is a direct line between this culture of creating absolutely nothing except maybe a little bit of chaos along the way, and where we are as far as derelict behavior in culture everywhere. I don't want you dancing over my brunch, my dude. Like, go catch the dance floor. If my eggs are here, I don't want your ass twerking. And I don't think that I'm asking too much, right? But this reality show behavior has left the screen and it has come into our everyday world. And I think that people should be pushing back against that. I think that when the girls are twerking in front of your eggs at the buffet, it's all right for you to tap her on the shoulder and say, sis, won't you go to the open floor space because my eggs are here. But the problem is, what we all know is that reality TV has taught us to react. So you may get your own mimosa thrown in your face if you ask a person to conduct themselves properly. So I don't know how we get back to decorum as Black people. I know some people feel like, oh, you just worry about what white people say. No, me not wanting your ass shaking over my eggs is not asking a lot. They ain't got nothing to do with white people. They got to do with regular.
Baby, as I recall, my mama would say something like, sit your fast tail down. And on that note, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. This is good. This is real good.
Fly Nubian Money is now on Spotify. Yes, yes, yes. We are on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, you can listen to us. All you have to do is search Fly Nubian Money and we will appear. All of our episodes. Make sure that you leave a 5-star rating and review so other people that come along and are looking for a good show to watch, they'll follow us too. If you are interested in being on Fly Nubian Money, sorry, I don't have any spaces. I'm just playing. If you are interested in being a queen or a king on Fly Nubian Money for the day, please reach out to me. I'm at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Also, if you need help with your business, go ahead and send me an email for that too. Okay. I've said enough. Now back to the show.
Somewhere around here, I got a magical wand, and I'm going to pull that out one day where I've confined it so I can tell you about this magical email address that we have, because we do all the things. We do all the things. First of all, if you need help with your business, you got goals for 2025, and you know you are spreading yourself thin. You can't do everything by yourself. You got to learn to delegate. Go on and send that email to info@realvirtual.net. Now, let me spell that for you. info@REELVIRTUAL.net. Go on and get you some help with that so that you can focus on the other things that are more important than the things that you can delegate. Now, listen, don't you march into 2025 without putting us on your Spotify list. And we've been telling you this all year. Right? So if we're not on your Spotify list, it needs to be there today. And when you get over there, make sure that you give us a 5-star rating so that people can find us. Because sometimes I just be going through them podcasts and like, ooh, this one look good, this one look good. And if it's got a 5-star rating, then I'm going to stop and listen. So help us out on that, fam. We really need you. But now we get ready to dig back into this, and we have a different take. So we have another video that we're going to look at. We're going to get out of... And we're going to look at another video to see what other people are saying about this, because we all have our ideas. But what is this younger generation saying? Let's check this out.
So he knows I'm going to lunch.
He knows
He knows my vibe. He knows how I like to move, and he only sent $30.
I'm not going to bend over backward for a man that is just sending whatever he can. But if I'm talking to him, next time I'm out and he says, oh, you need something for lunch, I'm going to tell him, it's okay. Somebody already sent me $100.
Okay. If we're being completely honest, right here, right now, we've all eaten lunch for $30.
Yes.
Let's start
100%.
Wait, cute little cafe spot, baby.
I'm
$17.99.
gonna snap us to get something popping, but
we're not saying that we're ungrateful.
Right.
Food is food on the table. However, you know what the standard is.
Correct.
Me in that situation, handling it with grace. Thank you so much, baby. I'm so appreciative. I'm gonna still take a picture of that bill and I'm gonna send it to him. Thank you for the 30. That was the tip.
Also, men, if you know that you cannot give $30 or if it's hard for you to give, then you need to date within
Date.
You
not
can
date.
No, you can.
Do not date.
But date with the woman that number one
date.
does not have that expectation, or number two, it's in that range.
So he knows.
All right, now I got all sorts of questions to ask, but Joe, I'm gonna throw this to you first. Should women date within their financial bracket? And how do you think they know this before they even get to this point? You just gonna ask, you gonna pay for $30 if I ask you are you gonna give me $100 for lunch before you even get to know the girl's name? I just want to know, should women and men try to date within their own financial bracket?
No. I mean, you can date wherever you want to date. Look, value, again, is what someone is willing to pay you for whatever. You know what I mean? If someone wants to pay you an exceptional amount of money for your time, that is your value. But you have to be willing to take disappointment when you find out that, nobody's willing to pay you for what you think you're worth. So nobody wants to give you $100 for lunch or any of the other things or take you anywhere because, you don't bring any value to the situation. But listen, as lame as that female sounded, there's 5 lames that are willing to give her $100 for that lunch. So if she can get it, go get it and let them folks be happy together.
together. Right? Okay. That's a really good take on it. I'd like to know I'm starting off on a good foot, period. I don't want to start off rocky. So I'm going to ask you, Erica, do you think that the dating pool is different for high earners versus low earners?
I think the dating pool is just messy altogether. Not even based upon financial or socioeconomic. It's just messy. Everybody wants something, but everybody doesn't want to give anything. Everybody wants to go in wanting to take, but nobody wants to go in ready to pour because they've been depleted from previous relationships. It's just a cesspool of messy. And it's scary out here, to be quite honest. I've actually been outside for the last few weeks, and I'm gonna pack it up. I'm going back in for the last few days of the year because it's scary out here. It's scary out here. I talked to a couple of guys that I know, male friends that I hadn't seen in a while, and two men that are in two domestic relationships where they have children with a woman, and they put the woman's name on the deed of the house, and now the women don't want to be with them and they're trying to take the houses from them. Two separate men. I couldn't believe it, but they have a preference. So,
Wow. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry at all that I'm not in that situation. I'm so happy I was married. Look, I feel like I'm mad. And I'm okay with it because I am not going back into this at all. Tiara, so do you think that it's okay to prioritize financial gain in a relationship?
I think every woman wants to be provided for to some extent. We don't want to go into a situation thinking struggle love, right? I want struggle love no matter what. Like at some age, you just be like, I don't want that. I want to enjoy life. I want to enjoy life with someone else. But depending on who you meet, you might meet somebody who's a young lawyer who's in law school, or you might meet a man who is on his way up. You might be on your way up. It's really about the build versus like, what can I get from this person? I mean, in my perspective, but if we can go back to the music, I don't know how I got caught up listening to Suki Hana, but in one of the songs, she literally says that they got to pay for PUSSY. Like men have to pay for she's a food stamp hoe. She all of these things. So women are literally saying, if you give me some money, I will have sex with you. And so somebody just said that a few minutes ago, that it's giving prostitution vibes. It is. It's like women don't have any, they're not, it's not.
Where is your goals? Where is your ambitions for yourself other than just money? That is a very scary thought.
Just respect for themselves to just say because to an extent you're saying I can be bought. Those young ladies are saying I can be bought. If you give me $100,
a lot of men will date those women. They will deal with them. They'll give the $200 and $300 lunches. But what ends up happening is when they actually want a relationship and they try to deal with a real woman, they can't. They don't have the skill set of communication. They don't have the skill set of partnership. They don't know how to date. They don't even know how to be in relationship or communicate or partnership. So it's strange that when they go from that, they've depleted themselves, and then they come over to, want to be with a regular, normal individual, and they just don't know how.
And then at this point, what life skills and what do you also have to offer other than what you think your body is? Listen, there is a difference between pride of yourself and hoeing yourself out. I'm sorry. It's very clear to me what your intentions are. If that's all you think you're worth, baby girl, it's time for you to go and talk to Joe. All right. It's time for you to go and sit down on his couch and understand that you are worth more than your body. You have more to offer. You are here for a life purpose, a life journey, and that whether that's to be rich or whatever, but you have something to offer other than what your body and what's in between your legs. Now I'm talking like I am my mama, because that's what my mama told me, and that's what she instilled in me, and that's how she taught me to be a young lady. Young ladies do this, young ladies do that. No, young ladies don't do this. And I saw by example. Where are the examples for these young ladies, Marlo? Do you think that they have examples to go off of, since we've talked about social media and reality TV? Where are their examples?
I think some of them have examples and they don't want to follow those examples. They want to follow other examples. But some of these young ladies are living what they were taught. I know a few girls that I grew up in common circles with, and that was the message. The Sukihana message was the message that the grandmothers and the aunties and their mothers were giving them. You don't open your legs without giving up some money. If he, and so if you're hearing that when you're a young girl, I'm talking about these conversations were around when I was 13, 14 years old. If you're hearing that from adult women and they're saying that sex is transactional, that's what you're going to learn. That's not what my direct family members were saying, right? We had people that were married and all the things, but I definitely had friends who had single mothers who were telling them, and grandmothers who were telling them, if he's going to give it, don't get up with a wet ass and an empty pocket. That was the instruction, right? And so I think that if that's what you're taught, then that's how you gonna roll when you get out there. And I'm not saying all these young ladies are, but I've experienced it, myself secondhand, just through friendships and seeing the types of things that are taught in certain families. So yeah, I think absolutely some of these girls are doing exactly what they were taught to do. This is granny's doctrine passed on to mama, passed on to me, right? And this is what it is. And I think others are getting that information from these chat rooms, and they getting that information from, Reddit threads. There's Reddit threads about how to be a hoe. There's a TikTok genre that's 304 TikTok, right? Where these girls are teaching you how, Eddie Murphy used to have a skit on Saturday Night Live, and he would come out and he'd say, "You want to be a hoe? I want to be a hoe." And then there was a number for you to call, 800 number, so that you could be a hoe, right? And so I think that that's back. It's back in a different form. There's whole tutorials out here. And I think that we're living with the freedom and unlimited information access that the internet presents to us. And so, we just in here. Hoes, holy hoes, unholy hoes. Everybody just in here commingling, used to be hoes, never was a hoe, but thought about it 2 times. Like, we just all in here together, hanging out, trying to figure out what's going on in the world.
Well, okay, we're talking about the young ladies, all right, because that's what the focus is. We're talking about the young ladies and who the ones are doing this. But I actually want to ask you, Joe, because you are a father of a young man. How would you instruct your son when it comes to dating, when he comes up against things like this? What would be your fatherly advice to him as a young man?
So a young woman who believes that there is a price on her love and affection or even her time is probably scarred, more than likely. So there's that. You need to be able to look out for that. And any man or that feels like he should be able to buy a woman's time and affection is probably scarred too. So, like you're dealing with, 2 emotionally broken people. So if my son was to come across that, then I'm going to be honest with him and let him know, like, these are the signs. Okay. These are the signs of an unhealthy mind. And these are the signs of, what you actually want to look for in a woman who is whole and healthy. And if you are, if you feel uncomfortable in any way, if your emotions make you feel like you want to run away from this situation, or you feeling anxiety about your ability to keep up with this woman and her needs and her desires, then that's probably not the woman for you, because no situation is supposed to make you feel anxious or out of your body. And if it does, then that's a signal that you need to listen to, because either something is wrong with the situation or something is wrong with you, and we're going to talk about it. So that's the way I'm going with it.
I think that's great advice. And I always like to hear the male perspective, because all of us here, we've all heard from female perspectives, either aunties, mamas, or combination. We have all been taught by that. I'm proud to say that my village taught me in that manner. Now, I may have been singing Nasty Girl in the mirror in my bedroom, but I sure in the hell wasn't doing it out in the street. All right. Okay. So, Erica, does focusing on money distract from finding true love?
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And honestly, I don't think people are focused on love. I think people are, I've seen ministers in the last 24, 36 hours, believe it or not, on TikTok say marry for money. I've seen so many therapists that say marry for money. People are not focused on loving one another. They're focused on getting a bag, getting their security. It's almost as if we are unaware of how to take care of ourselves, on how to provide for ourselves. So I can't take care of me, so I can't take care of you as a good partner. However, when I get here, I just really need you to take care of me. So people are being so selfish. They don't know how to give into a partnership. So that's why you have so many divorces. That's why it's like marriage is a fad. It's like, oh, I'll just divorce you. Or let's get married, but let's have a prenup. There are many women that want a prenup so that they can have that 70% clause in there. So if they get tired of him, or, they'll encourage him or ignore him to mess up so that, he can get into that booby trap, and I can collect my 70%, go hang with my girls, and then I can start this facade all over again. So this is how you get people hopping from relationship to marriage and partnership, relationship to marriage to partnership. It's like a full dance that they do. And you can't possibly love yourself if that's what you're doing, if you're looking to marry somebody for money. Don't get me wrong, I don't want anybody to marry that's going to be a burden either. Like, let's carry equal weight here so that we can actually build something. But I don't want to get married so that I can just be taken care of, just take care of me. It's like, well, what do you do for your own personal goals? What do you do for your moral compass? What do you do to make yourself feel good? And it's like, oh, I shop, I drink, I have $100 lunches. It's like, that's just not reality. It really is just not reality. I mean, even, your socialites of the world, even they have philanthropic efforts where they raise money and they do different events. They don't just go have $100 lunches. It's crazy.
Exactly. And even if you're doing expense reports for some of these corporations, they're going to questionize you on $100. Even they'll questionize you on a $30 lunch. So I'm just telling you, this is not realistic to what the world is. And we have to get back to things that are going to uplift, that are going to teach this next generation. And with that, we have the perfect thing for you. We have launched Fly Nubian Money Club. And this is going to help you with so many different skills. Listen, you are learning from the best. And right now we have a 30-day trial. I was blessed enough to say that I did the first one a couple of weeks ago, and we talked about real estate. But guess who you got next? You've got Constance Carter. And she's going to be teaching this Saturday, first class of 2025, y'all. You better start out right. She is teaching the roadmap to 6 or 7. I didn't just say 6. 7. Sheben. She is going to teach you the roadmap to getting those figures. Now, you want to get in on this now. We've already got Fly Nubian, money on the website, but we're taking this a little bit further, and we are educating you one-on-one. You are getting all the knowledge poured into you because we believe in you that much. We want to see you succeed. We want to see your financial wheelhouse grow. We want to see your money tree flourish. So make sure that you sign up with FlyNubianMoneyClub.com. Go ahead and do it now so you do not miss Constance's class this Saturday. And it's usually Saturday at 10 a.m. Am I correct? 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Go on and get your notebooks. You already went out and bought all them journals because you're writing down goals anyway. So go on and put one of them aside for this class. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go back and watch the one that I did so you can have 2 for 1. All right. So go ahead and do that today, right now. FlyNubianMoneyClub.com. Now, We have had a very high-spirited, we've had very good conversation. We have visited us getting a little bit maturer. I will not say older, mature. I'm getting finer with winer. Thank you very much. We've talked about music. We've talked about expectations. We talked about generations. But, you know, in the end, we all have something good to say at the end. What are some uplifting words? What are your final thoughts and where we can find you? Now, your assignment is when I call people up and they tell you where to find them, you're supposed to stop and go find them and follow them. All right. So I'm going to start with you, Joe. What are your final thoughts and where can we find you?
My final thoughts, I'm going to spend a little time, you know, to all the ladies in the place with style and grace. And wishing my heavily happy birthday to my mother. It's her birthday today. And I want to acknowledge her, especially in the midst of this topic, because she was a woman who carried herself with style and class and grace at all times. And I'm really, me and my sister talk about all the time how grateful we are that we never got to witness her social media era. Although it would be great to have her here with us, but you know, she was a very, very beautiful woman, and we got a lot of. I personally got a lot of comments from people all the time looking at my mama. So, and as far as to other young ladies out there in the generation that's coming up behind us, you know, it's really okay to, you know, you set the standard. I don't know if you understand this yet, but you set the standard. The kind of females they're looking for, you don't have to be that. You know, you can put on some clothes and, you know, and be stylish and be graceful and still look beautiful. And there's a market out there and an appreciation for that. So, you know, and if you're having troubles understanding who you are and the kind of man you want and the kind of relationship you want for yourself, then come talk to me at realuconsulting.com. That's the letter U. Or you can find me on social media. Just type in my name. And if you want to send me a little $30 there's my Cash App right there too. I'll have lunch on you appreciatively for $30. I'll eat all week on that 30.
I feel you, because I will make it at home and eat good all week. Thank you very much. So make sure that you go and follow Joe and listen, he's got room for you. All right. So if you really are looking for some personal development, some growth, you want to tackle some things in your life that maybe you've been carrying a little too long, you want to make sure that you reach out to Joe, because I can tell you he helps with heart. You can tell right here on the show he has the heart for you. So go to someone who's going to help you get to your best self, because everybody needs a little help sometimes. I do. Been in therapy for 2 years now. Okay. Erica, where is your final thoughts and where can we find you?
Oh my goodness, final thoughts. Ladies, you know what? Sometimes you just have to love yourself just a little bit more, because how you love yourself is how you'll treat others, and how you love you teaches people how to love you. So it's really important that you're not focused on getting $200 and $300 or this elaborate amount of money for lunch. Feed yourself. Take yourself out for lunch. Maybe go to the grocery store and actually cook yourself something for lunch. But when we start putting our worth based upon a dollar amount that a man can give us, it really makes you sit down and wonder, where are we in society? Where are we in our thought processes about ourselves? My name is Erica Lewis. I'm the author of Faith in Transition. You can find me at faithintransition.com. You can also find me on all social medias at Miss Erica Renee.
We missed you so much, Erica.
Missed you too. I've been in these streets.
We're so proud of you. We glad you're coming in out the streets, though.
I'm coming inside. We're safe. It's not safe. It's just not safe.
So make sure that you go and follow Erica, because she's got a lot of good stuff. You heard that in her final thoughts, right? So you know you want some more of that. Go see that sparkle over there and follow her. All right, Marla, what is your final thoughts and where can we find you?
My final thought is your worth is just that. So if you feel like you deserve a high dollar big dog, go get it. But you're not going to find him where you find the little penny puppies. Okay. So if you think you're high value, you need to be in those spaces so that you can get the results that you are looking for. For the rest of us, live your life, man. Life is too short to be out here trying to mimic other people's lives. Life is too short to be out here looking at somebody else's life, and instead of being grateful for everything that's in your life, wishing you had their life. Because I could guarantee you that there are some things in their life that they wish they could exchange with you. Be kind to people, be good to people. We're moving into a new year. Take advantage of some of these classes that the Fly Nubian Money group, the kings and the queens are providing for you, because it's valuable information that'll help you buy your own $30 lunch. And then you ain't even worried. You're not even checking the Cash App because you got the cash on you. If you're looking for me, my name is Marlo Layson. I create content on the web that is written and video under my name. You can also find me on Instagram. I'm Ora Marlo. That's my name, backward, forward with an underscore on the end. At the beginning of the year, I'm embarking on a challenge. I'm going to try to compete and qualify for an amateur bodybuilding competition. So I invite all of you to follow me on Instagram. My journey will start at the top of the year. I'll be eating different. I'll be sharing my workouts with you. I'll be sharing my pain with you. And as my body changes, I'll be sharing that with you as well. And that's it. Be blessed as we move into this new year. Leave these gender wars behind us, y'all. Don't cross this mess over into 2024. Find something else to fuss about, because this one, y'all done killed this. I'm done with it. I don't want it no more.
She said it's murdered. It's murdered. It's done. It's over. We're not carrying none of that baggage into 2025. We are done. I'm excited for your journey, Marlo. I am so stalking you. I am so excited, and I'm going to try to follow as best as I can with what you do. And I may not be able to do it 100%, but maybe if I could just at least do 50%, I do pretty good.
I actually trained to compete as well. So call me if you need something.
Wow. See? Look at this. Look at this family, y'all. Look at this family. Ain't we beautiful? We so beautiful.
I want you to get past week 13. I didn't make it. I'm pulling for you. I didn't make it.
The dreaded 13, right? We're going to push you over, Marla. We're going to push you over 13.
We're going to push you over. I literally want you to make it. When I had 13 weeks left, and then I just crumbled. So when we get to week 13, I am like, let's go, Marlo.
Get them pom-poms ready. So, Tiara, what is your final thoughts, and where can we find you?
Yeah. As a former reality TV producer, I see the similarities between social media and reality TV. In that world, you can create anything you want. And I think that the more and more I see the internet, the more I think that people are creating things that aren't real. I think that we're living in such a weird reality where we don't know what's real, AI, if our lives are real or whatever. And it's so interesting. So, for some of us, we really want to hold on to those things that feel genuine, that are real life. Like, in this new year, I want to spend less time in this fake world and spend more time with people and loving on people and just getting real experiences. No, nobody, in real life, like, as long as if somebody wants to take me out to lunch, I think it's about the experience, not necessarily what, I'm gonna be eating like Marlo because she sent me her nutrition. So I ain't gonna be eating sugar and dessert and all the things anyway. But I mean, I just think it's about time shared. I think that love is the most important thing. And I don't know if these young ladies are looking for love or confusing money and love, but it's not the same thing. And I don't think you'll get what you're looking for asking somebody for $30 or asking somebody for $100 versus $30. Like, I think his intentions were great. I want to get to know you. Let me just send you some money just to show you I'm thinking about you. He don't even know you. He's never seen you before. And he's sending you money that he's worked hard for. Come on, ma'am. Like, stop. So I just think that, at some point, hopefully we can understand that these things are not real. And we want to hold on to things that are real. Or hopefully y'all want to hold on to things that are real. So my name is Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood. I am the co-creator of the Fly Nubian Money Club. I help entrepreneurs. I take all the skills that I learned in Hollywood and help entrepreneurs apply those things to their business. We do a little bit of everything. Our clients range from, I work with everybody, right? Just helping them take it to the next level. I'm also, like I said, the creator of the Fly Nubian Money Club. So like Lala said, Constance is coming this Saturday. It's going to be amazing. I can't wait to see it. I mean, we just want to bring in top experts for you to really learn and for us all to take it to the next level, because there's things that we all can learn from one another. So I'm excited about this training. Please sign up. Please sign up. Please sign up. I encourage you, like you can come for free. It's on me. Come on down and see what we have to offer, and hopefully you stick around. So I can be found at Miss Black Hollywood across all platforms, and be blessed. Merry holiday. What is it? What's coming up, y'all? New Year.
New Year.
Merry happy New Year. Be blessed.
Yeah, because at this time I'm sitting down trying to figure out what day is it again?
Right.
We're in that gray zone. Listen, Tiara does all of the things, guys. She is so excited about everything that we're doing. She produces this show. She's put together this club. She knows these things. She's so excited to share them with you. Why not take that journey? When you have someone who sparkles like that, catch a little bit of that shine. Make sure you also go and follow her on her social media. She's got a lot of great things coming up as well, personal goals. And here's going to be my final thoughts. I'm going to divert a little bit from this and give you a personal message from me. This will be my last show of 2024, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in 2025. But here's my message to you that is a very personal one. We are now in a season, it's okay, where people are out partying, drinking, and driving. There is no reason under the sun you should ever get behind the wheel after you've had one drink. Even one drink can tip you over, where you can affect someone else's lives by killing someone else on the road. I know this is a part of my life. I lost my 2 baby sisters January 15, 2023 to a drunk driver, all because she was too selfish enough to just stay home. You can drink, that's fine. Have fun, party, Happy New Year. But don't put yourself in a situation where you can lose your life and also take the lives of others. It is not worth it. Uber, sleep at a friend's house, sleep it off, but put the keys down and never get behind the wheel drunk or buzzed or high, because I wish this pain on no one. So don't do it to yourself and others. That is my message to you today. And I hope that you really enjoyed this show. You can find me at bit.ly, Laura Key Info. And I have all of my information there. I get a little emotional when I talk about that, but you can find all of my information there. But, we had a really great show, and it was a great conversation. And we unpacked a lot of layers about financial expectations and dating. Where did we go wrong? How do we help the next generation? But it's up to each of us to find a balance that works for our values and our relationships. But let's remember that respect, effort, and communication really matter just as much as dollar signs. And I want to say thank you to our panel, Tiara, Joe, Marlo, and Erica, for sharing your perspectives. And thank you for tuning in to us. And join us next time, tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Fly Nubian Money, because what do? We help you master your mindset and maximize your money. So until then, stay true to yourself, stay wise with your wallet, and stay open to love. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Hey, everybody. What's up? It's your Fly Nubian Money, where we help you to master your mindset and maximize your your money. So today we are addressing a profound loss in the music industry and our community. He was definitely a great contributor to both. Mr. Irv Gotti, the visionary. He was a co-founder of Murder Inc. Records. Recently, Somebody got emergency broadcast system on their thing? Who is that? Everybody mute yourself because there's emergency broadcast going on at somebody's house and I don't even know. Okay, so today we're going to explore these factors about the cultural norms and systemic disparities and personal apprehensions around our health challenges. And we're going to discuss actionable steps because that's what this is about, and strategies so that we can promote better health. Now, we have the experts who are here who are going to help us dive through. We have all the right people who are going to help us dive through all of this stuff. We have so now I can go this way. So we have, you notice that they didn't change it around and now we don't have to. Okay, so now we got Vanessa Gopal. This lady she has a master's, not an AA, not a bachelor's. She got a master's, not a certificate in public policy. And she's going to bring all the things. She's so smart. And I love being on panels with you, girlfriend. Then we have Mr. Dr. Joe. He is a licensed family therapist, and he's going to bring it from, I guess, maybe a black male perspective. I don't even know. I don't know. We never know what we're going to get. And then we have Dr. Felice, the b.big.coach.com, and I'm loving the Miss America wave. Yes. And we have to have a medical doctor. So we brought in y'all, not only is she a medical doctor, listen, she is a psychic. She is a stand-up comedian. She is she can tell your future, deliver your baby, and make you laugh all in one whop. So we got Dr. Charm here, and she's going to come. She's going to tell us all about the things that we need to know medically. So we have a well-rounded panel today. And oh, by the way, it's so funny because, listen, Boyce Watkins, all you got to do is a quick Google search. That's what I did. When I see the comment, I went to Google to see, what nationality Irv Gotti really was. All you got to do is go to Google. I have a TED Talk that's called Google That Shit. All you got to do is GTS, and you can find out that the man was black. He's black. It's so funny when people say that. I mean, even if he wasn't African-American, I just want to give you a quick history lesson real quick before we go in. Do you know that the boats went in different places? It went to Cuba. It went to the island of Dominica. It went to all of these different places. They are still, guess what? Black. Even though they say, I Dominican, I know black. Guess what they are? Black. These people are black. So anyway, he wasn't even Dominican though. They said he was mistaken for a Dominican. He was actually, his grandfather was Filipino and black. He's a black man. But first, let's get into this video. I want to look at this video and then we're going to talk about it. And then, the main thing is, what's the solutions? Because this seems to be a problem. Y'all remember, I know everybody on this because we all black and we all of a certain age. You remember this saying? You don't believe fat meat is greasy. Y'all remember that? Irv Gotti didn't know fat meat was greasy. And, and unfortunately, he succumbed as a result. So let's look at the video.
Irv Gotti's final moments were spent playing poker and eating Chinese food before a massive stroke took his life. His brother just revealed the shocking details about what really happened that night. The music mogul never took his health seriously. He barely went to doctors and even denied being diabetic when they finally diagnosed him. This stubbornness would ultimately lead to his downfall. The stroke that hit him was hemorrhagic, meaning a blood vessel burst in his brain. It wasn't just bad luck. It was the result of years of ignoring warning signs and medical advice. 6 months before his death, he had already suffered a first stroke linked to his diabetes. The hip-hop community lost a legend, and the funeral was packed with icons like Jay-Z, Fat Joe, Ja Rule, and Ashanti. They all came to pay their respects to the man who shaped the music industry. But here's the real tragedy. This could have been prevented. Gotti's brother says it straight up. If Irv had just taken care of himself and listened to his doctors, things might have been different. It's a wake-up call about taking health seriously, no matter how successful or busy you are. Sometimes the biggest battles aren't in the music industry. They're with ourselves and our own habits.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. So that's literally, he didn't think that fat meat was greasy because he kept eating it. And then somebody said in the comments that MSG is the worst. Like health-wise, it's the worst. Where's Dr. Dr. Charm? What's going on with Dr. Charm? So Vanessa, what was your thoughts when you learned that, he succumbed to that? And yeah, what was your thoughts?
I thought he was very young. I think I was kind of blown away, especially at this point in life. I'm like, wow, that's really young. But, you know, I've dealt with family members, specifically my dad, who have really had a hard time kicking things like diabetes, high blood pressure. We forget that food, some of our habits like drinking, it's an addiction. And then I think it's also a reflection, which I'm sure both of the doctors can speak to that on the panel today, is that in addition to like my father, he would cope drinking. He went to Vietnam War. And so I think this cycle of like bad habits is promoted when you have like mental health issues, when you're dealing with stuff. In addition, that's kind of what they push off to us for years. We've been fed this fried food, and you know, all that stuff's addiction. Sugar, fried foods, all that stuff is addiction, and then you're not educated about it on top of it. So those were my first thought. It kind of reminded me of my experience with some of my family members, specifically with my father.
Yeah, that's actually that's a good direction to go. Joe, have you had anybody in your family that may have lost their life or a limb to, you know, diabetes? You're muted. Okay, we can't hear you. Okay, what about you, Felice?
So I know of people who have passed away because of diabetes, heart disease. My daughter's grandfather, he lost limbs due to diabetes. So it's really hard to see how many Black people are affected by this. It's devastating in the Black community. And, you know, for whatever reason, you know, there's a lot of reasons why people just are not taking it as serious as they can. But I think people are trying to do better. But like Vanessa said, addiction is real. And people forget that food addiction is probably even harder to let go of than drug addiction or alcohol addiction, because food is so normalized in society. You know, like everything we do is around food. Like people like, let's get together and let's go get something to eat. Like they don't say, let's get together and go for a hike. You know, everything is around food. And some of it too is that's the way that we express love. Mm-hmm. And so how can something be addictive when its expression comes from a place of and space of love? Yeah. And so, you know, it's hard. It's a hard addiction for us to break.
Yeah. When you say that, that reminded me, one of my Net 7 sisters, she talks about that very thing. She talks about it in her book. But she's also Victoria Monet's mom. But one of the things that she was saying was that that's how they express themselves through food. And then over a course of the period of time, she saw her grandfather lose a toe, and then the foot, and then the ankle, and then it happened to her mom. And then she got it, and she was on her way. She was like, whoa, we got to do something. I got to do something different. And what many people don't know is diabetes type 2 is reversible. You know, Black people don't really understand that. You can change it. You don't have to die from it, because if you think about it, people don't die from diabetes. They die from the complications as a result of diabetes. They die from the heart disease and the hypertension and the kidney failure. Those are the things that happen as a result of you having diabetes. But for you, Joe, mic check. We good?
I think so. We good?
Yeah, we good. Yeah. So have you had anybody in your family that lost a limb or a life?
Yeah, for sure. My grandmother was diabetic. Her brother was diabetic, and they chopped his leg off. I chopped both his legs off, and he spent the rest of his life in a wheelchair. So yeah, we have that running in our family for sure.
Yeah. What about you, Dr. Cham? I mean, you come from a medical background, and I'm sure you've seen this a lot. You're a holistic health professional, right? And she is frozen. Damn, I really wanted to hear what she had to say, because, you know, we want to hear from, you know, a medical professional on this, because like I said, diabetes is reversible for me, you know. Okay, switch devices and come back, baby. Are you good? Yeah, switch devices and come back. Hopefully you'll be good to go. For me, I've had people like my mom. I think she now has diabetes, and I'd be like, yo, mama, you know, okay, why you over here big backing? Yo, that's how I talk to her. You ain't gonna be walking around here without a toe, you know. But it is very simple. It's just like, you know, take sugar out of your diet. You know, watch what you eat in moderation. I'm so grateful that when I go to the doctor, I go every 6 months. And if you're at that age where they're asking you all these questions and you're like, no. And then every time I say no, I'd be like, oh, thank you, Jesus. No, thank you, Jesus. Because we're of a certain age where all of these things can be happening to us. But I think what Black people really have to realize is that we can change what we do, but somebody said it's cultural. It's I love what you said, Dr. Felice. Like, we don't talk about, hey, let's get together and go for a hike. Negroes will look at you crazy. What you mean go for a hike? If you don't get over here and eat some of this fried chicken and these hog maws and quit playing. But to that point, Dr. Felice, what cultural factors actually discourage Black men from seeking medical care on a regular basis? Why aren't they going to the doctor?
Well, one valid reason is trust. Black men used to be used as guinea pigs for experimentation, like the syphilis and Tuskegee. So, like, you have those kind of things where even for us, for Black women as well, we really don't trust the healthcare professionals.
For good reason.
For good reasons. We don't believe that they have our best interests at heart. And so people are really fearful and skeptical, especially, and another reason is especially because we don't have a lot of healthcare professionals that look like us. And so now they're having to go into these Harvard medical schools and teach these people of other races and ethnicities how to be able to relate to us, so that they can learn how to empathize and give us compassionate care. And so, and that's deep. So we have that thing. And then, from slavery, we were given the scraps. And so we figured out how to make it and live off of the not healthy parts of food. And so if you think about that, centuries, right, of acculturated practices, and then you tell us one day, don't eat like that no more. Like, really? You know what I mean? Like, seriously, when it's probably in our DNA, to come out the womb, like in fat, fat, and sugar. So then you tell us all of a sudden not to do something that has been ingrained in our very culture, right?
Yeah.
And then what we don't do too is that we don't teach our children out the gate how to appreciate and be able to eat well, because that's the key. If you can train your children how to eat well and create that routine, well, that's what they want to do. They want to eat salads. They want to eat green things. They don't necessarily need sugar in order to exist. And so I think all of those things play a role.
Yeah, they do. And then how are we in 2025 still eating chitlins? Like, is the crazy thing, because they still at the groceries. They grocery store people still buying them for New Year's. You still eating chitlins? Oh, Lord.
I cook them.
God bless her. God bless her life. God bless this lady's life. We're going to kick her off the screen just. You should have why would you even admit something like that?
My husband, he has to have a good chitlin, like either Thanksgiving or Christmas. But guess what?
Don't tell me that you didn't clean them, you didn't bleach them. Don't tell me how clean pig shit is. Don't tell me how well you didn't clean pig shit. And when you talk about the scraps, like, that's like an insult of what they're like, here, you ain't nothing but an animal. Take these scraps and take this pig shit needed. And of course, we've taken it, we made it into something, and it's been passed down generation to generation. But in 2025, Dr. Felice, I need you to change it. I need you to make a pledge today.
No, seriously.
No, not once a year, not months a year, not nuts a year. No. Dr. Felice, no.
Okay. I hear you. No, absolutely. And I'm taking you seriously, right? Because you're absolutely right. Like, the change starts with me.
We have to.
It starts with us, and we have to do that. And so, I'm gonna talk to my husband. I'm like, look,
y'all got
you, man. Find an alternative to them things. I'll try.
Because think about it. Because listen, the very thing that we're talking about, Dr. Felice, you are in straight violation. We talk about black men's health, like all the things. And you go say, well, my husband, he love a good chitlin. Like, are you really serious right now? Oh my God. You need a whooping. What are you doing? Oh my, yo. Listen, Tiara's back there smoking weed right now. Like, it's a whole mess on this stage. Dr. Charma, like, we having technical difficulties. And then Dr. Felice says she cooked her husband chitlins. What is going on today? We gonna go to commercial and we gonna be right back. We gonna have our shit together.
Woo! It's a good show right here. But I'm biased. If you are just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. My name is Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I'm the proud producer of this show because it is lit. If you want to receive notifications for when we go live Monday through Friday, 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All you have to do is text the word Queens to 87948. That's Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. Also, if you want to grow your money and not blow your money, all you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, there's courses, there's free giveaways. There's just no reason to be broke in 2025. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. Obviously, you don't want to be entertained here. You want to know enough to grow. Wait, I need to put that on a shirt. You got to know to grow. Got to know to grow. So know and grow with flynubianmoney.com.
Okay, so outside of the chitlin comment, Dr. Felice had some really, really valid points. I mean, she did. So please don't overlook everything else. One of the things she said that I think is very important. She still has credibility here, y'all. You know I love her. I do. I love her. I love her. For real. But one of the things that you said was that we're afraid of, we're afraid to go to the doctor. Like, men are afraid for very good reason. Listen, I read the book Medical Apartheid by Harriet Johnson, I believe it is. And what she talks about is the, not just the Tuskegee experiments, but you also had the father of gynecology who was using Black women as lab rats so that they could make gynecology medicine easier for white women. There's been so many instances, even how they're trained in medical school, where they say that Black tolerance, our pain tolerance is higher than everybody else's. There's so many misconceptions, and there's so many reasons why we should. And then you have only 5% of the medical profession that are Black doctors. And then you have, like, on the other hand, I was just sharing yesterday how Elon Musk said that DEI, and if you've seen that damn video with Elon Musk and Don Lemon, is hilarious, because that's when he kicked Don Lemon off of X, because he was asking him, okay, what's this whole idea about DEI and doctors? Well, he got started. I just think that if, we use DEI to lower our standards, then what's going to happen is, how are they going to be able to do that? He says, but that's not true. Like, Black, in fact, and he was tiptoeing. He wasn't really hitting them with the zingers like he could have, because he could have really given them a history lesson. But in fact, white doctors have done more malpractices than anybody. With us having only 5% of medical professionals in the industry, and even less back then, we still were the first to do heart surgery. We still were the first to do, blood plasma, blood transfer. We still made strides, even though we were a small percentage, right? But you do have that factor where you have people that there's no representation inside the medical field. Why do you think there's such the disparity of, especially Black men, I think, of not wanting to go to the doctor, Vanessa?
Well, I mean, all that's a valid point. And I'm just going to share an experience based on what you were saying, Constance. So I took care of my dad. I mentioned this before in other podcasts, but I took care of my dad for like a decade. When I got my dad, he was amputated below the knee. He had diabetes. He had high blood pressure, just multitude of things that just historically he just experienced out of bad habits, bad education, not knowing about food. He grew up in Selma, Alabama. So, I mean, even when I was in Alabama, hog mugs, pig feet. I remember pickled pig feet, hog head cheese. Like those are normal things, right? Culturally in some areas, right? In California, I don't see those things so much. But when I got him here, the first couple doctors that we saw were all white doctors. And I mean, they could have been cool, but I don't know. But I didn't stick around long enough to find out because I didn't
Good
like
for you.
the type of rapport that they were giving my dad because I was his advocate. The moment that we got into this program and I found him a black doctor, let me tell you something. My dad was supposed to maybe a year. He had a year to live. My dad lasted for a decade.
I
That
love
we
it.
took him off 3 or 4 medications that he was on, like for diabetes. His A1C was coming back at normal levels.
Wow.
So I think when I see which what I don't understand is when I see a black doctor, I feel more confident because I know you had to work 10 times harder to be where you are. I know that you had to jump through, and you're probably breaking hella barriers in your family. So I
Yeah.
mean, I think overall, like we need more representation of black doctors in the medical field, and I think that that would make maybe black men feel more comfortable because when your doctor is somebody who you feel comfortable with, who you trust, then you don't mind going to them. You don't mind when they give you results. You're like, did they skew the results? Did they mix them up? Are they trying to put me on a drug? Because like same thing with me. I had to keep going to see till I got to a doctor because these doctors, I feel it. Like why you wouldn't trust the system historically, and then just going to see doctors. It's just like they don't care. They want to pump you full of pharmaceutical drugs. They don't care. They're trying to get to the bag. It's the way that the system is set up doesn't work. It's not in the interest of the patient in
It's
general. So then you add another layer to being black. So I just feel like for sure we need more black doctors and black medical professionals because the experience is completely different as a black person. I think both women and especially men, because I feel like men go to the doctor way less.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, what you 100%. And statistics show that when you have a white man and a black man that will go to the same doctor for the same treatment, they will treat them very differently. They will shoot a black man out, maybe give him some aspirins, and they will run all the tests and do all of the things for the white man. Totally different treatment. And that's the reason why black people in general get diagnosed later. That's the reason why they're dying earlier, is because we don't get the same treatment, even if we do go to the doctor. And then another lady in the Net 7 Collective, she wrote this book, but she's a medical doctor. And one of the things she was saying, y'all, was that they get bonused. She said, medicine is killing us. They're feeding you poison. She is a doctor. She said, I get bonused if I give you medication. If I keep putting you on medication, I get bonus. And all it's doing is it's giving you more medication, but some other things is helping this one, but it's tearing up this. And so it's a whole system. Then, like you said, Vanessa, add being black on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
System is already effed up. Add being black on top of that.
I knew we had the right doctor when her goal is I want to get him off of some of these medications. Like I was like, oh, okay. And when we talk about type 2 diabetes and changing the trajectory of it equating to like death, unfortunately, I got my dad a little bit too late, but
you did 10 years, girl. You did great.
10 years. But what we were able to turn around was his kidney function. We were able to turn around his high blood pressure and how aggressive diabetes was.
Yeah.
And we turned that around solely 99% with food, changing the way that he ate. So I think it's imperative but we have to teach our children very young too.
Yeah, that part. I got to do better with that. I got to do better with that because I still bring the Oreos in and the snacks in and the fruit snacks and shut up and take, just keep you quiet, and I need to do better. I don't eat it, but I bring it in for my kids. So now I'm creating the same habit. So thank you for saying that, because for me, and then you also said that, Dr. Felice, is that we just got to do better with what we're bringing our kids. I just figure, they'll figure it out at some point. They don't want to be, but they're not. They learn from what we teach them. Let's go to break and then we'll continue the conversation.
I know you're busy. You got things to do, and you can't take us on the go with you every single day. Good news for you. We are now on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, now you can listen to us on Spotify. Search Fly Nubian Money and all the episodes shall appear. All you have to do is like, subscribe, leave a 5-star rating, leave some comments, tell people how you love us so that when other people come along and are looking for a great show to watch, they can find Fly Nubian Money too. One last thing, and just in case you've been sitting under a rock, Fly Nubian Money now has an investment club. We are the Fly Nubian Money Club. It's easy. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, and I am committed to bringing in top experts from all industries to help you level up. They're teaching us the skills that we need to compete in this market. We often say that nobody is coming to save us, not the government, but guess what? We're coming to save us. I'm coming to save you with the Fly Nubian Money Club. So listen, all you have to do again is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. We have a 30-day free trial set up just for you, just for those people that are struggling. Even if you ain't struggling, you ain't got to struggle. I'm coming. Okay, let me stop playing. I'll see you soon.
Come on, Fly Nubian Money Club. She'll see you soon. This coming right here. They go for the prescriptions. I had to tell the doctor to do blood work and for other tests. And the thing about it is, Dr. Charm looks like she's smiling, and she's, Lord, my question was for you, Dr. Charm, because one of the things that Dr. Shirley from Net 7 said was that she said food is medicine. To confirm what you said, Vanessa, food is medicine. What we eat, instead of taking the medication, if we change our diet, we can actually change our life. So I'll go to you, Joe. Like, have you seen anything, just being a Black man, any disparities of the way like doctors treat you as opposed to, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you've been around white people, but do you see them like rushing you out, or, have you had to advocate for yourself?
I have, in fact, been around white people. It's incredible.
Is it?
It's an incredible.
Do they go into the room with you too, and you guys examine at the same time?
No, I'm just playing. No, listen. So I've been relatively healthy my whole life. I endured a lot of stress during that 4 or 5 year period that I was going through that legal stuff. So at the back end of that, I'm going to the doctor, and they're like, "Damn, you got high blood pressure." Okay, wow, I never had high blood pressure before. And also your kidneys are failing. You know what I mean? So the first thing they do, I'm going to see a regular doctor and I'm going to see a kidney doctor. And these two aren't even in alignment. And they're telling me different things, trying to put me on different medications and whatnot. So ultimately, I just, I'm like, I'm not, y'all can have this shit. I'm not going to go to either one of y'all, right? So that's kind of, I just ran that through to give y'all like the experience from my perspective as a Black man going to the doctor. They talk to you for 5 to 10 minutes about something serious. I mean, you're talking to a person whose father spent the last years of his life on dialysis. So you telling me my kidneys is failing, and you're gonna talk to me for 10 minutes about that? No, we're not doing that. You gotta tell me what's going on. How likely am I to be on dialysis and finish my life on? I don't want to do that. And like for me, I eat right. I exercise, work out almost daily, regularly. So how is this happening to me? You know what I mean? And to this day, I still haven't found out how or why. So it's totally.
Have you reversed that? Have you reversed it?
I did reverse the blood pressure on my own. Like, they was giving me medications, and I was taking them at first because my wife was like concerned. So I was taking them for her benefit. But then I stopped taking them, and I just started doing other things that I started reading up on other ways to improve your blood pressure. And I completely cut the medications out, and I reversed the whole blood pressure thing. The kidney thing, I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do about that, but that's somewhat hereditary. Like, this Negro didn't give me nothing but his diseases.
Oh, snap.
So
damn. Shit to pass on.
Did they test you for what is it? I think it's called FSG. I had a cousin who was young, healthy, and he had that. It wasn't what he was eating, but it was just genetically. Yeah.
No, they didn't. So like that's basically my point. It's too difficult for us to find someone that we can trust and talk to. And I'm sure there are doctors out there that are dedicated to doing this for Black people and Black men in general, but it's too difficult to find them. And when you do find them, they're all booked up, right? Because they do good work.
Don't give up. The beautiful thing is, just like Deborah said, very good, Dr. Joe, keep doing your own research. They done fucked around and gave us the internet. You got the power of the internet. So there's a lot of things that you can find out on your own where you don't have to rely solely on a doctor. One thing Deborah Will Win said, we can't use their rule of standard for us. Unfortunately, they're not like us. And then Kevin said, as a Black man, I've always had to advocate for others in my care and for myself. So Dr. Felice, what can we do to advocate for ourselves, because that is the thing that is important. If you cannot just listen to what these doctors tell you, like there's things that you can do. What are some things that you can do to advocate for yourself?
Well, follow me. Me and my co-founder, Dr. Devetta Hammond, we started a nonprofit called States of Wellness. And so what do? We go into the 50 states and we bridge the health disparity gaps by getting teams of trust. So we find Black and brown providers who are willing to come on board with us when we go, and we go into faith communities, right? And we have panel discussions and we answer the community's questions, and we also do health fairs. So what does that mean? And then we follow these people and track them for about 6 to 8 weeks, where we're shortening that time, and basically getting their numbers when they come to our health fair. And then our teams of trust stay connected to these people in the community to make sure, right, that they're getting the proper health care and possibly finding a provider that will look out for them. We also teach them how to advocate for themselves. So we'll give them sheets of questions that they need to ask according to their age, right?
Good.
And so because we know that these are the issues that our communities are facing, we bridge that gap over those issues. And so there are ways that you can advocate. One of the things that I tell all my clients is that before you go to your doctor, like you said, Google what are some of the questions I need to ask, because unfortunately, the insurance system has made it so that our doctors can't even ask you really good, vital questions, because they got to get you in and out or they're not going to get paid.
Yeah.
And so what you have to do is you have to go in and you got to tell your doctor what they're going to check.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. And sometimes I play the race card, and I got a Black doctor. I'm like, look at here. You're not going to skimp on this Black girl. You know
that's right.
And so I'm not leaving this office until I get my questions answered, right? Because I know you on a time limit. I'm not leaving. And so you have to make sure that you stand your ground when it comes to your issues. You got to tell them what you want them to look for.
That's right.
And they really do and can appreciate that you hold them accountable. Because if you don't say it, ma'am, it'll never happen, and they won't check it.
Never happen.
And so it's really pathetic. And so, but look at it this way too. Aren't you worth the work that it's going to take to live the life you deserve and are worth having?
Come on.
And so you can't leave it up to anybody else to make sure you good than yourself.
That's right. Yeah.
So if you're going to be good, make sure you good. And you do and pull out all the stops for you to make sure that happens.
Right. Yeah, no. And you know, the thing about it is, you know, when we have people of a certain age, they take, can you mute Dr. Felice? When you have people, especially Black people of a certain age, they take everything the doctor say is gold, and they don't ask questions. And they, you know, the doctor said this, you know, and so we don't think that we can advocate for ourselves. So Vanessa, you taking care of your father and having to advocate and having to ask those hard questions. I remember when my dad got prostate cancer and I went to the VA with him, and they were like, well, you know what, listen, they was like, it's so small that by the time it grows to, you know, he'll be dead before it grows to a place where it's gonna, you know, it's gonna affect him. And, you know, he'll be, you know, he'll be 100 years old, whatever they said. They said this will probably outlast him. And I said, yeah, no, we're not doing that. We're gonna get this cancer out of his body. We're gonna do that. Because here's what I know, Dad. They don't care about you. They don't want to operate. They're not giving you the best treatment. So I know that, you know, it's not gonna work. And his wife was in there like, dang, we gotta take it out, because of course it's not gonna work the way it used to. But I was like, take it out. And we did, because, you know, they're going to listen to whatever the doctor said. If I wasn't there, he would have still had that prostate cancer. So for you, Vanessa, like, what are some things that you had to do for your father being a certain age? What was he like? Like, what was his response to the doctor? Was he one of those typical older Black men and whatever the doctor say, that's what we're going to do? Okay.
Yep. And then he, like you, Constance, hear me coming. I was a shark in there. I'll get on Google quick.
Right.
We didn't, ChatGPT wasn't around, but I Googled on and made sure that I asked a ton of questions. I was like, well, yeah, I made notes. I took notes. I'm like, well, it's his last appointment. You said this. According to his lab results, how come this is happening? What drugs interfere with each other? How can we get this? So I think that it's imperative to answer questions. You almost got to be like an attorney when you go up in there. So I just feel like you got to put on your shark face when you go in the doctor and advocate for yourself. A lot of things that I got from my father was because I just really, like you said, you can't just tell me anything. That doesn't make any sense. That, like what you just said, that don't make no sense. You don't know how quick this cancer is gonna grow. Who are you? Are you the cancer inside of him? You don't know. You're
Right.
practicing medicine. And that's what we have to understand, that doctors
They're
are
practicing.
practicing medicine, which is the reason why it's so hard to sue them, because that's what they're doing. They're practicing. So, if a doctor is telling you something and something doesn't feel right, you have questions, get all your questions answered. And guess what? If not, go to a different doctor. I switched I switched my dad's doctors 4 or 5 times, and then he had specialists. I switched their asses up too, because you're not about to tell me anything. You're not about to tell me anything. I can get in Google. If Google says something different, and then I ask you and you don't know anything about it, you ain't the right doctor.
Let me tell you something. Vanessa. When Google came around, that was the worst thing to a doctor's life. You hear me? Because now everybody is a professional. That's right. Now I know the questions to ask. You can't get over on me no more, right?
Yeah, no, you can't. But a good doctor, honestly, like when I got my dad to the doctor that I love, I stopped. I just let her kind of take over. I could relax a little bit, because she would be the one, really making sure, asking me all the questions. How's he doing? What does he do when he do this? How he's been on this medication for 30 days. How is he responding to it? Like, those are the type of questions where I was like, oh, she in her medical bag,
Right.
So you really have to get with someone, that I think a doctor too, who's just passionate about the people that they see, because there are doctors like that. Like I switched OBGYNs because let me tell you something. I went through so many. I almost died messing with some of these fraudulent OBGYNs.
Wow.
But when I got a good one, she stayed with me. She asked me questions. She wanted to run tests. I could tell she was thoroughly interested in me. So I just think, like anything, we go shop for good bargains and can stay online looking for stuff all day. You got to be like that with your doctors.
Right. Absolutely. Mine too. I remember I told them I had some issues with my OB in California, and she was like, okay. Came down here and it was like, oh no, you have fibroids. Let me do an ultrasound. Oh, you have, and I've been had them fibroids, and I told her the same thing I told her, but this one actually did the work. Or order the test. Like, that's all she had to do was order an ultrasound, and then we found out that I have fibroids. But one things that you said that I really want to just put an exclamation point behind is that you can change providers. I want y'all to understand that. Like, y'all, if a doctor is not giving you the attention that you deserve, if they're trying to rush you in and out, if they're not talking to you, if they're not explaining to you, guess what? You can swap them out. You really can. We'll talk more. And I think we got Dr. Charm coming back after this next break.
Are you a Black business owner looking to expand your reach? Well, has Fly Nubian Money got good news for you? We are building a Black business directory to connect you with customers who need your services. And here is the best part. It is absolutely free. Email us at info@realvirtual.net. Send us your business name. Tell us a little bit about what you do, what services you offer, your website address, and your contact information. That's it. Together, we are going to build and circulate the Black dollar. Get listed today and start connecting with people who are probably already looking for you.
Man, I'm trying to tell you, Gwen make me want to go into a dark closet when I listen to her voice. Woo! My God, sexy. Mute yourself, Dr. Felice. So listen, I wanted to ask you, as you kept coming in and out, I almost got seasick watching you come in and out, Dr. Charm. You good? You Gucci?
I'm glad this way. I've been on 2 or 3 different devices. I'm on device number 3 now.
Can you turn your phone this way? Can you turn your phone this way?
Okay. Oh, are we good?
No. Can you unlock it?
Let me unlock it. Lord Jesus. Okay.
We just want you to, just kind of balance out. But while you're unlocking it, Dr. Charm, what I did want to ask you, because you're a medical professional, you're a holistic health provider. What are some things that we can do today to start eating to make sure that we have that longevity, that we're healthy, that we're not getting sick, Because black people, you know, culturally.
Okay,
go ahead, girl.
Y'all can see me, right? So I apologize. I don't know I've never had this happen before. So anyways, we're on device number 3. But here's the thing, and I was listening to you guys backstage while I was trying to get my technical stuff together. What struck me is that Irv Gotti was no longer married. And we neglect the fact about human relationships and how important that is in health. Most of the time when I was practicing, the wives were the ones that were dragging these husbands into the offices. And so marriage has shown to lower depression, lower heart disease, lower risk of stroke, because loneliness really increases what we call inflammation. And so you think inflammation like, oh, I hit my arm, I hit my leg, or I sprain my ankle, and then it swells up, and then it starts to, you know, you wrap it and you put ice on it, and after a matter of time it goes down. That's kind of the physical manifestation of inflammation, but we have in our bodies what's called inflammation. And when you have chronic inflammation in the body, it can lead to obesity. It leads to heart disease, stroke, heart attack, all these things. And so actually having human connection reduces the loneliness, reduces inflammation, and having that human connection reduces the risk for those diseases. And so I'm looking at the fact that Irv Gotti got divorced in 2013. I don't know if he was involved in a long-term relationship, but he hadn't been married for, you know, over a decade. And so I really want to say cultivate our human relationships and marriage. Like, I am team pro marriage, and we talked about other shows where Black marriage is at 30% right now. And it's slated to be at 17%. So that's important. And then as far as just health, definitely watching what we eat, because that's one thing. The wife is traditionally, the woman is the one cooking the food.
Why that man was eating that Chinese food is because he ain't had no wife to cook him no food.
He didn't have no wife to fix him a good home cooked meal. And so she's doing the shopping. She's doing most of the cooking, the grocery shopping. And then also it reduces the risk for these social things that men are doing that aren't really healthy, like excess drinking and smoking. Because remember, smoking and drinking really lead to some of these increases risk for a lot of these illnesses. And so that's my spiel on it. Of course, we want to eat right and exercise and do the holistic health stuff, but social relationships is just as important.
Girl, I'm so glad you came on here, because I hadn't even considered the social aspect or even the marital aspect of it. You know, I did look at an interview that he did a few months ago, maybe a year ago. And first of all, I looked at one he did a few months ago when he was on Drink Champs, and he was looking real frail and sick. So this is not new. But then a little bit before that, he was dating some 21-year-old girl that was in one of his movies. Like, y'all, Black men of a certain age, do you see the outcome of him dating this little 21-year-old girl? What did she do for him besides give him a good time?
She wanted a bag.
That's it. That's the only thing she wanted from that old ass man, right? But not,
What we talking about? What we talking about?
Yeah.
Get back to the topic.
No, I'm just saying, no, I think that's a really great perspective, because when you look at human connection, human relationships, now I'm looking over at my empty bed next to me, like, maybe I need, maybe I need to have somebody next to me, because maybe that will help me in my health journey, So I think that's a really great perspective. But also for you, Dr. Charm, I'm going to ask you another question since you just got on here. But what about the eating? What are some things that we can eat? Because what type of doctor are you?
I'm a naturopathic doctor, and I have a bachelor's degree in nutrition. So eating, definitely you want, I am very much team reducing the amount of meat that we consume, just because back in the olden days, 60, 70 years ago, people ate meat rarely. It wasn't 3 times a day. And what happens is it takes so long to digest that it takes such a toll on your body. So I am a fan of reducing meat. I'm very heartened to hear that Black people, we're the fastest growing group of plant-based eaters in the country. And so with my diet, I eat meat probably like once or twice a week towards the weekend. And then most of the week I'm on like fish and vegetables. So you have to increase the amount of complex carbohydrates, which that means your simple carbohydrates are like sugar and white bread and white flour. So your complex carbohydrates are going to be things like whole grains, beans, whole, things that are whole that aren't processed. So if it's brown, keep it around. Okay. So we just want to increase that, and then increase fruit and vegetable consumption, and just reduce the amount of processed food. What I always would tell my patients, especially when I'm doing like health coaching, is if you notice, like, all the processed food is in the grocery store, in the center of the store. All the good stuff is in the perimeter of the store. So meaning the produce section, the meat section, even the meat section, because it's still uncooked and it's not processed per se. And then all the processed foods are on the shelves, and the longer a shelf life that something has, the more preservatives are in it. They even said the morticians are saying, like, when they have to exhume a body, like, the bodies are taking longer to decompose because we're eating so much processed food. And so I'm excited about, I know RFK was Junior was very controversial of getting selected for the Health and Human Services Secretary. But one thing I do like about his platform is he's trying to get some of these food dyes and colors and things out of the food and be a proponent for more of the healthy eating. So I'm a fan of that.
So since you are a doctor, let's just really quick before we go to our next video. So are Black people's treatment different than white people's treatment? Was he on the money with that?
Absolutely. I mean, the statistics already show that. And I heard you guys talking about, medical apartheid and things of that sort. And unfortunately, your culture informs how your life view and how you perceive things. And when you have so many doctors now that have come from other countries. You have, a smaller percentage of doctors that are Black American. And so we have that sensitivity, that cultural sensitivity, because this is our culture. And there'll be many times I come into an office and the patient say, I've told different doctors this, but they didn't listen to me. Well, I'm listening to you because I come from a similar background as you. I have that empathy and just that cultural knowledge. And so I'm sure Dr. Joe understands this, him being a Black therapist. I have a Black therapist now, and it's like night and day. I had great therapists before that were different races, but when I got a Black therapist, it just really clicked. So it's something about people just even feeling more comfortable sharing things that are bothering them with their doctor or their therapist when they do look like them.
Yeah. Dr. Joe, you look like you over there with your John Travolta chest out and your baseball cap. I'm not sure what's going on. What we dressed up? What we going to baseball? What we going to the disco? What we going? We're going to talk more about it when we come back from the break. Oh, actually, we got a video. Let's do the video.
Ate a bunch of Chinese food while playing poker and had a massive hemorrhagic stroke, which is bleeding on the brain, and it diagnosed when he was in his 40s.
Yeah.
Late 40s. But Irv doesn't go to the doctor, so that's why he's so late being diagnosed, right? And then when he finally did go get a real physical and a checkup, he was like, "You're diabetic," and he didn't believe it. My dad.
Type 1, Chris?
Irv was type 1. And then it started with type 2, developed into type 1. So my dad was diabetic. He passed at 86. And when we talk about this topic, why it's so dear and sensitive for me is I watched him suffer the last 3 years of his life. So it's about quality of life. When Dame is talking about being able to be with his kids, it's about quality of life and the way you actually can stay here and keep doing that. We all have to go at one point in time. We just really want to go on our terms. That's how I look at it. And Irv, sadly enough, he did go on his terms. He just didn't believe it, and he was like, "I'm going to go the way basically I wanted."
So before we get to John Travolta 2, Dr. Charm, I want to ask you, is it true that you can go from type 2 to type 1 to type 2? Because I don't think that happens. Can you do that?
Well, type 1, they usually it used to be known as juvenile onset diabetes, and that's where the pancreas, we would classically see it. A child may have like some type of illness, like they may catch the flu or something, and then and your body mounts an antibody response. So that's the fighters, that's the soldiers that are fighting off all these germs and all this kind of thing. And for some fluke, some reason, those soldiers turn around and start attacking the body. And it starts attacking the pancreas. And the pancreas is our organ that produces insulin. So we need insulin to help process sugars. Anything you eat has sugars, whether it's sweet or not. And the insulin helps get that sugar into where it needs to go. So when you have a person that's type 1 diabetes, those antibodies have attacked the pancreas where it just doesn't work anymore. And so they will have to be on insulin, what we traditionally say for the rest of their lives, though there are things that, people who overcome that or have, there's exceptions. So what his brother is probably saying is that type 2, when you have type 2 diabetes, the pancreas is working, it's producing insulin, but it's not, the body isn't reacting to it as well. It's not producing enough. And so that's where they start to take these other medications to help it work better. So you're still producing it, but it's not doing what it's supposed to as well. So he's probably saying that Irv got to the point where he just wasn't producing any insulin at all, and then he became insulin dependent. And so that's what happens with some diabetics. They don't have a good diet, and then their body just, the body can't do it on its own, and so they have to have that insulin. And that's probably what he's saying.
Yeah. Okay. Because I was confused. I was like, I know you can go from type 2 to type 1 to type 2, because when you have type 1, it's like something that you're born with, or it's juvenile diabetes, and then type 2 is one that you can reverse. And so I was confused by what he was saying, but I think I believe he just had type 2. I don't believe the brother knew what he was talking about, but I'm no doctor. So for you, Joe, I'm not going to call you Joe Travolta. I'm going to go ahead and mute you. Can you mute Dr. Charm? I'm not going to do it. Joe, I'm not going to call you Joe Travolta, okay? Because that chest is looking real sexy with that chain right there. Oh my God. Chef kiss. Anyway, how can we foster like positive dialogue around around having these conversations with Black men, you as a therapist, making sure that this is something that's ingrained and embedded into our culture? How can we do that?
I missed your whole question, Head Molati, because I couldn't understand a word what you said.
You knew what I said. Only reason why we don't see yours because you got that hat on. But let's go. How can we foster dialogue? That's why you got that. Wait, that's why he's sexy down here. He got the hat on up top.
Yeah, send you a damn hat in a minute.
You got to cover it up. Anyway, how do we foster these dialogues within our community, though, for real, Joe? Like, what do we do? How do we bring awareness? Because this is something that, when we look at the statistics, if you bring those slides up about where we are and why, Black men have higher rates of prostate cancer and hypertension, and where's the slides? So Black men have lowest life expectancy of any major demographic. Okay. You as a Black man, Joe. Black men are twice as likely to die from prostate cancer as white men because we're not getting the same treatment. Approximately 40% of Black men aged over 20 have high blood pressure, which you just expressed. Is there any other ones? And then Black men are 50% more likely to suffer a stroke compared to white men. And so how many people do we know, Black men that have had strokes? And then only 4% of US doctors are Black, which may affect trust in communication in healthcare settings. So, but Joe, how do we foster these conversations?
It goes back to what I'm always saying, unlearning. We have a lot to unlearn as Black men. I mean, like, we are really behind on a lot of things. A lot of the things that we put in our body are harming us, and we don't talk about it. The stress that we put on ourselves does physical damage to us. We don't go to the therapist. We don't go to the doctor because there's a certain level of shame attached to these things. We're not having real conversations with each other about the things that are ailing us. Like, brother, I mean, hey, do you have diabetes? How are you managing it? We should be talking to each other about it. So we foster those conversations in community. Like, we got to talk about them to each other because Dr. Charm is right. A lot of the women are bringing us to the doctor. And then some of us, a lot of us are in relationships with women, that are bringing us to these doctors to have these conversations. I guarantee, I'll be honest, there's a lot of times I would not have gone to the doctor had my wife not have made me go. You know what I mean? Because I'm just like, look, I'll be all right.
Yeah.
Give me a little bit of that tussing. I'll be straight.
That's why you need to be married. See, you just proved Dr. Charm's point. That's why you Black men who think that y'all better off single. How does being married add value to me?
So focus
because
on
you live longer. No, I mean I'm agreeing to your point.
Yeah, no, I get it. But I'm trying to tell brothers that we need to have talks. You know what I mean? Because we go into and some of us are going to the doctors and we getting these medications, right? And then you got Constance yelling at us because our penises don't work no more, right? These medications are stopping our penises from working. Dr. Charm, am I right? Huh?
I'm hearing it from I haven't experienced that in my dating life, but
I heard too. That's what I heard.
It can be a side effect of being on these high blood pressure medications, and it's the erectile dysfunction is something that many women are dealing with, and it seems like the men are refusing to discuss it. I don't know if it's a shame around it, but please, men, please do not be ashamed to go to your doctor and discuss this. That's why we have Cialis and Viagra and all these other different things, because you deserve to have a healthy sex life too, and
Right.
women deserve to have a healthy sex life with these men.
That's right. And I'm having conversations all the time with men that are, dealing with the shame of, kind of how their bodies are failing them. You know what I mean? So it's really, has a lot to do. We have to remove the shame from the conversation so they can really, really talk about a lot of these. And then we have to watch what we put in our bodies. I mean, it's really difficult, man, because it can be really expensive to, we think it can be really expensive to eat right. And plus we are addicted to these foods that we've, like I said, we have to unlearn. We've been eating them our whole lives, you know what I mean? And they taste really good, but they are in fact killing us. So for me, the way that I start talking about these conversations, I always make men understand and think about the people that will be affected by their loss. You know what I mean? So let's talk about that for a minute. Like who's going to be hurt, because you're going to be gone, right? But the pain's going to remain,
Yeah. I actually, when you guys were talking, I think that we do need to have a conversation around, like a real dialogue around erectile dysfunction, like a serious conversation. Maybe I shouldn't be involved in it, but maybe we should have a serious conversation about how, what this does to erectile dysfunction, right? How emotionally we could deal with it for, Dr. Felice and Joe, and then what we as women can do to kind of foster that conversation to where men trust us to be able to have these conversations, and we can be sensitive to let them know that it's okay, and that you probably, it's okay to go to the doctor. Like that's a real conversation I think that needs to be had. But when you have these, these macho black men that, are led by their masculinity and that being part of it, it may be tough for them. But the question I have for you, Dr. Felice, is when we talk about, their willingness to go to the doctor, when his brother said that he was in denial. And, when you look at the mentality of someone who gets diagnosed, but then they just completely refuse because they refuse that diagnosis. Why? What is it in him that's making him not believe that fat meat is greasy or that it's not serious?
Well, first, right, if you don't acknowledge it, it doesn't exist. Mm-hmm. So a lot of times people don't want to acknowledge something so that they can act like it isn't happening. Mm-hmm. Then there's that underlying fear, right, that you also don't necessarily want to address, because that goes against that macho image of men too, because how am I a strong man and have fear too? And then that vulnerability that you have to enter into in possibly accepting what this means for me. And that's a cultural thing. Like our men don't want to be or appear vulnerable. It's a sign of weakness to them, which is an error. And so what they'll do is they'll wait, like Irv Gotti, like they wait till it's extremely severe and then irreversible at that point, right? And so what you have to realize is that the earlier that you get on top of something, the more likely you are to have the life that you can live. And don't feed into the fear, right? Surround yourself with people who are going to encourage you, who are going to support you in this journey, regardless of what the diagnosis is, and helping you, right, to change mindset, because it really is a mindset. If you stay positive, you're doing all the things that it takes to reverse this thing, you're going to get on top of it and in front of it. But as long as you stay in denial for all the different reasons that I explained, you're gonna shorten your lifespan. And that's unfortunate because from what I could tell, he was a big family man. Like he loved his family. And it looks like his daughter, recently got engaged. And so what a missed opportunity to walk her down that aisle. And had he got in front of it, that could have possibly, been his why to get healthy, was to be able to walk her down the aisle had he educated himself about the severity of staying in denial.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, there's so much more to discuss on this. And, somebody had a comment. JJ Mars said, I was once trying to open up a healthy food store, but too many Black people don't want to eat healthy foods. And then, we could have a whole conversation about food deserts and, eating healthy foods and those, the habits that we've created because we haven't historically had them in our communities and we don't know. And, that's not the food addictions. I think the addictions that we have towards food is what actually leads us to wanting to go to the liquor store and get the hot Cheetos and the, and the strawberry sodas before these kids go to school. But that's a whole discussion that affects all of this. So this was a really good conversation. I think we need to continue the conversation because our health is our wealth. Our health is so important. Dr. Felice hit it on the head. And Joe, like, think about the people that you love. If you love these people, then you're going to make sure that you do everything you can to make sure that you're around for them for the long term. So we're going to go with our final thoughts, and I'm going to just do a round robin. I'm going to start with you, Vanessa, and tell us where they can find you.
So, Vanessa, you can find me Instagram at VigoPaul. All my information is there. My final thoughts is I think that we need to be honest with our children, right? A lot of times when we're already in our 40s and 50s and 60s, we're putting so much energy into changing those people. And it's really harder as you get older. The saying, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. You can, but it's extremely hard. But if we just change the education and teaching our children that food has benefits, food can make you sick or it can make you healthy. So I think that teaching that early is really important. My daughter got to see my father. He was amputated below the knee, and I tell her that's a defect, consequence of some of the actions of drinking and food. And some people will say, "Oh, that's just too much for her," but she picks healthy options. So I think it's very imperative for us to teach our children about what goes into their body, and I think that's a great start for our community.
Good shit. Thank you. That was really good. Thank you. We're gonna go with you, Joe Travolta.
Listen, I just want y'all to get in the community. I'll be real quick about it. Just get in the community, talk to other Black men about some of the things that they're ailing from. I guarantee you, whatever you're dealing with, you're not alone. Please listen to your bodies and respond accordingly. It's not as easy as I'm making it sound, but it is possible. We need y'all. We need y'all to be upright and healthy. You know what I mean? And we'll do what we can to keep your penises working. You can find me at realuconsulting.com. On there, you can go to the link for the GoFundMe. I'm raising money to get Constance a collection of headbands to keep her forehead concealed. All right. Y'all have a good day.
Everybody together. Come on, Joe. Come on, Joe. Together. All right, Dr. Char. Boy, if you don't get back on here, stop pouting.
As a member of a co-member of the Big Forehead Club, I got Barbara on today. Y'all know I named my wigs. I got Barbara on today.
Listen, we in solidarity, sis.
Covering their forehead, but I love my African high forehead and Constantine forehead. Okay, so I just want to say, y'all, I'm really glad to be on this panel to offer the medical perspective. There are so many Black doctors out there, and we want to serve you. Okay, so please utilize your resources. There are websites, like even when I was picking my therapist, like I would go and look at their pictures, and they have pictures of most doctors now. You can Google them and look for them. And if you don't like your doctor, fire your doctor. I heard Constance talking about that earlier. There's nothing wrong with firing your doctor. There's nothing wrong with getting a second opinion. And please don't be afraid to share things with your doctor. That's what's most important. Irv Gotti, it's a sad situation, but I have seen Black men end up on the stroke floor because they had high blood pressure and they didn't know they had it. It is the silent killer. Unfortunately, there's theories about in slavery where we had to hold on to salt because we were working in this backbreaking work. And so there's higher incidence of high blood pressure due to this genetic mutation from slavery. So we're fighting battles, but I'm heartened to say Black people, we are plant-based now. I'm in Atlanta. There's so many vegan restaurants over here on the West End and Edgewood. We're taking control of our health. I'm not subscribing to that we eat all this unhealthy food. Yes, we, just like anybody in America, we do, but Black people, we're really taking control of this, and I love to see it. And so with that, the other medicine is laughter. I got my new shirts. It's against my religion to tell you all my business. base inspired by Onaija, the Pakistani princess, the Pakistani queen. So I got shirts on my site, charmcomedy.com. I got shirts without the face on it, all kind of different designs. I got a show this weekend. If you're in Atlanta, March 1st, Saturday, 7 p.m. Keenan presents Road to Las Vegas. Come check me out, and it will be pay-per-view for $9.99. If you want to get that link, download Radiant TV, The Road to Vegas. Come check me out. Thank y'all very much. Me and Barbara love you.
Let's go, Dr. Charm. You know what? I'm so glad that you got on here today, even with your technical difficulties, because I was really getting seasick just seeing you go in and out. But I really love the perspective that you brought, because it was something that I hadn't even considered. But when you think about it, it's the real truth. So all things Dr. Charm, y'all, if y'all in the ATL, check her out this weekend. Hey, you've been killing it on them skits too. I've been watching. Your shit is good. It's great. I love it. I love it. Follow her on TikTok. She got her skits about that lady in Pakistan.
Thank you, Onaija.
Yeah, funny. Super funny. All right, we're going to round up with you, Dr. Felice.
So, Fly Nubian Money Club, one of the things y'all always say is to leave a legacy of wealth. Well, now let's also include leaving a legacy of health to our families and loved ones as well. You can find me on the be.big.coach on Instagram. My website is thebebigcoach.com. My book and this companion journal is on Amazon, Barnes & Noble. And so I look forward to you. If you need some help, you need some therapy, please reach out to me. I'm here for you.
Come on. Your health is your wealth, and leave a legacy. I will say, Irv Gotti's passing is such a reminder of the health challenges facing Black men, Black women. Overall, we have higher incidences of death, but especially Black men. And Irv Gotti's death from a massive stroke, and he was just in his early 50s, by unmanaged diabetes that could have been managed. It highlights the dire consequences of neglecting our health. Black men, it is imperative that we address the barriers preventing you from seeking medical attention, whether it be cultural, systemic, or personal. Okay. So to the Black men watching, we love y'all, and your health is invaluable. We need you to do this today. Call your doctor, make an appointment, get yourself a checkup. If you have not gotten a checkup within the last year, I actually do them every 6 months. If you haven't gotten a checkup within the last year, call your doctor today and schedule your appointment and get a checkup, get your blood work, find out if you have any STDs, find out if you have any high blood pressure, if you have high cholesterol, find out today, okay? And then continue conversations with your family about the same thing. It's time that we start integrating this into our culture. This is something that's not talked about. Dr. Felice said, if we don't talk about it, it doesn't exist. We have to continue to have the conversation. So I want to say a big thank you to our panelists. Listen, we got the policy maker, and I did want to talk a little bit more about policy, but we didn't get a chance to, because the conversation was really great and it was really rich. But we got the policy maker. She ain't got a certificate. She ain't got an AA. She ain't got a bachelor's. This chick got a master's in public policy. Then we got Miss Doctor. She is a psychic medium. She is a doctor, and she's she could tell your future, tell you a joke, and deliver your baby all in one sitting. Then we got the B.big.coach. Look at Joe's already ready. And then we got Joe Travolta. Thank y'all for an amazing panel. You guys your information was so invaluable. We're here every day, Monday through Friday. You'll see me next Tuesday, but we're here Monday through Friday. And if you don't see us live, you can watch us on Spotify. Search for Fly Nubian Money, okay? And then also, remember, you can always text QUEENS to 87948. That's QUEENS. If you want all the latest updates, if you want to know when we are having a new training, or you want to know when we come live, or you want to get some stuff from Dr. Boyce, text QUEENS to 87948. We appreciate you. We're going to see you tomorrow. Same time, same bat channel.
You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still like dust.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. My name is Tierra Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and usually I'm producing, but today I am your host. So I'm so excited to be hosting this first episode of the year. Happy New Year, y'all! Woo! I want to just talk to you briefly. It's the new year, and obviously, as we step into 2025, it's time to truly talk about what we want. Resolutions, I think, are cute, but without a real plan and a strategy and the right mindset, I think we're setting ourselves up for failure. So today we're going to try to break the cycle through conversation and explore how to have a lasting change. Lasting change, whether you're chasing personal goals, professional dreams, or you just want to show up for yourself better. This conversation is all about leveling up. So, let's get started. Today, I want to introduce you to our wonderful panel. I am here with Chile, who is my real estate queen, Dr. Felice, who is my Be Big coach and therapist, Joe Corley, who is our male resident therapist. And so this is my panel today. Let's get into this conversation. So, guys, y'all, Happy New Year, first of all. How are you guys
Happy New
feeling
Year.
today? How y'all feeling?
Happy
I'm
New
feeling
Year.
good.
I'm
Yes.
excited, optimistic. Yeah.
Yes. So I want to just go through and just talk about, do we have New Year's resolutions? I'll start with you, Shalay. Do you have a New Year's resolutions, and what are they?
I don't have a New Year's resolution. I think I stopped doing resolutions maybe about 20 years ago. I've made promises to myself. And then also what I get in the habit of doing is like having a theme for the year, like naming the year. Like last year was my year of expansion. And Lord, did I expand? Okay.
Yes.
Not necessarily in the way that I thought, but I'm between two words for this year. I still haven't decided yet.
Okay. All right. Joe, do you have any resolutions?
No, I haven't put no resolutions yet together. I'm actually probably going to write myself a little letter about all the things that I want to accomplish this year, and then go from there. But I haven't really centered my mind around exactly everything I want to do. But it's going to be a better year than it was last year for sure, because last year was rough on me.
Okay. Felice?
So I don't really subscribe to resolutions. I think that resolutions are so fleeting and they don't really stick, or I haven't seen people's resolutions really stick. So what I do is I start out in the last quarter, like around October to December, and I start getting intentional and reviewing my life over the year. And so I come up with an intentional plan of, well, first I go back and look at and analyze how my year went. And then I figure out, I have this thing that I go by, that I list all these questions and give myself a checklist about what that was like. And then how do I want to move forward next year?
I basically do the same thing as you, Felice. Sometime around October, my mind and my body start to make that transition. And I think I read like a Mel Robbins book that was like, don't start on New Year's, like start in September, start that last quarter of the year. So I start to do 100-mile walks right after Thanksgiving, just getting myself ready for the new year. So it's not like today, the new year, and I'm like, okay, this is what I got to do. And then feeling the pressure of it being like the first of the year. On the first of the year, I'm going to do this and this and this and this. So I agree with you on that. So let's get a little bit more personal. What things do we want this year? Like, what do you want this year, y'all? Like, if you could, let's like reverse engineer this thing. So at the end of so we got to start at the finish. What is it that you would want to see if we're having this conversation January 1st, 2026? What would you like to have seen be done? And also, I want to give people a chance. There's a few people in here. So I want to hear your resolutions as well. Please put them in the chat. What do you want this year? What do you want? We want to hear that. So I'm going to start with you, Joe. What do you want to look back and say, like, and I know you already said, like, I got to center myself. But let's dream a little bit. So like, what do you want?
So I experienced a little bit of growth this year, business wise, and I kind of wasn't all the way ready for it. So that brought me some anxiety. So I want to be able to be ready for all the things that are happening for me, and not feel like I'm catching up or I'm behind. So towards the end of the year, my hope is that um, all these streams of income that are headed my way, all the things that are in right now, that I'm like prepared for. I'm like no anxiety whatsoever around them. Like there's a place for this, there's a place for that, and I'm just ready to go. So that's the main thing that I'm like looking forward to, because I know I see the explosion already happening. So like me wishing for it is like redundant at this point. Like it's happening. Um,
Yeah.
I just want to be ready for it and feel like I'm calm amongst
Yeah.
it. You know.
Calm to receive it, calm to in the right mindset or the right place to receive all that's coming your way.
Yes.
So does that also include business strategy? Like, are there things that you need to put in place that you would say,
Right.
are there things that need to be put in place?
Yeah. So I mean, I definitely have to get more structured. I'm not structured the way that I should be. So I'm like putting strategies in place, and like I'm saying, like coming on here every day is like kind of eye opening, and lining myself up with these women who talk about these things on a regular basis. And I'm like, oh, okay, it's more to it than just rolling the ball out there and getting to it. You know what I mean? Like you got to have things in place for the things that you are trying to accomplish. So my structure is not there, but it's getting there. So I'm trying to put things in place at the top of the year, um, so that I can enjoy the things that are happening. 'Cause I'm really not getting an opportunity to enjoy it because I'm always feeling anxious about it.
You always feel anxious, yeah, like you can't really enjoy the moment. What about you, Felice?
So I want to triple my salary, my net this year. That is what I want by the end of 2026. And I'm hoping that and believing that the work that I've done in fourth quarter to see that happen will start to play out. And so that's what I want.
So creating structure, tripling 3 times your
Three
income,
times. Yes,
right?
ma'am.
3 times your income.
Yeah.
Okay, I love that. What about you, Shalay?
Yeah, so what y'all both said, Felice and Dr. Joe, like I'm right there with you. Dr. Joe, I'm also feeling those growing pains in my business. And 2024, the last quarter, I put in a lot of work and then I lost an assistant. And like realized that everything in my business, well, not everything, but things were coming to a halt. And when you have all these plates spinning, if you're not personally spinning them, like you start to drop the plates, right?
Mm-hmm.
and keep it going. So definitely, and I've been working on it with my coach, the structure of my business and building that back up so that I can be consistent, persistent, efficient in my business. And as far as what Dr. Felice said, yes, girl, tripling the salary sounds awesome. I actually have a business plan that I'm still working on with a coach of mine. And the number is very